In the realm of the 3,000 domains, within the central sky domain of Zhongzhou, a young lad, just 16 years of age, suddenly opened his eyes, as if countless images flashed before him. Have I transmigrated? Or is this a case of prenatal reincarnation? At 16, is this the moment I awaken my innate wisdom? A tempest of thoughts swirled in Gu Changge's mind, as the intermingling of past and present memories left him somewhat bewildered. Yet in the next instant, he would regain his composure. To his astonishment, he had indeed traversed into a fantastical world, becoming the true scion of the foremost lineage of the Changsheng Gu family. Regrettably, awakening his innate wisdom at such a late age meant that, had he awakened earlier, he might have achieved much more, potentially even securing the position of the prophesied Son of Heaven. In Gu Changge's recollections, being the true dragon son of the first sequence in the Changsheng Gu family did not guarantee ascension to the status of the divine child. It merely indicated that, among the 10 sequences, his aptitude, talent, and combat prowess were currently unparalleled. The contest would unfold over 3 years, with the true determination of the divine child's position occurring at the age of 18. The 10 sequences stemmed from various branches of the Changsheng Gu family, with Gu Changge representing the main lineage. Typically, the true dragon son of the main lineage would ascend to become the divine child of the Changsheng Gu family. However, this era was marked by unexpected phenomena. Each branch had given rise to extraordinary prodigies. There were those with the sacred body of ancient times, others possessing the innate Dao body, and even individuals with the exquisite 7-petal heart, the might of the heavens, and so forth. As for Gu Changge, he was endowed with double pupils and exceptional roots, rivaling various sacred bodies, Dao bodies, and divine bodies. The only distinction was the absence of accompanying divine abilities. Nevertheless, his double pupils already conferred upon him an unparalleled advantage. Having organized all this information, a slight smile graced Gu Changge's lips. This identity, this aptitude, this background, what a formidable start. With a blink, he confirmed the absence of any peculiar panels or notifications. Alas, as a transmigrator, he found himself without a golden finger. Yet, it mattered little. With his current foundation, he felt confident in treading the path of invincibility. Just as Gu Changge finished his thoughts, preparing to quell the tumult within, a sudden notification caused his eyes to widen in surprise. Ding! Innate wisdom awakening detected. The invincible return system has been activated. Congratulations, host, on receiving the newcomer invincible return gift pack. The notification echoed in his mind, and a prompt appeared before him, making it abundantly clear that he indeed possessed a system. No way. He had merely spoken it casually, yet a system had truly manifested. Nevertheless, having a system was advantageous. It would facilitate his journey along the path of invincibility. The invincible return system. How splendid. Gu Changge reigned in his astonishment and eagerly inquired of the system. System? Enlighten me regarding your functions. Ding, this system is known as the invincible return system. As its name suggests, the host merely needs to bestow divine abilities, skills, divine weapons, and rare treasures to targets bound by this system to receive a plethora of exceptional returns, the degree of which is determined by the multiplier, reflecting the value of the offerings. For instance, if the host gifts a spirit stone to a bound target, they could receive a return of 1 billion-fold, resulting in the acquisition of a celestial stone. Note, the items bestowed by the host can only be returned as the same category of items. Note, this system reserves the right to all interpretations. Upon reading the system's introduction, Gu Changge immediately comprehended its profound implications. The succinct overview illuminated the extraordinary nature of his unparalleled return system. If executed properly, his strength would burgeon at an unimaginable pace. While Gu Changge was still processing the system information, another notification chimed in. Beep! The system detects that the host possesses a novice invincible return gift pack. Would you like to open it? A novice gift pack. Following the familiar tropes from his previous indulgence in light novels, he felt certain it would prove advantageous. Thus he nodded without hesitation. Open. Instantly, a cascade of information appeared before him. Beep, the host has successfully opened the Novice Invincible Return gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. The first return will definitely trigger a billion-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10,000-fold critical hit card. Congratulations, host. You have received a 1,000-fold critical hit card. Congratulations, host. You have received 500-fold critical hit cards. As he gazed at the series of prompt messages, Changge felt a rush akin to defeating a boss. Just as his excitement peaked, and he prepared to examine the contents, he couldn't help but twitch his lips at the uniformity of the rewards. Indeed, this was a return system. The reward from a novice gift pack consisted entirely of return cards. However, if utilized wisely, these return cards could provide him with an unimaginable enhancement to his resources. Changge carefully considered each reward. The first must trigger a billion-fold return. Once the system identifies a suitable bound target, he must deliberate on what to present as his inaugural gift. While he was lost in thought, the system continued to provide updates. The system has detected a suitable target within the Gu family for binding. Please approach the target within 100 meters to unlock the binding information. The host may freely decide whether to bind the return target. Oh, the system has swiftly identified a binding target. He had anticipated a lengthy search. As he pondered this, a pinpoint of light appeared in his mind, suggesting the system was providing thoughtful guidance. How convenient. It saved him the trouble of searching. Just as Changge prepared to rise and leave the room to approach the location of the light and unlock the binding target, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Young Master Changge, the clan leader requests your presence in the main hall of deliberation. He has good news to share. A young female voice, belonging to a maid, resonated. My father is looking for me? Understood. Changge nodded slightly, sensing the entity bound to her mind by the system, deciding to wait a while longer before venturing out. For the other party remained within the confines of the Changsheng family, and there was no rush. Upon her arrival at the council hall, a multitude of esteemed elders from the main lineage were engaged in fervent discussion. I find this matter most objectionable. How can the Changsheng family commit such a treacherous and shameless act? If this were to spread, our family might become the laughingstock of the Zhongzhou Dao domain. Indeed, while Changge possesses unparalleled talent, is this truly necessary? Necessary? This is the supreme bone combined with the... Such credentials will undoubtedly lead our Changsheng family to produce another figure of imperial stature. Quite so. Yet the bearer of the supreme bone is merely a young girl, a mere ward of our main lineage, orphaned and overlooked. It was only upon awakening the supreme bone that she was brought into the main lineage. Now that Changge has just ascended to the first rank, the addition of the supreme bone will surely solidify her position as the divine offspring. Chapter 2. The Supreme Clan's sister reborn in the council hall. As the clan elders engaged in discussion, the foremost figure finally spoke. It was Changge, the patriarch of the Changsheng family, and also the father of Changge in this realm. As the head of the Changsheng family, Changge had already reached a mastery level that could be described as transcendent, having attained the 9th layer of the king realm, just a step away from the existence of a quasi-saint. This world is divided into 12 realms: opening meridians, nurturing spirit, transforming liquid, and rainbow bridge, life wheel, communicating with the divine, comprehending the Tao, and ascending, king, quasi-saint, saint, and emperor's realm. Each realm is further subdivided into 9 layers. Upon reaching the latter 4 realms, even the first layer of the king realm is considered among the elite in the 3,000 Dao domains. As for the quasi-saints and saints, they belong to an immortal sanctuary, the profound foundation of the Changsheng family. Concerning the emperor's realm, aside from the ancestors who established the immortal sanctuaries, it has been over 100,000 years since an emperor was born. When Changge spoke, the gaze of all the clan elders in the council hall turned towards him. He slightly raised his head, casting a gentle smile towards the entrance of the hall, and said, "As for this matter, let Changge decide for himself. We should refrain from making decisions on his behalf. Moreover, the one possessing the supreme bone is also a member of our Changsheng family. Even if a branch family, they are still of our bloodline. If Changge requires the supreme bone, then the main family must provide the best compensation in other aspects. This was the utmost that Gu Qing could offer. Should Gu Changge wish to seize the supreme bone, he would not object, but would instead strive to compensate the host of the supreme bone. In this world governed by survival of the fittest, without a background or strength, one is merely prey, a truth that holds even within families and sacred lands. After finishing his words, Gu Qing continued towards the entrance of the council hall. What are your thoughts, Changge? As Gu Qing's voice echoed, the clan elders turned their attention to the entrance. There stood a tall youth, as graceful as a bamboo swaying in the wind, who had appeared there without notice. With striking features, though still somewhat youthful, one could envision the extraordinary elegance he would possess upon reaching maturity. However, in contrast to the attention of others, Gu Changge felt somewhat bewildered. What had he just heard? His father and the clan elders seemed poised to procure a supreme bone for him, given his previously unawakened wisdom. With a character that revolved entirely around himself, he might not have refused. Yet, after awakening his wisdom, Gu Changge felt overwhelmed by the myriad advantages he now possessed. Goodness, a branch family, lacking background, a supreme bone, and he even had the rebirth eye. If things continued in this manner, it seemed that his lineage, or perhaps the entire Changsheng Gu family, would face dire consequences. While Gu Changge was processing this shocking information in a side room of the council hall, a young girl who appeared to be around 14 years old, her delicate features resembling a finely sculpted jade, suddenly opened her eyes. As her eyes fluttered open, a terrifying aura fleetingly emanated from her petite form, and her bright eyes, reminiscent of black pearls, shimmered with countless mysterious runes and images. As the myriad anomalies within the young girl's eyes gradually subsided, her originally tranquil visage began to manifest expressions of astonishment, confusion, bewilderment, and shock. Could it be that I have been reborn? Gu Qingxiu raised her delicate hand and surveyed the arrangement of the room, ultimately confirming the veracity of her rebirth. She murmured to herself, having heard tales of reincarnation and seizing another's body to cultivate anew, but never had she encountered the notion of being reborn to start afresh. Initially, she believed that everything had become predetermined by that time. If only she could relive. At this thought, the brilliance in her enchanting eyes intensified, and a smile gradually adorned her youthful, captivating countenance. Suppressing her excitement, Gu Qingxiu began to recollect the present moment. She observed her familiar surroundings, and her mind began to swirl with thoughts. This room seemed reminiscent of the one where members of the Gu family's main lineage had excavated my supreme bone to present to Gu Changge. Does this imply that I am in the very location shortly before my bone was extracted? A sardonic smile crept across Gu Qingxiu's face as she contemplated this. She no longer wished to reminisce about her past life, wherein she was exiled to the ancestral grounds of the Gu family after her bone was extracted, only to rise again. Yet, she could never forget the incredulity etched on the faces of the elders from the eternal Gu family when she ultimately triumphed over Gu Changge, nor their scornful words. With her ascension, the eternal Gu family recognized their misjudgments and repeatedly sought forgiveness, paying a grave price for their misdeeds, losing several quasi-saints and even a saintly ancestor in the process. However, the initial moment could never be reclaimed. The joy she felt upon awakening her supreme bone and being accepted by the main lineage of the eternal Gu family was immeasurable. She had firmly resolved to repay her family, only to be met with exile instead. Gu Qingxiu took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes reflecting a maturity uncharacteristic of a 14-year-old girl. It seemed that the elders of the eternal Gu family would likely pursue the extraction of her bone once again. Given her current lack of cultivation, she could hardly mount any resistance, and the room was sealed, devoid of spiritual energy. Even with her vast knowledge, she found it challenging to break free. It appeared that she was destined to be subjected to bone extraction once more. Gu Qingxiu pressed her lips together, contemplating the situation. Very well, after the bone extraction, I shall be exiled to the ancestral grounds of the eternal Gu family, just as in my previous life, where I will acquire a treasured relic from within, enabling me to expedite the emergence of my second supreme bone. Resolute in her decision, Gu Qingqiu reclined back onto the bed, patiently awaiting the moment of her extraction. Meanwhile, Gu Changge was engulfed in a torrent of thoughts, his scalp tingling, yet his exterior remained serene and unperturbed. It was not until he entered the council hall that a smile graced his face. Family head, esteemed elders, regarding this matter. At the sound of Gu Changge's voice, all the elders perked up their ears. Based on their understanding of Gu Changge, they knew he could not possibly overlook the Supreme Bone, a talent representing an alternative and formidable path. Even Gu Qing held a similar sentiment, and the assembly of elder clan members had already prepared themselves to rise and escort Gu Changge to the secluded chamber where Gu Qingqiu was imprisoned upon her agreement. However, the next moment, Gu Changge's words caused Gu Qing and the esteemed elders present to widen their eyes in astonishment. Changge vehemently opposed this course of action. With an air of dignity and unwavering resolve, Gu Changge articulated her stance. Some elders even questioned whether they had misheard, rubbing their ears to seek clarification. Gu Qing, taken aback, gazed at Gu Changge below and inquired in disbelief, "Changge, what did you say?" "I said I refuse." Gu Changge reiterated emphatically. Chapter 3. The billion-fold critical strike return of the celestial bone. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire council hall fell into an immediate silence, with each elder revealing an expression of incredulity. Some elders could not help but urge Gu Changge. "Changge, do you comprehend the unparalleled value of the Supreme Bone? Indeed, the Supreme Bone is inherently supreme, possessing just one grants invincibility among peers, even allowing one to contend against prodigies of a higher realm. The Supreme Bone." Gu Changge was undoubtedly aware of its might. In fact, it was common knowledge across the 3,000 domains. Yet, it was precisely this awareness that intensified his reluctance to accept it. This was clearly an item imbued with extraordinary enhancements. And considering he already possessed the heavy eye and an invincible return system, there was no need to resort to such means for a Supreme Bone. Understanding this, Gu Changge nodded. "But you," an elder could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Before he could finish, Gu Changge interrupted him, his words resonating throughout the hall and leaving everyone in shock. "The heavy eye is a path to invincibility. Why must I rely on the bones of others, especially the bones of his sister?" With hands clasped behind his back in a tall, confident posture, an air of invincibility emanated from him. The elders were stirred, their ears ringing. Some wore expressions of admiration, while others bore looks of regret. Good. No wonder you are the foremost of the Changsheng Gu family. The heavy eye is indeed a path to invincibility. There is no need to depend on the bones of others." Gu Qing laughed heartily, rising to declare, with such demeanor, "Even if Changge possesses no innate talent, he shall surely make his name resound throughout the central heavenly domain in the future. With the support of the Changsheng Gu family, his fame across the 3,000 domains is assured." The elders, witnessing this, could only sigh helplessly. Their intentions were also for the greater good of the main lineage. After all, if a prodigy with a heavy eye and a supreme bone were to arise, merely the reputation alone would echo through the 3,000 domains. Not to mention Gu Changge's innate talent and disposition. Once Gu Qing concluded, he turned his gaze to Gu Changge with immense satisfaction and said, "Since you have made your decision, let us meet Qingqiu. We must not seize her supreme bone. In the future, she will undoubtedly be one of the pillars of the Changsheng Gu family. Certain matters must be clarified with Qingqiu in advance. She is still young. Yet we cannot conceal the actions we take. All conflicts must be resolved at the smallest possible scale." Gu Changge nodded in response, judging by his approach to matters. Gu Qing was already worthy of being the head of the Changsheng Gu family. Not to mention, he was a formidable presence at the 9th level of the King realm, nearing the pinnacle of sainthood. The assembly proceeded to the room where Gu Qingqiu was confined. As she lay upon her bed, sensing the dissipating barriers and the approaching footsteps, a wave of anxiety surged within her. Have they come? Indeed, the Changsheng Gu family was as impatient as she remembered, eager to extract her supreme bone. Having been reborn, she was once again about to experience the agony of having her bones extracted, and all she felt in her heart was an endless cold laughter and scorn. Creak! The door swung open, and the sound of footsteps echoed softly. Gu Qingxiu was aware that aside from Gu Qing and Gu Changge, there were numerous esteemed elders from the main lineage present. Thus the multitude of footsteps was not unexpected. On the bed lay a delicate maiden, approximately 14 or 15 years of age. Her features were exquisite, sculpted as if from fine jade. Despite her youth, she possessed an air of elegance akin to a budding lotus, already exhibiting the allure of a beauty destined to captivate the world. One could only imagine the breathtaking beauty she would embody in her adulthood. Gu Qing and the assembly of elders gazed at Gu Qingxiu on the bed, and they could not help but acknowledge her as the host of the supreme bone, an embodiment of the essence of heaven and earth, seemingly a flawless masterpiece of divine creation. Many elders expressed their admiration for Gu Qingxiu's remarkable perfection at such a tender age. Gu Changge, however, wore a look of astonishment, his heart racing with disbelief. As he approached, he realized he was drawing closer to the target of the system's binding return, a realization that solidified as he stood before the door. Inside the room lay the individual possessing the supreme bone, the very person that fitted the system's criteria for binding return. If memory served him correctly, this individual's name was Gu Qingxiu. A month prior, Gu Qingxiu had awakened the supreme bone, a fact still unknown to the entirety of the Changsheng family, known only to those within the main lineage. To his shock, Gu Changge realized that the target for the system's binding return was none other than this extraordinary individual. Just as he was processing this revelation, the system's notification chimed in. Beep, detected host proximity to the eligible target for system investment return. Would you like to view information? Yes, no. Beep, detected host proximity to the eligible target for system investment return. Would you like to bind? Yes, no. Gazing at the information presented before him, Gu Changge turned his attention back to the reclining Gu Qingxiu and promptly instructed the system. View the information first. Scanning the daughter of the Changsheng family branch, Gu Qingxiu. Information generation complete. Nickname, Gu Qingxiu. Identity, daughter of the Changsheng family branch, reborn supreme. Daughter of fortune, physique, supreme bone. Cultivation method, none. Divine ability, none. Recent fortune, available for viewing post-binding. As Gu Changge examined Gu Qingxiu's information, the details regarding her physique and cultivation were expected, but upon reading her identity, he could no longer maintain his composure. Reborn supreme? Astonished, Gu Changge's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Gu Qingxiu was a reborn individual, and moreover, one who had reached the pinnacle of the imperial realm. Catching his breath, Gu Changge felt a surge of relief for his earlier decision, silently commending his own prudence. Fortuitously, he had refrained from earlier agreements. Otherwise, he would have offended a reborn supreme, a daughter of fortune endowed with the supreme bone. It was clear that even the Changsheng family could not withstand such a transgression. However, knowing the remarkable background of Gu Qingxiu, Gu Changge felt no hesitation about selecting her as his first binding target. Investing in a reborn supreme with the supreme bone, especially one who was a daughter of fortune, seemed an opportunity too advantageous to decline. A thought crossed Gu Changge's mind. System, bind Gu Qingxiu as the target for investment return. Beep, binding successful. Binding target. Gu Qingxiu. The recent fortune of the binding target has been unlocked. Upon completing all that was required, Gu Changge noticed that Gu Qing and the esteemed elders had been observing Gu Qingxiu intently since his entrance. Gu Qing, under the impression that Gu Changge might have reconsidered on his way, inquired with a smile, Changge, have you changed your mind? Not all, Gu Changge firmly denied. However, scarcely had he uttered those words when an alert from the system caused his pupils to constrict slightly, his heart swelling with astonishment and elation. Ding! The host has altered the destined trajectory, rejected the supreme bone, and triggered the return mechanism. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first return. Congratulations to the host for triggering the first return, guaranteed to be a billion-fold critical hit. Host's investment in the binding target, Gu Qingxiu's supreme bone, has yielded a billion-fold return, celestial bone. Detecting the uniqueness of the celestial bone, the return rewards are commencing integration. Chapter 4. Gu Qingxiu was taken aback. Was it possible that I had opened it incorrectly? Shall we commence the fusion? Yes, no. Upon gazing at the information before him, Changge promptly selected no. It was not the opportune moment to merge with the divine bone. Nevertheless, after his rejection, Changge felt an immense joy within. For this was indeed a divine bone. He had not anticipated that by declining the supreme bone, he could trigger a return mechanism. And the concept of a destined trajectory was quite intriguing. Could it be that his destined path inevitably led him to accept the supreme bone? Remarkable. Changge could only exclaim that his buffs were indeed stacked to perfection. But what was that gaze just now? Qing, noticing Changge's unwavering stare at Qingqiu, assumed it was due to Changge's admiration for Qingqiu's beauty, and remarked, in that case, since Changge has no attendants by his side, and Qingqiu possesses exceptional talent along with the supreme bone, she could serve as your aide. Would it not be fitting for her to become your maidservant, attending to you at all times? Changge was taken aback. The elder of the family, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. Changge hesitated, then chuckled helplessly. Head of the family, Yuyist. Qingqiu is my cousin. How could she possibly serve as my maid? Qing frowned. If she is not to be a maid, do you wish for her to be your wife or concubine? Changge's lips twitched. What on earth was his father implying? It seemed as though he was suggesting that Changge had some sort of romantic interest in her. Absolutely not. Changge shook his head vehemently. Then why were you staring at her just now? Qing inquired, perplexed. Had he misjudged Changge's earlier gaze? That kind of admiration was something any man would recognize. Changge sighed. I was merely observing the peculiarities of the supreme bone, father. Surely, you have misunderstood my intentions? Cough. Qing, feeling a bit awkward, cleared his throat. The fact that Changge no longer addressed him as head of the family, but rather as father spoke volumes about his exasperation. Qing awkwardly replied, is that so? However, the supreme bone, concealed within flesh and blood, is inherently subtle and mystical. Changge, by rejecting the supreme bone, you find it difficult to truly perceive its essence. While Changge conversed with Qing, Qingqiu was left in a daze, absorbing their exchange. What was happening? Changge had rejected his own supreme bone? How could that be? Qingqiu's mind was in turmoil. According to her memories from before her rebirth, when Qing brought Changge and the elders to her, they should have directly excavated the bone. So how could Changge refuse? As Qingqiu's thoughts spiraled in disbelief, Changge shook his head. Father, our immortal family stands strong through the ages, overlooking all beings, not merely due to bloodline inheritance, but through a unity of hearts, which is as potent as a blade. How could I agree to have my cousin's supreme bone merged with me? Qing was taken aback for a moment, a bitter smile gracing his lips, of course. I understand. The other elders felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. They were well aware of this principle, yet this was a supreme bone after all. Whether it is the inherently divine dual pupils or the naturally supreme bone, each represents an astonishing and unparalleled innate talent. The fusion of the two would undoubtedly give rise to an extraordinary and formidable genius. Thus, they chose to disregard this matter entirely. However, Changge's refusal strangely alleviated a burden from his heart, sparing him from inner condemnation. After expressing his decision, Changge turned to Qingqiu and said, Qingqiu, my clanswoman hails from a branch family. Her parents are deceased, leaving her without support. She possesses the supreme bone. Let her be my sister. I shall take good care of her. Changge's proclamation was momentous. To declare Qingqiu as his sister? Is this truly the same Changge, who was once solely devoted to cultivation and somewhat aloof toward his clan? It seems that after ascending to the first sequence, his character has undergone significant transformation. However, his concern for the family and his deep sense of loyalty are precisely what they wish to witness. Qing nodded in agreement. Very well, if that is the case. Let her be your sister. The supreme bone will surely lead to her achieving at least the saint realm in the future. It is prudent to cultivate a good relationship from an early age. Indeed, Changge replied, then addressed Qing and the elders. Once Sister Qingqiu awakens, please arrange for her to reside in my estate within the first sequence. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Gu Qing smiled. The elders, witnessing this, also promptly displayed their smiles. As Gu Changge departed, the quiet room was left with Gu Qing and the gathered elders. Some elders gazed at the serene Gu Qingqiu on the bed, expressing their reluctance. Master, are we truly not allowing Changge to fuse with the Supreme Bone? This would be a combination of dual pupils and Supreme Bone. Another elder added, with the dual pupils and Supreme Bone, Changge would surely become invincible across the 3,000 realms, achieving the highest divine position. You are being short-sighted, Gu Qing remarked, casting a glance at the speaking elder, and replied calmly. Did Changge not state it clearly? The dual pupils are inherently a path of invincibility. Why should he rely on another's bone, let alone that of a sister? Since he has made his intentions known, our insistence may not yield positive results. A collective sigh resonated among the elders. Let us depart. The coming adult ceremony trial approaches, and the seal in that place has begun to loosen. We must reinforce the seal, or else the consequences could be dire. With that, Gu Qing and the elders took their leave. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Qingqiu confirmed that the room was empty before finally opening her beautiful eyes, filled with astonishment. What transpired? Things did not unfold as per her memories? Did Gu Changge reject her Supreme Bone? Could it be that I am not reborn, but merely dreaming? Gu Qingqiu murmured to herself, but soon shook her head. Impossible. The various techniques and opportunities in my mind are crystal clear. It cannot be a dream. As she spoke, Gu Qingqiu gazed vacantly at the door. Yet, Gu Changge did not desire her Supreme Bone, and even altered the thoughts of Gu Qing and the other main family powerhouses. Was my approach incorrect? Moreover, Gu Changge audaciously proclaimed that the dual pupils were inherently invincible, rendering the need to borrow the bones of others unnecessary. Such words exuded a breathtaking audacity. This already hinted at an aura of invincibility. In his previous life, he lacked such fortitude. It was only through the fusion of the Supreme Bone, combined with the dual pupils, that he gradually cultivated the demeanor of a divine offspring, traversing the world and contending against the elite of the 3,000 realms. Furthermore, this demeanor was not particularly profound, indicating that his resolve was not as unwavering as one might expect. Astonishingly, he also expressed a desire to protect her, wishing for her to become his sister. What on earth was happening? Gu Qingqiu felt utterly bewildered. The unfolding events were entirely beyond her expectations. Logically, it should not have involved the excavation of bones. She reflected on her memories, growing increasingly despondent about the longevity of the Gu family, and was supposed to rely on her past experiences to ascend to the peak once more, advancing step by step. Yet, with a few words and actions from Gu Changge, she found herself at a loss. Even though she had once been the supreme sovereign, she struggled to confront the sudden warmth of kinship and closeness. Chapter 5. The Celestial Bone Shakes the Realm. The appearance of the sage ancestor, while Gu Qingqiu stood in stunned silence. Gu Changge had already returned to his chamber in the first sequence. Sitting gracefully upon his bed, Gu Changge gazed at the information before him, his expression revealing a blend of anticipation and exhilaration. This venture had yielded immense rewards. He had unexpectedly bound a reborn female Supreme Clan sister and acquired a celestial bone. Truly remarkable. Although he was uncertain of the full extent of the celestial bone's power, anything associated with the term celestial was bound to be extraordinary and earth-shattering. It is essential to acknowledge that throughout the ages, the emperor-level powerhouses of the 3,000 realms have relentlessly pursued the essence of the celestial. Now, he had obtained a celestial bone. Host, would you like to initiate the fusion of the celestial bone with a 10 million-fold return? Yes, no. As Gu Changge contemplated this information, he was on the verge of confirming, but in the next moment, he hesitated, casting a glance around him. There was no need for further reflection. The fusion of such an unparalleled opportunity as the celestial bone would undoubtedly attract tremendous attention. He had two options before him. The first was to conceal the extraordinary phenomenon of the fusion, allowing his father, Gu Qing, to intervene and obscure the signs, thus enabling him to continue cultivating in seclusion. A mere fabrication regarding the origin of the celestial bone would suffice. After all, in this world, even reincarnation and recultivation were not uncommon. and he could easily claim that the celestial bone had been brewing within him all along. The second option was to embrace his current status, possessing the rebirth eye and holding the esteemed position of the first sequence. If he were to unleash the commotion surrounding the celestial bone, the other sequences and those lurking behind them would likely regard him with increased wariness, and rival forces might perceive him as a thorn in their side, a danger lurking precariously. However, Gu Changge hesitated for but a fleeting moment before decisively opting for the second choice. What ist? He was already extraordinary, endowed with the rebirth eye and belonging to the foremost clan. To hide such a talent as the celestial bone would be utterly foolish. He might as well abandon cultivation altogether and live as a mere king of survival. By allowing his innate gifts to flourish even further, he would not only evade any overt threats, but would also gain greater recognition and favor. With this thought in mind, Gu Changge wasted no time. He focused his intent and declared to the system, "System, I wish to fuse the celestial bone." The instant Gu Changge's voice fell, a mysterious and transcendent aura surged forth from his seated form. It was as if a celestial light brewed within his chest, beginning to permeate through flesh and skin, radiating a brilliant glow. In that fleeting moment, the entire Gu family of eternal life was enveloped by an enigmatic energy resembling a divine presence descending upon them. Almost immediately upon the emergence of this aura, countless terrifying eyes within the vast ancestral grounds of the eternal life Gu family slowly opened. The powerful energy surged forth, transforming into beams of divine light that soared into the sky. These were the venerable elders of the eternal life Gu family, their cultivation having reached the realms of ascension and even sovereignty. They stood beneath the clear sky, scanning their surroundings, their souls vibrating in communication. What is happening? What has transpired? This aura, it sends chills down my spine. Where is it emanating from? How peculiar. Why is there no visible phenomenon? Is it possible that one of our true dragon sons is about to awaken? The elders exchanged thoughts, their minds resonating with unease. A number of descendants from the Changsheng Gu family gazed in astonishment at the vast sky above. They had never witnessed such a multitude of clan elders appearing at once. These elders held esteemed positions and possessed extraordinary cultivation. Typically, they were seldom seen except by the core prodigies of the clan or those of high rank. Today, however, the presence of so many elders was truly astonishing. Gu Qing, the head of the Changsheng Gu family, opened his eyes wide in surprise. Simultaneously, within the ancestral grounds of the Changsheng Gu family, a series of dilapidated earth mounds and coffins, along with the skeletal remains of bodies that had become mere shadows of their former selves, suddenly awakened with an astonishing aura. The energy emanating from the ancestral grounds left countless members of the Changsheng Gu family in a state of shock. This mysterious presence even stirred the ancient ancestors within the ancestral grounds. It is worth noting that the ancestors of the Changsheng Gu family were all at least at the quasi-saint level, with some even being saints of immense power or half-step emperors. Amidst the astonishment of the many members of the Changsheng Gu family, a magnificent celestial light suddenly pierced the heavens, resonating across billions of miles. The expanse of the celestial realm seemed to explode, and within the flowing celestial light, myriad extraordinary phenomena unfolded. True dragons and phoenixes roared and soared, while Qilin and auspicious beasts dashed about. Even within 3 billion miles of the Changsheng Gu family, purple energy surged from the east, and ethereal celestial light danced, revealing the figures of celestial maidens in a graceful ballet, unlike anything of the mortal realm. Additionally, celestial and divine apparitions shot towards the sky, heralding signs of ascension. The sudden commotion rendered countless beings across the celestial realm utterly speechless, filled with shock and awe. Various immortal sacred lands and the most powerful of the Changsheng clan stood aloft, gazing into the void towards the direction of the Changsheng Gu family. From the ancient nest, a dragon of the 9th level of the king realm, on the verge of reaching quasi-saint status, bellowed in disbelief. Impossible. How could such phenomena arise from the Changsheng Gu family? A new invincible prodigy has emerged among humanity. From the sacred spirit mountain, A being of comparable power to the dragon from the ancient nest stood atop the towering mountains, peering towards the Changsheng Gu family, exclaiming, the immense aura sweeping through the celestial realm, with purple energy emanating for billions of miles. What terrifying talent could cause such a fearsome spectacle? We must investigate and eliminate anyone possessing such gifts before they can threaten the balance between humanity and us. Moreover, various formidable hostile forces, such as the Undying Mountain, the primordial ancient mine, and the underworld, began to probe the cause of this extraordinary phenomenon. Despite the dominance of humanity across the 3,000 realms, formidable adversaries still lurked beyond. The ancient beast clans, the Sacred Spirit clan, the Zombie clan, the Primordial clan, and the ghostly underworld all posed significant threats. They were ever watchful, ready to overturn the balance should humanity show any signs of weakness, aiming to reclaim their status as the rulers of the 3,000 realms. Though humanity was powerful, internal strife plagued them. Otherwise, these alien races would not thrive as they do, nor would they possess the strength to contend with humanity. In the midst of the shock experienced by countless beings and powerful factions within the celestial realm, atop the first estate of the Changsheng Gu family, Gu Changge tore through the vast expanse of the void with a single hand. Immediately thereafter, an emaciated figure emerged, cloaked in earth yet possessing eyes that sparkled like a myriad of stars, exuding an ethereal aura. Oh, the extraordinary individual responsible for such a remarkable phenomenon is indeed the foremost of my illustrious Gu family in this lifetime. How splendid! With an already exceptional innate talent, the awakening of this formidable and mysterious quality could very well herald the emergence of an unparalleled sage within the Gu lineage. The elder's expression radiated joy as his gaze intensely fixed upon the first sequence mansion below. At the moment of his appearance, several esteemed clan elders had already approached, including Gu Qing and others. Upon recognizing the elder, they collectively shuddered, their eyes widening in astonishment. This is a venerable sage ancestor. How astonishing! Has this phenomenon truly drawn the attention of sage ancestor? Chapter 6. The Divine Son? My son possesses the potential of a great emperor. The elder stood majestically, his robe fluttering gracefully in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance and distinction. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the elder's presence. Devoid of any divine majesty, yet instilling a terrifying sense akin to the manifestation of a blazing sun, he embodied that scorching celestial orb. Witnessing this spectacle, the gathered clan elders fell into stunned silence. Could it be the revered ancestor Guyang? His ancestor Guyang? Was he not the one who appeared a millennium ago, wielding the power of the sun to incinerate a vast sea of blood in an instant and slay the fearsome blood demons that wreak havoc in the celestial domain? It is recorded in the clan scriptures that when ancestor Guyang emerged to vanquish the blood demons, the sun hung high in the sky, its true yang power scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, accompanied by the manifestation of a golden crow that astonished the world. Even after 1,000 years, the celestial domain still remembers the might of ancestor Guyang. The elders were astounded and began to converse in hushed tones. However, with Gu Qing's respectful bow, their suspicions were confirmed. I pay my respects to ancestor Guyang. Gu Qing gently inclined his head in homage to the towering figure of Guyang, who resembled the sun itself, his tone imbued with utmost reverence. The other elders, realizing the gravity of the moment, promptly bowed in unison. We pay our respects to ancestor Guyang. The voices of the clan elders resounded like thunder in the heavens. The younger members of the Gu family, upon hearing this, were struck dumb in astonishment. By heavens, it is indeed an ancestor. It is ancestor Guyang, a practitioner of the saint realm, whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle. I have witnessed the emergence of a saint ancestor. What extraordinary phenomenon has triggered this event, leading to the appearance of a saint ancestor? This time, he is destined to soar to great heights. Guyang gazed down upon Gu Qing and the other elders, nodding with a smile. Indeed, my long-standing Gu family has gained another unmatched prodigy, and the first in the sequence at that. Haha, quite splendid. As Gu Yang's words echoed, a pin-drop silence enveloped the Longsheng Gu family. The Gu family youths, who had just been astonished by the sight of a saint ancestor, now found their minds buzzing. What? Did they just hear? What? The terrifying phenomenon they witnessed was from the first sequence? Surely, the first sequence refers to young Master Changge, does it not? But young Master Changge is already divinely blessed, possessing the dual pupils. This cannot be. Having already possessed the dual pupils, he could still awaken such a magnificent and terrifying phenomenon. The youths of the Longsheng Gu family were filled with trepidation, while the various sequences within the family gazed intently, their eyes gleaming with intrigue, as they looked towards the residence of the first sequence. Not only the youths of the Longsheng Gu family, but Gu Qing and the clan elders were equally taken aback. They had sensed the phenomenon, but had not confirmed its source. No wonder the ancestor manifested above the first sequence residence, tearing through the void. It turns out that the terrifying phenomenon just awakened was indeed the handiwork of Gu Changge. Yet, Gu Changge already possesses the dual pupils. This phenomenon now rivals the manifestation of his dual pupils at birth, and one wonders what kind of talent he has awakened to cause such a commotion. Gu Changge remained oblivious to the happenings outside, as he had just completed the fusion of his celestial bones. In the realm of divine perception, a shimmering aura of ethereal light flickered within the depths of chaos, seemingly nurturing a celestial being, harboring an immense terror capable of reshaping the world with but a mere flicker of its essence. Furthermore, during the fusion with the celestial bone, Gu Changge's physical form was refined by its power, and his corporeal strength alone reached a staggering weight of 100,000 pounds, comparable to a practitioner at the Rainbow Bridge stage. His cultivation had transcended the Rainbow Bridge, invoking the manifestation of the life wheel within his dantian. The initial 4 realms of cultivation are opening meridians, nurturing spirit, transforming liquid, and Rainbow Bridge. These foundational stages served to hone the Dao foundation. As the foremost heir of the Changsheng Gu clan, Gu Changge's foundational cultivation was naturally flawless. Beyond this lay the true realm of nurturing the power of great cultivators, known as life wheel, divine communication, enlightenment, and ascension. At this moment, Gu Changge had already activated his life wheel. Above his dantian, a 9-pattern life wheel was slowly rotating, and as it spun, droplets of spiritual energy were ground into essence, cascading down from the wheel, forming his cultivation power. The life wheel possesses 9 patterns. The more patterns it bears, the more extraordinary the innate talent. With my 9-pattern life wheel, I am already endowed with unparalleled potential. Yet, with the celestial bone within me, it not only nurtures my life wheel, but also subtly enhances my physical form. The 9 patterns have not yet reached their limit. Could it be possible for me to continue manifesting life patterns and deepen my foundational strength? If so, this ability alone would indeed justify the name of Celestial Bone. Moreover, my Celestial Bone is still in the process of brewing, and I wonder what astonishing divine abilities it may yield. Gu Changge felt immense satisfaction with his Celestial Bone. As for the commotion outside, Gu Changge was well aware. Yet he did not rush to emerge until he had thoroughly digested the opportunities bestowed by the Celestial Bone, at which point he finally opened his eyes to perceive himself. Having completed the awakening of his Celestial Bone, the venerable ancestor Gu Yang in the heavens also sensed something. Chuckling, it seems the awakening is complete. As his words faded, a streak of light soared from the first sequence's state. In the realm of the life, one could tread upon the void, transforming into a streak of light, traversing 1,000 miles in a single day, soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth. This was the hallmark of a great cultivator. Gu Changge manifested as a streak of light, leaving the descendants of the Changsheng Gu clan in awe. Transforming into light, young Master Changge had already transcended the life wheel. How old is he? Merely 16, it seems? A 16-year-old with a life wheel? Heaven! Not only that, but he also possesses the rare double pupils and has recently awakened an extraordinary talent. My heavens! The Changsheng Gu clan is truly about to give birth to an invincible, true dragon. One by one, the Gu clan disciples gasped in astonishment. Gu Qing, witnessing Gu Changge transform into light and stand alongside them, felt his heart swell with pride. Truly, he is the son of Gu Qing. My son possesses the potential of an emperor. Gu Changge respectfully bowed to the ancestor, the clan leader, and the esteemed elders. With a calm demeanor and unwavering composure, he naturally greeted Gu Yang, Gu Qing, and the assembly of clan elders. Though still youthful in appearance, he exuded a serene confidence in such a momentous situation. His features, while youthful, were strikingly handsome, clad in a magnificent black and gold robe, standing tall like a resilient pine with an air of noble grace. Subtle, yet imbued with an ethereal detachment. Even in his current form, he has already captivated countless women. One can only imagine how strikingly handsome he will become as he matures. Although appearance may not hold paramount importance in this world where strength reigns supreme, an attractive visage undeniably enhances one's allure. Gu Yang gazed at Gu Changge before him, a look of fondness gracing his features as he nodded repeatedly, smilingly remarking, "Indeed, indeed, you truly embody the first rank of the illustrious Gu family of Changsheng. With your innate dual pupils and the awakening of a second extraordinary talent, it is evident that you are destined to be the divine child of our esteemed Gu family. Would you be willing to embrace the role of our divine scion?" Chapter 7. Granting them the opportunity to become stepping stones. Upon hearing this proclamation, the previously clamorous and astonished members of the Gu family erupted into a frenzy. Gu Qing and the esteemed elders gazed at Gu Yang with expressions of sheer astonishment. Was their venerable ancestor truly designating Gu Changge as the chosen one? The minds of the gathered individuals buzzed with disbelief. Gu Changge, though momentarily taken aback, maintained his composure as he regarded the venerable Gu Yang, who stood before him with a benevolent demeanor, eyes brimming with admiration. Although unaware of the unique talents that accompanied Gu Changge's second awakening, the grandeur of the earlier spectacle left no doubt that he possessed an extraordinary gift. With the dual pupils and this unparalleled talent, coupled with Gu Changge's status as the foremost among his peers, it was evident why such a proposal had been made. "What are your thoughts?" Gu Yang inquired once more. Just as Gu Changge was about to respond, the elders from the other branches, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain themselves. With the position of the chosen one, yet unconfirmed, they felt the opportunity for their preferred candidates to ascend to the role was still alive. The sudden endorsement of Gu Changge by the ancestor was nothing short of bewildering. If this designation were to be solidified, would their prior efforts not be rendered utterly futile? The Gu family, united in their external dealings, nonetheless required internal competitiveness. Supporting the exceptional talents from their respective branches to ascend as the chosen one was an integral part of that competition. However, this competition was meant to be fair, providing resources to assist the chosen talents in their endeavors. Any aggression toward their own kin would not be tolerated, as it would invite retribution from others. The venerable Gu family had endured through the ages, naturally possessing their own methods of governance. Indeed, every illustrious family standing atop the realm of longevity had its own set of principles. Though these principles may vary slightly, they were tailored to align with the operational dynamics of their respective powers. "Ancestor, this matter warrants further deliberation," one elder interjected. "Historically, the Gu family has relied on strength to compete. How can one be designated as the chosen one based solely on a display of talent? I must boldly advise that this is unjust to the other aspirants." As one elder stepped forth to voice his concerns, Gu Qing and the primary branch elders exchanged glances before one of them retorted, "What is there to contest? Changge possesses innate dual pupils and has awakened a second formidable talent. Given such exceptional capabilities, who could possibly rival him? Moreover, he stands as the foremost among his peers. Is that not sufficient proof of his superiority over the younger generation of the Gu family?" The other primary branch elders chimed in to support this assertion. "I believe Elder Gu Su speaks the truth. The significance of being the foremost among peers needs no further elaboration. especially considering Changge has reached the life wheel realm at merely 16. Who among you can compare? The primary branch elder spoke with unwavering confidence, casting a knowing smile at the other branch elders. You lot. The branch elders seethed with indignation. Observing this, Guyang nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the dissenting elders. Are there any among the current ranks who have attained the life wheel realm? If there are any capable individuals, let them emerge and challenge Gu Changge in combat. The victor shall be designated as the divine child of the Changsheng Gu family by the ancestor. Upon Gu Yang's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The elders of the collateral branches stammered, their expressions contorted, for such an occurrence had never transpired before. In light of this absence, let us adhere to my arrangements. Gu Yang cast a glance at the gathered elders, then turned back to Gu Changge with a beaming smile. Grateful for the ancestor's favor. It is only fitting that since the ancestor has appointed the divine child, Gu Changge has no reason to decline. Gu Changge bowed respectfully to Gu Yang, readily consenting. Excellent, Gu Yang exclaimed with hearty laughter. However, the next moment, Gu Changge's words took everyone by surprise. Yet, should I be named the divine child in this manner, there will undoubtedly be dissent among certain members of the clan, making it challenging to earn the genuine loyalty of the Changsheng Gu family. With this, Gu Changge turned towards the astonished elders of the collateral branches and proclaimed loudly towards the various factions. Thus, I, Gu Changge, offer my family brothers, sisters, and kin an opportunity. Should any one of them defeat me before the next divine child competition, I shall relinquish my position and no longer serve as the divine child. Boom! Gu Changge's statement fell like a drop of scalding oil into the tranquil waters of the Changsheng Gu family, causing ripples of astonishment. Everyone understood that this was Gu Changge's declaration of war to the younger generation, compelling them all to bow in submission. Otherwise, he would not assume the title of divine child. In one courtyard of the Changsheng Gu family, a robust young man wielding a long spear revealed a fierce determination. Very well, Gu Changge, I shall surely avenge my past failures at the upcoming competition. In another courtyard, a seemingly ordinary youth, bearing a mysterious ruler on his back, murmured, Ah, is this an opportunity for us to become stepping stones? Yet, who will truly become the stepping stone remains to be seen. The sentiments expressed in these two courtyards echoed throughout other courtyards of the Changsheng Gu family. Each of these individuals had previously shown during the divine child competition, and upon hearing Gu Changge's words, they all displayed fierce resolve and enthusiasm. Truly, he is the true dragon chosen by our ancestor, perceptive and composed, already embodying the grace to lead our Changsheng Gu family into a new era. Changge, the future of the Changsheng Gu family rests upon your shoulders. Perhaps sensing the conclusion of matter, Gu Yang laughed heartily and transformed into a radiant streak of light, soaring towards the revered ancestral grounds of the Gu family. The gathered elders bowed in unison, paying their respects to the ancestor. Thus, Gu Changge's ascension as the divine child of the Changsheng Gu family was inexplicably cemented. However, his role as the divine child would differ from those before him, for any member who attained the ranks could challenge Gu Changge. Furthermore, should they succeed in defeating him, the position of divine child would be theirs to claim, and the former divine child would no longer retain that title. Such an occurrence had never before transpired in the annals of the Changsheng Gu family. The entire Gu family of Changsheng is thus immersed in an undercurrent of turmoil, with numerous prodigies and exceptional talents within the family suddenly intensifying their cultivation efforts. Even if they are destined to be replaced in the future, they yearn to savor the taste of being the favored child of destiny. At this moment, Gu Qingxiu, who is being attended to by her maidservants and preparing to head to the first sequence mansion to be under the protection of her elder sister Gu Changge, finds herself in a state of disquiet, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. What she just sensed was the aura of an immortal. Moreover, Gu Changge has been designated as the favored child of destiny. This development is entirely different from what I remember. Chapter 8. The Blessing? Farewell, Gu Qingxiu. Gu Qingxiu's heart trembled as she gazed towards the direction of the first sequence manor, unable to conceal the astonishment in her eyes. Even as a reborn supreme being, Witnessing the ethereal aura emanating from Gu Changge's residence was beyond her comprehension. Miss Gu, everything is prepared. We may now proceed to young Master Changge's estate, a respectful maid. Filled with envy, addressed Gu Qingxiu amidst her shock. Very well. Gu Qingxiu, suppressing her inner astonishment, responded calmly and subsequently followed the two maids assigned to escort her to the first sequence manor for a visit. Although Gu Changge acknowledged Gu Qingxiu as his sister, the true nature of their relationship would ultimately depend on his attitude. Thus, until it was confirmed whether Gu Changge truly regarded Gu Qingxiu as his sister, none dared to slight her. At the first sequence manor, Gu Qing and several clan elders had gathered, their attention fixated on a young boy who, despite his youth, exuded an air of remarkable grace and charm. With curiosity etched on his face, Gu Qing inquired of Gu Changge, "Changge, what is your awakened second talent?" As he spoke, all the clan elders perked up their ears, keen to listen. Earlier, in the presence of so many, they had refrained from questioning Gu Changge about his awakening. Considering the significance of the matter, it was prudent not to disclose such information hastily. However, now that only the senior members of the Changsheng Gu clan were present, it posed no issue. A faint smile graced Gu Changge's lips as he chose not to respond verbally, but instead, he provided the answer through action. Buzz, a terrifying wave of energy swept across the area, causing even Gu Qing, a formidable figure at the 9th level of the King realm, to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure from a different echelon of existence. The expressions of the other clan elders turned crimson, their gazes fixated in disbelief upon Gu Changge's chest. Beneath the fabric of his black robe, a radiant ethereal light shimmered through, revealing an undeniable brilliance, as if a celestial figure was seated within, poised to unleash its formidable power at any moment. Witnessing the spectacle, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Gu Qing, in particular, was incredulous and excitedly questioned Gu Changge. "Changge, could it be the Supreme Bone?" Gu Qing was taken aback. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment Gu Qingxiu had awakened her Supreme Bone. The other clan elders were equally exhilarated, some even rubbing their eyes vigorously to confirm they were not mistaken. The Supreme Bone? No. Gu Changge, observing the wide-eyed Gu Qing and the elders, suppressed his elation and smiled. "According to the knowledge I have inherited, this should be the legendary Celestial Bone." Boom! Gu Changge's voice resonated like thunder in the ears of Gu Qing and the elders. "The Celestial Bone? The Celestial Bone. It is indeed the Celestial Bone." Gu Qing murmured in disbelief. The other elders trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by joy. Indeed, it was likely only the Celestial Bone could manifest such a grand phenomenon, shaking the heavens upon its initial awakening. To comprehend the moment of the awakening of the Supreme Bone of Clear Autumn, one must recognize that it merely manifested a spectacle spanning a mere 100,000 miles, which pales in comparison to the ethereal awakening of Changge's Celestial Bone. Indeed, only the Celestial Bone holds true significance. In an instant, the gazes of all present shifted towards Gu Changge. The combination of dual pupils and Celestial Bone signifies an unparalleled and formidable talent. My heavens! Gu Qing and the clan elders of the main lineage exchanged looks of uncontained joy, their hearts ablaze with excitement. Gu Changge's decision not to usurp the Supreme Bone of her sister. Could this be a form of divine favor? Astonishingly, she awakened a Celestial Bone even more terrifying than the Supreme Bone in the blink of an eye. At that moment, all the elders of the Changsheng Gu family erupted into boisterous laughter and discussion. Even those from the auxiliary lineages who supported other factions felt a bittersweet elation. After all, the presence of merely the dual pupils had already overshadowed the entire younger generation of the Changsheng Gu family, and with the addition of a Celestial Bone, what hope could the other factions possibly harbor? Of course, they would never disclose this news to the other lineages. It would be far too disheartening and could dampen the spirits of the youth. At last, Gu Qing urged the first lineage's hall to settle into silence once more. With a smile of utmost satisfaction, he turned his gaze to Gu Changge and said, "Changge, having just awakened your Celestial Bone, You are likely cultivating unparalleled celestial techniques that demand unimaginable resources. Since ancestor Gu Yang has already designated you as the divine child from this month onward, the family will allocate resources to you based on the standards befitting a divine child, with an additional 20% on top of that. After Gu Qing finished speaking, he turned to the assembly of elders behind him. What are your thoughts? Naturally, it is permissible. The divine child Chang Gu possesses the qualifications to utilize these resources. I concur. Almost all the elders of the main lineage agreed. Gu Changji's extraordinary talent had already manifested, and to refuse such a request would be sheer folly. While internal competition is acceptable, when it comes to nurturing an extraordinary prodigy, the Changsheng Gu family stands united in their resolve to provide whatever is necessary. Thank you immensely, clan leader and esteemed elders. Gu Changgu expressed with heartfelt gratitude, bowing solemnly to Gu Qing and the assembly of elders. Witnessing her courteous demeanor and poise, the elders were filled with admiration. This very gracefulness already set her apart from numerous other factions. Following this, Gu Qing and the assembly of elders began to withdraw. Gu Changgu, observing the tranquility return to the first lineage's hall, let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently attuning to the subtle energies being reinforced within her physical form by the celestial bone, before turning to enter her chamber. The following day, Gu Changgu sat cross-legged within her room, resonating with profound celestial sounds that emanated from within, occasionally illuminated by beams of celestial light streaming through the windows, as if a divine entity was engaged in cultivation. After a few moments, these phenomena gradually subsided. Gu Changgu opened her eyes, sensing the formidable power coursing through her being. As she clenched her fist, a resounding boom echoed forth. In just a single night, the strength of my physical form surged from 100,000 pounds to a staggering 110,000 pounds. How terrifying is the celestial bone? Within my dantian, Gu Changge gazed inward, and before him lay a vast ocean of spiritual power, rippling with waves. At its center was a resplendent nine-patterned wheel of destiny, radiating an immortal light. As the wheel spun, it emanated an extraordinary aura, 1,000 zhang of spiritual sea. In a single night, I had thoroughly solidified my mastery of the first layer of the wheel of fate. The 9 layers of the wheel, each measuring 1,000 zhang, together summoning a total of 9,000 zhang. Once I coalesce the 9,000 zhang of spiritual sea, it will signify my ascension to the 9th layer of the Wheel of Fate. Moreover, as I have awakened the 9-patterned wheel, a single drop of the refined spiritual power I possess is equivalent to 100 drops of that of an ordinary person. Just in terms of spiritual potency, it is sufficient for me to annihilate foes of the same rank, and defeating those beyond my level shall be effortless. Coupled with my physical strength, my foundation has become exponentially more formidable. Having spoken, Gu Changge rose from his bed, intending to step outside for a breath of fresh air and to practice his divine abilities, for with such a significant breakthrough, it was imperative to familiarize himself with the changes in his powers. However, as he opened the door, a lovely maid awaited him just outside. Upon seeing Gu Changge emerge, the maid respectfully greeted him, saying, "Greetings, son of God. Last night, Miss Qingxiu came to pay her respects. I did not dare to disturb you while you were consolidating your power. Would you like to meet Miss Qingxiu?" Chapter 9. The Dragon Elephant Technique. Did Gu Qingxiu come to the Sequence Mansion last night? It seems this reborn noble from the Supreme Clan knows how to navigate social graces. First paying her respects, and then having a maid wait here all night. Gu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling as he said, "Has the clan sister Qingxiu arrived? Please bring her to my courtyard." "Understood, Odisson." The maid nodded, casting a shy glance at Gu Changge before quietly departing. As Gu Changge recalled the panel of Gu Qingxiu from yesterday, a thought crossed his mind. If he wasn't mistaken, he could check her recent fortunes. This feature, he felt, could be one of the keys to his ascendance in the future. Nickname, Gu Qingxiu. Identity, daughter of the Changsheng Gu family's branch. Reborn Supreme. Strength, 9th layer of the opening veins realm. Physique, Supreme Bone. Cultivation Method, Void Scripture. Divine Ability, void great hand seal. Recent fortune. Upon examining Gu Qingqiu's panel, Gu Changge's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. What on earth happened overnight? Gu Qingqiu merely practiced for one night and has already reached the 9th layer of the opening veins realm. This is the extraordinary power of a reborn supreme. Cultivation is as easy as eating and drinking. As for Gu Qingqiu mastering the void scripture, that is entirely understandable. After all, she is a reborn supreme who has already grasped the imperial techniques of the Changsheng Gu family. What is astonishing is her strength panel. It has undergone a transformation compared to the previous day. Finally, Gu Changge's gaze fell upon Gu Qingqiu's recent fortune. Recent fortune, fallen reborn empress, destined to continue a tumultuous fate akin to her past life, her foundation excavated. However, the will of destiny is unpredictable. Unforeseen changes have occurred in the cosmic scheme. Now, the supreme bone still resides within her, enhanced by the insights of her previous life as a supreme. She is poised for a meteoric rise, under the protection and cultivation of the Changsheng Gu family's holy son. Her strength will continue to surge, and 1 month from now, she will participate in the coming-of-age trial alongside the holy son in the void secret realm to acquire the sacred-level dragon-elephant technique. Upon seeing the words dragon-elephant technique, Gu Changge found himself unable to continue reading. It seemed he could not access the subsequent fortunes. Nevertheless, the information presented was enough for Gu Changge to ponder deeply. Indeed, the binding of the system's return target is no trivial matter. Merely this snippet of recent fortune indicates the potential acquisition of a sacred-level body refinement technique. What astonishing opportunities lie ahead! Sacred-level body refinement techniques are rare treasures, with the Changsheng Gu family possessing only a handful in their collection. The fact that the dragon-elephant technique has caught the eye of both Gu Qingqiu, the reborn supreme, and the system itself surely implies it is extraordinary. If I were to intercept it and then gift it back to Gu Qingqiu, wouldn't that allow me to soar to new heights? With my innate bone nurturing my physical form, Gu Changge's physical prowess already surpasses that of ordinary individuals. If I were to cultivate an extraordinary body refinement technique, I would likely become invincible. How delightful! As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Changge began to feel a sense of anticipation. Upon reviewing the information regarding Gu Qingqiu, I sensed that a maid had already brought her to stand outside the courtyard. Gu Changge had taken his seat beside a jade table crafted from exquisite luminous jade, his gaze directed towards the courtyard gate, and he smiled, saying, "Come in." The maid, who had just arrived at the courtyard entrance, slightly bowed her head and signaled to Gu Qingqiu that she could enter. Although Gu Qingqiu had encountered Gu Changge countless times in her past life, even having fought against and ultimately defeated him, the myriad occurrences of this life left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Collecting her thoughts, Gu Qingqiu stepped into the courtyard. The small courtyard was modest in size, approximately 100 feet in diameter, abundant with spiritual energy. Under the morning sunlight, it radiated an ethereal mist, and amidst the hazy clouds, a young man sat beside a stone table, gazing at her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. As she drew closer, the boy gradually came into focus. Dressed in a luxurious black and gold long robe, even seated, he exuded an air of elegance. His features were strikingly handsome, though youthful. One could discern the promise of extraordinary charm in his future. He possessed the essence of a celestial being. His hair shimmered, and there was an enchanting aura about him that seemed to elevate him above the mundane world. The moment Gu Qingqiu laid eyes on Gu Changge, she was certain that this version of Gu Changge was incomparably different from the one in her memories. Not only was his temperament exceptional, but she could also sense an ominous power within him that even she, a reborn supreme being, could not fathom. Of course, this was partially due to her own relatively weak cultivation. Nevertheless, this Gu Changge was undoubtedly enigmatic and extraordinary. Having encountered a divine son before, Gu Qingqiu approached Gu Changge, offering a respectful bow, her voice flowing like a clear stream, imbued with a subtle chill. She observed Gu Changge, who in turn was also appraising the young woman before him. After her meticulous grooming and adornment, It was undeniable that Gu Qingxiu appeared even more striking than she had the day before in the side chamber. Her hair was elegantly styled, cascading in 3,000 silky strands down her slender waist, with a white jade hairpin nestled among the tresses, exuding a charming and ethereal quality. Her bright eyes and radiant smile, along with her fair skin, presented a visage of refined elegance tinged with youthful innocence. Just witnessing her beauty suggested that, as she matured, she would become a paragon of grace and allure. "Qingxiu, you are too modest," Gu Changge remarked, shaking his head and gesturing for her to take a seat. "I was preoccupied last night with consolidating my cultivation, and thus I was unable to meet you, my dear sister. I hope you can forgive me. No, I must thank the Divine Sun for sheltering me and allowing me to return under your wing," Gu Qingxiu replied, not taking a seat, but bowing again to Gu Changge. "Thank you, Divine Sun." "Wait," Gu Changge interjected, raising his hand to pause her. Taken aback, Gu Qingxiu looked up in confusion, unsure of his intent. With a charming smile gracing his handsome features, Gu Changge said, "Did I not mention yesterday? From now on, you'll be my sister. So there is no need for such formality. If you do not mind, I shall call you Qingxiu sister, and you may call me Changge brother or divine brother, whichever you prefer." Observing Gu Changge's demeanor, Gu Qingxiu's innocent and youthful countenance momentarily froze in surprise. "Is it not you, dear brother? Are you truly Gu Changge, the one who resides in my memories as selfish and self-serving, solely seeking personal ascendance? How can this be?" Gu Changge furrowed his brow as he gazed at Gu Qingxiu. Although she was uncertain of the situation, she found it difficult to reject this sudden display of concern. Thus she simply shook her head, satisfied by her response. Gu Changge nodded in approval. "Very well. From now on I shall refer to you as Sister Qingxiu. You may call me Brother Changge or Brother Xinci, whichever you prefer." Confronted with Gu Changge's sudden fervor, Gu Qingxiu found herself at a loss. She had initially presumed that the other's declaration of regarding her as a sister was merely a jest or perhaps a ploy to win her over due to her exceptional talent. To her surprise, Gu Changge was entirely sincere. After being exiled to the ancestral home of the Changsheng Gu family, and having endured the torment of having her bones extracted in her previous life, Gu Qingxiu had long forgotten the warmth of such intimate terms of endearment. Now, having been reborn, she was expected to address the very person who had inflicted such suffering upon her as her brother. Unaware of Gu Qingxiu's inner turmoil, Gu Changge continued unabated, cheerfully declaring, "Sister Qingxiu, as this is our first meeting, I haven't prepared any grand gifts. Given your initial level of cultivation, you won't be able to utilize high-grade treasures. But I happen to possess a mid-grade treasure, the Rainbow Umbrella, which boasts remarkable defensive capabilities, rivaling those of high-grade artifacts. It will serve as a perfect transitional safeguard for you." As she spoke, Gu Changge waved her hand, and a shimmer of light emanated from the storage ring on her finger. Instantly, a resplendent and iridescent umbrella appeared before them. The umbrella radiated a dazzling array of colors, enveloping them in a luminous glow and forming a cylindrical energy barrier beneath its cascading brilliance. After activating it, Gu Changge thoughtfully demonstrated its function, causing the rainbow umbrella to float gracefully before the still-dazed Gu Qingxiu. "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Gu Qingxiu gazed at the umbrella, her eyes flickering with astonishment. Such a unique protective artifact was worth far more than ordinary treasures, and the defensive strength of a mid-grade artifact surpassing that of high-grade ones suggested its true value was likely even greater. This umbrella would remain useful even when traversing the Rainbow Bridge or during the Wheel of Life. "Not extravagant at all. Please accept it," Gu Changge insisted, urging Gu Qingxiu to take it, jokingly adding, "How could I possibly return it if you don't accept it? After all, I have a 10-fold return card, a 1,000-fold return card, and 500-fold return cards. Ah, and these elixirs and divine abilities. Take a look and see if you need anything," she continued, producing a collection of items and placing them upon the jade table before Gu Qingxiu, encouraging her to select what she desired. As Gu Qingxiu beheld the scene before her, a tumult of emotions surged within her. Had Gu Changge spoken to her with such kindness in her previous life, perhaps the Changsheng family would not have been mired in infighting or become a laughingstock among the 3,000 realms. She would not have faced a lifetime of solitude and struggle, enduring the humiliation of various powerful factions in the outside world. Thus, what truly transpired in this reborn life? As her thoughts spiraled, a veil of sorrow clouded her beautiful eyes. Changge had been attentively observing her and noted the mist forming in her gaze, momentarily taken aback. "Sister, why are you suddenly on the verge of tears? Could it be that you are moved to tears? That shouldn't be the case. In the last life, you were a supreme being. Returning as such now, is it so easy to be touched? What troubles you?" Changge inquired, rising to stand before Xumei, scrutinizing her eyes closely, furrowing her brow in concern. As Xumei stood before Changge, she distinctly caught a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from him, causing her heart to tremble. Lowering her gaze, she softly remarked, "No, I merely didn't expect the divine son. Brother, you would treat me so kindly. I am momentarily overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. How could this be? You possess the supreme bone. You will undoubtedly become the pillar of the Changsheng family in the future. If you're not kind to you, then who else would you be kind to?" Changge chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "If this is what overwhelms you, imagine if I were to bestow upon you a sacred weapon or an imperial artifact. You might very well faint on the spot." Upon hearing this, Changche's delicate cheeks flushed a soft pink. Sacred weapons, imperial artifacts. Each sacred weapon, should an unbound one appear, would stir the tempest of chaos across the 3,000 realms, let alone imperial artifacts, which are the very foundation that subdues the Changsheng family and the indestructible Holy Land. Yet, the tone of Changge suggested that he might indeed gift her such treasures in the future. Changche found this notion utterly absurd. It seemed implausible. Even with her lineage from the Changsheng family, sacred weapons were extraordinarily rare. "Here, take this, and these foundational elixirs as well. Hasten your cultivation. Perhaps you can accompany me to the Void Secret Realm for a glimpse of its wonders," Changge said, smiling as he placed the colorful umbrella into Changche's embrace. Gazing down at the umbrella nestled in her arms, Changche's enchanting eyes sparkled, and she eventually nodded slightly. "Thank you, divine son brother." "Very well," Changge replied, gently patting her head. "I shall protect you, my dear sister Changche." The sudden touch caught her off guard, and the warmth of familial affection, which she had never experienced in her past life, caused her heart to race uncontrollably, leaving her in a state of emotional disarray. No, she must not succumb so easily. Perhaps Changge was merely feigning kindness. She needed to ascertain the truth. As her heart gradually settled from its tumultuous state, Changche took a deep breath, her expression returning to tranquility as she said, "All right, thank you, divine son brother. I shall accept these gifts." As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting the striking visage of Changge. Since he had bestowed treasures upon her, it would be prudent to repay him swiftly, lest future circumstances alter her intentions. If memory served her correctly, a month hence, during the coming-of-age trial in the Void Secret Realm, a technique called Dragon Elephant Skill would emerge from a rift in the void. In her past life, it had been acquired by a branch disciple of the Changsheng family, stirring a significant upheaval in the Zhongzhou Dao domain, and was even regarded as comparable to Changge, who had once seized her supreme bone. It would serve as an apt return gift. Unbeknownst to Changge, in the eyes of this reborn scion of the Supreme Clan, he held a rather different status than he perceived, mistakenly believing that they shared a bond of reverence for the elders and love for the younger, united as kin. Thus, when he witnessed Changche accepting the colorful umbrella, a prompt notification appeared before him. Host has gifted a mid-grade extraordinary treasure, the colorful umbrella. To the bound return target, Changche. Return mechanism activated. Detection reveals the host possesses one 10,000-fold return card, 1,000-fold return card, and 500-fold return cards. Would you like to select one for a fixed multiplier return? Yes, no. Gazing at the information before her, Changge decisively declared, "Utilize a 10,000-fold return card for the refund." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the 10,000-fold return card. The host has gifted the bound return target, Gu Changge, a mid-grade extraordinary treasure, the Rainbow Umbrella. The 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, you have obtained a superior holy weapon, the Starfall Bow. Starfall Bow, a superior holy weapon, strung with the Milky Way and crafted with constellations as the bow. An arrow pierces the starry sea, and another descends upon the great star. Had she truly returned a superior holy weapon? And a bow at that. Gu Changge stared at the return information. Her heart jolted, her pupils slightly dilating, as a surge of intense joy flooded her being. This was remarkable. A mid-grade treasure exchange for a superior holy weapon, and an exceedingly rare superior holy bow no less. How extraordinary! What a tremendous gain! Chapter 11. Treat me as kin? I do not believe it, though her heart brimmed with joy. Gu Changge maintained a warm smile, extending a greater enthusiasm as she presented a selection of foundational elixirs to Gu Qingqiu. Little sister Qingqiu, here's some more elixirs. This opening vein pill can safeguard your meridians, facilitating a smoother awakening of your channels. This is the spirit nurturing pill, intended for the spirit nurturing realm. And this is the gathering spirit pill, designed for the liquid transformation realm. Furthermore, Gu Changge eagerly handed over a multitude of elixirs. And by the time Gu Qingqiu regained her senses, she found herself cradling a considerable collection. Gu Qingqiu blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Since encountering Gu Changge, she had pondered this countless times. It was utterly impossible to reconcile the Gu Changge before her with a selfish and self-serving individual from her memories. However, Gu Changge furrowed her brows slightly, for after she had given the elixirs to Gu Qingqiu, the invincible return system had not triggered a single return. What is going on? With this thought, Gu Changge inquired of the system. What is happening? Why has it ceased to return? Ding. The bound target may only receive a return once per day. Ah, understood. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Changge felt enlightened, having already prepared for the possibility of no returns. If it were truly the case that returns could be made infinitely each day, she could simply have Gu Qing gather the ancestral resources of the Changsheng Gu family, thus becoming invincible on the spot, soaring through the realms of existence. That would be utterly absurd. The system's operational capacity likely could not sustain such an arrangement. After all, such returns must consume some form of resource, though she remained uncertain as to what it might be. A bound target allowing for daily returns indeed necessitated binding multiple targets, while this did not permit infinite returns. Receiving a dozen returns in a single day would suffice. One return a day was relatively acceptable. If it were weekly, monthly, or yearly, or contingent upon each realm, that would be rather bothersome. Gu Changge decided to take her gains and cease further inquiries. All right, little sister Qingqiu, do you have any other needs? If so, do not hesitate to let me know, Gu Changge inquired. None, Gu Qingqiu replied, shaking her head in reverence. Thank you, divine son brother. The maiden's voice flowed like a clear spring, resonating with a beauty that evoked a profound sentiment in Gu Changge, reminiscent of what it felt like to have a supreme clan sister call him brother. Gu Changge could only express a refreshing chill. My heart soars. Oh, by the way, do you possess any cultivation techniques? Although she was aware that Gu Qingqiu had the Void Sutra, Gu Changge felt it prudent to confirm. Yes, I do. Gu Qingqiu replied serenely. Just as Gu Changge intended to engage in a meaningful dialogue and cultivate a good rapport with this esteemed clan sister, a communication jade tablet suddenly flew from her storage ring. Glancing at Gu Qingqiu, who stood to leave, Gu Changge felt no inclination to hinder her. Instead, she opened the communication in plain view of Gu Qingqiu. Changge, please come to the family council hall. Gu Qing's voice emanated from the jade tablet. As the voice faded, the communication tablet gently descended. Gu Changge extended his hand to catch the item, placing it back into the storage ring before turning to Gu Qingqiu and saying, Father is looking for me. I must head to the council hall. Gu Qingqiu nodded. Being their first meeting, Gu Changge sensed Gu Qingqiu's discomfort and chose not to say more, merely nodding as he made his way towards the council hall. Upon leaving the courtyard, he glanced back at Gu Qingqiu, who was watching him depart, intrigued. I wonder what impression I left on this esteemed clan sister in my past life. Surely it was similar to my own, showing respect for the elders and affection for the younger kin. After Gu Changge's departure, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Gu Qingxiu stared blankly at the colorful umbrella in her hand, along with the various bottles and jars cradled in her arms. With a sigh, she seated herself at a nearby jade table. Could it be that Gu Changge would actively protect me, bestowing treasures and elixirs upon me? Moreover, his demeanor resembled that of an elder brother towards his younger sister. Yet, it struck her as odd that from the very beginning, Gu Changge had not sought her supreme bone. So, what more sinister plot are you concocting, Gu Changge? I cannot believe you have truly transformed into a benevolent soul. Gu Qingxiu murmured, a terrifying aura emanating from her exquisite eyes, as though it could collapse the heavens. The vivid memories of her past life haunted her, etched into her mind, never to be forgotten. Little did Gu Changge realize that his actions had thrown the esteemed clan sister into disarray. Within a mere 2 days, he had visited the council hall twice, which was hardly a favorable sign. Logically, upon ascending to the first rank, one should diligently cultivate their abilities and solidify their foundation, striving for victory in the contest of the divine sun and truly overshadowing their contemporaries. Normally, he would not be disturbed unless significant matters arose. Through an examination of Gu Qingxiu's recent fortunes, Gu Changge began to suspect the issue at hand was related to her coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age ceremony of the Changsheng Gu family was no trivial affair, and Gu Qingxiu's recent fortunes hinted at its significance. Based on his memories, Gu Changge surmised that the rites of passage would occur within the next few months. The family council hall was the true assembly hall of the Changsheng Gu family, where not only Gu Qing, the head of the family, would be present, but also representatives from various branches of the clan, gathering to discuss important matters. This was distinctly different from the previous council hall summoned by Gu Qing and other prominent clan elders for Gu Changge. The son of Changge has arrived. The clear voice of the attendant resonated throughout the council hall. Gu Qing and the representatives of various branches, who were savoring tea and waiting, turned their gazes towards the entrance. A tall figure strode in, his youthful, handsome face appearing rather tender, suggesting he was still quite young. Clad in a form-fitting, luxurious black robe, he exuded a remarkable air of grace and nobility. Remarkably, despite his youth, he already possessed an extraordinary demeanor, a presence of grandeur that made him appear almost divine against the backdrop of light. The elders gazed at Gu Changge in awe, their hearts filled with admiration. Truly, he is the person chosen by the ancestors as the son. Just his presence was extraordinary. I have met the family head and esteemed elders. Gu Changge greeted Gu Qing and the surrounding elders. Changge has arrived. Please take a seat. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing responded with a gentle smile, gesturing towards a seat located in the first row to his lower left. The first seat was vacant. Behind this seat, there were also 9 additional positions, all of which were occupied. The individuals seated there, upon noticing Gu Changge, exhibited an overwhelming sense of battle intent that reverberated through the void with a thunderous echo. Some gazed at him with eyes shimmering with a captivating brilliance, their attention fixed intently upon him. Chapter 12. The Rite of Passage Trials. The Contest of Sequences. Apart from the foremost seat, the subsequent 9 seats are naturally occupied by the 9 sequences of the Changsheng Gu family. The arrangement of the seats signifies the order of the sequences. Gu Changge, as the foremost, naturally occupies the primary seat, being the divine scion. However, Gu Changge did not hasten to take his seat. Instead, he offered a gentle smile to the other 9 sequences, greeting them. Greetings to you all. Greetings, divine scion. 2 exceptionally beautiful women among the 9 sequences were the first to respond, their bright eyes sparkling like autumn waves, their every smile and frown captivating, and their figures graceful and delicate. The remaining 7 sequences, upon seeing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao already responding to Gu Changge, felt the fervor of battle dissipate and also greeted him with greetings, divine scion. While some were eager, others were less than willing. Yet, Gu Changge paid little heed to this, offering his salutation before gracefully taking his seat. Gu Ziyu, observing Gu Changge as he settled down. Leaned closer to Gu Xiaoxiao and softly remarked, Xiaoxiao, do you feel that Changge seems a bit different from before? Have you noticed too? Gu Xiaoxiao replied, yes, indeed. He seems more approachable than before, doesn't he? Gu Ziyu affirmed, her enchanting gaze shimmering with warmth. Moreover, he appears even more handsome and charismatic than before. Perhaps we should ask the family head to arrange a match between you and the divine scion? T. Xiaoxiao. Oh, you mischievous girl. The tender exchanges between the young ladies went unnoticed by others until Gu Qing lightly cleared his throat, prompting the two to quiet down. The rest appeared unperturbed by the scene. Following his gentle cough, Gu Qing surveyed the assembly with a smile, addressing everyone. Today, we gather in the Gu family's assembly hall, with representatives from various branches and the divine scion present. It is likely that some have already surmised the purpose of this gathering, to discuss the forthcoming rite of passage for our Changsheng Gu family in a month's time. In accordance with tradition, the rite of passage will involve entering the Void Secret Realm, 4 trials, with rewards determined by scores. However, due to recent changes within the Void Secret Realm, the strength of the beast's inspectors has significantly increased. Thus, the divine scion and the 9 sequences will lead the hunt, with rankings to be established accordingly. The scoring system will consist of team rankings and individual points. The points for hunting remain consistent with past practices. Beasts inspectors of the opening vein realm. 1 point, spirit nurturing. 3 points, liquid transformation. 5 points, rainbow bridge. 10 points, life wheel. 100 points, divine connection. 300 points. As for why there are no enlightenment or ascension realm beasts or specters, it is simply because the upper echelons of the Changsheng Gu family have deemed them too perilous to allow within the Void Secret Realm. If there were enlightenment beasts or specters present, it would be an unmistakable threat, and the Changsheng Gu family would be remiss to ignore such a danger. Despite their prodigious talents, they are merely 16 on the cusp of adulthood. No matter how formidable their cultivation may be, it is implausible for them to confront enlightenment realm adversaries at such a tender age. Having conveyed this, Gu Qing glanced around and inquired with a smile, does anyone have any additions or comments they wish to share? An elder of the clan spoke up, Patriarch. Is it truly wise to allow the young members of our clan to freely choose between the divine child or the 9 major sequences? After all, it is quite likely that they will all opt for the divine child or the more prominent sequences, which would be unjust to the others. The other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the descendants of the Gu family possess varying strengths, some barely measuring up to the sequences. If these individuals were to unite, they would certainly be more formidable than any single sequence. Should they all align with one faction, the outcome would be overwhelmingly one-sided. Gu Qing, upon hearing this, contemplated and nodded. This was indeed an oversight on his part. If free selection were permitted, it was likely they would all choose Gu Changge, and that simply would not suffice. One elder stepped forward with a smile. Patriarch, I have an idea. We could issue tokens to the young members, binding their essence to them, and then randomly draw lots. Whoever draws a particular team would join that team. Oh, what a splendid idea. Gu Qing and the other elders exclaimed, their eyes lighting up. This method certainly introduces an element of randomness. Moreover, with the essence binding to the tokens, there would be no room for deceit in exchanging them, and they could serve as a record of points as well. This is indeed feasible. Very well. Let's proceed with this plan. Without hesitation, Gu Qing agreed. He then turned to Gu Changge and the other 9 major sequences. What are your thoughts? All according to the Patriarch's arrangements. Gu Changge nodded in agreement. The other 9 major sequences echoed, all according to the Patriarch's arrangements. Once the details of the adult ceremony trial were finalized, the news spread throughout the Changsheng Gu family like wildfire. No one had anticipated that this time. The adult ceremony trial would allow for teams to be formed with the sequences and would implement 2 ranking methods, one for team performance and another for individual performance. The former emphasizes teamwork while also valuing individual capability, whereas the latter purely assesses personal ability. This remained consistent with previous trials. Most importantly, the opportunity to be on the same team as the divine child heightened the sense of participation. I want to be on the same team as the divine child. If I could team up with the divine child, I would surely be secure. The divine child had already transcended the wheel of destiny. While the other 9 sequences were merely at the pinnacle of the rainbow bridge, utterly incomparable. Indeed, as long as one joined the divine child's team, victory would be assured. Why would it be a random draw? There is absolutely no possibility of manipulation. There were those who lamented, those who anticipated, and others who rejoiced. However, Changge remained indifferent to the specifics. As in his eyes, his only rival was himself, and the opportunities mentioned in Xingqiu's fortune derived from the void secret realm. Ever since awakening the celestial bone and ascending to the 9-pattern wheel of destiny, Changge's aspirations had transcended the confines of the Changsheng family, focusing instead on the greater celestial realms beyond. With a month remaining, Changge resolved to diligently continue his cultivation, aiming to expand his internal spiritual sea to 2,000 zhang and to break through to the second layer of the Wheel of Destiny. The disparity between the first and second layers was already markedly apparent, with the spiritual sea expanding to double its size. Simultaneously, he sought to seize this opportunity to refine and enhance his various capabilities. In terms of supernatural abilities, both offensive and defensive techniques, as well as agility skills, necessitate updates and adaptations to align with the enhancements following the breakthrough into the Destiny Wheel realm. Over the past couple of days, aside from consolidating his progress, there has been no time for further cultivation. With this thought in mind, Changge returned to his estate and, upon entering the courtyard, beheld a youthful yet exceptionally graceful girl sitting there, her demeanor reminiscent of a pure lotus. "Ah, you are still here, Sister Qingqiu," Changge remarked in surprise upon seeing Qingqiu. Having recently provided her with some resources, he assumed she would have returned to diligently enhance her cultivation. After all, considering her remarkable overnight advancement to the 9th layer of the Aperture Realm, it was evident that this could not be her limit. "I have something for you, brother." Despite having called him brother several times, Qingqiu still felt quite awkward. Thus, each time she addressed him, there was a slight hesitation. "What is it?" Changge inquired, puzzled. "Here." Without uttering another word, Qingqiu handed him a jade talisman that radiated an exceptionally rich aura of Dao. Chapter 13. Void Gale Qi, did you wait here for me merely to present me with this? Indeed. Qingqiu nodded, and as if recalling something, she continued. This jade was brought over from the branch line. I am uncertain of its significance, yet I sense it possesses extraordinary qualities. Since my elder brother, the Divine Son, has bestowed so much upon me, I would like to offer this as my token of gratitude. Changge was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Qingqiu to sincerely prepare a gift for him. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he discerned that her spirit seemed rather weakened. The items given by the Rebirth Supreme must be remarkable, he mused, and without hesitation, he accepted the jade pendant from her. Thank you, dear Sister Qingqiu. By the way, the adult ceremony trials are set to commence next month. I encourage you to enhance your strength this month. Securing a place within the top 100 on the personal leaderboard can yield substantial resources, and I shall guide you. Changge subtly hinted. Guide? Of course. This meant he would leave a few swift and fierce bees for Qingqiu to deliver the finishing blows. Qingqiu blinked her beautiful eyes, utterly astonished that Changge was already planning to pave a way for her at that time. Nevertheless, she nodded and swiftly departed. After watching Qingqiu leave, Changge finally examined the jade pendant in his hand. Only a fool would believe Qingqiu's earlier words. It was evident that she had intentionally gifted it to him, seemingly not wishing to incur any debt of gratitude. However, dear Sister Qingqiu, you have been bound by my return system. Escaping is simply not an option. Henceforth, you shall be my Changge subordinate. He chuckled. According to Qingqiu's assertions, there was no issue, as she had not trained previously and was naturally unaware of the pendant's true worth. It appeared she had given him her most treasured possession, which was entirely reasonable. As Changge contemplated, his consciousness began to delve into the jade pendant to investigate further. Boom! A torrent of information surged into Changge's mind, swiftly coalescing into a prominent phrase. Void Gale Qi. Countless profound truths flowed through his consciousness, and at that moment, he comprehended what Void Gale Qi entailed. It was In fact, a sacred-level defensive technique derived from the Void Scriptures. The Void Gale Qi, true to its name, condenses Gale energy within the void, absorbing it to reside within the wielder. When confronted with an attack, it automatically manifests to protect its master and possesses a degree of reflective damage capability. This was truly astonishing. After all, the ability to autonomously safeguard its master is exceedingly rare in any defensive technique, let alone one of sacred level. Had he not known that the Void Scriptures contained only 2 Imperial-level accompanying techniques and 1 sacred-level accompanying technique, he might have assumed that the Void Gale Qi was a 4th sacred-level accompanying technique. The Void Scriptures documented 3 techniques, all of which were fearsome offensive techniques. The sacred-level offensive technique, Heaven-Cutting Finger, the Imperial-level offensive techniques, Void Great Palm and Great Void Art. However, it appeared that one more was about to be added. The sacred-level defensive technique, Void Gale Qi. How intriguing. This must surely be the technique that Gu Qingqiu created before her rebirth. Not only has the return been bountiful, but Gu Qingqiu herself is also a tremendous treasure. The Void Qi has significantly bolstered my defensive shortcomings. Next, if I seek a technique of movement, I shall become a versatile warrior. Gu Changge was in high spirits. Having acquired the Void Qi, he returned to his chamber, intent on contemplating his cultivation, when a sudden thought struck him. This Void Qi was a gift from Gu Qingqiu and did not belong to the system. Thus, if he were to return it to her, might it not trigger a return as well? If it could indeed be triggered, the Void Qi technique in his possession would soar to new heights once more. Patience is key. Today's return quota has been exhausted. He shall wait until tomorrow. He had never anticipated tomorrow's arrival with such eagerness. Gu Changge mused, setting aside his thoughts of cultivating the Void Qi to instead refine his spiritual power and enhance his cultivation. A night swiftly passed. With the dawn of a new day, Gu Changge, holding the jade pendant inscribed with the Void Qi, sought out Gu Qingqiu. The maid at the entrance, upon seeing him approach, jolted awake, instantly shedding her drowsiness. "We have the honor of meeting the Divine Son." The 2 maids greeted respectfully. "I wish to see Qingqiu." Gu Changge replied calmly with a nod. "Understood, Divine Son. We shall notify Miss Qingqiu at once," one of the maids affirmed before quickly entering the courtyard. The other maid fidgeted nervously, her hands twisting the fabric of her dress, occasionally stealing shy glances at Gu Changge before promptly averting her gaze. Gu Changge merely glanced over. Unfazed, he was accustomed to such attention, having received it from numerous cousins within the clan. A few moments later, the maid returned. "Divine Son, Miss Qingqiu is already waiting for you in the courtyard," she announced respectfully. "Very well," Gu Changge responded with a nod as he stepped into the small courtyard. Just as he entered, he heard an excited voice from behind him. "Oh my, that is the Divine Son. How handsome!" Indeed, my heart raced the moment I saw him. How fortunate one would be to become the Divine Son's partner. Hearing the whispers behind him, Gu Changge remained serene, directing his gaze towards Gu Qingqiu, who rose quickly to greet him. "Good morning, Brother Divine Son." "Good morning. No need for such formality. As I mentioned before, please sit." Gu Changge smiled, taking a seat opposite her at the stone table. Gu Qingqiu nodded, sitting down curiously as she asked, "What brings you here so early, Brother Divine Son?" "It is this." Gu Changge lifted the jade pendant inscribed with the Void Qi. "This? Is there a problem?" Gu Qingqiu's heart skipped a beat, initially fearing that Gu Changge had come to inquire about the pendant's origin. However, she had prepared her response the night prior. "Sister Qingqiu, this pendant you gifted me is exceedingly precious. Do you realize what it contains? It holds records of extraordinary significance." "I do not know." Gu Qingqiu feigned ignorance, shaking her head. "I merely carried this jade pendant with me because it occasionally sparkled, giving off an air of elegance." "Please continue," she urged. Gu Changge nodded in agreement. "Is that so? Allow me to enlighten my dear sister Qingqiu about the true worth of this jade pendant. It harbors an extraordinary sacred level defensive technique that automatically protects its master. Sacred level. Moreover, it is a defensive technique. You must realize how precious that is." Chapter 14. A thousandfold return of the innate void barrier. 100-fold return of the supreme pill upon hearing this. Gu Qingqiu's face displayed a hint of astonishment. Of course, this was feigned. After all, she had inscribed it herself, so how could she be unaware? This charade was merely for the sake of performance. Gu Changge, observing the shock on Gu Qingqiu's face, couldn't help but feel a wave of amusement. What a character! Could it be that the supreme being from her past life was also a master of theatrics? Yet it made sense. Although she had been an empress in her previous life, she was now merely a practitioner at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening realm. Her status within the Chang family was a privilege she had conferred upon herself. This very reason presented an opportune moment to cultivate goodwill. Why not a sycophant? The binding of the return system to Gu Qingqiu indicated her character was undoubtedly commendable. At the very least, she was grateful. For instance, the void barrier in her possession. All it had cost him was an extraordinary artifact and some pills, yet he had acquired a sacred-level automatic protective divine ability, a benefit that could rival the 10,000-fold returns of the invincible return system. Here, take this. I have already mastered it. Gu Changge, undeterred by Gu Qingqiu's astonishment, extended the void barrier toward her. This declaration left Gu Qingqiu utterly flabbergasted, causing her to spring to her feet. She gazed at Gu Changge with disbelief. What? Brother divine son, you have mastered this sacred-level divine ability? Yes, Gu Changge replied with a nod. Gu Qingqiu murmured in disbelief. How is this possible? Even a sage requires considerable time to comprehend a sacred-level divine ability. Yet you have grasped it in just one night. Such talent. Could it be related to the second gift? What is the matter, Qingqiu? Gu Changge asked, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. Realizing her unusual demeanor, Gu Qingqiu quickly composed herself and congratulated him. Congratulations, brother divine son, on acquiring another formidable divine ability. This is all thanks to you. Here, take it. You can cultivate it as well. Very well. Gu Qingqiu did not decline, for she too could wield the void barrier, and it would serve as an excellent shield for her in future endeavors. Ding! The host has gifted the bound return target, Gu Qingqiu, a sacred-level defensive divine ability, the void barrier. Would you like to use the return multiplier card? Yes, no. Seeing this, Gu Changge's heart leaped with joy, confirming that it was indeed possible. He promptly declared within his mind, yes, use the 1,000-fold return card. Host successfully used the 1,000-fold return card. Fixed return multiplier, 1,000-fold. The host's sacred-level defensive divine ability, the void barrier, has transformed into the imperial-level defensive divine ability. The innate void barrier, accompanied by the system's notification, a turbulent sea of chaotic energy surged in Gu Changge's mind. As a strand of the innate void barrier pierced through the chaos, akin to the endowment of the great Dao, exploding instantaneously in his consciousness. Countless profound truths emerged vividly in his thoughts. Gu Changge felt a stirring within and opened his information interface. Character, Gu Changge strength. First layer of life wheel, 5 physique. Heavy eye, celestial bone technique. Void sutra, 5th layer 1, divine powers. Heavenly finger, minor accomplishment 30. Great void hand seal, minor accomplishment 30. Great void technique, entry 1. Innate supreme void vitality, not entered, binding object. Gu Qingqiu. This informational interface was discovered by Gu Changge during his contemplations, clearly presenting his personal information in its entirety. Gu Changge felt that even without a return function, this panel would allow him to navigate the path of cultivation seamlessly. After all, it was a progress display panel. He could clearly observe his advancements. It was not the lack of progress that worried him, but the inability to discern whether his training was effective. The information in the Divine Power section indicated that as the foremost scion of the Changsheng clan, he naturally learned various divine powers that were the direct inheritance of the Void Sutra. With these few divine powers, should he cultivate them successfully, he would be able to traverse the 3,000 realms with ease. The final entry, Innate Supreme Void Vitality, was the imperial-level protective divine power he had just acquired through a 100-fold return. Gaining yet another imperial-level protective divine power filled Gu Changge with delight, and he gazed at Gu Qingqiu with an increasingly gentle expression. This reborn supreme being was indeed his greatest treasure. After returning the void vitality divine power to Gu Qingxiu, Gu Changge bid her farewell, encouraging her to seek him out should she have any needs, before returning to his own courtyard. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Gu Changge pondered the marvels of the innate supreme void vitality in his mind, nodding slightly. Truly, it was an imperial-level defensive divine power, distinct from the void vitality that was directly condensed from the void. It required the essence of 5 elemental heavenly materials to refine a strand of innate supreme void vitality before it could be drawn from the void, continuously enhancing its source. The defensive capabilities were utterly formidable within the same realm. It was likely that opponents of the 3rd or 4th layers would find it nearly impossible to breach its defenses and might even suffer significant backlash. Such was the might of an imperial-level divine power. Furthermore, once fully developed, it could even be wielded to vanquish foes, rivaling an imperial-level offensive divine power and strength. Gu Changge exhaled softly, his eyes sparkling with vitality. As for the 5 elemental heavenly materials needed to refine the innate supreme void vitality, being the scion of the Changsheng clan, he need not toil to seek them out. A mere mention to his father would suffice to have them delivered promptly. Producing the communication jade pendant belonging to Gu Qing, Gu Changge conveyed his request to her before pausing. Once he acquired the 5 elemental heavenly materials, it would be ideal to refine a strand of innate supreme void vitality before the adult ceremony trials, thereby fortifying his invincible foundation, even though he might not necessarily encounter any life-threatening dangers. However, based on Gu Qingxiu's recent fortunes, it was certain that changes would occur within the Void's secret realm. And he still possessed 500-fold return cards. With 1 return per day, over 5 days, he could acquire some elixirs. He was curious about what valuable items the 100-fold return might yield, preferably those free of any toxic side effects that could swiftly enhance his strength. By the afternoon, Gu Changge had received the 5 elemental heavenly materials from Gu Qing, essential for refining the innate supreme void vitality. They are respectively golden spirit sand, wood spirit sacred fruit, water spirit pearl, fire cloud essence, and earth spirit jade. Each of these treasures is an extraordinary rarity, unattainable in the outside world for any price. Today, upon merely uttering a word, Gu Changge received no further inquiries from the Changsheng family, who promptly presented them. This exemplifies the formidable heritage of the Changsheng clan. Golden spirit sand is a mineral imbued with the utmost essence of gold, radiating a brilliance akin to that of gold itself, and possesses an unparalleled hardness. It can autonomously absorb the gold essence from the heavens and earth, making it an exceptional material for crafting top-tier gold artifacts and weapons. Weapons forged from golden spirit sand are extraordinarily sharp and indomitable. Wood spirit sacred fruit grows atop ancient trees that have stood for millennia, absorbing the quintessence of the sun, moon, and the spirit of the earth. Its exterior gleams a jade-like green, while its interior is rich with vibrant life force of the wood element. Water spirit pearl is formed from the congealment of eons-old ice and the essence of pristine seawater. Each of these treasures is truly remarkable. Chapter 15. Continuous nourishment with 100-fold return. Having spoken, Gu Changge began to cultivate the innate Tai Su Gang Qi in his mind, nurturing the primordial spiritual light that enveloped the 5 elemental treasures before him. A flash of chaotic brilliance flickered momentarily. Gu Changge opened his mouth and swallowed, ingesting all 5 elemental treasures. Instantly, the terrifying power of the 5 elements surged within his dantian, creating ripples across the vast spiritual sea. Yet, with a tremor of the 9-patterned fate wheel, this tumultuous elemental energy was forcefully subdued. Under Gu Changge's adept manipulation, the elemental energies commenced their operation in accordance with the principles of the innate Tai Su Gang Qi. Initially, their movements were awkward, resistant to his will. However, with Gu Changge's formidable spiritual strength guiding them, these elemental energies gradually formed a colossal, colorful vortex in his dantian, at the center of which a wisp of gas seemed to be brewing. Boom! The dantian's vast spiritual sea surged with overwhelming waves. At that moment, the nine-pattern fate wheel trembled incessantly, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Changge understood that although the phenomenon in his dantian appeared perilous, his solid foundation and perfected cultivation could not possibly be shaken. Thus, this was merely the manifestation of the innate Tai Su Gang Qi nearing its formation. Consolidate. Accompanied by Changge's internal command, a wisp of nebulous gas coalesced from the five-color vortex. Upon introspection, he discerned this ethereal gas in his dantian and exhaled with relief, his eyes widening in delight. It appeared this was indeed the primordial innate Tai Su Gang Qi. As Changge pondered, a thought sparked, causing the primordial innate Tai Su Gang Qi to transform into a circular barrier that enveloped him securely. With another thought, he reinforced it locally. With yet another, he could manipulate its form at will. However, this primordial innate Tai Su Gang Qi could only be utilized in dire circumstances, for once depleted, he would have to reconstitute it. The innate Tai Su Gang Qi possesses a total of 4 tiers: Qi gathering, Qi solidification, Gang refinement, and Gang integration, corresponding to the stages of initiation, mastery, minor accomplishment, and major accomplishment. Each stage exhibits varying degrees of defensive strength. For instance, Changge currently resides at the initiation stage of the innate Tai Su Gang Qi gathering, with the weakest defense, naturally corresponding to the realm of the innate Tai Su Gang Qi. Yet, in typical combat scenarios, Qi gathering, combined with Changge's profound foundation, would allow him to withstand attacks from the third or even fourth layer of the fate wheel with ease. Having reached initiation, it also autonomously protects its master. Although its defensive strength is not as formidable as when actively summoned, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. Upon realizing this, Changge noted that the midday light had transformed into night. It seemed the dawn of the next day had arrived. He resolved to seek out Xingqiu in the morning. Changge continued his meditative practice. In this world, natural talent is undoubtedly significant. Yet, as the saying goes, diligence can compensate for shortcomings. Success is unattainable without earnest effort. Changge would never entertain the notion of resting on his laurels, having become a divine offspring or having condensed the nine-pattern fate wheel and transcended to the fate wheel realm. On the contrary, he would strive even harder. His aspirations extend far beyond the confines of the imperial realm. He seeks immortality itself. The imperial realm offers but a mere few decades of existence, while only the celestial beings can gaze down upon the endless mundane world. In a single night, his physical prowess surged by an astonishing 100,000 pounds, with his spiritual C on the verge of reaching 1,100 zhong. This left Changge astounded. Remarkable. At his current pace of cultivation, would that not mean a mere 20 days to ascend from the first to the second layer of the life wheel? After all, with 100 zhong gained every 2 days, achieving 1,000 zhong would naturally take 20 days. Moreover, this is all accomplished through ordinary cultivation, without reliance on medicinal pills, thus ensuring a solid foundation. His innate talent is truly extraordinary. As Changge contemplated this, he made his way to visit Xingqiu. After Changge departed, Xingqiu gazed at his receding figure, her expression complex as she looked at the vials of elixirs in her hand. So, could it be that this fellow genuinely wishes to treat her well? After all, it is rumored that Changge is proud, selfish, and solely concerned with his own cultivation, showing indifference to all else. A day or two may be tolerable, but on the third day, he remains the same? What else does she possess aside from the supreme bone? It seems there is nothing more. If he desired the supreme bone, why did he refuse it that day? Sighing, Xingqiu's youthful face bore a frown atypical for her age. She truly could not comprehend Changge's intentions. Unbeknownst to her, Changge was reveling in his own elation. Ding! The host has utilized a fixed-rate 100-fold return card, granting a return to the bound target, Changge, of 1 vial of spirit-nurturing pill, resulting in a 100-fold return of 1 vial of Grand Dao pill. After bestowing Changge with an array of vials, he received a Grand Dao pill in return. The Grand Dao pill, as a scion of the illustrious Gu family, once the foremost among the first rank, and now the divine son. Changge was well aware of the significance of the Grand Dao pill. This supreme elixir can nurture the physical body and enhance innate talents. Indeed, it is said that some who consumed the Grand Dao pill awakened unparalleled physiques. However, whether this is true or not is of lesser importance. What truly matters is that the Grand Dao pill can assist Changge in nurturing the celestial bone within him, hastening the formation of its divine abilities. And it can also support the supreme bone. Yet, at present, he could not use it freely, and Changge certainly would not relinquish such a treasure to Qingxiu. Even if he could return it, the system forbids the use of its items in a convoluted manner, thus making a return impossible. Retrieving his reward from the system space, Changge held a porcelain vial, pouring forth a Grand Dao pill. Instantly, a rich aura of the Dao manifested, casting a gentle glow upon the pill in his hand, which appeared imbued with an extraordinary spirit, almost as if it were about to awaken and flee at any moment. Seeing the exquisite appearance of the Grand Dao pill, Changge's eyes sparkled. Is this truly the Grand Dao pill? With a 100-fold return on the spirit-nurturing pill, I have 4 more opportunities to acquire additional vials. Surely 4 should suffice to aid in nurturing my celestial bone and its corresponding techniques. With that thought, Changge turned his gaze towards the Grand Dao pill in his hand. Time to test this Grand Dao pill. He opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. The Grand Dao pill entering his being accompanied by a hint of sweetness. As Changge swallowed the great Dao pill, he felt a sudden emptiness in his mind, followed by a surge of refreshing energy rushing up to the divine palace of his soul. Simultaneously, a sudden pull emanated from his chest, which had remained dormant since his awakening. However, the invigorating sensation in his mind swiftly dissipated, bringing him back to his senses. He realized that they had absorbed the profound essence contained within the great Dao pill, yet a single pill was insufficient to instigate any transformation in the. He did not perceive any metamorphosis occurring. It was likely that even the supreme bone could not undergo a change from just one great Dao pill, and it was even less likely to do so. He resolved to continue consuming the pills. Changge's gaze sharpened as he persisted in nourishing with the great Dao pill. Chapter 16. Entering the second layer of the fate wheel in January. The sternum nurturing the celestial king for the next 4 consecutive days. Amidst Qingxiu's tangled thoughts and complex emotions, Changge visited her punctually each day, presenting not only pills, divine weapons, and spiritual stones, but also instructing the maidservants to bring an assortment of exquisite pastries. Qingxiu, in truth, had the ability to make such requests herself, yet she refrained, fully aware that her current standing was a result of Changge's benevolence. Residing under another's roof, she understood that her position was not solely the result of her own capabilities. Thus, apart from her daily necessities and diligent cultivation, she never sought anything from the illustrious Gu family. Nevertheless, within a mere 3 days, she ascended from the 9th layer of the opening veins to the 1st layer of the spirit-nurturing realm, her body now nurturing spiritual light. Once this light became abundant, she would be able to draw in the essence of the spiritual energy and transform it into liquid, thereby breaking through to the liquid transformation realm. At this moment, Changge was no longer at the first sequence mansion. The absence of the Divine Son's mansion was due to the fact that the Changsheng Gu family was in the process of constructing it, which would likely be completed after the coming-of-age trials, approximately 1 month hence. The Divine Son's residence of the Changsheng lineage was indeed extraordinary, requiring an unimaginable amount of celestial materials, divine gold, and spiritual wood for its creation, alongside various rare treasures and the molding of spiritual veins. In short, it was a laborious endeavor, but it also signified a lofty status. Changge was currently seated in a secret chamber within the estate of the Qing family, a place dedicated to Qing's cultivation. The underground spiritual vein here was of high quality, and the spiritual energy was continuously captured and concentrated by the chamber's gathering formation, forming a mist in mere moments. Changge took a deep breath, relishing the invigorating sensation brought forth by the abundant spiritual power, and then inquired of the system regarding her thoughts. System, if one does not use the daily return count, can it accumulate? Ding. If the host does not utilize the return count within the day, it will undergo a multiplier enhancement. The longer the bound target remains without a return, the higher the probability of triggering a high multiplier upon the next return. Is that so? Changge nodded, although the return count could not accumulate. The rule that the longer one refrained from returning, the higher the probability of a significant multiplier was indeed quite favorable. This inquiry was also for future arrangements, as it was impractical to carry out returns daily. Wasting opportunities would be regrettable, and since accumulation was not possible, this principle of sedimentation was most advantageous. Rest assured, the forthcoming days would be devoted entirely to rigorous cultivation. Within a month, she would undoubtedly reach the second layer of the fate wheel. And with 4 vials of the Grand Dao pill, she hoped to cultivate a trace of the power of her celestial bone. Taking a deep breath, Changge began to consume the pill and cultivate. On one day, after ingesting a vial of the Grand Dao pill, she sensed her spirit reaching its limits and commenced practicing the Void Sutra. The radiance of her celestial bone brightened by a fraction, and her Dantian's spiritual sea expanded by 50 yards. On the second day, the brilliance of her celestial bone increased by 3 fractions, with her Dantian's spiritual sea expanding by 60 yards. On the third day, on the fourth day, a terrifying celestial light surged within the secret chamber, as Changge's celestial bone manifested a formidable figure seated in meditation, surrounded by ethereal spiritual shadows kneeling in reverence, the Grand Dao yielding, and the sounds of the Dao resonating endlessly. And thus, day after day passed in a blink, and over 20 days swiftly elapsed. The day of the coming-of-age ceremony finally approaches. Within the secret chamber of the Gu family's ancestral estate, Changge slowly opens his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of vast and ethereal brilliance flashing across his dark gaze before returning to tranquility. At this moment, Changge's aura has intensified over a dozen times compared to a month prior. A smile plays upon his lips as he senses the rippling sea of spiritual energy within him. Elated by the fact that he has reached the second layer of the Wheel of Fate and expanded his spiritual sea to 2,200 zhong, solidifying his cultivation. Moreover, as Changge speaks, an ethereal glow subtly emanates through the precious fabric of his long robe, and within that celestial light appears a faint silhouette, exuding a fleeting aura of dread. This transformation of his celestial bone occurred after he consumed 4 vials of the Grand Dao elixir. Initially, the celestial bone contained only the brewing of celestial light, devoid of any substance. However, as Changge continuously ingested the Grand Dao elixir, the outline of a figure gradually manifested within the celestial light. Upon completing the 4 vials, the figure fully emerged, and he discerned the nature of the celestial method associated with the cultivation of his celestial bone. The celestial king descends to the 9 heavens. Once activated, it can summon the ethereal projection of the celestial king, imbuing every action with unparalleled might. However, as it merely activates a fragment of the accompanying celestial method of the celestial bone, it is likely that the celestial king descends to the 9 heavens can only amplify his combat prowess by 4 or 5 minor levels. Yet, as one ascends to higher realms, it could enable him to battle beyond his current limits. Overall, it is a versatile enhancement of celestial arts. Changge's gaze is intense. He is exceedingly pleased with the celestial king descends to the 9 heavens, as it signifies a substantial augmentation of his battle strength. Should this celestial method synergize with his dual pupil killing techniques, he could undoubtedly confront adversaries beyond his level. The beyond Changge refers to is not merely the ordinary cultivation realms, but rather the prodigies of equal standing, the holy sons, and the divine offspring of the same faction. Those weaker than him would be easily vanquished. Rising from his seated position, Changge straightens his robe, exhales a breath of stale air, and his eyes shine brilliantly. A month has passed. It is time to seek out Qingxiu for the return. I wonder how much he can reclaim after such a long period of accumulation. Perhaps I should provide him with the spirit-nurturing elixir. Wait, the elixir may not suffice. A month has passed, and she may have already broken through to the liquid transformation stage. Changge has witnessed the formidable prowess of the reborn empress. She can open her meridians 9 times in a day and break into the spirit-nurturing realm in 3 days, achieving the liquid transformation stage in a month. It is not surprising for a reborn empress, is it? Yet if it were anyone else, they would likely regard her as an even more monstrous talent than Changge himself. Just as he exits the secret chamber, a refined and mature middle-aged man, still possessing an air of grace, appears before him. Qing observes Changge, narrowing his eyes slightly, his smile broadening. The second layer of the Wheel of Fate, breaking through a layer in just a month. Impressive. Furthermore, it seems the cultivation of the celestial bone has progressed remarkably. At this moment, Changge's skin is like jade, radiating a faint celestial light, akin to the sun of the great Dao. This appearance signifies the initial awakening of his celestial bone. Originally graced with dual pupils and an innate divine aura, he now shines even more transcendently with the enhancement of his celestial bone. The allure of the individual is undeniable. Even Qing must concede that his son, irrespective of his cultivation, could effortlessly thrive based solely on his looks. Nevertheless, in this world, strength remains paramount. Indeed, with dual pupils and a celestial bone, it would be most peculiar if his progress were to be sluggish. Changge smiled before saying, "Father, I shall return to the Sequence Mansion to visit my sister Qingqiu. It has been a month, and I am curious about her well-being." "Very well, go ahead. But do remember to partake in the coming adult ceremony trial tomorrow." "Understood." With a wave of his hand, Changge made his way towards the Sequence Mansion. Chapter 17. The 9 True Dragon Blood Pill. A million gene of power in the secluded courtyard of the Sequence Mansion. A breathtakingly beautiful woman sat cross-legged upon a bed, exuding an aura that commanded the submission of myriad beings. This presence was akin to that of an unparalleled sovereign, compelling all races to bow in reverence. Qingqiu slowly opened her eyes, a flash of golden light flickering within. 1 month, having reached the 6th level of liquid transformation, is quite satisfactory. Tomorrow marks the initiation ceremony trial of the Void Secret Realm. My cultivation is barely sufficient to engage in the opportunity of the Dragon Elephant art. Having said this, Qingqiu directed her gaze toward the main estate. It had been a month. She wondered if Changge had broken through to the 2nd level of the Fate Wheel. However, there was little distinction between the 1st and 2nd levels. He had entered the Fate Wheel alone, creating a temporary rift. In her previous life, it seemed Changge had achieved his breakthrough a month after the initiation ceremony trial. The changes are monumental. Furthermore, Changge had awakened a second talent, one that was related to the celestial realm. As Qingqiu spoke, she suddenly sensed something, and her liquid transformation aura gradually concealed itself, morphing into the 5th level of the pregnancy spirit realm. A month ago, Qingqiu had advanced from the opening veins to the pregnancy spirit in merely 3 days, and now she displayed the prowess of the 5th level of the pregnancy spirit realm from the 1st level. A 4-level leap in a mere month is indeed extraordinary. However, her true strength remains at the 6th level of liquid transformation. The rebirth of a sovereign is no trivial matter. Having completed these reflections, Qingqiu arose and exited her chamber. A youthful boy, whose appearance was still tender, yet already hinted at an ethereal demeanor, stood in the center of the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Qingqiu emerge, a gentle smile graced his handsome face. Changge gazed at Qingqiu. In a month apart, the girl seemed to have matured, her aura now exuding an even more noble and transcendent quality. Such a transformation in just 1 month. Changge felt an instinctive shift within him and activated Qingqiu's panel. Nickname, Qingqiu. Identity, daughter of the Changsheng family branch. Reborn sovereign. Strength, 6th level of liquid transformation. Physique, sovereign bone. Cultivation method, Void Scripture. Divine abilities, Void Great Hand Seal, Void Barrier, Great Void Technique, Void Cutting, Void Solidification, Recent Fortune. As he scanned Qingqiu's panel, Change's eyes widened in astonishment, upon seeing her strength. No way. In just 1 month, she had advanced from the first level of the pregnancy spirit realm to the 6th level of liquid transformation. 1 major realm, 6 minor realms? Is this the astonishing nature of a reborn sovereign? Though his heart was shaken, Gu Changge maintained his composure as he looked at the emerging Gu Qingxiu and said with a smile, "Sister Qingxiu, you have become even more beautiful in this past month." "Brother Shinsi," Gu Qingxiu replied, shaking her head. "You are the one who appears even more extraordinary, like a celestial being, and your aura has grown increasingly profound." In truth, she too was internally astonished, for not only had she made remarkable progress, but Gu Changge had also advanced beyond imagination. Not only had he broken through to the 2nd level of the Fate Wheel, but Gu Qingxiu could also perceive a faint aura of celestial vitality emanating from him, a characteristic of awakened celestial bones. Gu Qingxiu spoke, her eyes narrowing slightly, as if she beheld a phantom seated upon Gu Changge's chest, one that suppressed all things in the world. Suddenly, this phantom opened its eyes, unleashing a wave of terror that crashed into Gu Qingxiu's mind. Despite her imperial-level soul, she staggered back several steps, her complexion paling. "This is astonishing." Gu Qingxiu's heart was shaken. Upon witnessing Gu Qingxiu retreating, her face drained of color. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow and glanced at her chest, understanding dawning within her. The celestial bone had indeed provided feedback moments ago. It appeared that Gu Qingxiu had uncovered something significant. "Are you all right?" Gu Changge approached Gu Qingxiu, extending her hand to support her as she inquired. I'm fine." Gu Qingxiu suppressed the terror within her, shaking her head with a pale face. "That is good to hear. However, the adult ceremony trial is imminent tomorrow, and I intend to bring you in early for a glimpse. Your current state is not suitable. Please accept this." Gu Changge nodded, refraining from further questions, and produced a bottle of 7th grade elixir, the Soul Restoration Pill. This remedy could repair the soul, replenish spiritual energy, and also aid in physical injuries. Seeing Gu Changge casually offer her a 7th grade elixir, Gu Qingxiu repeatedly shook her head. "No, I merely felt a bit unwell suddenly. A short rest will suffice." 7th grade elixirs are scarce, even for the divine scion of the Changsheng Gu family. The monthly quota amounts to only a few bottles, 2 7th grade elixirs, 1 8th grade elixir, and 1 9th grade elixir. Elixirs range from 1st grade at the lowest to 9th grade at the highest, with legends speaking of the existence of imperial elixirs, which have not been seen for countless ages since ancient times. "Take it." Gu Changge did not give Gu Qingxiu the chance to refuse, directly placing the elixir in her hands. "If you do not accept it, how will you trigger the return?" As the elixir was pressed into Gu Qingxiu's hands, the anticipated return sound resonated. It had been a month without any returns. "I wonder how many times this will multiply and what rewards will come." Ding! The host has gifted the bound return target, Gu Qingxiu, a bottle of 7th grade Soul Restoration Pill, triggering a 600-fold return, yielding a bottle of 9th grade True Dragon Blood Pill. 600-fold return. A bottle of 9th grade True Dragon Blood Pill. The True Dragon Blood Pill, rumored to be concocted from the blood of a true dragon, could significantly enhance physical strength by millions of pounds. A single bottle contains 10 pills, amounting to an astounding 10 million pounds of strength. Wow! Gu Changge never anticipated such a remarkable surprise after a month. It seems that triggering returns does not need to be a daily ritual. Letting things settle can also yield tremendous surprises. Having cultivated for a month, Gu Changge's physical strength had already reached 5 million pounds under the nurturing of the celestial bone. Should she further refine this bottle of True Dragon Blood Pill, she would possess an astonishing 15 million pounds of might. Such power could likely obliterate even those of the same realm. She was now eager to return and refine the True Dragon Blood Pill immediately. Yet, Gu Changge managed to restrain herself, suppressing any signs of abnormality. After soothing Gu Qingxiu, she earnestly reminded him to take the revitalizing pill before hastening back to her courtyard, simultaneously activating the barrier formation. With a flick of her wrist, a vial appeared in her hand, from which emanated a faint crimson glow, despite the vessel's concealment. She poured out a single pill into her palm. This pill, round and resembling a red agate, seemed to cradle within it a tiny blood-colored dragon, swimming with an otherworldly grace. Upon gazing at it, Changge was overwhelmed by an intense longing. Without hesitation, she swallowed it whole. As the pill entered her abdomen, a thunderous roar echoed, the sound akin to a dragon-esque cry, as her vital energy surged like a mighty river, beginning to fortify her physical form. Chapter 18. The second layer of the Wheel of Fate. Who can rival the might of 15 million gene? Silence enveloped the night. All 10 true dragon blood pills were completely refined by Changge. At this moment, his vitality surged, and with the slightest movement, it resonated like thunder, as if a storm was brewing within him. A mere flick of his hand caused the very air to tremble and distort, as though it were on the verge of shattering. The overwhelming power instilled in Changge a sense that he could effortlessly pierce the void and tear the heavens asunder. However, he was aware that this was merely the sensation of his power swelling. In reality, such feats were beyond his current capabilities. Yet, the strength of 15 million gene could indeed shatter mountains and fracture the earth. The rite of passage. In the second layer of the Wheel of Fate. With a physical strength of 1,500 gene, who could stand against him? Changge rose to his feet, a proud expression adorning his face. At that moment, a communication jade tablet from Qing flew forth from his storage ring, informing him that it was time to gather at the Void's secret realm. Upon seeing this, Changge retracted the jade tablet and stepped out of the courtyard, making his way to Qing's residence. He was fully prepared. Upon arrival, Changge smiled and said, "Let us proceed." "Indeed," replied Qingxiu, her beautiful eyes sparkling like autumn waters. Clad in a blue inner garment and draped in a white silk skirt, her stunning beauty, combined with an aura of supreme authority that commanded all, made it impossible for anyone to divert their gaze from her. However, when standing alongside Changge, she appeared somewhat diminished. His ethereal presence shone brighter, akin to a bonfire in the darkness. Before the Void's secret realm lay a vast plaza, where the younger generation of the Changsheng family had gathered in unison. The Void's secret realm opened its doors every 3 years, housing an array of extraordinary beasts and treasures banished by the Changsheng family. These rare materials were of little use to the elders, but held immense value for the younger generation. Even though the adult rite of passage occurred once every 3 years, the depth of the Void's secret realm remained unyielding, growing ever richer over time. Within its confines, treasures that would entice even those of the King's realm occasionally emerged. Finally, the time for the triannual adult rite of passage had arrived. This time, the rules had changed, introducing 2 ranking methods, one based on individual points as before, and another based on team rankings. How I wish to be placed on the same team as the Son of Heaven. Speaking of which, the son of Changge has truly defied expectations. Not long after becoming the first in the sequence, he awakened a second talent, prompting the ancestor to manifest and designate him as the Son of Heaven. Many members of the Changsheng family engaged in animated discussions, their focus naturally turning to Changge, who had stirred the waters a month prior. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The second in the sequence. Xuanhuan has arrived." Xuanhuan had achieved the 9th level of the Rainbow Bridge realm a month ago. It remained uncertain whether he had crossed into the Wheel of Fate. Possessing 108 kingly bones, he was a born ruler, exuding an overwhelming presence that could easily dampen the spirits of others. Previously, he was a formidable rival to the son of Changge, and it was unclear what sparks would fly when they met again during this rite of passage. As some began to speak, yet another voice cried out in astonishment. The third sequence. The Frostblade Young Master has also arrived. He is a natural sword body, a manifestation of a sacred body. Previously, during the sequence competition, he had already showcased the sword intent that could rival the might of Gaia's champions. Had it not been for the mysterious powers of the long-song divine child's dual pupils, and the fact that the Frostblade Young Master's strength only reached the 7th layer of the Rainbow Bridge, it is likely that at that time, the first sequence would not have been the long-song divine child. Such terrifying sword intent. One glance felt as if one's eyes were pierced. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the 4th fifth, and several other sequences appeared as if summoned by an unspoken agreement. When they arrived at the center of the plaza, the surrounding disciples of the Changsheng Gu family began to position themselves behind their favored sequences. Moreover, a significant number of onlookers continued to observe, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they frequently glanced toward the entrance of the void's secret realm, hoping to catch a glimpse of a figure that seemed to transcend the mundane, exuding an air of unrivaled nobility. Finally, in the next moment, the entrance of the void's secret realm distorted with mist, and two figures immediately captured everyone's attention. The first to step into the secret realm plaza was a youthful boy, whose appearance was strikingly youthful and innocent. This boy was exceptional. His features were as ethereal as a painting, and his noble demeanor was beyond words. Resembling a child of the celestial spirits, with every gesture captivating the very essence of the surrounding world. Beside him was a girl of exquisite beauty. At such a tender age, already displayed the early signs of breathtaking allure. This was none other than Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. When the crowd beheld Gu Changge, they were all momentarily stunned. "This is the Longsong divine child?" A gasp escaped as they marveled at the remarkable transformation in just a month. Such poise, such dazzling brilliance, it was awe-inspiring and terrifying. It seemed that during this month apart, Gu Changge had undergone a tremendous metamorphosis. Perhaps due to the awakening of a second divine ability, all the disciples of the Changsheng Gu family were utterly astounded. The second sequence, Gu Yuan, the third sequence, Gu Frostblade, along with Gu Ziyu, Gu Xiao, and others, gazed at Gu Changge with eyes filled with shock, their hearts in turmoil. Undoubtedly, Gu Changge's appearance had already made it clear to all the sequences that after a month of absence, this former first sequence, now designated as the divine child by the ancestral authority, had undergone a cataclysmic change in strength. Gu Frostblade's gaze was fixed intently on Gu Changge, his long sword humming with a fierce resonance, its terrifying sword intent enveloping the entire secret realm plaza, the chilling sword light flickering in the void, sending shivers down spines. Gu Yuan also emanated a domineering aura, akin to a sovereign reigning over the world, trampling across the cosmic rivers and stars, compelling one to kneel in submission. Gu Changge regarded Gu Yuan and Gu Frostblade with interest. In the past, before awakening his celestial bones, innate wisdom, and supreme abilities, perhaps the two could have posed a modicum of pressure upon him, but now he felt none whatsoever. Gu Qingxiu was also the focus of attention. Many marveled at her beauty, likening her to a celestial being. Yet, others recognized that Gu Qingxiu possessed the royal bone, a supreme talent within the Changsheng Gu family, capable of rivaling the dual pupils. Now, standing beside Gu Changge, it seemed they were kindred spirits. This sparked envy and admiration among many disciples of the Changsheng Gu family. Dual pupils combined with the royal bone. Indeed, the main lineage remains the main lineage. Once Gu Changge made his entrance, Gu Qing and 6 esteemed elders of the clan manifested, standing majestically above the ethereal square of the secret realm. Gu Qing gazed down upon the multitude of Gu family's progeny, pausing momentarily on Gu Changge before proclaiming in a resonant voice, "The triennial rite of passage has once again commenced, and I trust you are all aware of the alterations in the rules. Now, each of you shall take hold of your tokens and, guided by the radiance, arrange yourselves into 10 distinct groups. Subsequently, the Divine Sun and the sequence will draw the numbers for the teams." Chapter 19. Treat others with kindness. Respect the elderly and cherish the young. Gu Qingxiu was bewildered. Gu Qing waved his sleeve, signaling the commencement. In the next moment, thousands of tokens began to radiate brilliance across the void Secret Realms Plaza, as the young descendants of the Gu family followed the luminous guidance to their designated areas. Gu Changge, Gu Yuan, Gu Shuangjian, and other lineage members remained stationary, not needing to take any action. Gu Qingxiu also refrained from moving. This time, she was merely accompanying Gu Changge to observe, and her actions would not contribute to the team score, nor had she received a token. The 6 venerable clan elders beside Gu Qing fixed their gaze upon Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. One elder remarked, "Patriarch, is it appropriate for Gu Qingxiu who possesses the supreme bone, to directly accompany the divine sun into the void secret realm. Indeed, while the void secret realm may not harbor particularly formidable beasts or apparitions, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, we risk losing a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy endowed with the supreme bone, another elder interjected. Gu Qing maintained a tranquil demeanor as he looked down at Gu Qingxiu standing beside Gu Changge, responding mildly, "It is of no concern. Changge has his own plans, and we shall observe. What unexpected events could possibly arise? Hasn't the void secret realm experienced disturbances recently? It's better to be overly cautious than to face dire consequences." A third elder sighed. "It will be fine. Moreover, since Qingxiu has come with Changge, it is likely that Changge has consulted her, and she has assented," Gu Qing concluded, leaving the assembled elders with little room for further dissent. As for the issue of age restrictions preventing entry, that merely reflected a lack of cultivation sufficient to transcend the rules. Even though the Changsheng Gu family stood exalted, overlooking the mortal realm, there remained distinctions of status within. After all, where in the world is there no hierarchy? Before long, the teams were organized into 10 groups, effectively quashing any ambitions some may have harbored to follow behind the powerful lineages. "Changge, draw your token," Gu Qing instructed. A glimmer of spiritual light descended before Gu Changge and the others. Without hesitation, Gu Changge reached out to grasp the radiant orb. In an instant, the light transformed into a white jade token, prominently inscribed with the number 10, indicating that Gu Changge would lead the 10th team into the void secret realm for the rite of passage trial. As Gu Changge drew his token, the descendants of the Changsheng Gu family from the 10 teams held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome. When they saw Gu Changge assume command of the 10th team, the entire group erupted in jubilant cheers. Conversely, those who were not selected by Gu Changge felt a palpable sense of disappointment. However, they quickly rallied their spirits. Lamentation would be futile. With Gu Changge's endorsement unattainable, the second and third ranks, Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian, were also commendable choices. Before long, Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian completed their token draws. Whether by coincidence or fate, the tokens they drew corresponded precisely with their ranks, landing them in the second and third teams, respectively, inciting ecstatic cheers from the members of those teams. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Qing gazed upon the 9 figures standing before the 10 teams, nodding in satisfaction. "Very well, you are now free to enter the void secret realm. The tokens possess life-preserving properties. Should danger arise, you will be expelled from the realm, and your points will be locked in. After the conclusion, individual rankings will be compiled. Now proceed." One team after another entered the void secret realm. Gu Qing, along with 6 other exceptionally skilled elders, concentrated to form a spiritual mirror, beginning to observe the internal circumstances of the realm. Gu Changge led the 10 teams into the void secret realm. Upon stepping into the domain, a rich essence of spiritual energy enveloped them, invigorating their senses. The members of the Changsheng Gu family among the 10 teams displayed expressions of delight. Their gazes gravitated towards Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. Although Gu Changge was their leader, the vast disparity in status rendered them hesitant to approach him casually. Standing beside Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu sensed the unease emanating from the Changsheng Gu disciples behind her. Given Gu Changge's historically self-serving nature, she anticipated he might disregard the team and pursue personal glory. How would he act now? The pretense of the past few days was bound to be unveiled. Gu Qingxiu pondered, feeling a slight discomfort at the thought that Gu Changge's recent actions were merely fade. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Soon, when she acquired the opportunity of the dragon-elephant technique and bestowed it upon him, their grievances would be settled, allowing her to swiftly journey to the origin of the Changsheng Gu family to retrieve that item. Once in her possession, her cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, enabling her to seize subsequent opportunities. Just as Gu Qingxiu was lost in thought, Gu Changge's gentle voice resonated nearby. "Esteemed guests, while I hold the identity of a divine offspring, I was once merely a disciple of the Changsheng Gu family. There is no need for such formality." His warm tone swept away the uneasiness that had taken root in many hearts. Within the 10 teams, numerous young women of the Changsheng family, hearing Gu Changge's voice and perceiving his current demeanor, gazed at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration and joy. "Your Highness, the divine offspring," one bold young woman ventured. "May I inquire about your plans moving forward, and how we should proceed?" Others nodded in agreement, their eyes fervently fixed on Gu Changge. Although Gu Changge had previously possessed dual pupils and had fought valiantly to become the first in hierarchy, there were many within the Changsheng family who understood the nuances of his character. The newly ascended divine offspring seemed aloof, indifferent to everything, intent only on forging his own invincible path. However, it was evident now that he was markedly different. Truly, rumors can be misleading. Gu Changge turned to the clan woman who spoke first, smiling as she nodded in acknowledgement. "We are all entering the Void Secret Realm for the first time. Among the most formidable beasts and monsters here are those of the Divine Passage Realm, which pose no threat to me. Henceforth, I invite you all to join me in hunting these fierce creatures. I will handle the Divine Passage monsters, while the rest can vanquish the other beasts at your discretion." The members of the 10 teams, upon hearing her words, displayed expressions of joy and fervor. This, indeed, is one of the advantages of being part of the Sun's protective team. There is no risk of elimination. In the presence of our Sun, even the Life Wheel and Divine Passage realms seem as insignificant as mere poultry, posing no threat whatsoever. They merely need to accumulate points. Moreover, they might even receive guidance from the Sun himself. Additionally, several long-lived clan women from the Gu family frequently cast glances at Gu Changge's remarkably handsome visage, their cheeks flushed with shyness, likely harboring some other fanciful and embarrassing thoughts within their hearts. Chapter 20. Slaying the Beast of the Fate Wheel Without Coordination. Gu Qingqiu stared in a daze at Gu Changge, blinking in disbelief. Is this real? Who is this gentle and caring youth toward his kin? Surely, you cannot be Gu Changge. Have you been impersonated? A tempest of emotions surged within Gu Qingqiu as she began to doubt the trajectory of her rebirth in this world, suspecting it may diverge significantly from her previous life. Gu Changge had changed too much, which justified her suspicion. However, despite this thought, verification was necessary. Gu Qingqiu's bright eyes sparkled with clarity. It was uncertain whether only Gu Changge had undergone transformation. The truth would reveal itself after the completion of the coming-of-age trial, for there would be a fateful opportunity, dragon elephant skill, within it. Let us proceed. Gu Changge pondered for a moment before adding, however, we must not wander aimlessly. Have the elders within the clan provided you with any treasure locations before entering the Void Secret Realm? The Void Secret Realm had been open for quite some time. Every adult clan member who entered would surely have encountered some treasures that could not be immediately claimed. Thus, many elders would gather this information to relay it to their children upon entry, ensuring they could not only compete against the ferocious beasts and spirits, but also seize fortuitous encounters. As Gu Changge's words fell, many within the 10 teams exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with intrigue. Undoubtedly, some of them possessed such treasure locations. Yet, it was improbable they would easily share this information. For what if it were claimed by others? But in the next moment, Gu Changge's statement sent a tremor through those of the Gu family who harbored treasure locations, their gazes fixed incredulously upon him. With a calm smile, Gu Changge declared, I am aware you possess such information. I can assist you in seizing these opportunities without any cost. The essence of the coming-of-age trial lies in honing our collaborative spirit. Moreover, places of fortune would inevitably be guarded by high-level, ferocious beasts, allowing for greater points to be earned. This was the true intent of Gu Changge. As a revered scion, his words carried considerable weight. A mature-looking youth, armed with a long sword, stepped forward. Gu Jing politely addressed Gu Changge, Scion. I possess information regarding a location of opportunity discovered by my cousin from the last generation. It is guarded by a fate wheel-level beast, which protects a 6th-grade treasure herb. Upon finishing his statement, the youth's gaze intensely focused on Gu Changge. Gu Changge's eyes sparkled with interest. A fate wheel beast is worth 100 points. If your information is accurate, that opportunity shall belong to you. I will handle the Fate Wheel Beast. As the scion of the Changsheng family, I cannot tarnish my name. I shall undoubtedly claim the top position in the coming-of-age trial." Hearing Gu Changa's words, Gu Jing's spirits soared. He quickly replied, "My cousin marked the location. As long as we present the token, it will guide us. I just checked, and it is nearby." "Very well, then let us set forth." Gu Changa nodded, allowing Gu Jing to guide him. In the void secret realm square, Gu Qing and 6 clan elders observed the unfolding events. Upon witnessing Gu Changa's benevolent concern for his kin and his intent to help them secure their opportunities, they nodded in approval, smiles gracing their faces. The long-song divine son has begun to exhibit the grace of a true scion, destined to lead the younger generation of the Gu family. One of the elders, gently stroking his white beard, remarked with a faint smile, "This initiative by the long-song divine son serves a dual purpose. It not only aids his kin in seizing opportunities, but also allows him to vanquish formidable beasts and demons, thereby amassing substantial points. At merely 16 years of age, such foresight is truly commendable," another elder added. Hearing the praises of the elders directed towards Gu Changa, Gu Qing felt an overwhelming joy swell within, his lips curling into a subtle smile. However, he restrained his elation, understanding that the true outcome would only be revealed upon the completion of the adulthood trial. It was perhaps premature to draw conclusions. The 6 elders exchanged glances, all breaking into laughter, while Gu Qing internally reveled in their perception. Accompanied by Gu Qingxiu and the 10th squad of the Gu family disciples, Gu Changa journeyed towards the locus of opportunity guarded by a beast of the Fate Wheel realm, which housed 6-tier medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, several dozen miles to the right of Gu Changa, another group was advancing in the same direction. In the second sequence, Gu Yuan was conversing with a companion. "Are you certain there are 6-tier medicinal herbs and a Fate Wheel realm beast there?" "Yes, Gu Yuan." The individual affirmed with a nod. "This opportunity was bestowed upon me by my cousin from 2 generations ago." "Very well. Once we slay that Fate Wheel beast and procure the 6th-tier herbs, there will be ample rewards upon our return." "Thank you, Gu Yuan." The Gu family disciple's expression brightened at these words. As for the desire to acquire the 6th-tier herbs and the points from the Fate Wheel beast, such thoughts had never crossed his mind. Unbeknownst to Gu Changa, others had also conceived a similar plan and were fortuitously aligned with him. However, due to Gu Changa's proximity to this opportunity, he arrived swiftly at the designated location. It was a dense jungle, through the gaps in the trees. A colossal nest could be seen nestled in the heart of the thicket. "The divine son resides here," Gu Jing remarked reverently, gazing at the nest. Upon hearing this, Gu Changa turned his attention towards the nest, where a fearsome bird radiating intense heat lay within. This avian creature, towering 100 feet in size, rested with its abdomen rising and falling, seemingly in slumber. The fire eagle phoenix, indeed a creature of the Fate Wheel realm, and at the 2nd tier, Gu Changa nodded in affirmation of the intelligence received. Aside from Gu Qingxiu, the other disciples of the Gu family in the 10th squad felt a knot tighten in their chests. The Fate Wheel realm is not something they could confront. Fortunately, they had the divine son among them. All eyes turned to Gu Changa, for among them, he alone possessed the capability to contend with a 2nd-tier Fate Wheel beast. Gu Jing inquired, "Divine son, how shall we assist you in your endeavors?" Taken aback, Gu Changa looked at Gu Jing curiously. "Assist? In what manner?" Gu Jing faltered, awkwardly replying, "Of course, to assist you in slaying this beast. A mere 2nd-tier Fate Wheel beast? There is no need for your assistance." Gu Changa chuckled, and under the astonished gazes of Gu Jing and the other disciples of the 10th squad, he stepped forward resolutely. "I shall vanquish this beast with a mere gesture." Gu Changa spoke lightly, then raised his hand to press down, unleashing a terrifying spatial fluctuation that coalesced into rippling waves upon the head of the fiery eagle phoenix, situated at the 2nd tier of the Life Wheel realm. A resonant hum reverberated through the air, and in an instant, a colossal, semi-transparent hand measuring 300 feet descended to impose its might. The Void Hand Seal. Almost the moment Gu Changa unleashed his attack, the fiery eagle phoenix, which had been resting, was abruptly roused, its head lifted high as it gazed in terror at the immense hand descending upon it. With a piercing cry, The fiery eagle phoenix let out a shrill screech. Chapter 21. The hand of fate strikes down the beast of the wheel of destiny. Astonishment enveloped the arena as the colossal imprint of a hand, infused with the fury of thunder, descended upon the scene. The fire eagle phoenix, having just raised its hand, was met by the overwhelming force of the 300 zhong void handprint. A thunderous roar erupted from the earth, and clouds of dust were cast into the air. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth as the fire eagle phoenix was instantly subdued by the handprint. In the next moment, the handprint clenched and blood gushed forth, feathers scattering like autumn leaves. The force radiating from the handprint whipped through the air, causing the hairs of Gu Jing and the other disciples of the Gu family to flutter wildly. Yet they stood transfixed, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the fate of the fire eagle phoenix, a beast of the second level of the Wheel of Destiny, being effortlessly crushed into a pulp by the divine hand of Gu Changge. Is this the true power of the divine son? Among his peers, how many possess the capability to obliterate a beast of the second level of the Wheel of Destiny with but a mere gesture? Surely, only the divine son himself holds such might. A chill ran down the spines of Gu Jing and the other disciples of the long-lived Gu family. As Gu Changge vanquished the beast, the tokens of the Gu family members who had yet to earn points flickered with brilliance. Gu Changge's name soared to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Simultaneously, the team led by Gu Changge ascended from the 10th position to the 1st. Witnessing this spectacle, all the Gu family disciples participating in the initiation ceremony were taken aback. What is this? The divine son has made his move? A staggering surge of 100 points. Has he truly slain a beast of the Wheel of Destiny? Truly, the divine son is formidable. In the 3rd position, Gu Xuanhuan swiftly dispatched a specter of the 6th level of the Rainbow Bridge, glancing at the leaderboard where Gu Changge's name shone brightly at the top. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, "Has he slain a beast of the Wheel of Destiny? I too shall seek one to vanquish." After speaking, Gu Xuanhuan turned to his team. Though he initially intended to depart, he hesitated, sighing inwardly. He yearned for solitary action, yet reality dictated otherwise. If he left, the 3rd team would disband, and how would the clan perceive him then? However, Gu Xuanhuan found it curious. Given Gu Changge's temperament, he should share similar thoughts. Yet points for the team could only be accumulated through collective efforts against the beasts. This meant that Gu Changge had indeed secured 100 points with his team's disciples present. Unable to unravel his thoughts, Gu Xuanhuan chose to disregard them, leading the others in a swift hunt for more beasts. Gu Ziyu, Gu Xiaoxiao, and others exchanged glances, each lost in their own contemplations. Meanwhile, in the 2nd position, Gu Yuan had already heard the resounding echoes of Gu Changge's triumph over the beast. Simultaneously, he glimpsed the leaderboard showcasing Gu Changge and the 10th team at the pinnacle. Was it truly Gu Changge who had struck? Quick, let's follow. Gu Yuan called out to the 2nd trial team behind him, and thus, the events unfolded around Gu Changge. With a swift motion, he effortlessly dispatched the fire eagle phoenix beast, a creature of the 2nd layer of the Fate Wheel realm, without a flicker of emotion. At present, he himself had attained the 2nd layer of the Fate Wheel realm, and moreover, it was the 2nd layer of the 9-pattern Fate Wheel. Not to mention, his technique was derived from the Imperial Legacy, the Void Sutra, which naturally set his actions apart from the ordinary. Merely based on his cultivation, he could subdue a typical Fate Wheel realm beast like the Fire Eagle Phoenix, which was roughly at the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel realm. If he were to combine this with his physical prowess, he might even contend with beasts at the 8th or 9th layer of the Fate Wheel realm. Should he employ the heavy gaze and the celestial arts within his celestial bones, he would be invincible among those of the same realm, even against other prodigies. This was the unparalleled foundation that the heavy gaze and celestial bones bestowed upon Gu Changge. To pose a challenge to him, one would need a pure-blood beast of at least the 6th or 7th layer of the Fate Wheel realm. Beasts are categorized into varieties: ordinary beasts and pure-blood beasts, the latter being one of the great adversaries of humanity across the 3,000 realms, a topic for another time. Having accomplished his task, Gu Changge observed the fire eagle phoenix that he had reduced to a mere pulp and turned to Gu Jing, saying, "I have dealt with this Fate Wheel realm beast. You may now seize your opportunity. Gu Jing, momentarily dazed, snapped back to reality. Oh, thank you, Divine Son. His expression still bore traces of astonishment as he made his way toward the nest of the fire eagle phoenix. Moments later, Gu Jing approached Gu Changge with a radiant smile, clutching a fiery red herb that resembled the tail feathers of the fire eagle phoenix. The fire eagle treasure herb. Its vibrant hue suggests it is perilously close to a 5th-grade treasure. The other members of the Changsheng Gu family looked on with envy at Gu Jing. A 6th-grade treasure. Such treasures, aside from those of the Divine Son's caliber who might occasionally acquire them, would likely remain unseen by these ordinary disciples throughout their lives. Treasures, like elixirs, are categorized by grades, ranging from 1 to 9, with anything above that being classified as an immortal divine medicine. Sensing the gazes of the other Changsheng Gu family members upon him, Gu Jing's joy momentarily waned. After several breaths of hesitation, he resolutely bit his lip and presented the fire eagle treasure herb to Gu Changge. Divine Son, had it not been for your intervention, I would not have obtained this 6th-grade treasure. This treasure rightfully belongs to you. Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to Gu Changge. He waved his hand dismissively. Keep it. This is your fortune, as we agreed upon. Gu Changge replied with a gentle smile. Finally, upon realizing that Gu Changge had no intention of accepting the treasure, Gu Jing relaxed and gratefully accepted the herb, his face lighting up with uncontainable joy. Seeing Gu Changge's demeanor, several disciples who possessed their own fortunes could no longer remain composed. Divine Son, I know of a Fate Wheel Realm opportunity. I have one as well. Divine Son, I possess a remarkable opportunity guarded by a beast of the divine realm. More than a dozen individuals stepped forth from the ranks, their expressions filled with fervor and admiration as they approached Gu Changge. Yet within the throng, Gu Changge heard whispers of a divine realm opportunity. He raised his hand, and the eager disciples of the Gu family fell silent, gazing at Gu Changge's ethereal and distinguished visage with a sense of yearning. Moments ago, a mention was made of an individual possessing the opportunity of transcending the divine realm. Gu Changge was about to invite the esteemed member of the Gu clan, endowed with such a rare gift, to step forward for a more detailed conversation. However, before he could complete a sentence, his words faltered, replaced by a gaze directed towards the rear of the procession. Gu Qingxiu, sensing an unusual presence, followed Gu Changge's line of sight. In the next instant, a figure radiating an aura of dominance, akin to a sovereign walking among mortals, appeared. Gu Yuan, leading the Trial Team 3. The mere mention of the Gu Yuan sequence sent ripples through the crowd. Gu Changge regarded Gu Yuan with an unruffled demeanor, yet the reactions of those around him were far from tranquil. The Gu Yuan sequence. Oh my, Gu Yuan has always been at odds with the esteemed son of Changge. Surely, a confrontation is imminent. I cannot contain my anticipation, given Gu Yuan's temperament. It is inconceivable that he would not engage in a contest of skill with the son of Changge. Chapter 22, the second sequence, a single blow. Indeed, it is you. Gu Yuan's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Gu Changge, the son of Changge. After uttering these words, he turned his attention to the ruins of the Fire Eagle Phoenix's lair, and upon seeing the ground where the Fire Eagle Phoenix had been reduced to a bloody pulp, his pupils constricted. It appears that the opportunities here have already been seized by you, son of Changge, Gu Yuan asserted with conviction. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded in affirmation. So you possess knowledge of the opportunities here as well? Naturally. Is there anything else? If not, I shall lead my team away now. Should we engage, it might have significant repercussions for you. Gu Changge's voice was warm, devoid of any hint of aggression. The son does not wish to contend with Gu Yuan's sequence. Is he afraid? It seems that since Gu Changge ascended to the status of son, he has undergone considerable change, perhaps in consideration of family harmony. After all, he is destined to lead our Changsheng Gu clan, perhaps to some extent. Yet to say he is afraid, are you blind? Did you not witness the death of a life Wheel Realm beast? It was evidently a single strike that brought it down. Can we even fathom the power of the sun? The members of the second team, led by Gu Yuan, were abuzz with speculation. The disciples of the 10th team of the Changsheng Gu clan shared similar sentiments. Yet unlike the doubts expressed by the second team, They held unwavering faith in Gu Changge's prowess. After all, the sight of him annihilating a life-wheel realm beast moments ago was nothing short of astonishing, leaving no room for fear. It can only be said that as the esteemed son, Gu Changge's vision has indeed broadened. What others may think, Gu Yuan was unaware of. But upon hearing Gu Changge's words directed at him, his fists instinctively tightened. What do you mean? Gu Yuan frowned, casting a cold glare at Gu Changge. Do you believe that should I strike at you, I would inevitably be defeated and severely injured? Gu Changge did not respond, maintaining a faint smile upon his face. It was precisely this demeanor, devoid of words, that conveyed to Gu Yuan what Gu Changge truly thought. Gu Yuan's expression shifted, a flicker of anger igniting within him as he stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming and domineering aura of his ninth layer in the Rainbow Bridge realm. Gu Changge, do you think that because you have awakened a second talent, become the sun, and broken through to the life wheel, you can overshadow all of us in the Changsheng Gu clan? Do not forget that when contending for the first sequence, two shall stand against you. Boom! The terrifying aura surged forth, scattering leaves and swirling dust. Even the disciples of the Changsheng Gu clan felt as though a mountain pressed upon their chests, their breaths quickening involuntarily. Gu Yuan, endowed with 108 king bones, was a born ruler, although both were in the Rainbow Bridge realm. The disparity was so great that the disciples of the Changsheng Gu clan found any thought of resistance utterly daunting. Very well then, let us settle this swiftly so that you may recover sooner. Gu Changge, how dare you look down upon me? Gu Yuan roared in fury, his foot striking the ground as he transformed into a terrifying streak of light, hurtling towards Gu Changge. The space seemed to rend apart. In an instant, the streak of light surged before Gu Changge. A fist launched forth, shattering the void, akin to a ferocious tiger charging directly at Gu Changge. It was Gu Yuan's dominant tiger fist from his sequence. Previously during the martial arts testing ground, Gu Yuan had already demonstrated a formidable strength of 8 million pounds with the Bahu fist. Now, it is likely that he has reached the astonishing force of 10 million pounds. One must understand that Gu Yuan is a natural-born king, and when combined with the saint-level Bahu fist, his might is significantly amplified, making such immense power entirely plausible. Gu Yuan's prowess has evidently grown stronger, and he is perhaps not far from the Wheel of Destiny realm. Among the young generation of the Changsheng Gu family, who else could unleash 8 million pounds in a single punch? Even the former Gu Changge could not achieve such a feat, let alone Gu Yuan, who can now erupt with nearly 10 million pounds of force. No one can rival him. However, just as the spectators were astonished by the terrifying might of Gu Yuan's fierce tiger punch, the once menacing and formidable wild tiger was suddenly shattered by a beam of fist light, accompanied by a crisp crack that echoed through the void. This unexpected sound of shattering captured the attention of every disciple of the Changsheng Gu family present, plunging the atmosphere into silence. This was soon followed by a resounding boom. In the eyes of the crowd, a shadow was propelled out from the cloud of dust caused by the explosion, crashing violently into several towering trees. The colossal trees collapsed with a thunderous crash, their leaves swirling in the air. Those who anticipated a fierce battle were left gaping in shock at this sudden turn of events. How is this possible? Gu Yuan, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, was filled with disbelief. His right hand was now hanging limply at his side, having suffered a comminuted fracture. A mere fracture would heal in a few days, he thought. I shall take my leave now. Gu Changge smiled and nodded at the incredulous Gu Yuan before turning to walk towards the astonished Gu Jing and others. A flash of brilliance crossed Gu Qingqiu's beautiful eyes, her heart deeply shaken. That punch must have exceeded at least 15 million pounds of power. To possess such physical strength at the Wheel of Destiny realm is astonishing. This individual has changed dramatically compared to the Gu Changge of my previous life, not only in character, but also in talent and combat prowess. Gu Qingqiu was acutely aware of the significance of achieving such force at the second level of the Wheel of Destiny realm. In her past life, even the most outstanding geniuses competing in the 3,000 domains would scarcely reach 1,500 pounds of strength at that level, barring those with extraordinary physical gifts. Gu Changge, with his dual pupils and the mysterious potential within him, should not possess such extraordinary physical qualities. While Gu Qingqiu was lost in her thoughts, Gu Changge had already approached Gu Jing and the others. Those who were aware of the opportunities within the divine connection realm stepped forward. As he led the way, Gu Jing and the other disciples of the 10th team of the Gu family snapped back to reality, their faces filled with excitement and admiration as they followed Gu Changge's lead. As they watched Gu Changge and his companions depart, the second team of Changsheng Gu family disciples could not contain their astonishment. My heavens! The divine son Changge has actually defeated Gu Yuan with a single punch. The disparity between the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm and the Wheel of Destiny realm is so vast. It seems that even Gu Yuan, who could once contend with the divine son Changge, now cannot withstand a single blow. Could it be that the divine son Changge's Wheel of Destiny realm is exceptionally strong, rather than a mere reflection of the gap between the two realms? If Gu Yuan were to engage in combat with an ordinary fate wheel, a single punch would likely suffice to obliterate it, for that is a blow of untold might. Cough, cough. Clutching his right arm, Gu Yuan spat out a couple of mouthfuls of blood as he rose from the ground, casting his gaze toward Gu Changge. What could that fellow's awakened second talent possibly be to undergo such a transformation? How could he possess such terrifying physical strength? Gu Yuan muttered to himself, a tearing sensation in his chest as if it were splitting apart, causing his complexion to pale once more. Just moments ago, Gu Changge had claimed that taking action against him would have significant repercussions. It truly was not a matter of underestimating him. Yet, the more he pondered this, the greater Gu Yuan's fury grew, for it only served to affirm that he was inferior to Gu Changge. Chapter 23. Divine Light Ascends. The emergence of fierce beasts in the divine connection realm outside the void secret realm. Gu Qing and 6 clan elders gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. However, Gu Qing quickly regained his composure, adjusting his expression, though the upward curl of his lips was nearly impossible to suppress. The other elders marveled at the scene. The son of Long Song had broken through the fate wheel, transforming as if reborn. Gu Yuan, possessing the heavenly king physique and 108 royal bones, a born leader, unleashed a punch imbued with immense spiritual force, a weight of at least 10 million pounds. Yet, the son of Long Song, with a single strike, defeated Gu Yuan, heralding an unimaginable future. The Changsheng Gu family would soon produce another emperor. After the elders expressed their awe, they cast envious glances at Gu Qing. Unable to contain his laughter, Gu Qing chuckled. Esteemed elders, you jest. It is still too early for Long Song to stand alone. The son is invincible. He is so powerful that even Gu Yuan, once his rival, has been bested by a single blow. Long Song walked ahead of the group, a throng of Gu family maidens blushing in admiration, their beautiful eyes gazing reverently at his ethereal presence. Gu Qingqiu followed closely beside Long Song, remaining silent, yet unable to resist stealing glances at him. It was undeniable. The current Gu Long Song shone too brightly. Even she, a transcendent rebirth, felt somewhat overshadowed by his brilliance. With the supreme bone and the opportunities gleaned from her mind, she had only managed to reach the second level of the Fate Wheel realm during her breakthrough. As Long Song spoke to the maidens behind him, they gasped inwardly at the sight of his flawless profile, utterly captivated by his handsomeness. Though slightly youthful, he emanated an otherworldly charm, accompanied by a celestial glow, dressed in luxurious black attire, radiating a deadly allure akin to that of a poppy, imbued with an air of nobility. Even the male descendants of the Gu family, such as Gu Jing, could only feel reverence, devoid of any trace of jealousy. Suddenly, a terrifying divine light surged skyward, sending ripples through the air. This unexpected radiance captured the attention of everyone within the void secret realm. Simultaneously, 2 distress signals appeared on the token, originating from the teams led by Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. In addition to recording scores and rankings, the token possessed a rescue function. Nearby teams could respond to such calls for aid, and successful rescues would yield half of the distress team's points. Gu Long Song gazed toward the source of the divine light, and then at the token, suspicions forming in his mind. The simultaneous distress signals from Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao likely indicated that the two teams were acting in concert and had encountered a dilemma beyond their capabilities. With both teams united and comprising two sequences, it was improbable that beasts of the Fate Wheel realm, at levels 4 to 5, or even 7 to 8, would issue a call for help. Thus, only one possibility remained. They had encountered fierce beasts or malevolent spirits at the 9th level of the Fate Wheel realm, or even within the Divine Connection realm. The Divine Child. It seems that this direction aligns with the path to the Transcendent realm that I am familiar with. Aware of the opportunities within the Transcendent realm, Guyi produced a jade pendant to sense the surroundings and immediately addressed Gu Changge. Is that so? Gu Changge's eyes flickered momentarily, before uttering a statement that astonished all present. From this point onward, you need not intervene. Leave everything to me. Just match my pace. Upon saying this, Gu Changge soared into the air, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed in disbelief. At that moment, they clearly recognized that their divine child had now become a formidable wielder of the life wheel, capable of traversing the void and surging several miles in the blink of an eye. Keep up, Gu Changge called out to Gu Qingxiu and Gu Jing below, as he began soaring ahead of the group. In the heart of the void secret realm, a group of individuals struggled to flee, frequently glancing back in terror. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao each held a sphere of light, within which faintly shimmered a medicinal herb and a fruit. The two women appeared pale and weakened, evidently having sustained severe injuries. Gu Ziyu looked at the members of the Changsheng Gu family following her and urged, "That ferocious beast is targeting me and Xiaoxiao. You must not follow us any longer. Hurry and flee. You can still hunt beasts and spirits in the secret realm, and we will provide you with compensations and the adult ceremony trials once we emerge." Gu Xiaoxiao chimed in. "The transcendent realm ferocious beasts are beyond our capacity to contend with. For now, Ziyu and I must withdraw from the adult ceremony trials. We regret that we cannot continue leading you. Ziyu, this is our fault. If we hadn't insisted that we could handle that beast, you all wouldn't have intervened." They lamented. "Indeed, Ziyu, Xiaoxiao, this is entirely our mistake. Do not apologize." Gu Ziyu glanced back towards the direction of the roaring sounds, her expression serious as she urged, "You must split up quickly. If you delay any longer, you will be caught. Xiaoxiao and I will draw that transcendent realm beast away before we withdraw." "Xiaoxiao," Gu Ziyu called out. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded, and in the next moment, the two accelerated their pace. The others, seeing this, had no choice but to scatter to the sides. There was no way they could contend with the transcendent realm ferocious beast, even with the two leading them. Meanwhile, as Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao prepared to retreat, the Changsheng Gu family members, including Gu Jing and Gu Yi, who were trailing behind Gu Changge, were in a state of shock and numbness, their eyes unfocused as they followed the path carved by Gu Changge at a breakneck speed. They were now quite close to the location where the divine light had erupted moments before. In a brief span, they had traversed hundreds of miles. Along the way, they encountered countless ferocious beasts and spirits of the liquid transformation and rainbow bridge realms, and even formidable beasts of the life wheel realm. Initially, the liquid transformation and rainbow bridge beasts posed little threat, but upon encountering two life wheel beasts, their anxiety escalated. After all, these two life wheel beasts were not mere novices. One was at the 3rd level of the life wheel, while the other had reached the 5th level. Just when they believed that Gu Changge would return to the team for a collective strike, their divine master unexpectedly manifested a colossal handprint from the void and struck down. The formidable beasts from the 3rd and 5th tiers of the Fate Wheel realm were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood, leaving the onlookers gasping in astonishment, their skin prickling with fear. Following this, Gu Changge continued to advance, effortlessly sweeping aside every beast and specter that dared to confront him. His invincible demeanor left them in awe, as if they were gazing upon celestial beings, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. It was utterly extraordinary. It was unparalleled. Even now, a resounding rumble echoed as the crowd moved forward, and suddenly, they heard a series of thunderous booms. Gu Changge lifted his gaze toward the distant trembling earth, his eyes shimmering with realization. Indeed, a divine beast of the divine connection realm was approaching. No wonder the two sequence masters had sought assistance together. Chapter 24. The divine beast of the spirit realm. Inevitable defeat. The followers trailing behind Gu Changge were taken aback upon hearing his words. Indeed, it was a divine beast of the spirit realm. My heavens! Moreover, it seemed to be pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao from the sequence. Meanwhile, some other members of the Gu family, who had separated from Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, caught sight of Gu Changge standing resolutely in the void. Their faces lit up with joy upon seeing him. It is the son of Changge. How wonderful! It is the son of Changge. We are saved. Immediately, the members of the Gu family rushed towards him. Observing this, Gu Changge inquired, "Are you from the teams of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao?" "Indeed, son of Changge." A member from the 9th level of the Rainbow Bridge stepped forward to respond. "We're Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. They have drawn the divine beast of the spirit realm away to prevent it from endangering us." The Gu family member quickly explained. "Very well. You shall stay with my group for the time being. I will depart for a moment," Gu Changge declared, turning to Gu Qingxiu, Gu Jing, and the others. "You wait here for me, and send someone to bring the teams of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao back here." "As you command, son." Gu Jing and the others nodded in agreement. Standing amidst the crowd, Gu Qingxiu gazed at Gu Changge's figure, which loomed in the sky, her beautiful eyes slightly lowered, her heart shaken. Has this individual truly transformed? He is preparing to confront a divine beast of the spirit realm with merely the cultivation of the second layer of the life wheel realm, placing himself in such peril. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, he was oblivious to Gu Qingxiu's inner thoughts. At present, he was merely acting upon his convictions. As the son of the Eternal Life clan, he naturally had to embody the responsibilities of his title. Of course, provided that his life was not at stake. After all, one must prioritize self-preservation. Even in the face of duty, the spirit realm may not necessarily threaten his life. Furthermore, during the adult ceremony trial, there were elders from the Eternal Life Gu family overseeing the proceedings. Should danger arise, he could simply withdraw, thus eliminating any real threat to his life. Nevertheless, Gu Changge's actions indeed garnered immense respect and fervor from the gathered members of the Gu family. I am increasingly impressed by Changge. In the Void Secret Realm Square, an elder sat in the void, observing Gu Changge in the mirror, and exclaimed in admiration. His talents are unparalleled, and his appearance and demeanor are exceptional. Not to mention, he possesses such a sense of responsibility, considering the welfare of his kin. Simply perfect. Another elder spoke up. Gu Qingzhua gazed at Gu Changge's image in the mirror. It seems Changge is about to confront the divine beast of the spirit realm that is pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. He appears confident. How intriguing. The other elders, upon hearing this, suddenly realized. Lost in admiration for Gu Changge's outstanding performance, they had momentarily overlooked the fact that he was preparing to engage such a formidable opponent. This realization caused them to exchange astonished glances. The life wheel realm against the spirit realm. This was a significant leap across realms. In the earlier stages, crossing realms was manageable. But from the life wheel realm onward, each realm represented a new horizon. In the realm of the life wheel, the essence of life coalesces, transforming spiritual energy into ethereal liquid. A single drop of this liquid surpasses the combined spiritual power of a 9th-tier expert in the Rainbow Bridge realm, rendering the life wheel an overwhelming force against it. The same holds true for the connection to the divine realm, which has already birthed innate divine abilities, categorized into minor and major divine powers. Major divine powers are rooted in the 3,000 paths, while minor divine powers encompass various elemental abilities, wielding the might of heaven and earth, thus delivering a crushing blow to the life wheel realm. Now, Gu Changge intends to engage with a beast from the connection to the divine realm, albeit in the early stages of the life wheel realm. If he were at the 6th or 7th tier of the life wheel realm, he might stand a chance. However, at the 1st or 2nd tier, the challenge seems insurmountable. The elder who earlier praised Gu Changge now furrows his brow, expressing concern that while Changge's bravery and challenge is commendable, defeat could adversely affect both his mind and spirit. Echoing Elder Yun Kai's sentiments, another elder reassures. With our presence, Changge's life is secure, yet we fear he may encounter setbacks too soon, which could impact his resolve. Gu Qin also frowned slightly. It is of no consequence. How could Changge's resolve be so easily shaken? His willingness to confront a beast from the connection to the divine realm at the early stage of the life will realm already surpasses everyone in the adult initiation trials. The 6 elder attendants are skeptical of Gu Changge's chances, convinced he will inevitably fail against the beast. Even Gu Qin doubts his victory, though he anticipates a swift rebuttal to their skepticism. Gu Changge's confidence to confront the connection to the divine realm is well-founded, bolstered by the power of his heavy pupils and the celestial bone he possesses. Even at merely the second tier of the life wheel realm, he possesses the strength to turn the tide. With a thought, he transforms into a streak of light, racing towards the connection to the divine realm beast, pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, who are now perilously close to danger. The terrifying aura of the beast nearly suffocates them, prompting Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao to exchange glances, each sighing in resignation. It appears that this time, their journey must end here. Gu Ziyu laments, "We have also burdened our team." Gu Xiaoxiao nods in agreement. A chilling roar reverberates from behind, accompanied by a foul breath. As they turn to confront the advancing beast, their expressions calm. They prepare to shatter their score, tokens to summon the Elder Guards. Suddenly, a terrifying streak of light flashes towards them, colliding fiercely with the beast as it prepares to strike. A deafening explosion resonates through the void, with shock waves visibly rippling outward. The beast, under the astonished gaze of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, is instantly sent flying, veering over 100 meters away. This unexpected turn of events causes their eyes to widen in disbelief. What is happening? Gu Ziyu exclaims in shock. Gu Xiaoxiao, equally astonished, muses, in the adult initiation trials, who among our esteemed Gu family's youth could battle a beast from the connection to the divine realm? This is not merely the life wheel realm. Is it possible that an ethereal figure suddenly materializes in her mind? Gu Ziyu, too, realizes in an instant it's Gu Changge. As Gu Changge collided with the formidable beast of the divine connection realm, a deafening roar reverberated across the landscape for hundreds of miles. The nearby team, led by the sequence, turned their gazes toward the source of the thunderous sound, their expressions shifting subtly as they wasted no time racing towards it. Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian, the second and third sequences, were also en route. In a flash of brilliance, the ethereal light dissipated. As Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao watched in astonishment, they gradually discerned the identity of their savior. It was precisely as they had surmised. A figure clad in black with golden trim, exuding an air of nobility and otherworldliness, came into view. The youth possessed a celestial charm intertwined with regal elegance. His features, though slightly boyish, were strikingly handsome. He emanated an aura of unwavering confidence and invincibility, remaining unperturbed even in the presence of the divine connection realm beast. It was truly Gu Changge. The sight of him stirred profound emotions within Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 25. The Purgatory Flame Spider, although they had surmised who had come to their rescue, the moment Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao laid eyes upon the figure, they could not help but feel a profound tremor within their hearts. The scene was undeniably impactful. After all, Gu Changge had only just entered the Fate Wheel realm, yet now he stood against a fearsome beast of the divine connection realm for their sake. An inexplicable sensation flooded the hearts of the two women. Their admiration for Gu Changge, who had subdued the younger generation of the Gu family, intensified as they witnessed him standing before them like a savior. How could their hearts remain unperturbed? The Purgatory Flame Spider, enraged by the interruption of its attack, let out a furious roar. It had nearly devoured the two insignificant creatures that dared to encroach upon its domain, only to have Gu Changge intervene. Before Gu Changge stood a fearsome beast newly ascended to the divine connection realm, the Purgatory Flame Spider. Its body was adorned with vivid crimson patterns reminiscent of blood. Towering several meters high, enveloped in swirling black mist, exuding an overwhelming aura characteristic of the divine connection realm, as if the very air had solidified. This beast possessed the ability to unleash a torrent of flames infused with dreadful venom, and upon breaking into the divine connection realm, it could potentially awaken a minor fire-based divine ability. While the purgatory flame spider was relatively common among ferocious beasts, awakening a divine ability upon reaching the divine connection realm rendered it a nightmare for those beneath that level. Changge regarded the purgatory flame spider with quiet contemplation, fully aware of its origins. "Come forth, let me witness the prowess of the divine connection realm," he said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. With a deafening roar, the purgatory flame spider surged forward, its massive form transforming into a streak of fiery red light. In an instant, it lunged at Changge, its razor-sharp legs slicing through the air like long blades, aiming to strike him fiercely. Changge remained composed, delivering a powerful punch. His blood surged with energy, and spiritual power enveloped his fist as he unleashed a force of 1,500 pounds. The collision of fist and spider leg produced a terrifying shockwave accompanied by a thunderous sound, instantly expanding outward. As they clashed, Changge was momentarily jolted back, flying several dozen meters, while the purgatory flame spider trembled slightly, retreating nearly 10 meters. Furious at being repelled, the purgatory flame spider roared in outrage. It was a dignified beast of the divine connection realm, yet had been pushed back by an ant it deemed weaker. Changge regarded the purgatory flame spider with keen interest, remarking, "Indeed, it is an ordinary ferocious beast. Even in the divine connection realm, it is not insurmountable." Below, Gu Ziyu, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Gu Jing watched in astonishment, their pupils contracting. Changge could actually contend with a beast of the divine connection realm in terms of physical strength. In the world, they were witnessing an extraordinary display of physical prowess. It is well known that among human cultivators, few could match ferocious beasts in raw strength. Yet here was Changge, in the Fate Wheel realm, boldly facing the purgatory flame spider, a beast of the divine connection realm. Was this truly not an illusion? Moreover, should not Changge's innate talent be the dual pupils? The crowd was deeply shaken. However, the infernal flame spider, enraged by Changge's words, continued its relentless assault. Whoosh sizzle. A terrifying flame erupted from the mouth of the infernal flame spider, distorting the very fabric of space with its intense heat. Even after the flames were unleashed, a hissing sound echoed in the void. The flames were imbued with a scorching fire poison, causing even Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, who were at a distance from the battlefield, to feel dizzy from the wave of heat that surged towards them. The infernal flame spider's flames contained fire poison. Gu Qingqiu suddenly shouted to Changge, "Beware of its flames." Yet, Changge appeared to be prepared. As the infernal flame spider exhaled its fiery breath, 2 rings of pupils manifested in his bright eyes, as if countless mysteries were unfolding before him. Dual pupils, foresight. With a swift movement, Changge effortlessly evaded the flames laced with fire poison. While dodging the infernal flame spider's attack, he cast a glance at Gu Qingqiu below and nodded to her. Seeing Changge acknowledge her, Gu Qingqiu involuntarily lowered her head, her heart unsettled. Why did I feel the need to warn him? This fellow possesses dual pupils, which encompass various extraordinary abilities. Foresight is merely one of them, making it impossible for him to encounter danger. Gu Qingqiu, in his previous life, he seized your supreme bone. He caused you early losses and mid-stage strife. He is your adversary. That warning, just now, can also be seen as a repayment for the recent favors he has bestowed upon me, Gu Qingqiu reassured herself. However, Changge was not in the mood to ponder Gu Qingqiu's thoughts. He deftly avoided the infernal flame spider strike, which roared defiantly to the heavens once more. In the next moment, a surge of celestial power enveloped a radius of 1,000 feet. A blazing realm of flames swiftly expanded to cover the area. This force caused Changge's brows to furrow slightly as he surveyed the fiery domain. Is this the divine ability awakened by the infernal flame spider? It appears to be a realm of flames, though the specifics of its capabilities remain uncertain. Roaring. as it unleashed its divine power to engulf Gu Changge. The infernal flame spider seemed to revel in its assured victory, howling in exhilaration. Accompanied by its roar, terrifying fireballs, imbued with potent fire poison, began to coalesce in the void. In the blink of an eye, dozens of fireballs, each exuding a dreadful fire poison, surrounded Gu Changge. "Be careful!" Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in alarm. Each fireball radiated a suffocating power, clearly extraordinary. Roar! The infernal flame spider issued the command to attack, and the fireballs, steeped in dire fire poison, hurtled towards Gu Changge. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted as fireballs struck the ground where Gu Changge stood, generating earth-shattering blasts. Witnessing this scene, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao paled. The concentration of such terrifying fireballs targeting a single point would undoubtedly instill trepidation even in a fellow practitioner of the same realm. Gu Changge, even Gu Qingqiu, felt her heart tighten, worrying for him. Flames surged fiercely, and the venomous fire raged uncontrollably. The infernal flame spider, witnessing its attacks, striking Gu Changge with unerring accuracy, let out a triumphant, ear-splitting shriek, believing that Gu Changge was surely doomed. This technique had always proven infallible. Whenever it had been unleashed upon its prey, death was an inevitable consequence. However, as the explosive smoke began to dissipate, the eyes of the onlookers widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched upon their faces. Instead of the anticipated sight of Gu Changge gravely injured or in disarray, he stood there as ethereal and graceful as ever. Perhaps even more so than before, resembling a celestial being. It was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 26. The Ethereal Shadow of the Celestial King. The radiance of the dual pupils strikes the divine. A colossal ethereal figure loomed behind Gu Changge, exuding an aura of sanctity, surrounded by an ethereal glow, with mysterious shadows prostrating before it, akin to the descent of a celestial monarch. Simultaneously, Gu Changge was enveloped by a gentle radiance, forming a spherical shield. In the face of the infernal arachnid's divine assault from the realm of divinity, Gu Changge employed his dual-pupil foresight, glimpsing countless images of the infernal arachnid's attacks directed at him. He promptly invoked the Celestial King's descent from the ninth heaven, utilizing innate Taishu vital energy for defensive countermeasures. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The youth stood amidst the void, resembling a celestial being exiled to the winds, tranquil and ethereal. Below, Gu Qingqiu, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Gu Ziyu gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. Good heavens, how did the sun achieve this? Withstanding the divine beast's assault from the realm of divinity while remaining unscathed? How could this be possible? The infernal arachnid screeched, witnessing Gu Changge's invulnerability. Its composure faltered. An insignificant ant. How could it possibly emerge unscathed from its divine onslaught? Roaring, the infernal arachnid began to condense its divine power once more. A colossal fireball gathering above its head, flames intensifying in ferocity. The infernal sphere. This represented the most formidable attack within the realm of flames. It was unwilling to believe that this insignificant creature could withstand it once more. One does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Gu Changge cast a glance at the infernal sphere being formed by the arachnid, scoffing softly, his eyes harboring a great terror. Countless mysteries converged within his dual pupils. In the next moment, Gu Changge's eyes suddenly widened slightly. A vast, tangible radiance erupted, instantly shattering the void. Boom! This tangible light was terrifying, warping the very fabric of the cosmos, sending ripples cascading through the air. Its destructive, divine might causing all present to feel a chill run down their spines. The light of the dual pupils. Gu Qingqiu's heart quaked. He could actually wield this power at the Wheel of Fate stage in this lifetime. Surrounding him, members of the long-lived Gu family gasped in astonishment. What kind of divine ability is this? So fearsome. Could it be the might of the dual pupils? Such a terrifying radiance. Could it be that this divine beast from the realm of divinity was about to be slain by the sun? As the thought lingered, the infernal arachnid was struck by the light of the dual pupils, unable to unleash its condensed fireball in time. Thud! The void trembled, ripples undulating incessantly, almost instantaneously upon the light of the dual pupils striking the infernal arachnid. Its massive form erupted, transforming into a cloud of blood mist, flesh, and debris scattering. The divine beast of the realm of divinity, the infernal arachnid, had fallen. As they witnessed this spectacle unfold in the heavens, the long-lived Gu family, disciples below, though somewhat prepared, and even some had predicted that Gu Changge would slay the infernal arachnid, found themselves utterly dazed when the scene truly materialized. The impact of reality far surpassed mere words. Gu Qingqiu lowered his head slightly, the demeanor of a king among prodigies, and indeed, the king among kings of prodigies. At least the king of talents, in his unawakened state, could never hope to defy the divine realm while situated in the second layer of the fate wheel realm. Yet, he managed to wield the power of the within the fate wheel realm. How could this be? Compared to his previous life, he had advanced an entire realm in a remarkably short time. Gu Qingqiu's mind was a tempest of confusion. However, she swiftly calmed her tumultuous thoughts. Regardless of Gu Changge's circumstances, she was a reborn sovereign. As long as she adhered to her path, she would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of the 3,000 domains. No one could fathom Gu Qingqiu's thoughts, yet the atmosphere around them erupted in excitement. Simultaneously, the members of the Gu family who had arrived to observe were also grappling with their emotions. Gu Yuan stood atop a small hill several miles away from the battle. The fluctuations of the clash between Gu Changge and the infernal flame spider echoed across the land, making the unfolding events discernible even from a distance. Thus, when Gu Yuan witnessed Gu Changge unleash the celestial king's descent upon the 9 heavens, delivering a fatal blow to the infernal flame spider with a beam of light, his pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be? Defying a creature of the divine realm, while in the fate wheel realm, was inconceivable. The disparity between talents truly revealed itself within the divine realm, where awakened abilities set them apart. Yet, Gu Changge had managed to confront a ferocious beast of the divine realm from the fate wheel realm. One could only imagine how terrifying he would become once he stepped into the divine realm and awakened his abilities. The younger generation of the Gu family behind Gu Yuan could scarcely believe their eyes. My heavens! The Chosen One has slain a beast of the divine realm while still in the fate wheel realm. Astonishingly powerful. Gu Xuanhuan had also arrived. Observing Gu Changge's triumph over the infernal flame spider, his sword trembled in response, and he turned to the onlookers with a calm demeanor, saying, "Let us depart." Some supporters standing behind Gu Xuanhuan could not suppress their curiosity. "Xuanhuan, did you not express your intent to challenge the Chosen One? With so many witnesses, it would be an opportune moment to make a name for yourself." Gu Xuanhuan shook his head coolly. "I am not his match. Defying a creature of the divine realm from the fate wheel realm is beyond my capabilities." At this moment, a sword-like fate wheel shimmered brightly at Gu Xuanhuan's dantian, indicating that he too had advanced to the fate wheel realm, forming a sword wheel. This sword wheel bore 8 markings, signifying it as an 8-pattern sword wheel. The fate wheel can take the form of a standard disc or a specialized wheel. The latter typically belongs to those with unparalleled physiques. An 8-pattern sword wheel is not inferior to a standard 9-pattern fate wheel. Outside the void secret realm, Gu Qing and 6 clan elders were equally unable to maintain their composure upon witnessing this scene. Goodness! Changge has actually defied and slain a beast of the divine realm while still in the fate wheel realm, exclaimed one elder in astonishment. His future is limitless. Another elder chimed in, his voice brimming with excitement. Gu Qing nodded in agreement. It appears that our Gu family has promising successors. The King of Talents. Changge is destined for greatness. Upon hearing the title King of Talents, the 6 elders' eyes shone with fervor. The King of Talents. The minimum potential for growth is that of a saint. The top-tier kings of talents can even aspire to the Emperor realm. After vanquishing the infernal flame spider, Gu Changge cast a glance at his personal information. Character: Gu Changge. Strength: second layer of fate wheel. Physical traits: double pupils, light of double pupils. Foresight: celestial bones. Celestial king descends from the 9 heavens. Techniques: Void Sutra, 5th layer, 21, Divine Powers, Sky-Cutting Finger, Minor Accomplishment 33. Great Void Hand Seal, Minor Accomplishment 50. Grand Void Technique, Entry Level 2. Innate Tai Su Vital Energy, Entry Level 2. Bound Object, Gu Qingqiu. The Divine Powers have all seen significant progress. Having forged ahead, various divine techniques were naturally employed, leading to a rapid increase in proficiency during battles. In theory, understanding divine powers relies solely on one's insight. However, Gu Changge's system not only possesses the ability of return, but also enhances proficiency, rendering it exceptionally formidable. As Gu Changge descended before the crowd, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao from the ranks stepped forward. The eyes of both women sparkled with a captivating brilliance, drawing them irresistibly closer to Gu Changge. Gratitude illuminated their delicate faces, and just as they were about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted, the sound of a terrifying elephant resounding through the air. Chapter 27. The Initiation of the Dragon Elephant Skill. A terrifying roar of the elephant echoes suddenly. A fearsome elephant's roar reverberated through the air, leaving the entire assembly momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a fissure materialized in the clear sky, stretching 100 feet long. A pitch-black abyss that seemed poised to engulf everything. Is this a void rift? A young disciple of the Gu family exclaimed in astonishment. What an extraordinary opportunity. Another disciple of the Gu family expressed his excitement. We have long heard tales of the void secret realm that manifests during our coming-of-age trials, where rifts occasionally appear, potentially linking to unknown realms, offering unimaginable legacies and precious resources. To our astonishment, it appears to be true. That roar we just heard undoubtedly heralds a terrifying inheritance. The crowd buzzed with animated discussion. Upon hearing the mighty roar, Gu Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The dragon elephant skill has arrived. Although she was uncertain about how the skill had manifested, there was no doubt in her mind, given the resonant sound. Gu Changge, too, had heard the thunderous roar. The dragon elephant skill, you say? He gazed toward the rift in the void, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Should he acquire this skill and return it? He pondered, what kind of rewards might he receive in return? Simultaneously, it was not only Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu who had heard the roar. Gu Xuanhuan, who was preparing to depart, along with Gu Yuan, also caught wind of the momentous sound. Opportunity. The two characters echoed in their minds. In an instant, their gazes locked onto the rift that had manifested in the void. The entire assembly's attention was riveted on the 100-foot fissure in the air. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of radiant light shot forth from the rift. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yuan, Gu Shuangjian, and several other eager disciples of the Gu family sprang into action. Some executed teleportation techniques, while others ascended into the sky or wielded extraordinary treasures, their sole focus on that radiant streak. As the light descended, it was nearest to Gu Yuan. A surge of joy surged within him, and he leaped into the air. Concurrently, several individuals from Gu Yuan's entourage soared upwards as well. Down! Gu Yuan commanded, as he stood atop a massive blade, channeling his spiritual energy into it, unleashing a formidable aura that swept away those Gu family disciples who sought to seize the radiant light. Gu Shuangjian soared through the void, observing Gu Yuan nearing the light. He drew forth his sword, and in an instant, a beam of sword light sliced through the air toward him. Just as Gu Yuan had repelled the encroaching disciples, he sensed the threat posed by Gu Shuangjian's sword light. A wave of danger washed over him, and his countenance paled as he instantly deduced the identity of his assailant. Gu Shuangjian. Break! Gu Yuan shouted coldly, pivoting to unleash a punch toward the incoming sword light. Boom! The void rippled with reverberations. The moment Gu Yuan's fist made contact with the sword light, his face turned ashen, and he was hurled backward. A deep gash marking his fist, blood flowing freely. The Fate Wheel Realm. Gu Yuan bellowed, his body spiraling away. This opportunity is mine, Gu Shuangjian remarked coolly, eyeing the direction of Gu Yuan as he prepared to grasp the radiant light. Yet in the next heartbeat, a low hum resonated through the void, rippling with sudden intensity as an enormous finger emerged from the abyss and pointed directly at him, solidifying the emptiness around him, as if imprisoning him in place. awaiting his demise. The celestial finger. This time, Gu Shuangjian's expression shifted dramatically. After the initial shock, a beam of light surged towards the flowing brilliance, swifter than him. Gu Changge, having bypassed Gu Shuangjian, smiled and declared, "This fortune belongs to me." With those words, the opportunity descending from the void was already clasped firmly in his grasp. The Fuyao swordlight. Gu Shuangjian bellowed coldly, his long sword emanating a blazing white radiance. A terrifying sword intent piercing the heavens as it struck fiercely against the descending finger. Boom! Thud! Gu Shuangjian managed to sever the finger. Yet the recoil forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. One strike. A minor injury. Gu Shuangjian's heart quaked as he gazed in disbelief at Gu Changge, who had seized the opportunity. Both were at the Fate Wheel realm. Yet he could not withstand even a single finger strike from Gu Changge and was injured. How could this be possible? The Gu family below, witnessing the spectacle, were equally incredulous. Had the son of Changge truly overpowered the Shuangjian sequence with a mere finger? Surely, I must be mistaken. Hadn't he just transcended to the Fate Wheel realm? I thought Shuangjian would seize the opportunity, yet he was unexpectedly vanquished by a single finger of Gu Changge. Gu Yuan, having regained his composure, turned to see Gu Shuangjian defeated by Gu Changge's finger, causing him to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Gu Shuangjian, did you think your ascension to the Fate Wheel rendered you invincible? None of us stand a chance against Gu Changge. The sun is supreme. Your defeat is not unjust. Gu Shuangjian wiped the blood from his lips and turned his gaze towards the laughing Gu Yuan. Now that I have broken through to the Fate Wheel, and you have not, the disparity is evident. Gu Qingxiu, initially intending to intercept the dragon elephant technique with her divine abilities, refrained from intervening upon witnessing Gu Changge suppress Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian acquiring the technique. However, she had not anticipated the dragon elephant technique to manifest in such a manner. If the technique could not be obtained as a token of gratitude for Gu Changge, it seemed she would need to procure other opportunities to compensate. Gu Changge, cradling the dragon elephant technique, paid no heed to the quarrel between Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian. When the flowing light was captured, he had glimpsed a small dragon elephant's phantom, at the center of which lay a scroll, precisely the one he now held. The dragon elephant technique was finally in his possession. This rite of passage had concluded splendidly. Gu Changge smiled gently as he stored the dragon elephant technique within his spatial ring. In the ensuing days, as expected, Gu Changge continued to vanquish fierce beasts of the Fate Wheel and Divine Passage realms, firmly claiming the top position on both leaderboards. Amidst the astonishment of many, the rite of passage drew to a close. Numerous individuals acquired substantial resources, and Gu Changge was certainly among them, additionally receiving a reward in the form of a sacred weapon. He chose a sacred bell, known for its formidable defensive capabilities and its ability to instill dread in the hearts of foes. Brother the sun. Gu Qingxiu approached Gu Changge's courtyard, her brow furrowed with curiosity. Did you summon me for something? Gu Changge stood beside the stone table in the courtyard, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at a verdant tree. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim, she exuded an air of nobility. Surrounded by ethereal melodies and veiled in a gentle, celestial glow that elevated her presence above the mundane. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiu's voice, Gu Changge nodded and turned to face her, stating, "Indeed, there is a matter at hand. The supreme bone, inherently regal, not only harbors the potential to cultivate unparalleled divine powers, but also nourishes its host, fortifying the physical form. The dragon elephant technique, which I acquired during the adult ceremony trials, is a method for enhancing the physique superior to the family's own martial practices." After uttering these words, Gu Changge produced the dragon elephant technique and tossed it to Gu Qingxiu, who instinctively caught it. Gu Changge smiled and remarked, "This is for you." At that moment, as Gu Changge bestowed the dragon elephant technique upon Gu Qingxiu, a notification echoed. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target, Gu Qingxiu, the incomplete imperial level technique, dragon elephant technique, receiving a 10,000-fold return, celestial level technique, dragon elephant suppression force. Chapter 28. the prodigy Yi Chun and the holy maiden of chicken legs, a thousandfold return. The celestial level technique, the dragon elephant suppression technique. The two key pieces of information before Gu Changge sent a tremor through his heart, quickly replaced by a surge of joy. Excellent, excellent. A celestial level technique. This is a direct path to the legacy of immortality. The return is astonishing. Though elated inwardly, Gu Changge maintained a calm demeanor, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Observing the dragon elephant technique in his hands, Gu Qingxiu was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Gu Changge would bestow the dragon elephant upon her, accompanied by an irrefutable reason. What is happening here? The dragon elephant technique should also benefit you, right? Gu Qingxiu pondered for a moment before returning the technique. You should comprehend it fully first, then pass it on to me for cultivation. The dragon elephant technique. Before her rebirth, Gu Qingxiu was well aware of the formidable nature of this legacy. In her mind, there was no superior body refinement technique. However, since Gu Changge had personally acquired it, she felt reluctant to cultivate it. Initially, she felt uneasy that Gu Changge had not extracted her bones, and it felt even stranger that he regarded her as a sister. Her treatment was beyond reproach. Yet this peculiar feeling made it increasingly difficult for Gu Qingxiu to maintain her composure, as the thoughts of revenge that once filled her mind began to dissolve. In her previous life, although she had defeated Gu Changge and inflicted considerable damage to the Gu family's vitality, in this new existence, she was not certain she would not overpower Gu Changge once more, perhaps even more severely than before. After all, according to the trajectory of events, she too would face the same fate of having her bones extracted. Who could have predicted that the developments would increasingly diverge from her memories? I have already comprehended it. Gu Changge pointed to his head. The dragon elephant technique is already in my mind. So soon, Gu Qingxiu was taken aback. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Realizing that Gu Qingxiu indeed understood the cultivation of the dragon elephant technique, Gu Qingxiu recognized the flaw in her words and quickly clarified. I meant no offense, dear brother. It's just that when I obtained this dragon elephant technique in the Void Secret Realm, the phenomenon suggested its extraordinary nature. The outside world is aware that comprehending profound legacies typically requires substantial time. However, you claim to have comprehended it in such a short span, which is surprising. Listening to Gu Qingxiu's reasoning, Gu Changge secretly chuckled, aware that this troublesome sister likely had no inkling that her true identity had been fully revealed to him. Moreover, the dragon elephant technique in his mind far surpassed the one in her hands, exponentially more powerful. Indeed, Gu Changge feigned understanding and nodded. The dragon elephant technique is indeed profound. One must visualize the dragon and elephant during comprehension. You are currently at the spirit nurturing realm, so prepare yourself for a breakthrough. Gu Qingxiu's true strength was at the 6th layer of liquid transformation. Gu Changge chose not to point this out, casually expressing concern. Upon hearing Gu Changge's care, Gu Qingxiu felt a warmth in her heart and nodded. I understand. By the way, if you find yourself in need of any resources, do not hesitate to inform me. Very well. Having already accepted so much goodwill from Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu resolved in her heart that she would repay this kindness once she discerned what Gu Changge might require next. As she observed Gu Qingxiu's departing figure, Gu Changge smiled, pondering, the reborn female supreme. My favor should be quite considerable now. With that thought, Gu Changge paid no further heed and communicated with the system. Claim the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. As soon as Gu Changge's words fell, a sudden roar echoed around her, and she found her surroundings transforming. She stood amidst an endless, desolate wilderness, where the ancient scent of decay and desolation enveloped her. In the next moment, accompanied by a terrifying howl, a colossal dragon elephant loomed over the wasteland, letting out a piercing cry to the heavens. In an instant, the void shattered, the wilderness trembled, stars fell from the sky, and darkness enveloped the firmament. This terrifying spectacle left Gu Changge profoundly astonished. Is this the manifestation of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique? She exclaimed in disbelief. Before Gu Changge could fully absorb the gravity of the situation, the towering dragon elephant transformed into countless tadpole-like characters, all of which surged into her body. A torrent of information flooded her mind. Within a mere breath, Gu Changge had mastered this celestial-grade martial art, the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. This technique is a formidable body-refining method that leads to one of the ultimate paths of power. It comprises 3 distinct levels. The first level, giant elephant particles. The second level, elemental elephant particles. The third level, dragon elephant particles. And the fourth level, divine elephant particles. According to the description of the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, the human body consists of a total of 840 million microparticles, each of which can be transformed into one of the aforementioned 4 types of particles through the technique. A single giant elephant particle possesses the strength of 100 pounds, while the elemental elephant yields 1,000, the dragon elephant 10,000, and the divine elephant a staggering 100 million. Simply converting all particles within her body to giant elephant particles would grant her an astounding force of 84 billion pounds. Such power could likely shatter myriad laws with ease. After absorbing the information of the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, Gu Changge took a deep breath. Truly worthy of being a celestial-grade technique. Even the first level of giant elephant particles is extraordinarily formidable, not to mention the other 3 types. The cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique is remarkably straightforward. The first step involves visualizing the dragon elephant to activate the 840 million microparticles within her. Following that, one must harness immense energy to refine these particles, transforming them all into elemental elephant particles. Presently, Gu Changge already possessed a strength of 15 million pounds, making the initial conversion to elemental elephant particles likely manageable. Resisting the urge to commence her cultivation immediately, Gu Changge felt a spark of inspiration and opened Gu Qingxiu's personal information. After binding the target, Gu Changge could access the information of the individual at any time. Now, she had acquired insights into Gu Qingxiu's recent fortunes and opportunities. After her intervention, the opportunities that originally belonged to Gu Qingxiu had returned to her, and Gu Changge had reaped unimaginable rewards from this transaction. Naturally, her next step was to observe what further opportunities awaited her reborn sister, the female supreme. Nickname, Gu Qingxiu. Identity, daughter of the Gu family's branch of longevity, reborn supreme. Strength, 5th layer of pregnancy spirit realm, 6th layer of liquid transformation realm. Physique, supreme bone. Cultivation technique, void scripture. Divine ability. Recent fortune. The Dragon Elephant Technique has finally come into her possession. Gu Qingxiu practices the Dragon Elephant Technique. However, due to its immense energy consumption and her reluctance to seek resources from her brother, the Divine Son, she resolves to venture forth in search of opportunities from her memories. In a month's time, Gu Qingxiu will journey to the ancestral home of the Gu family to acquire the celestial artifact, Spirit Gathering Bottle. Furthermore, she plans to seize the fortune of the fated child, Yi Chun, namely the Eye of the Millennium Spiritual Spring. Additionally, she will rescue the hidden identity of the Ji family's goddess, who has been captured by a chicken leg. Chapter 29. Awakening the Colossal Elephant Particle. A force of 300 billion jin. Upon observing Gu Qingxiu's recent fortunes, Gu Changge was taken aback. What a marvel! A celestial artifact, the Spirit Gathering Bottle. Moreover, an unexpected name emerged. The fortuitous child, Yi Chun? Gu Changge's gaze intensified as he scrutinized the fortunes before him, ultimately fixating on the final line. A hidden identity, the divine maiden of the Ji family, captured by a mere chicken leg? Truly, it aligns with the archetype of a fortuitous child, Gu Changge mused inwardly. However, scarcely had he finished his thoughts when the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding! Target detected. Ji family divine, maiden Ji Ruyu. Location information synchronized. Host may bind the target upon approaching within 100 meters. Oh, a second binding target? Gu Changge regarded the task prompt with keen interest. Yet he suddenly paused. Yi Ruyu. If memory serves, she is my cousin, is she not? For Gu Changge's mother is the cherished pearl of the previous generation. The head of the Ji family. The Changsheng Gu and Changsheng Ji families have always maintained a cordial relationship, and his father, Gu Qing, had wedded Ji Mingyue. resulting in the birth of Gu Changge. His mother, Ji Mingyue, had not been seen recently because she had returned to the Changsheng family to nurture familial bonds. To his astonishment, the binding target this time was none other than his cousin. A stirring sensation coursed through him as the location information of Ji Ruyu materialized in his mind, revealing her to be quite distant from the Changsheng family. Positioned in the southwestern direction on the vast map of the celestial domain, it appeared that cousin Ji Ruyu had not strayed far from home. However, if she were to encounter Yi Chun in a month's time, it seemed she had managed to sneak away. A month hence, precisely the opportunity to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Town prison technique. Returning to his chamber, Gu Changge began to sense the 840 million microparticles within him. Following the visualization method of the Dragon Elephant Town prison technique, he envisioned himself seated in the profound and boundless starry cosmos, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. These stars, vast beyond measure, resembled myriad microparticles of the human body. Within his perception, the stars, radiating with brilliance, continued to flicker, multiplying and growing denser. In the next moment, with a surge of clarity, a star instantaneously transformed into a colossal elephant, roaring against the celestial backdrop. Roar! The colossal elephant bellowed through the cosmos, a surge of power awakening within him. Success! The first microparticle had metamorphosed into a colossal elephant particle. Onward, one after another, the second, third, and fourth particles followed suit. The stars continually transformed into majestic elephants, standing resolutely amidst the celestial expanse. Gu Changge's physical strength surged, increasing by 100 gene with each transformation. Simultaneously, a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into a grand funnel above the first sequence manner, the vast influx of spiritual essence cascading down to Gu Changge, converting entirely into sustenance for him. The spiritual energy quality inherent to the Changsheng family already rivaled that of divine realms. Not to mention, the first sequence manner was equipped with a spirit-gathering formation, amplifying the richness of the spiritual essence even further. In the external world, cultivating within the first sequence manner was akin to consuming rare and precious natural treasures. At present, Gu Changge is cultivating the dragon elephant suppression technique, complemented by his unparalleled innate talent, resulting in an astonishing speed of spiritual energy manipulation. The immense funnel of spiritual energy is already captivating, but in the next moment, within this funnel, a colossal dragon elephant roars skyward, sending terrifying sound waves radiating for hundreds of miles. The entire Gu family of Changsheng is alerted by this resonating roar, instinctively turning their gazes towards the first sequence mansion. What extraordinary divine art is the scion practicing now? The resonance is fearsome, imbued with an ancient and majestic aura. Is this the legacy he acquired in the void secret realm? The scion has grown even stronger. The younger generation of the Gu family murmurs amongst themselves. They are all aware of the fortuitous encounter Gu Changge experienced in the void secret realm. Thus, upon hearing the roar, they collectively recall how Gu Changge single-handedly subdued Gu Shuangjian and Gu Yuanshi, thus obtaining that opportunity. Many elder members of the Gu family also sense this phenomenon, although they soon lose interest as the Gu family boasts numerous prodigies, with extraordinary events occurring frequently. Whether it's an illustrious talent from the Gu family or an elder, it is not uncommon. If a power at the king realm or above were to break through, the ensuing phenomenon would sweep across thousands of miles, observable even by external forces and wandering cultivators, rendering them unperturbed. Gu Qingxiu, who was originally close to Gu Changge's courtyard, finds it hard to believe upon perceiving the terrifying ancient aura permeating the air. After all, she possesses the dragon elephant technique as well. From her exalted perspective, it seems implausible that such a terrifying commotion could arise. This aura is even comparable to that of an emperor-level inheritance. Is this truly the dragon elephant technique? Gu Qingxiu blinks, gazing at the scroll of the dragon elephant technique in her hand, pondering why she did not experience such a formidable sensation when she comprehended the technique. It only felt slightly superior to advanced physical cultivation methods. Could it be due to the celestial light radiating from his chest? Gu Qingqiu speculates. However, Gu Changge's rapid advancement places immense pressure on her. She is a reborn sovereign. Given that her supreme bone has yet to be excavated and that she is under Gu Changge's protection, she should, in theory, surpass his breakthroughs. Yet, while Gu Changge's power continues to surge, her own progress remains less than apparent. First, she must master the fundamentals of the dragon elephant technique before proceeding to the origin of the Changsheng Gu family to obtain that item. At that time, her strength will undoubtedly ascend rapidly. Furthermore, Gu Changge has been exceptionally kind to her in this life, and the Changsheng Gu family has provided her with stability in every aspect, so perhaps she should also assist Gu Changge's cousin, Ji Ruyu. It is a pity that in her previous life, she aligned herself with the wrong individuals, leading to the downfall of the entire Ji family of Changsheng. While Yichen merely feigned sorrow for a few days before resuming his frivolous escapades with other women. How fortunate it is this time to have a commendable cousin. After contemplating this, Gu Qingqiu settles onto her bed, unfurling the dragon elephant technique and beginning to visualize the dragon elephant illustrations on the scroll. A month passes. Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a colossal ancient elephant flickered through his gaze, emanating a fierce and untamed aura from his jade-like physique. The very essence of the room seemed to freeze in time. Sensing the tumultuous roar of countless giant particles within him, Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction. Having expended all the resources he had accumulated, over half of the microparticles in his body had awakened, bestowing him with an extraordinary strength of 30 billion pounds. This rendered his physical form comparable to that of a pure-blooded ferocious beast's offspring, perhaps even more formidable. Such physical prowess alone enabled Gu Changge to traverse the realm of destiny without rivals. Amongst those of the same caliber, none could withstand a single blow from him. Furthermore, with the formidable enhancements provided by the reversal eye and immortal bone, Gu Changge could effortlessly engage foes even at the divine connection level. Chapter 30. Arrival at the Divine Sun's Mansion. With the sunsetting 9 styles, possessing an astounding strength of 300 billion pounds, I can truly command mountains and rivers with a single punch, shatter the sun and moon with another. My power has undergone a monumental transformation compared to a month ago, truly worthy of a celestial grade technique. Even before mastering it, I have already attained such formidable prowess. Gu Changge murmured, a flicker of delight igniting within him. He then began to devise his subsequent path of cultivation. His physical form was no longer a concern. A steady progression would suffice to render him invincible. As for the cultivation of spiritual energy, the 9 patterns of the life wheel were already commendable, yet to truly match the formidable might of the dragon elephant suppression technique. The 9-pattern life wheel must be transformed into the heavenly Dao life wheel. The celestial bone now emanated mysterious powers, altering both Gu Changge's innate qualities and the attributes of his life wheel. However, this transformation was slow. The time required to evolve the 9-pattern life wheel into a harmonious heavenly Dao life wheel remained uncertain. He needed to seek methods to expedite this metamorphosis. Nevertheless, even the esteemed Changsheng Gu family lacked the secret arts to modify the life wheel's attributes. He would have to rely on his own efforts. Yet, Gu Changge was confident that locating techniques related to altering the life wheel's qualities through the return system, which would allow him to bind targets and acquire methods to enhance his life wheel's attributes, would not be overly difficult. It suddenly dawned on him. Had a month truly passed? He wondered if Gu Qingqiu had returned. With no triggers for the return mechanism in a month, he pondered what would work this time. Currently, the powers conferred by the Void Sutra were sufficient for Gu Changge, supplemented by the heavy eye and celestial bone abilities. The only dilemma was the lack of long-range combat capabilities. Then it struck him, 2 months prior, he had obtained a superior sacred weapon, the Falling Star Bow. Why not utilize archery techniques to trigger a powerful archery heritage to complement the Falling Star Bow? This would leave him without any weaknesses, rendering him a perfect hexagonal warrior. However, he lacked a formidable archery heritage. Yet, upon further reflection, Gu Changge chuckled and shook his head. Just because he lacked it did not mean the Changsheng Gu family did. His esteemed father surely had access to such resources. As the divine son, acquiring a powerful archery heritage would be but a matter of a single request. With this thought, Gu Changge reached out to Gu Qing. Through a communication jade talisman, he conveyed his needs to Gu Qing. In no time, Gu Qing's voice resonated in the courtyard. Has Changge emerged from seclusion? Come out and let us meet. Father? Gu Changge rose and stepped out, finding Gu Qing standing in the courtyard. Upon seeing Gu Changge, Gu Qing's expression softened with satisfaction, his gaze appraising the radiant and ethereal figure before him. Excellent. It appears your strength has greatly advanced. Indeed, Gu Changge smiled, then curiously inquired, by the way, Father, what brings you here personally? I have come to inform you that your divine son's mansion has been completed, spanning 50 miles. It is located on one side of the main vein. Moreover, regarding the archery heritage you mentioned, I possess but one technique. I wonder if it pleases you. As Gu Qing spoke, he produced a small iron plate. The sunsetting 9 styles. However, I possess but a single technique. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge felt a subtle stir within. Gu Qing was indeed a formidable entity of the King's realm. Anything worthy of his attention was surely extraordinary. One technique is more than sufficient. Gu Changge nodded and accepted it. Even if it were incomplete, the more exceptional, the better. This item was intended to trigger a return, rather than for cultivation. Observing Gu Changge accept the Sunset 9 techniques, Gu Qing inquired with curiosity, what piqued your interest in archery? Lacking means for ranged attacks at present. I have developed a slight interest in archery. That is acceptable, as long as you exercise discretion. Gu Qing chuckled and was about to depart when he suddenly recalled something, saying, by the way, your maternal grandfather has invited you to visit. Your mother also longs to see you. When you have the time, do make a trip there. Very well. Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and made his way toward the courtyard of Gu Qingxiu. A month passed. It seemed Gu Qingxiu might soon venture out, and a visit to the Changsheng family would be quite feasible. Moreover, encountering Ji Ruyu and returning home together would be pleasant. Gu Changge's recollections of Ji Ruyu were rather vague. He only remembered how, as a child, she would follow closely behind him, affectionately calling him cousin in a soft, endearing manner. However, it appeared that due to his preoccupation with cultivation before awakening his innate wisdom, he had not paid much attention to this younger cousin. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of anticipation about meeting her. Gu Changge murmured to himself before arriving at Gu Qingxiu's courtyard. Gu Qingxiu's maid stood at the entrance, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Gu Changge approach, the two maidens' eyes brightened, and they bowed respectfully, addressing him as divine son. Is Qingxiu present? Gu Changge inquired with a smile and a nod. Miss Qingxiu is here. I shall inform the divine son at once. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qingxiu emerged alongside her maid to greet Gu Changge. Upon entering the courtyard, Gu Qingxiu took the initiative to brew tea for him. As she assessed Gu Changge, whom she had not seen for a month, a slight awe filled her heart. Gu Changge had grown stronger. Even with her supreme insights, she sensed an unfathomable depth within him, akin to an abyss. Brother divine son, I wonder what brings you here so suddenly. Gu Qingxiu queried with curiosity. Nothing much. I simply come bearing a precious gift for you. Gu Changge replied with a beaming smile, presenting the freshly acquired first technique of the Sunset 9 techniques, still warm from his grasp. Gu Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback, then decisively shook her head. Brother divine son has already gifted me the dragon elephant technique. I cannot accept more. Gu Qingxiu was puzzled as to why Gu Changge was so generous towards her. Did he truly regard her as a sister, or had he discerned something? Though she bore the supreme bone and would eventually become the pillar of the Changsheng family, this seemed excessive. Presently, with her share of the Changsheng family's resources, she had already reached a level comparable to some ranks, having no worries regarding ordinary resources, merely lacking the top-tier ones. Take it and accept it. Gu Changge disregarded Gu Qingxiu's refusal, seizing her hand amidst her astonished gaze and placing the iron piece into her delicate palm. What ayest? If you do not accept it, how shall you trigger the return? The man's warm, gentle touch distinctly registered in Gu Qingxiu's senses. In her past life, no man had ever touched her hand, nor stood by her side. Yet now, Gu Changge had boldly grasped her hand, an electrifying sensation coursing through her, causing her fair, porcelain-like face to bloom with a faint blush. Gu Changge, however, remained oblivious to the subtle flush adorning Gu Qingqiu's cheeks, as his attention was captivated by the information regarding the return. Ding. Bestowal of binding target Gu Changge a skill. Incomplete holy level archery sunset 9 styles. Receiving 1,000-fold return. Complete holy level archery shooting the sun. Chapter 31. The escape of Jiryu. Was it an incomplete sacred level archery technique? Indeed remarkable. 1,000-fold return yielded the complete sacred level archery technique. Shooting the sun, quite commendable. With the superior sacred weapon, the falling star bow, combined with the sacred level technique. The synergy of sacred weapon and sacred level archery render it quite formidable. Very well indeed. Gu Changge was thoroughly pleased. On the other hand, Gu Qingqiu stared blankly at the iron shard in her hand, increasingly perplexed by Gu Changge's goodwill. Archery? As she probed the iron shard with her divine sense, she discerned the densely inscribed characters and immediately understood its significance. An incomplete sacred level archery technique. The 9 styles of the setting sun. It is known that in the central heavenly domain, archery is among the supreme paths, yet it is one of the least practiced forms of attack. The rarity of sacred level archery techniques within the central heavenly domain is comparable to imperial level arts. Now, Gu Changge had actually bestowed upon her an incomplete sacred level archery technique. Did he not comprehend the preciousness of such techniques? No. As the divine son of the eternal Gu family, how could he be unaware of their value? Even if they were incomplete? Very well. I've just learned it. I shall teach you as well. Gu Changge chuckled. Gu Qingqiu responded softly. In her previous life, to confront the hidden entities lurking in the abyssal darkness, she had also studied archery and possessed several complete sacred-level techniques in her mind. Gu Qingqiu planned to find an appropriate moment to share these sacred techniques as a gesture of gratitude for Gu Changge's gift. However, her heart felt somewhat complicated, as it seemed her debts to Gu Changge were multiplying. Moreover, he perpetually denied her the opportunity to refuse his kindness. By the way, the Divine Sun's residence has been completed. You shall move in with me in 3 days. Just as Gu Changge was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something and spoke to Gu Qingqiu. This was the abode of the Divine Sun. Initially, moving to the first-tier estate had already attracted much gossip. If she were to relocate to the Divine Sun's residence, Gu Qingqiu wished to decline. Yet, as she opened her mouth, Gu Changge swiftly turned back, closing the distance in 2 or 3 steps, and scoffed. Not all of the eternal Gu family possessed discerning eyes. Besides, you are endowed with the supreme bone. Why would you require my protection? My actions stem from concern for my sister. Is there an issue with that? Should anyone speak ill again, let them come to me. Having said this, Gu Changge raised his hand and gently patted Gu Qingqiu's head before truly departing. Gu Qingqiu was left utterly stunned, her previously dormant heart now racing. Even the Dao heart of the imperial realm stirred with ripples. Did he truly care for me? So simply? Regardless, no matter the circumstances, he treated me well. Once I ascend to the peak again, I shall reciprocate his kindness. Gu Qingqiu exhaled, temporarily setting aside her thoughts. In the coming days, a piece of news that astonished the entire eternal Gu family spread from the main lineage. It was revealed that Gu Qingqiu was the unparalleled daughter of heaven, endowed with the supreme bone, and that the divine son, Gu Changge, had already recognized her as his sister, treating her as his own kin. Henceforth, should there be any further slander, it would be met with punitive measures according to the clan's defamation regulations. Upon the revelation of this news, the entire eternal Gu family was abuzz with shock. After all, Gu Qingqiu possesses the supreme bone, a secret known only to the upper echelon of the clan and a few prodigies from the Gu family. This information has not been disseminated to the lower ranks. However, Gu Changge's proactive clarification has immediately caused an uproar among the masses. The fact that Gu Qingqiu, who has been in constant company with the divine heir, possesses the supreme bone is astonishing. No wonder she has garnered the attention of the divine heir. She truly is a prodigy blessed with such a rare gift. It seems that the extraordinary phenomenon witnessed in the Branch family years ago was indeed the awakening of the supreme bone. The Changsheng family has birthed yet another remarkable daughter endowed with the supreme bone and coupled with the divine heir's dual pupils. Our generation of the Changsheng family is extraordinarily formidable. In the main family estate, Changge expressed his gratitude to his father with a slight smile. "Thank you, father. It's of no consequence. It was our concealment of the truth that led to misunderstandings among some individuals below." Ching waved his hand dismissively, jesting with Changge. "But for such a trivial matter to prompt your personal visit, could it be that you have taken a liking to that little girl, Chingxiu? If you truly do, I have no objections. After all, she possesses the supreme bone. If you two were to unite, your offspring would undoubtedly be extraordinary." Changge shook his head repeatedly, offering another reason. "Father, the whispers of the populace can be fearsome. A few careless rumors could potentially sow discord in our unmatched daughter of the Changsheng family. Moreover, I genuinely regard Qingxiu as a sister now." All right. I was merely jesting. If it comes to fruition, splendid. If not, it matters not, for she will always belong to the Changsheng family." The father understood. Changge chuckled softly before taking his leave. Meanwhile, in Qingxiu's courtyard, the two maidservants attending her gazed at her with a mixture of envy and reverence. "Miss Qingxiu, the divine heir truly treats you exceptionally well. Indeed, previously, when we overheard the discussions among the inner clan members about you, we wished to counter their remarks, but you wouldn't allow it. Now, those individuals finally dare not speak carelessly." Seated upon a stone bench, Qingxiu watched the steam rise from the tea before her. She had learned of the rumors circulating outside through her two maidservants. A warm current flowed through her heart, and on her serene, already strikingly beautiful face, a faint smile emerged. "It seems I have inconvenienced brother divine heir," Qingxiu murmured softly. She hadn't anticipated that her casual remark would resonate with him so deeply. Was it possible that he harbors feelings for me? It is truly overwhelming how exceptionally well Changge treats her. Despite her possession of the supreme bone, which elevates her status significantly above that of ordinary Changsheng family members, she still hails from a branch family with no substantial backing. In stark contrast to the divine heir, Changge, who is from the main lineage. It's no wonder she feels this way. Taking a deep breath, Qingxiu shook her head repeatedly, attempting to quell her peculiar feelings. "This is not the time for such thoughts. I must focus on enhancing my strength. When the grand era commences, I shall compete fiercely for fortune and once again pursue the path of enlightenment." On the other side, outside the Changsheng family, a breathtakingly beautiful girl, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a woodland sprite, gazed upon the expansive earth and sky, teeming with the essence of freedom. Unable to contain her exhilaration, she spread her arms wide and inhaled deeply. "Ah, the taste of liberation. At last, I have managed to sneak away unnoticed. Now, I can truly revel in my solitude and explore the world outside." This vibrant and lively maiden, who else could she be but Jiryu? After expressing her thoughts, Jiryu cast a furtive glance at the Longsheng family's estate behind her, and with a swift motion, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing into the distance. Reflections on life's complexities could wait. For now, the thrill of escape beckoned. Chapter 32. The Divine Son's Quest for Bottles? The origin of the everlasting Gu family. The ancestors of the everlasting Gu family hailed from a secluded village, a veritable paradise, endowed with extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. They achieved the divine body through innate talent and ascended to the rank of emperor. Henceforth, this humble village became the true ancestral ground of the everlasting Gu family. At this moment, numerous children and adults gathered at the entrance of Gu village, their curious gazes fixed upon a magnificent palanquin drawn by several snow-white, dragon-scaled horses. The palanquin, crafted from an unknown divine wood, shimmered with a radiant glow, exuding an air of opulence. Could it be that the people from the everlasting Gu family have arrived? One child wondered. "I've only seen the head of the family come to pay respects to our ancestors with such majestic steeds before." When the main family visits, They always bring us delightful treats." Another chimed in. The old Gu village was largely devoid of cultivation talent, consisting mainly of direct descendants or collateral branches with significant contributions, yet lacking any innate abilities. The children, full of innocent wonder, speculated about who might emerge from the illustrious palanquin. They all shared a common hope. Whenever the main family visited, they would bring plenty of delicious food, treating them with kindness and without prejudice for their inability to cultivate. At last, amidst the children's eager anticipation, a youth, appearing around 16 or 17 years of age, stepped forth from the palanquin. His countenance, though youthful, radiated an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a celestial being. "Is this the old Gu family?" Gu Changge surveyed the idyllic village, a smile of admiration gracing his lips. Simultaneously, he noticed the innocent, wide-eyed children and the adults of the village observing him with curiosity. At that moment, an elderly man with a youthful visage stepped forward from the crowd. He respectfully bowed to Gu Changge, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" One of the elders from the everlasting Gu family, who was responsible for driving the carriage, interjected with a smile, "Village head, this is our newly appointed divine son, come to visit the origins of our Gu family and to pay homage to our ancestors." "What? The divine son?" The adults behind the village head gasped in astonishment. The village head, equally astonished, remarked, "I did not realize His Highness, the divine son of the everlasting Gu family, was visiting. Please forgive my ignorance." "Not at all. I am but a humble visitor. There is no need for such formality, village head," Gu Changge replied gently. Though the main family had always been cordial towards the old Gu village, a semblance of respect was still required. The village head, taken aback by Gu Changge's warmth, responded, "No need for formality. May I inquire how long the divine son intends to stay?" "I'm uncertain. It depends on the situation," Gu Changge replied. "Very well. The village has a residence prepared for the main family's guests. Would it be acceptable for His Highness to reside there?" "Certainly," Gu Changge affirmed. His visit to Gu village was primarily to seek the spirit artifact hinted at in Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes, the spirit gathering bottle. Should he locate this artifact, he intended to return it to Gu Qingqiu, regardless of its value, for it was indeed an artifact of celestial caliber, and a particularly powerful one at that. How could Gu Changge possibly remain inactive? Thus, he seized the moment when Gu Qingqiu was on the verge of action to make his move first. After responding to the village elder, Gu Changge addressed the family elder who was driving. "I am grateful for your personal escort, Elder Lingyuan. It is nothing. For nearly a century, it has been my duty to protect Gu family village, and this was merely on my way," the elder replied. "If the son has any needs, he may directly communicate them to the village chief." Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyun observed Gu Changge nodding in acknowledgement before departing in his carriage. The dragon scale horse, a rare beast with true dragon blood, is known for its gentle nature and lack of aggression, possessing the ability to soar through the clouds. Typically, only those of significant power would have the privilege to raise such creatures. Watching the dragon scale horse carriage depart, Gu Changge accompanied the village chief to the residence designated for the main family. The estate was spacious, occupying a considerable area, and was adorned with luxurious and comfortable decorations. After casually selecting a room, Gu Changge turned to the village chief and said, "By the way, Chief, I have come to the village in search of something. If possible, could you gather all the bottles in the village for me to examine?" "Bottles?" The village chief paused, momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Gu Changge was merely visiting the village for a few days before departing. To learn that he was searching for something, particularly bottles, was unexpected. What treasures could the old Gu family village possibly possess? Nonetheless, since it was Gu Changge's request, the village chief did not linger on the matter, but nodded and left the estate to inform the villagers to bring all their bottles to the reception hall. In no time, the villagers of old Gu family village wore peculiar expressions. Collecting all the bottles from the village? Surely this cannot be right. Perhaps some treasure has been left behind in our village. But how could that be? If there were any valuable items, the former family heads and the elders, who were powerful kings or quasi-saints, would have discovered them long ago. Curiosity sparked amongst the villagers as they discussed the matter. Yet they obediently gathered all the bottles from their homes and brought them to the reception hall. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqiu had finally stabilized her recently attained realm, having broken through to the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. However, as she operated her concealing technique, her aura gradually diminished, reverting to the first layer of the liquid transformation realm. Should Gu Changge witness this, he would undoubtedly remark on her aptitude as a protagonist, adeptly masquerading as an underdog. In the Rainbow Bridge realm, she could briefly traverse the skies and invoke the powers of the Void Sutra, capable of contending even with the Wheel of Fate, offering her a sense of security. Emerging from her chamber, Gu Qingqiu resolved to retrieve the spirit gathering bottle. In her previous life, her rapid advancement and ability to catch up to the prodigies of the Zhongzhou domain and the 3,000 Dao domains were largely attributed to the remarkable efficacy of the spirit gathering bottle. As Gu Qingqiu entered the courtyard, she intended to seek out Gu Changge, accompanied by 2 handmaidens. However, upon reaching Gu Changge's courtyard, she triggered a restriction, only to find the space devoid of any occupants. A maid observed, "Miss Qingqiu, the divine son has already departed. On the day of your breakthrough, he mentioned that you could act independently without informing him." Has he left? When? Approximately 3 days ago. Is that so? Gu Qingqiu blinked. Given that the dragon ranking and the true dragon ranking of the central heavenly domain had yet to materialize, it seemed premature for worldly competition. Logically, Gu Changge should have been focusing on enhancing his cultivation. She had not anticipated that he would neglect his training and instead venture out of the Changsheng Gu family. However, after a moment of surprise, Gu Qingqiu dismissed the thought. It was perhaps for the best. She was now free to act on her own accord. She intended to visit Gu family village and needed to inform her clan accordingly. Chapter 33. The spirit gathering bottle acquired. Gu Qingqiu was already preparing to return to Gu family village. Meanwhile, Gu Changge was meticulously examining the various bottles scattered throughout the village, channeling his spiritual energy into each one he touched, while attuning his celestial bone to sense their essence. If any of these bottles were indeed magical artifacts, his innate celestial bone would react upon contact, especially when spiritual energy was invoked. Over the past few days, Gu Changge had sifted through several batches of bottles. Initially, the villagers had presented only those that were aesthetically pleasing, assuming his peculiar interest was merely a whimsical quirk. However, after realizing the necessity of his quest, he instructed the villagers to disregard cleanliness. Any bottle would suffice. "This one won't do. This one neither," he muttered as he continued his scrutiny, frowning at the array of grimy, dark bottles that had clearly been buried in mud or coated in dust for ages. Should this batch yield nothing, it would mean that the artifact possessed its own spirit, and that his fate had forsaken him. With that thought, Gu Changge reached for a clay bottle with elongated ears and a slender neck. Expertly, he infused it with spiritual energy and activated the celestial bone within his chest. In the next moment, a strange vibration emanated from the bone, and as he poured energy into the vessel, a faint glimmer of spiritual light flickered upon its surface, drawing in wisps of energy that seemed to dissipate into the air. Feeling this change, Gu Changge's heart skipped a beat, and a smile broke across his face. This, could it be? He pondered, lifting the clay bottle. As the resonance of his spiritual energy surged, all the dirt, dust, and grime clinging to the bottle vanished. In that instant, the true form of the vessel was revealed. It was adorned with intricate green patterns, which, once freed from their earthy shroud, appeared almost alive. With the activation of his spiritual energy, the green lines shimmered, continuously absorbing energy, while within the bottle, a liquid began to coalesce. A spirit-gathering bottle. Even if it wasn't, it was undoubtedly a treasure. Gu Changge mused as he admired the bottle in his hands. Yet, to be prudent, he decided to re-examine all the other bottles, confirming that only the one in his possession held extraordinary qualities. He felt increasingly assured of its significance and resolved to present it to Gu Qingqiu upon her arrival. At the very moment Gu Changge seemed to have discovered the spirit-gathering bottle, Gu Qingqiu was already soaring towards old Gu family village. Having rented a spirit crane from the Changsheng Gu clan, the old village chief awaited her at the village entrance. However, Compared to the grand welcome Changge had received from the entire village, only a few of the village's elders were present to greet her. "Grandpa Village Chief," Changsheng exclaimed as she descended from the spirit crane, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the familiar figure she remembered so well. To understand her past life, one must know that she was once stripped of her supreme bone and subsequently left to thrive in the old Gu family village by the Changsheng Gu clan. During this time, her village chief grandfather would often encourage her, assuring her that as long as she could cultivate, there remained hope. She should not, like them, fade into obscurity and become mere dust after a century. It was during this period that she fortuitously acquired the spirit gathering bottle, thus embarking on a path of resurgence. Upon their next encounter, although the world had irrevocably changed, Changsheng would not forget the kindness of her past life. The village chief, observing Changsheng, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards her, yet he could not help but inquire, "Might I ask what brings the esteemed young lady from the main family here?" Hearing the village chief's question, Changsheng snapped back to reality, suppressing her excitement and warmth as she articulated the purpose of her visit. The bottle? Upon hearing this, the village chief was left speechless. Did the youth of the Changsheng Gu lineage all have a penchant for seeking bottles? Or was it possible that a treasure had indeed flowed from the main family to their village? But that seemed unlikely. Aside from the occasional ancestral rites, no one from a main family had ever visited. Now, not only had a divine son arrived, but just days later, another was seeking a bottle. Noticing the astonishment on the village chief's face, Changsheng felt her heart tighten and quickly asked, "What is it, village chief?" "It is nothing, esteemed young lady. You need not refer to me as grandfather. I do not possess such an esteemed title. Please, do not belittle me." The village chief responded respectfully, before continuing, "I am unaware of your name, but my astonishment stems from the fact that someone has already come to seek a bottle before you. And it is none other than His Divine Highness, the Sun." "His Divine Highness? Changge?" Changsheng was taken aback. Changge had come to the old Gu family village seeking a bottle? Could it be that he had news of the spirit gathering bottle? That seemed implausible. She recalled that in her previous life, Changge had never visited the village, not even once. "Changge? Is that truly the Divine Sun's given name?" "Truly. He is the pride of our Changsheng Gu clan." The village chief, upon hearing Changge's name, smiled with satisfaction before answering Changsheng. "Yes, esteemed young lady. It is indeed His Divine Highness. He has been searching for 3 or 4 days, thoroughly inspecting every bottle in the village, and half a day ago, he instructed us to retrieve all the bottles we had taken. Esteemed young lady, would you like to go see His Divine Highness?" "Yes, indeed." Upon hearing her village chief's words, Changsheng furrowed her brows, her mind awash with various thoughts. Did Changge truly possess knowledge of the spirit gathering bottle? At this juncture in her previous life, she had been gravely injured, confined to her bed under her grandfather's care, and was utterly unaware of any visitors to the village. Could it be that in her past life, Changge had failed to find the bottle and subsequently departed, thereby allowing her this opportunity? Lost in her thoughts, Changsheng followed the village chief to the reception residence. "Esteemed young lady, this residence is designated for the main family's temporary stay. I shall not enter," the village chief informed Changsheng. "Grandfather village chief, my name is Changsheng, but you may simply call me Changsheng," Changsheng said, gazing at the splendid estate before her. The village chief paused for a moment before addressing the elegantly poised Changsheng. "Very well, then. I shall take the liberty of referring to you as Miss Changsheng. I cannot quite explain it, but there is an undeniable sense of familiarity when I see you." "I feel the same way, grandfather village chief." Changsheng understood that it would be impossible for the village chief to call her by her name from her previous life. Nevertheless, she was determined to treat this venerable village chief with kindness. She retrieved an assortment of gifts from her spatial ring and arranged them neatly on the ground. "These offerings are for you, grandfather village chief. Please accept them without hesitation. Consider them a token of our initial meeting," she insisted. The old village chief was inclined to refuse, but upon seeing the earnest expression on Changsheng's face, he sighed in resignation. "Very well, I shall accept them. Thank you." Changsheng replied with a cheerful smile, then turned her gaze towards the grand estate. Now, I shall go inside to pay a visit to Brother Shensi. Farewell, Grandfather Village Chief. Chapter 34. A hundredfold return of a superior immortal artifact. The condensing Dao divine bottle. In truth, the moment Gu Qingqiu entered the village, Gu Changge was already aware of her arrival. Thus, when Gu Qingqiu expressed her intention to seek him out, Gu Changge merely tidied his garments and patiently awaited her in the courtyard. The gathering spirit bottle was undoubtedly of immense importance to Gu Qingqiu. It might even serve as a crucial tool for her rapid development in the early stages. Now that he had procured it in advance, he was intrigued to see what methods Gu Qingqiu would employ to persuade him to relinquish the bottle. Gu Changge had contemplated this beforehand, recognizing that one could not endlessly shower kindness upon another. Otherwise, it would become a matter of course for the recipient to expect and enjoy the benefits bestowed upon them. Although the gathering spirit bottle was destined to be given to Gu Qingqiu, it was essential that she first perform some service in return, be it pouring tea or sharing valuable opportunities that could benefit him. The thought of being attended by a reborn female sovereign was, in itself, a delightful notion for Gu Changge. As Gu Qingqiu entered the courtyard, she soon spotted a transcendent young man standing in a corner of the picturesque garden, hands clasped behind his back. His noble bearing exuded an ethereal quality, and despite his tender years, he possessed an air of maturity that emanated a subtle pressure. Qingqiu, my sister, has arrived, Gu Changge called out without turning his head. I have met the divine son, elder brother, Gu Qingqiu responded, puzzled by his greeting. Did he already foresee her visit to Gu village? Do not stand on ceremony. Gu Changge replied, turning to face her, his eyes brightening at the sight. The young woman donned a flowing, pale green gown that accentuated her graceful figure. She possessed an elegant demeanor and an overwhelming aura of dominance, reminiscent of a sovereign capable of subduing all. Despite her youthful countenance, which still bore traces of innocence, she exuded an unmistakable imperial presence that stirred a latent desire for conquest. Gu Qingqiu was acutely aware of Gu Changge's scrutiny, but chose to disregard it. After all, during her peak in her previous life, she had encountered far more brazen and fiery gazes from her foes. She harbored a disdain for such attention, but the admiration reflected in Gu Changge's eyes elicited a sense of quiet joy and satisfaction within her. Did the divine son predict my arrival here? Gu Qingqiu inquired directly, curious as to whether he was certain of her coming to Gu village. Oh, what do you ask? Gu Changge responded, intrigued, because the divine son displayed no surprise upon seeing me in Gu village. Gu Qingqiu candidly replied. At her words, Gu Changge could not help but smile inwardly. Of course, he was not surprised. After all, the elder brother had clearly outlined her future actions and intentions. While he was tempted to feign astonishment, he felt it unnecessary. I indeed possess knowledge of your trajectory, albeit through a glimpse of the future granted by my dual pupils, Gu Changge revealed, his eyes shimmering with divine light as his gaze pierced into Gu Qingqiu's essence, leaving her momentarily breathless. Gu Qingqiu was taken aback. Could it be that the dual pupils possessed the ability to foresee the future? In her previous life, she had never witnessed Gu Changge utilizing his abilities. In a vision of the future, I saw you, frail and pitiable, struggling to survive in Gu village until your circumstances began to improve upon acquiring a mysterious vial. Thus, driven by curiosity, I ventured forth to seek you out and test my luck. The outcome seems to have yielded some results. Gu Changge, in jest, fabricated a tale. After all, possessing dual pupils grants him the liberty to weave any narrative. The primary objective was to endear himself to Gu Qingqiu, the reborn sovereign. If she were to develop feelings for him, that would be even better. Though bound to his system, Gu Changge was unwilling to squander his resources on others, for he had no intention of becoming a mere pawn in someone else's game. Unbeknownst to Gu Qingqiu, Gu Changge's thoughts ran deep, and he inadvertently divulged the entirety of her previous life that she was familiar with. After finishing his tale, Gu Qingqiu fell silent for a moment before lifting her face to respond. Is that so? I never imagined my brother, the divine son, would witness such a dismal version of me. However, that is merely a fragment of the future. I had no intention of excavating the supreme bone of my sister Qingqiu from the very beginning. Gu Changge smiled faintly. In her rebirth, Gu Qingqiu found herself increasingly perplexed by Gu Changge. Throughout their interactions, she discovered that he was stunningly extraordinary, with unparalleled talent and terrifying combat prowess. His mannerisms and approach to life seemed as radiant as the full moon, a stark contrast to the person she remembered from her former life. While Gu Qingqiu was lost in thought, a small green vial was suddenly tossed in her direction. Instinctively, she caught it. However, upon realizing what it was, she froze. For it was the spirit-gathering bottle that Gu Changge had thrown her way. A jolt of disbelief coursed through her as she gazed at him. If Gu Changge had indeed acquired the spirit-gathering bottle, he must recognize its significance as a celestial artifact. This was a celestial artifact. Throughout the ages of the 3,000 realms, such treasures were exceedingly rare, coveted even by those at the imperial level. Now, Gu Changge had carelessly tossed it to her. Countless couples within the 3,000 realms had turned against one another over extraordinary opportunities and heavenly inheritances, becoming bitter enemies in the face of fate. It was unfathomable that Gu Changge would directly offer her the spirit-gathering bottle. I expended considerable effort to procure this item. It cannot be given freely. Henceforth, Sister Qingqiu, you must compensate me with something of equal value, be it a divine artifact or a remarkable opportunity, he declared. Moreover, I intend to wander for a while, to clear my mind. Would you mind taking care of me for a few days? Consider it a reward for the vial. Gu Changge's tone was calm, devoid of any sense of pressure, as if he were simply an affectionate brother caring for his sister, seamlessly transitioning from the matter of the green vial. Gu Qingqiu's heart raced. The celestial artifact felt exceedingly warm in her grasp. How could she repay Gu Changge for such a gift? Simply offering herself would hardly suffice. Capturing the heart of a reborn female sovereign with another's destined fortune. Such audacity could only belong to Gu Changge. All right, your silence indicates agreement. From now on, let us act together, dear Qingqiu, Gu Changge remarked with a faint smile. Okay, Gu Qingqiu hesitated for a moment before nodding. The little green bottle held immense significance for her, and Gu Changge's request felt almost like a gift. From this moment forth, the little green bottle would occupy a special place in Gu Qingqiu's heart, as it would be something she relied upon constantly. As she accepted the little green bottle, a notification from the invincible return system appeared before Gu Changge. Ding! Bestowed upon the bound target, spirit-gathering bottle. Received 100-fold return. You have acquired a superior grade celestial artifact, condensing Dao divine bottle. Superior grade celestial artifact, condensing Dao divine bottle. Contains the essence of yin and yang transformation. Sunlight yields yang liquid, while moonlight produces yin liquid. When combined, they produce a drop of condensing Dao divine water, which can replace a year of arduous cultivation and comprehension. Such a straightforward description belied the astonishing power contained within, with just a day and a night. The mingling of yang and yin liquids would yield the condensing Dao divine water, a drop of which could substitute a year of relentless cultivation, equivalent to a day of effort for others. Remarkable. The invincible return system truly exceeded expectations. This condensing Dao divine bottle was nothing short of extraordinary. It seemed that the little green bottle was indeed a spirit-gathering bottle. After responding to Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu cradled the gathering bottle, unable to suppress her excitement. Brother Divine Son, you must be aware of the value of this item in my possession, right? I do. Gu Changge nodded honestly. Then why did you give it back to me? This is a celestial, though this item is immensely precious. It holds little utility for me. I am the divine son of the Changsheng Gu family, and all resources are directed towards me. In comparison, you would benefit from more. Qingqiu, you must grow quickly. Perhaps in future battles, you will be the one to assist me when I am at a disadvantage. Gu Changge teased. Gu Qingqiu nodded earnestly. All right, if Brother Changge finds himself unable to contend, I shall step in to resolve the situation. Gu Changge replied. I was joking. You took it seriously. With his formidable dual pupils, celestial bones, and the support of the sovereign, if he struggled against an enemy, It will be challenging for Gu Qingqiu as well. Yet, Gu Qingqiu's attitude pleased Gu Changge immensely. He reached out to gently ruffle Gu Qingqiu's hair. And as her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, he chuckled, "I trust in you, Qingqiu. Now, let us explore other places. By the way, did you arrive on your spiritual crane? This time, let us not take the palanquin. The crane is more convenient. Shall we share the ride?" The sudden display of affection left Gu Qingqiu momentarily flustered. However, she quickly regained her composure. There was no resistance to Gu Changge's unexpected touch. Otherwise, her body would have reacted when he reached out. "I did. Sharing a ride? Okay." If those formidable beings from her past life who were aware of Gu Qingqiu's true identity were to discover that the esteemed female sovereign had been reborn and was now riding a spirit crane with another man, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. It is well known that Gu Qingqiu, with her unparalleled elegance as a female sovereign, had captivated countless sons and daughters of the sacred realms, even compelling saints to yearn to bow before her. Yet, she remained aloof and unyielding. "Hurry and summon the spirit crane. I have grown weary of lingering here," Gu Changge said with a smile, encouraging Gu Qingqiu to call forth the bird. The spirit crane was stored within her beast pouch. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqiu's cheeks flushed, and she channeled her spiritual energy into the pouch to summon the crane. The spirit crane, resplendent in pure white, unfurled its wings to reveal a span of 5 meters, with a crown of deep, inky black atop its head and hints of darkness at the tips of its feathers, embodying a mystical aura of black and white. Upon its arrival at the residence, the village chief and others promptly approached. Gu Changge was the first to leap onto the back of the spirit crane, addressing the village chief below. "We have troubled you of late, but now that we have found what we sought, we shall take our leave." Gu Qingqiu followed suit, also climbing onto the crane's back. She then spoke to the village chief, "Grandfather village chief, I, too, shall depart with Brother Changge." Regarding the shift in her address, Gu Changge chose not to comment. Some things unfold naturally without excessive concern. Moreover, in Gu Changge's eyes, Brother Changge was regarded as one of their own, which lightened his spirits. "Is that so? Your Highness, may you and Miss Qingqiu have a safe journey," said the village chief. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded, and Gu Qingqiu added, "I will return to visit you, Grandfather village chief. Farewell." With that, Gu Qingqiu commanded the spirit crane to take flight. In an instant, a gentle breeze appeared as the crane's wings flapped, slowly ascending into the sky. The crane's limit was to carry 2 passengers, with only a slight distance between them. However, Gu Qingqiu's attention remained fixated on the village chief and the small green vial in her hand. As a result, the crane wobbled unsteadily upon takeoff, and in an unfortunate moment, it began to tilt backward. Instability was hardly a concern for someone at the Rainbow Bridge realm. And just as Gu Qingqiu focused her spiritual energy to steady herself, a hand gently encircled her delicate shoulder. "Qingqiu, it's best to concentrate while riding the spirit crane. A fall would be rather unbecoming," Gu Changge teased. The large hand on her shoulder radiated an intense warmth, and in that fleeting moment, Gu Qingqiu felt the supreme bone within her stir, as if it had brushed against a blazing sun on the verge of assimilation. Remarkably, in that brief instant, the progress of her supreme bone's divine power seemed to increase ever so slightly. Though it was a barely perceptible improvement, the essence of the supreme bone's power was such that even the slightest advancement required an immense amount of resources. Yet now, merely by being touched by Gu Changge, it had gained that fraction of growth. What could this mean? Gu Qingqiu felt a tumult of emotions within, her cheeks aflame. It was both thrilling and embarrassing. How could the dignified Supreme Empress find herself unsteady on a spirit crane? The thought alone was laughable. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Just as Gu Qingqiu thought this, she suddenly realized that Gu Changge's palm had departed from her body. The once fervent warmth of her being returned to its normal state upon his withdrawal, leaving Gu Qingqiu feeling inexplicably reluctant. It was as if something within Gu Changge possessed an allure akin to that of opium. Could it be the essence of celestial law residing within his chest that triggered this sensation? Yet, what was the nature of this feeling? Gu Qingqiu felt a pang of frustration and, gathering her thoughts, expressed her gratitude to Gu Changge. "Thank you, Brother Changge. By the way, where shall we go next? Do you have a destination in mind?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changge cast a glance toward the direction where Ji Ruyu's light had appeared. "Let's head east," he suggested. "East?" Gu Qingxiu was taken aback for a moment before regaining her composure and nodding in agreement. "Very well." She was astonished. "East? Isn't that the direction of the Spirit Spring secret realm?" It was there that Yi Chun and Ji Ruyu became acquainted during their participation in the Spirit Spring secret realm. And it was then that the millennial Spirit Spring I transformed into a dragon of spiritual energy, soaring into the heavens, captured by Yi Chen's mystical arts. Is it mere coincidence that fate has intertwined our paths? Chapter 35. Rebirth of Yi Chun. Celestial couple at the same time, Ji Ruyu emerged from a grand city. Her appearance altered, lacking the ethereal beauty she possessed upon departing from the Changsheng family. In her hand, she clutched a skewer of candied hawthorns. Is the Spirit Spring secret realm in this direction? This is my first time participating in a secret realm. I must take a look. Perhaps fortune favors me, and I might acquire the legendary Spirit Spring Eye. She mused, her laughter like silver bells echoing through the air as she took flight. Meanwhile, a young man clad in gray, exuding an air of competence and appearing to be 19, also set forth from a nearby forest towards the Spirit Spring secret realm. According to his recollections, the secret realm was about to open. I must obtain the Spirit Spring Eye. Ji Ruyu, the divine maiden of the Ji family, will also be present. The rebirth stone has already been activated thrice, and its energy is nearly depleted. If I cannot attain the status of a great emperor this time, there will be no hope left. I must seize every opportunity available, he reflected. In my second life, I reached the Saint realm. Achieving the great emperor status this time is not too much to ask. The young man, Yi Chun, hastened towards the Spirit Spring secret realm. Indeed, he possessed the extraordinary rebirth stone, which granted him the ability to reverse the cycle of life, allowing him to be reborn. However, the rebirth stone had already been utilized thrice. This was his final opportunity. To recharge the rebirth stone, energy surpassing the Emperor realm was required. Even in his second life, having reached the Saint realm and traversed 3,000 Dao domains, he could only infuse the rebirth stone with half of the necessary energy. Theoretically, he could still accumulate energy one last time in this life. Above in the heavens, upon the back of a spirit crane, Gu Qingxiu could distinctly sense a faint fragrance emanating from the young man behind her. She was not surprised, with the possession of the dual pupils and celestial bones. Gu Changge's physical form had likely been transformed into an immaculate body, his flesh serving as a potent elixir. Sitting upon the spirit crane's back, Gu Changge surveyed the verdant forest below. Is this a forest? Qingxiu, do you have any place you wish to visit? No. Gu Qingxiu shook her head. Continuing forward like this is perfectly fine. This was indeed the destination she yearned to reach. She thought silently. Oh. Gu Changge nodded, maintaining his usual demeanor. As they approached the luminous point, Ji Ruyu appeared to be inexplicably halted at that location. Just then, a terrifying surge of spiritual light erupted into the sky. In the next moment, a massive mountain loomed in the distance, shrouded in the spiritual light, resembling a mountain of immortals. Is this the blessed land, secret realm? Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback by the sight. It must be. Gu Qingxiu feigned surprise. I didn't expect such good fortune. We randomly chose a direction and stumbled upon the opening of the blessed land secret realm. Secret realms are categorized into two types: the small spatial secret realms, known as cave heavens, and the blessed land secret realms. The cave heaven secret realms are the most enigmatic, often harboring astonishing opportunities. Yet they can also lead to certain death. The blessed land secret realms manifest various fortuitous locations. For instance, the Spirit Spring secret realm they were about to explore is an eagerly sought-after blessed land by wandering cultivators. The inner sanctum is imbued with rich spiritual energy, abundant in various precious medicines and divine metals, making it a veritable treasure trove. The greatest peril, however, emanates from humanity itself. Naturally, Premier factions, such as the Changsheng Gu family, exhibit little interest in this minor blessed land secret realm, allowing rogue cultivators to freely exploit it. Outside the Lingquan secret realm, formidable figures descended like streaks of light, converging with other rogue cultivators who had long awaited their arrival. The highest cultivation level among them was merely that of a ninth-layer divine transformation, and the commotion surrounding this small blessed land secret realm was minimal, largely due to the control exerted by local powers. Thus, only the most formidable ninth-layer divine transformation cultivators had made their way here. The Lingquan secret realm has been activated. The natural barriers have yet to dissipate. Entering now would result in one getting lost within the blessed land. After half an hour, it should be safe to proceed. This is indeed an opportunity for us cultivators of Yunlong City, as a blessed land secret realm has manifested so close to the city. What a delight! The rogue cultivators exchanged excited discussions, yet each remained vigilant. Once inside the Lingquan secret realm, those who converse with you may well be those who would stab you in the back. Jiruyu, unremarkable in appearance, stood amidst the crowd, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at the mountain that manifested from the Lingquan secret realm. A blessed land secret realm. How thrilling! Moreover, this marks her first proactive participation. The joy of freedom is exhilarating. On the other side of the crowd, Yichun scrutinized the expressions of those around him, searching for the visage of Jiruyu in her disguised form from his memories. In truth, had it not been for a ninth-layer divine transformation individual provoking Jiruyu at the last moment, Yichun would have remained oblivious to the fact that the precious jewel of the illustrious Changsheng family had stealthily ventured out to partake in this minor secret realm. This had caused quite a stir in the Zhongzhou Dao domain. Many who returned from the Lingquan secret realm were filled with frustration, pondering how their fortunes might have changed had they recognized the Ji family's goddess and fostered even the slightest connection with her. Regarding the reincarnation aspect, Yichun experiences a standard rebirth, traversing through the events of his previous two lives to arrive in his third. In contrast, Gu Qingxiu begins anew at the outset of the third life after completing the entire timeline. In light of this, Yichun scoffed. How could an ordinary person possibly attract the attention of a goddess? Only he, a being reborn thrice, Yichun, could accurately discern the preferences of the Ji family's divine maiden. According to information from his second life, Yichun understood that Jiruyu yearned for freedom and cherished the notion of liberation, embodying the essence of a stunningly beautiful, ethereal maiden. If he could provide her with the sense of freedom she adores, he would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on her, and perhaps even advance their relationship further. Regrettably, after scanning the crowd, Yichun did not spot the face he remembered from Jiruyu's disguise. He exhaled softly. Once the Lingquan secret realm opens, she will compete for a precious medicine and utilize a royal-level jade talisman, at which point their paths will surely cross. Just as Yichun murmured to himself, a sudden crane call captured the attention of the entire assembly. In the next moment, a spiritual crane descended from the heavens. Instantly, the countenance of all rogue cultivators present shifted, and they became acutely alert, turning their gazes towards the crane. The spirit crane is not a possession that ordinary forces can claim. It is typically reserved for first-rate or even immortal families. This implies that the visitor is likely a member of a prestigious faction, which understandably dampens the spirits of the wandering cultivators present. Yichun's expression also shifted as he pondered the situation. What is happening? In my previous life, the spirit crane never made an appearance. As the spirit crane descended gracefully, the crowd finally beheld two figures upon its back. When their features became discernible, a collective astonishment swept over them, and the phrase divine couple began to take shape in their minds. The two individuals, though youthful, exuded an extraordinary and noble aura as they stood upon the spirit crane, with the young man taking the lead. Chapter 36. The Yin-Yang Divine Body. He possessed an unparalleled beauty, ethereal like an immortal, clad in black garments adorned with golden edges that exuded an air of nobility. Surrounding him seemed to be a heavenly radiance, with ethereal sounds echoing, leaving a lasting impression upon all who beheld him. Beside him stood a young maiden in green, already exhibiting a captivating charm at a tender age. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her complexion was as fair as congealed fat, with exquisitely delicate features that resembled a pristine lotus emerging from a mire. The pairing of these two individuals, regardless of their cultivation or status, unmistakably revealed their distinguished lineage. Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu guided their spiritual crane to descend. Unconcerned by the gazes around them, they surveyed the crowd, and a gentle smile graced their faces as they nodded amicably to those present. In the throng, Yichen observed the arrival of Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu upon the spiritual crane, and his pupils involuntarily contracted in shock. His scalp tingled, and he hastily lowered his head, suppressing his astonishment. What was happening? Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, members of the esteemed Gu family, had appeared as well. Such an occurrence had not transpired in his previous life, and moreover, were not Gu Qingxiu and the Gu family sworn enemies? How could they be seen together? Yichen was both astounded and perplexed. He was all too familiar with Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. When the True Dragon and Flood Dragon rankings emerged, the foremost powers and the scions of the Changsheng family, young prodigies and divine maidens, competed fiercely. Among them, the most dazzling were a select few, including Gu Changge, who bore the dual pupils and the supreme bone, dominating the younger generation of the celestial realm. Gu Qingxiu was another, possessing even more terrifying supreme bone than Gu Changge, having already reached the status of an emperor, while Gu Changge was still on his path to sainthood. However, a daring thought suddenly sprouted in Yichen's mind. He was a reborn individual. Having lived 2 lives, he may not know much about Gu Qingxiu's experiences as a future empress, but he was aware of certain pivotal events. If he could establish a connection with this future sovereign, perhaps he too could ascend to the rank of emperor in this lifetime. In fact, during his second life, he had leveraged the knowledge gained from his first existence to gain the favor of several prominent divine maidens, eventually reaching the realm of sainthood. He dared not covet the support of the divine maidens from the Changsheng family or the top sacred sites, for they were beings far beyond his reach. Even with the advantage of his past life, he had only attained the rank of a king, making any significant advancement under such immense pressure nearly impossible. Yet, the circumstances had changed. Now, endowed with the foundation of a saint and with sufficient resources, he could swiftly restore his cultivation. The prospect of challenging the status of emperor was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, Yichen broadened his horizons, which explained why he dared to covet Ji Ruyu, and even entertained thoughts upon seeing Gu Qingxiu. Ji Ruyu too had noticed the arrival of Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. Upon seeing them, her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, such handsome and beautiful individuals. Is that a spiritual crane? I wonder which power they hail from. Ji Ruyu turned her gaze toward Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. As Ji Ruyu gazed at Gu Changge, it was evident that Gu Changge had also noticed her immediately. There was no escaping the brilliance that Ji Ruyu exuded in Gu Changge's eyes. Ding! The system detects the host proximity to a target that meets the investment return criteria. Would you like to view the information? Yes, no. Ding! The system detects the host proximity to a target that meets the investment return criteria. Would you like to bind? Yes, no. A binding prompt that had appeared once before materialized before Gu Changge. A flicker of thought crossed her mind, and she chose to first examine Ji Ruyu's information. Nickname, Ji Ryu. Identity, divine maiden of the Changsheng Ji family. Daughter of fortune, physique, yin-yang divine body, dual cultivation divine body. Cultivation method, divine king sutra. Divine powers, divine king S.I., divine king S finger, divine king S.I., divine king S shadow. Recent fortune, unlockable upon binding. As Gu Changge scrutinized the information about Ji Ruyu, her gaze lingered on the identity section. Indeed, all targets for system binding were daughters of fortune. And what was more astonishing was that her cousin possessed the coveted yin-yang divine body, a physique that even sages coveted, promising great benefits for both sides. Binding. Gu Changge mused, subsequently deciding to bind Ji Ruyu as her second investment return target. Binding successful. Ji Ruyu's recent fortune unlocked. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Changge once again examined Ji Ruyu's personal information, her her attention drawn to the recent fortune. A nickname, Yiruyu. Recent fortune, calculated by another child of fortune, Yi Chun, which would have enabled the Changsheng family to become a support for the child of fortune, leading to an immortal battle with another sacred land, expending great resources. However, encountering an unknown person has mitigated the danger. Yet, the child of fortune, Yi Chun, remains undeterred and will, in 3 days, select a stone from the gambling den in Yunlong City, one riddled with pits, to unveil a yin-yang spirit jade and regain Ji Ruyu's favor. Good heavens! Observing Ji Ruyu's recent fortune, Gu Changge narrowed her eyes. Truly, she was deserving of the title Child of Fortune. However, it remained to be seen what kind of advantage this child possessed. Perhaps it was some extraordinary ability bestowed by an elder. Yet, it was apparent that the other party had likely discerned Ji Ruyu's identity, prompting them to go to great lengths to win her favor. Not only was this individual my binding return target, but as my cousin, I cannot allow your schemes to succeed. Yi Chun, you say? Let me see how many secrets you know. Gu Changge thought to herself, just as Ji Ryu caught sight of Gu Changge's gaze upon her. This caused Ji Ryu to swiftly lower her head. Is he looking at me? Has he seen through my disguise? Impossible. My disguise pill is of the highest quality, and I also wear treasure that obscures divine senses. How could I be seen through? Yi Ryu pondered anxiously. However, in the next moment, she realized that she had indeed attracted the attention of the man who had just made an entrance and captured the focus of the entire assembly. For Gu Changge, amidst the crowd, approached her, accompanied by the curious Gu Qingxiu. Gu Qingxiu also turned her curious gaze towards Gu Changge, examining the disguised Ji Ryu. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned the truth. A saint-level disguise pill, and a treasure that shields one from spiritual probing. Yi Ryu? Gu Qingxiu surmised the identity of the woman before her. After speaking, Gu Qingxiu looked at Gu Changge with slight astonishment, wondering how she had made such a discovery. As a reborn supreme being, it was nearly impossible to detect any clues without meticulous scrutiny. Yet Gu Changge had approached Ji Ryu directly. Was it due to her dual pupils? Gu Qingxiu could hardly fathom the extent of Tongzi's power. Chapter 37. The longevity family. Ji Ryu gazed at Gu Changge, who approached her, and as he drew nearer, his ethereal and handsome visage became increasingly captivating, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. However, she was perplexed. After disguising herself, she believed she should appear rather unremarkable. Why then did he come directly to her? Unexpected to see you here, cousin. Did you sneak out? Gu Changge's gentle voice resonated in her ears. Ji Ryu observed the celestial youth before her, and as a faint smile graced his striking countenance, her mind buzzed. From his eyes, akin to black holes, she seemed to glimpse another set of irises, mysterious and divine. Dual pupils? The thought flashed through Ji Ryu's mind, and in an instant, she recalled a cousin from a prestigious family in a distant realm who possessed such a remarkable trait. During her occasional visits to the longevity Gu family, she fondly trailed behind this cousin, playing together. However, he had taken to seclusion for reasons unknown, causing her to cease her visits over time. This was their long-awaited reunion after several years. As she looked at Gu Changge, Ji Ryu felt as though she were once again in the presence of the older brother she had cherished. Fang Yi, she instinctively uttered. Indeed, you were not mistaken. Gu Changge nodded, smiling. Although I matured a bit, I remain quite unchanged. At his words, Ji Ryu's heart fluttered with joy. It appeared that her beloved cousin had not forgotten her. Beaming, she asked, "How did you come to be here? And how did you see through my disguise?" Of course, my eyes do not deceive. Gu Changge gestured toward his eyes. As for my presence here, I felt a whim to take a stroll outside. Upon discovering this auspicious sight emerging, I decided to investigate. What a coincidence! Ji Ryu exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Nearby, Yi Chun observed Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ryu. Upon seeing Ji Ryu's transformed appearance, he felt a weight in his heart. So was Ji Ryu. To his astonishment, she knew Gu Changge. It made sense, given the marital ties between the longevity Gu family and the longevity Ji family. However, with Gu Changge present, It will be challenging for him to win Ji Ruyu's favor. Any attempts to engineer encounters would likely be perceived by either Gu Changge or Gu Qingxiu. He needed to devise a longer-term strategy. As Yi Chun pondered, a figure descended from the skies, a patriarch of the Li family. At the 9th level of the Divine Connection realm, approached the trio, frowning as he respectfully inquired, "May I ask where you three hail from? What brings you to this small, auspicious site?" "Do not mind us," Gu Changge replied, turning to the Li patriarch with a calm demeanor. "You may continue to vie for your opportunities. We shall rely on our own abilities." "Ah, very well." From the demeanor of Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, it is evident they are formidable beings not easily provoked by those in Yunlong City. Standing beside them, Ji Ruyu, though seemingly unremarkable, must possess an extraordinary background to address Gu Changge as cousin. It is conceivable that her current appearance is merely a fade. Observing this, the other scattered cultivators from Yunlong City exchanged furtive glances, their hearts filled with a flicker of joy. The fact that Gu Changge did not exert his influence was indeed fortuitous. It left them with a glimmer of hope. After exchanging a few words with the head of the Li family, Gu Changge turned his attention back to Ji Ruyu and playfully patted her on the head, urging her to restore her original form. With a small, playful gesture, Ji Ruyu stuck out her tongue, and a radiant aura enveloped her. The next moment, an enchanting and vivacious young maiden appeared before the crowd. Her demeanor exuded a lively charm. Her waist-length hair danced in the breeze, and her cherubic face bore a hint of baby fat. Her large, luminous eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her petite figure was both delicate and voluptuous. In juxtaposition to Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, she was a paragon of beauty. As Ji Ruyu reverted to her true self, the three extraordinary individuals, two stunning women and Gu Changge, who possessed an ethereal presence, stood at the center, captivating the attention of all present. Many in the audience felt a tremor within their hearts. Indeed, the presence that could draw Gu Changge and his companion was far from ordinary. They were astonished to discover that the seemingly plain girl was, in truth, breathtakingly beautiful. Those who had previously stood near Ji Ruyu could scarcely believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, filled with regret. Had they engaged in conversation with Ji Ruyu earlier, they might have forged connections with Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. Once she returned to her original appearance, Ji Ruyu stretched languidly, exclaiming, "Ah, it feels so much more comfortable to be myself." Mischievous as ever. However, you can hardly claim to have sneaked out unnoticed, considering someone was tailing you. Gu Changge chuckled, offering a gentle reminder. "Huh?" Ji Ruyu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. Puffing out her cheeks, she looked skyward and called out, "Which uncle is following me? Come out at once." As her words echoed, a robust and imposing figure emerged before Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu. "Elder Yi Hao," Ji Ruyu exclaimed, her brows furrowing as she glared at him. Hands on her hips, "You've been secretly following me all this time and didn't even bother to inform me. Would you have let me enjoy myself if I had known?" Ji Hao shot a disapproving glance at Ji Ruyu, then turned his attention to Gu Changge, surveying him with admiration and awe. "Son of Changge, I have heard from Miss Chiyue that you were conferred the title of son by the ancestral elder of the Gu family and awakened a second innate gift. It is evident you are indeed extraordinary, and this young lady beside you is remarkable as well. Truly, one cannot help but envy the longevity of the Gu family. Greetings, esteemed elder." Gu Changge responded with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Ji Hao's appearance once again sent ripples of astonishment through the gathering. The emergence of Ji Hao went unnoticed by anyone, not even by the patriarch of the Li family, who stood at the 9th level of the Divine Connection realm. This level, a mere step away from the Enlightenment realm, marks a pinnacle of strength within Yunlong City. Yet, within the expanse of the Zhongzhou Dao domain, he was but a slightly larger insect. Faced with the enigmatic Gu Changge and Ji Hao, trepidation surged within him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, upon encountering Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, who displayed remarkable prowess, they did not face any difficulty. Otherwise, their fate could have been sealed. With a polite gesture, Ji Hao smiled and said, Miss Qiuyue, your mother has invited you to visit our Changsheng family. It would be perfect for you to return with Miss Ruyu to our family. My father expressed the same sentiment before my departure. The Changsheng family. The Changsheng family. Hiss! What did they just hear? The gathering of casual cultivators in attendance, along with the forces of Yunlong City, suddenly felt an overwhelming dread. Gu Changge and his companions were indeed representatives of the illustrious Changsheng clan. My heavens! Chapter 38. The exquisite delicacies are far superior to chicken legs. When ordinary cultivators encounter members of the longevity clan, it is akin to mere mortals stumbling upon celestial beings descended from the heavens. The disparity in status compels them to gaze upward in awe. Well then, Ji Hao nodded, turning his gaze towards Ji Ruyu. Miss, you have been out for a few days. Once this adventure in the fabled land concludes, you shall return to the Ji family alongside young Master Changge. Ji Hao's appearance signified the conclusion of her leisure time. Nevertheless, it was delightful to have roamed freely for these past few days. In truth, Ji Ruyu had anticipated this. Having stealthily ventured out, it was implausible to elude the notice of the formidable members of her clan. They likely tacitly permitted her 2 days of indulgence. As they were still some distance from the fabled land, Gu Changge suddenly suggested, "Let's have something to eat." "Absolutely. Brother Changge, what delectable treats have you prepared?" Ji Ruyu inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I have prepared a few delicacies, some local specialties. Additionally, we shall indulge in some barbecue delights." "Barbecue? What is that?" Ji Ruyu asked with intrigue. "It is a unique culinary style I encountered in a novel. I have slain some formidable beasts in the Void Secret Realm and procured the finest cuts of meat, ideal for barbecuing. I also brought along some seafood of the sovereign rank. We can grill them together." Awakened wisdom surged within Gu Changge. He possessed an intimate understanding of the unique culinary arts from his past life. Among the 3,000 realms, he was esteemed, and upon reaching the cycle of fate, he had forsaken mundane sustenance. Only a select few spiritual chefs experimented with spiritual vegetables. While spiritual vegetables were certainly palatable, the flavors paled in comparison to the gourmet delights he remembered from the fires of his previous existence. Gu Changge was aware that Ji Ruyu would soon fall prey to a chicken leg offered by Yichun. Therefore, he deemed it fitting to allow her to savor the true essence of camping barbecue. Gu Qingqiu, listening nearby, was taken aback by Gu Changji's words. How had she not known of his culinary skills before? Previously, he seemed solely focused on cultivation, dominating the realm. After reaching the cycle of fate, he likely abstained from all earthly fare. The transformation was astounding. The words spoken by Gu Changge sent shivers down the spines of the scattered cultivators and those from Yunlong City. The mention of formidable beasts and sovereign-rank seafood was beyond their comprehension. Such was the terror of the longevity clan. To them, it was a reality they could only look up to. In the eyes of the longevity clan, they were mere fodder, disregarding the thoughts of others. Gu Changge waved his hand, conjuring a lavish carpet upon which exquisite, ice-cold jade boxes landed. Each box contained glistening, translucent chunks of meat, or tantalizing tentacles of octopus that beckon one to indulge. These octopus tentacles were undoubtedly the seafood Gu Changge referred to. The patriarch of the Li family, upon seeing the sanguine flesh, was utterly captivated. Were he to consume even a morsel, it could potentially elevate him to the enlightenment realm. However, even with 100-fold courage, he would not dare to partake. As the ingredients were laid out, Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following that, Gu Changge produced a makeshift grill along with some premium spirit charcoal. Placing the charcoal into the grill, Gu Changge waved his hand, conjuring flames that ignited the charcoal, gradually raising the temperature. Without any smoke, it simply glowed and radiated heat. How peculiar is the heat from the spirit charcoal to cook these ingredients? Ji Ryu approached the grill, her interest piqued. Indeed, but this is merely a process. The focus lies in these seasonings. Allow me to demonstrate. Gu Changge replied with a slight smile, anticipating that once Ji Ryu tasted the dish, it would be an unforgettable experience. Gu Qingqiu blinked in curiosity. This was her first encounter with such a method of cooking, distinct from the traditional preparation of spirit vegetables. Changge personally showcased the technique, slicing a piece of octopus tentacle and placing it on the spirit charcoal grill. With a sizzling sound, a delicate aroma began to waft through the air, causing many cultivators present to swallow in anticipation. The flesh of a king-tier ferocious beast, even when simply boiled, could be considered a top-tier dish. Changge then added spices to the octopus tentacle, and an intensely rich fragrance began to drift outside the secret realm, leaving Yi Chun astonished. Is the Changsheng family this advanced? They have developed so many variations in cooking. He recalled his past experiences of eating raw meat after slaying ferocious beasts, compared to the enticing aroma before him that was akin to chewing on wax. Gu Qingqiu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the king-tier octopus tentacle skewered by Changge. Filled with curiosity, Ji Ruyu transformed into a little glutton. "Brother Changge, when can we eat? I want to eat," she implored. "Very soon," Changge replied with a slight grin. A few moments later, he picked up the golden, crispy octopus tentacle, using his spiritual energy to slice a piece, and handed it to Ji Ruyu. "Give it a try." "Yes, yes." The golden, crispy octopus tentacle, coated in unknown spices, emanated an exhilarating aroma that made one salivate uncontrollably. Ji Ryu stared at the steaming octopus tentacle and took a big bite. In the next moment, an intense flavor exploded in her mouth, a taste she had never experienced before. Ji Ryu let out a soft moan, her fair face turning crimson, her large eyes sparkling with delight. So delicious." Witnessing Ji Ruyu's expression, Gu Qingqiu couldn't help but smile. Changge then offered a piece to her. "You should try it too, Qingqiu." "All right." Gu Qingqiu, curious if it truly tasted as good, took a bite. Much like Ji Ruyu, the stimulating flavor burst in her mouth, enveloping her in an indescribable sensation. Gu Qingqiu's cheeks twitched, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. "It's truly delicious." Meanwhile, Ji Hao watched the scene eagerly, longing to join in. However, as an elder, he felt it inappropriate to partake with the younger ones, leaving him hesitant to voice his desire. However, Changge had not forgotten about Ji Hao, and she kindly offered him a piece. After taking a bite, Ji Hao was utterly enchanted by this delicacy known as barbecue. Then, an unusual scene unfolded. Outside a secret realm, a place of fortune eagerly anticipated by numerous cultivators, a crowd watched longingly as a few individuals prepared their barbecue. The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air for miles, yet no one dared to approach or disturb them. Changge took a small bite and, observing the delight of Ji Ruyu as she grilled, jested, "Ryu, doesn't the exquisite taste of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures surpass that of mere chicken leg?" "What chicken leg? Is it the ordinary flame-grilled variety?" "Surely, it pales in comparison to Brother Changge's barbecue," Ji Ruyu replied, her cheeks puffed up as she spoke hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqiu, munching on octopus legs, paused, casting a perplexed glance at Changge. Could it be that Changge's unique insight had revealed something extraordinary once more? Chapter 39, True Fire, Chicken Leg. A casual remark to resolve destiny indeed. Well said. "Here, have another bite." "Thank you, Brother Changge." Upon receiving a piece of meat from a formidable beast in the divine realm, seasoned to perfection, Ji Ruyu's eyes squinted with delight as she took a hearty bite. Ji Hao, having just finished his portion, expressed his surprise, saying, "I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills, Changge." "It was merely a diversion during moments of boredom," he replied. "That's good to know. One must remember that cultivating one's abilities is paramount and should not be diluted by distractions." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Changge nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a thunderous rumble erupted as the spiritual spring-blessed land trembled violently. Ethereal light soared into the heavens, and the previously hazy veil enveloping the area dissipated, revealing a breathtaking celestial mountain, shrouded in mist and blanketed in snow, a sight that seemed dreamlike. Yet, all present understood that the spiritual spring-blessed land had officially opened, allowing them to venture within in search of opportunities. Strangely, no one moved. Instead, they directed their gaze toward a vacant space in the crowd, where Changge and his companions were enjoying their barbecue. Gu Changge glanced at the cultivators around him and said, "You may seek your opportunities freely, relying on your own abilities." At these words, the crowd erupted with joy. They had feared that Gu Changge would monopolize the space, and even if they had 100 times the courage, they would not dare to oppose him. His encouragement to act independently was the most favorable outcome. The head of the Leaf family, a ninth-tier cultivator in the divine realm, bowed to Gu Changge before soaring into the spiritual spring secret realm, followed closely by others who rushed in eagerly. Once all had entered, Gu Changge and his companions finished their meal. After washing his hands with the spiritual spring water, Gu Changge turned to Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu, offering a gentle smile. "Let us proceed. Take what interests you." "Hooray!" Ji Ruyu clapped her hands. Gu Qingxiu nodded in agreement. Ji Hao, witnessing the scene, vanished without a trace. In the spiritual spring blessed land, the most vital element was the spiritual spring itself. If the earlier arrivals were to witness the very spring they coveted being used by Gu Changge to wash his hands, their expressions would surely be priceless. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, possessing the soul of a sage and having visited this locale in a previous life, swiftly seized the key resources within the spiritual spring blessed land, reaping substantial rewards. However, the most coveted treasure, the eye of the spiritual spring, would not manifest for another day. Thus, Yi Chun planned to spend the night here, intending to depart after securing the eye the following day. As for Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu, with Gu Changge's presence, approaching the two women would be quite challenging. He could only feign an accidental encounter. Additionally, it was rumored that Ji Ruyu was a legendary dual cultivation physique. It was recalled that in Yunlong City, an item known as the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade had been unearthed in a gambling stone house. Securing this jade would naturally attract the attention of Ji Ruyu, whose dual cultivation nature would resonate with it. Once he captured her interest, his own abilities would surely garner her favor. As Yi Chun contemplated his next course of action, a familiar and melodious voice suddenly resonated from the side. "Brother Changge, there is someone here." Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, turning towards the sound. He soon spotted 3 figures approaching his direction. Upon reaching the fire, the foremost figure, a youth who appeared ethereal and regal, immediately captured his attention. Accompanying him were 2 extraordinarily beautiful women, whose captivating features were unforgettable at a mere glance. They were none other than Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu. Gu Changge, noticing Yi Chun, squinted slightly. From his demeanor, she sensed the traits of a protagonist. His appearance was unassuming yet somewhat refined, his character resolute and unyielding, and his expression calm, exuding an air of confidence. It was nighttime around the campfire. How amusing. Initially, Gu Changge thought that Ji Ruyu would miss encountering this fortunate son of destiny, Yi Chun, yet here they were, crossing paths unexpectedly. The sheer luck of being in such proximity to them at this moment was undeniable. One could hardly believe he was not favored by fortune. After all, the 3 were representatives of the Changsheng faction, embodying great fortune. They had spent the day exploring the Lingquan blessed land and were now somewhat fatigued, seeking a place to rest. "So they arrived here?" "Yes, there is indeed someone," Gu Changge nodded. "Shall we go over?" Ji Ruyu hesitated for a moment before inquiring about Gu Changge's opinion. However, her gaze was drawn to a tantalizing chicken leg sizzling under the firelight, its enticing sheen making her stomach growl. She yearned to eat. Had it not been for the presence of Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, Ji Ruyu would likely have rushed over to claim the chicken leg for herself. Of course, Gu Changge replied with a smile, equally interested in engaging with Yi Chun, curious to discern what unique advantages he possessed. When Yi Chun noticed the trio approaching, a surge of joy welled within him. Yet he feigned surprise upon recognizing Gu Changge and the others, quickly rising to offer his respectful greeting. "It is an honor to meet you 3. Yi Chun said with reverence. "Do not be so courteous. It is we who are intruding upon this fellow cultivator," Gu Changge replied, her eyes gleaming with warmth. Beside her, Gu Qingxiu raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that it was Yi Chun in this situation, and her gaze fixated on the chicken leg in front of him. "Let us not dwell on formalities. I am delighted by your presence," Yi Chun insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. His gaze fell upon Gu Changge before discreetly appraising Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu. The two women's unparalleled beauty ignited a fervor within Yi Chun, who yearned to capture the hearts of such remarkable maidens. After exchanging pleasantries and learning each other's names, Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu settled across from Yi Chun. He casually toyed with the sizzling chicken leg before him, causing Ji Ruyu's lovely eyes to widen in longing, her mouth watering at the sight. Ji Ruyu wished to partake in the feast, and, for reasons unknown, found herself intrigued by Yi Chun, pondering why he was alone. He appeared to possess considerable experience in adventures. Indulging in a chicken leg while listening to tales of adventure must surely be a delightful experience, one might think. However, as Ji Ruyu contemplated this notion, the melodic voice of Gu Changge echoed in her mind, reminding her of a remark made earlier in the day. A feast of delicacies pales in comparison to a mere chicken leg. Upon recalling this statement, Ji Ruyu's burgeoning curiosity about Yi Chun swiftly dissipated, replaced by a perplexed gaze directed toward him. Just moments ago, she had found this individual, Yi Chun, increasingly agreeable to her eyes. Yet now, upon closer inspection, he appeared utterly unremarkable, especially when compared to her illustrious brother Changge, who seemed to tower over him like a celestial being surveying mere mortals. As for the chicken leg, it too seemed devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Brother Changge barbecued delicacies. I desire them, Ji Ruyu exclaimed, leaning closer to Gu Changge and playfully shaking his hand. Chapter 40. Truly terrifying? Yi Chun had noticed that Ji Ruyu had been fixated on the chicken leg he had just grilled. He intended to offer it to her, but unexpectedly, she turned her attention to Gu Changge, seeking his barbecue instead. This was unacceptable. Such an opportunity for conversation should not be squandered. Miss Ji, this chicken leg is freshly grilled. If you're hungry, you may as well have a taste. Although it pales in comparison to Master Gu's barbecue, it is still somewhat palatable. Yi Chun lifted the glistening chicken leg, extending it towards Ji Ruyu with a smile he deemed charming and appropriate. However, upon glancing at the offered chicken leg, Yi Ruyu's delicate brows furrowed. Initially, she had been somewhat intrigued by Yi Chun, but now, upon reflection, she realized he had been observing her keenly. Now that she expressed a desire for a snack, he was eager to present the chicken leg as a means of ingratiation. Particularly, Ji Ruyu's mind echoed Gu Changge's earlier words as she gazed at the chicken leg. It could not compare to the exquisite delicacies of the mountains and seas, let alone the incomparable barbecue prepared by Brother Changge. No, thank you. Ji Ruyu waved her hand, glancing towards Gu Changge. I do not fancy chicken legs. Brother Changge will prepare barbecue for me. Very well, I shall make it for you. Gu Changge, observing the chicken leg Yi Chun had offered Ji Ruyu, smiled slightly and retrieved a piece of meat from his storage ring, commencing to grill it. Witnessing this, Gu Qingxiu became increasingly convinced that Gu Changge had perceived something. However, this was for the best. She need not intervene. This Yi Chun, how amusing. He fancied himself a swan, yet he was merely a toad. Before his rebirth, he had wreaked havoc upon the Changsheng family, only managing to reach the Saint realm due to the support of a prominent family, his talent utterly dismal. Only a naive girl like Ji Ruyu, freshly emerged from the Changsheng family and unversed in the ways of the world, could initially be drawn to such a person. In the outside world, individuals of his caliber were ubiquitous. Now, with Gu Changge as a comparison, Yi Chun was rendered inconsequential. Gu Qingxiu's thoughts remained unknown to Gu Changge. Yi Chun, upon hearing Ji Ruyu's refusal, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, accompanied by a hint of gloom in his heart. One day, you shall come to realize whether you appreciate chicken legs. Soon, a rich and enticing aroma began to waft through the air, and Ji Ruyu's bright eyes sparkled as she beheld the skewer of grilled meat in Gu Changge's hand. Here, thank you, Brother Changge. Ji Ruyu accepted the skewer, planting a kiss on Gu Changge's face before she began to eat. Taken aback by the sudden kiss, Gu Changge was momentarily stunned. Nearby, Gu Qingxiu was also momentarily dazed. For reasons unbeknownst to her, witnessing this scene stirred an unexpected pang of bitterness within her heart. This is yours. Gu Changge offered another skewer to Gu Qingxiu. Thank you, Brother Changge. Gu Qingxiu accepted it, her gaze lingering on Gu Changge's handsome visage, reflecting on Ji Ruyu's earlier actions. She could not help but feel a faint blush rise to her cheeks. Gu Qingqiu pondered whether she too ought to express her feelings. However, this thought was fleeting, and she promptly dismissed it. Instead, Gu Qingqiu offered a skewer that she had just grilled to Gu Changge, saying, "Brother Changge, please have mine." "All right," he replied. Observing this scene, Yi Chan felt a pang of bitterness. What was this? These three individuals seemed to be flaunting their affection in front of him. Moreover, Gu Changge was basking in the attention of two stunningly beautiful women, Gu Qingqiu and Ji Ruyu, as if he were the chosen one. With Gu Changge's dazzling presence, Yi Chan felt an immediate surge of animosity. Naturally, Gu Changge noticed Yi Chen's discomfort and the barely concealed hostility emanating from him, which led him to silently declare a sentence of doom for Yi Chen. Once he had drained this fellow of his opportunities, he would dispose of him without hesitation. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Changge took a bite of the skewer that Gu Qingqiu had handed him. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Qingqiu was staring blankly at the skewer in his hand, having just realized that she had already tasted it before offering it to him. In other words, after a round of eating, Yi Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable. In fact, he thought it might be better not to encounter Gu Changge and the others at all. Before them, he felt like an outsider. Yet, Yi Chen failed to recognize that he truly was an outsider, utterly overshadowed by the identities of Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu, and Ji Ruyu, who rendered him insignificant. Such musings were merely his own delusions of grandeur. Just as Gu Changge and the others finished their meal and were preparing to enjoy some spirit wine and fruits, a sudden dragon roar resonated throughout the spirit spring paradise. Upon hearing this roar, the eyes of Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu, Ji Ruyu, and Yi Chen brightened. "Is the spirit spring transforming into a dragon awakening?" Yi Ruyu exclaimed excitedly. Gu Qingqiu remarked, "The transformation of the spirit spring must be of at least 10,000 years in age. If tamed, it would provide an inexhaustible source of spirit water, something even sages might envy." Yi Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on a certain direction, already grasping the tools he had prepared to tame the spirit spring eye. However, at that moment, Gu Changge addressed Ji Ruyu, saying, "Cousin Ruyu, it's been a long time since we last met, and I haven't given you a welcome gift yet. Let me present you with this dragon-transforming spirit spring eye." Ji Ruyu was taken aback. In the next instant, a surge of dragon-shaped spiritual light shot skyward. Almost simultaneously, a wave of divine aura surged into the heavens, signaling the arrival of the leaders of various factions from Cloud Dragon City. "The spirit spring eye is mine," the head of the Leaf family called out, a massive spiritual hand sweeping toward the dragon-shaped light. "Li Feng, you shall not succeed," another leader from Cloud Dragon City retorted. Suddenly, a colossal figure, towering 1,000 feet high, stood in the sky, surrounded by a radiant aura, as if divine beings were kneeling and prostrating around it. A seemingly youthful boy stood in the void, arms crossed, surveying his surroundings. "The spirit spring eye is mine." Gu Changge stood poised in the void, surrounded by an ethereal glow, with a majestic shadow of the celestial king looming behind him. His dual pupils radiated an otherworldly brilliance, resembling a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. Witnessing this, the members of the Leaf family, including their patriarch, halted in their tracks, gazing in awe at Gu Changge, who, despite emanating merely the aura of a second-tier fate wheel cultivator, exuded an extraordinary presence that left them utterly astonished. It was unfathomable that someone at such a nascent stage could instill such an overwhelming sense of pressure upon them, the veterans of the 9th-tier divine connection realm. Could this truly be the progeny of the Longsheng faction? The thought was terrifying. Each individual present held considerable power within their respective domains. Yet they found themselves utterly captivated by Gu Changge's aura. As he spoke, their compliance was immediate and unwavering. "Since the young master seeks the eye of the spiritual spring, we shall not contest it any further." They all echoed in agreement. The patriarch of the Li family, his eyes glinting with a sudden inspiration, respectfully addressed Gu Changge. "Esteemed young master, I am Li Feng, the patriarch of the Li family in Yunlong City. I now dare to assist you in subduing the eye of the spiritual spring." Without waiting for Gu Changge's response, Li Feng raised his hand and reached for the dragon-shaped eye, which was enveloped in a formidable aura that restrained the crowd. Chapter 41. A Thousand-Fold Return, the Eye of the Celestial Spring. Below, Yichen observed the unfolding scene with mounting urgency. What nonsense was this? Initially, he had harbored hopes that the factions within Yunlong City would vie for the Eye of the Celestial Spring, allowing him to reap the benefits as a bystander. Yet, the moment Gu Changge took the stage, all others quailed in fear. To make matters worse, some even willingly offered their assistance to Gu Changge in capturing the Eye of the Celestial Spring. Damn it! Was this the advantage of having the Longxing faction as one's backing? A myriad of emotions flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he watched the head of the Li family seize the treasure, which then transformed into a luminescent orb. With a heavy sigh, he realized that, under such circumstances, he could not dare to make a move to seize it. Otherwise, he would not need Gu Changge to act. The assembled crowd would readily eliminate him to curry favor with Gu Changge. Damned! However, while Yi Chen was consumed by his thoughts, Gu Changge remained unfazed. The head of the Li family approached him with the Eye of the Celestial Spring in hand, wearing a fawning expression, and bowed deeply as he presented the treasure. A formidable figure at the 9th level of the Divine Realm, he was among the pinnacle of strength in Yunlong City. Yet here he was, bowing before a seemingly diminutive youth, an utterly bizarre sight. Nonetheless, not a single person in attendance found this scene difficult to accept. In fact, many inwardly berated Li Feng, the cunning old fox, for missing the opportunity to ally with the Longxing faction. Oh, Gu Changge regarded Li Feng, who was eagerly offering the precious item, with keen interest. "You present me with the Eye of the Celestial Spring, and of course, I shall reciprocate." As he spoke, a Dao enlightenment pill, capable of aiding one in transcending into the Dao enlightenment realm, sprang forth from his hand. This was no ordinary pill. Consuming it would enable one to comprehend the Dao and break through to new heights. Gu Changge's calm demeanor suggested that, in his eyes, the Dao enlightenment pill was as trivial as a mere snack. One could only imagine the uproar it would cause in Yunlong City, where such a treasure could turn the entire city upside down. Yet now, Gu Changge casually bestowed such a precious elixir upon an ordinary individual. Li Feng gazed at the Dao enlightenment pill hovering before him, his breath quickening and his face flushing crimson. This was the Dao enlightenment pill, a treasure that could elevate one to the Dao enlightenment realm. It was a means to establish a sect and claim one's own legacy. Countless individuals remained trapped at the 9th level of the divine realm, unable to comprehend the Dao throughout their lives. The Dao enlightenment pill was the stuff of legends. To think that this member of the Longxing family would offer him such a pill, Li Feng was utterly astonished. He longed for it, desired it intensely. Yet, summoning all his willpower, he turned away from the pill and remarked, "Your Excellency is too kind. This is merely a trivial matter, and I'm certain you have a myriad of ways to acquire it effortlessly. I, Li Feng, have overstepped my bounds. You possess a good mind. Keep it. I do not wish to owe anyone a favor. After all, we reside in the real world, and none among us is a fool." Gu Changge certainly discerned that Li Feng sought to align himself with the Longxing family. However, not just any commoner could expect to receive such a gift. Bestowing the Dao enlightenment pill was already a monumental favor. One must learn to be content. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Li Feng let out a sigh inwardly before finally accepting the enlightenment pill. The envy radiating from those around him was palpable, their eyes tinged with green. It was astonishing that by merely assisting someone in acquiring a guaranteed spiritual spring eye, one could exchange it for such a valuable treasure as the enlightenment pill. It was no wonder they felt a pang of jealousy. Beside him, Gu Qingqiu and Ji Ruyu were unfazed. As members of the esteemed Changsheng family, it was unsurprising that many sought to curry favor with them, including stunning beauties who might even throw themselves at them. The prospect of opposing the Changsheng family? One might as well believe they could summon your ancestors from generations past to exact their revenge. Receiving the spiritual spring eye, Gu Changge descended gracefully before Gu Qingqiu and Ji Ruyu. He felt a tinge of regret. It would have been splendid to engage with these ordinary beings at the divine realm. Having just begun his training in the dragon elephant suppression technique, he yearned to unleash his formidable strength. As a gesture of goodwill, Gu Changge presented the spiritual spring eye to Ji Ruyu. She graciously accepted it, beaming as she replied, "Thank you, Brother Changge. Now that we have acquired the spiritual spring eye from the blessed land, let us enjoy a few more days before returning to your home." Indeed, Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded in agreement. The moment he handed the spiritual spring eye to her, a return notification appeared before his eyes. Ding! Host gifts the bound target Ji Ruyu 10,000-year spiritual spring eye. You have received a 10,000-fold return. You have obtained celestial spring eye. Celestial spring eye. Originating from the celestial realm, it harbors mysterious powers. Prolonged use of a spiritual spring will subtly enhance one's physique and alter their cultivation aptitude. The celestial spring eye. Gu Changge felt a jolt of astonishment as he read the return information. Yet another artifact symbolizing the celestial bone was already extraordinary. And this celestial spring eye was no exception. It not only fortified the physical body, but also elevated one's qualifications. Truly, the 10,000-fold return was impressively formidable. Withdrawing his gaze from the notification, Gu Changge smiled at the two women and said, "Come, let us explore Yunlong City." As Gu Changge departed, the great cultivators in Yunlong City exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gaze on Li Feng. It was abundantly clear that Li Feng had reaped the greatest reward this time, a singular enlightenment pill. However, they dared not act under the broad daylight. After all, that was a gift from Gu Changge to Li Feng, who could predict what might transpire if Li Feng encountered any mishap in such a public setting. They feared that Gu Changge might direct his wrath toward them, a young master from a Changsheng faction. To provoke him would be to invite utter annihilation upon Yunlong City with just a word. Yichen observed the trio's departure, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. There was still hope. If he could acquire that yin-yang spirit jade, perhaps he could still attract Ji Ruyu's attention. A cold glimmer flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he thought, "Gu Changge, do not meddle this time," or else his feelings toward Gu Changge had soured. Had he not arrived, Ji Ruyu would undoubtedly have been by his side, allowing him ample time to woo her. As night fell, settling in at the Yunshao Tower, Gu Changge began to tally his gains from the day. When placed in the outside world, would incite fierce competition even among the eternal families and the immortal sanctuaries. Yet, he has acquired these two treasures in a single day. Brother Tongzi is nothing short of invincible. Most importantly, he now has an additional target for return, which is undoubtedly a fortuitous development. It encapsulates the dualities of yin and yang, wherein sunlight yields the essence of yang and moonlight bestows the essence of yin. The harmonious fusion of these two essences produces a single drop of, the consumption of which can equate to a year of arduous cultivation and profound comprehension. Originating from the celestial springs of the upper realm, harbors enigmatic powers. Prolonged use of this spiritual spring can subtly yet profoundly enhance one's physical constitution and transform one's aptitude for cultivation. With these two treasures, it is hardly surprising that my cultivation could advance at an astonishing pace. Moreover, they also possess the capacity to fortify one's physique and alter innate talent. Indeed, this is remarkable. Gu Changge utilized it to extract a flask of celestial spring water, subsequently heating it with spiritual energy before infusing it with divine tea, and began to savor it with closed eyes. Chapter 42. Reunion with Yi Chun. The celestial spring book as the celestial spring tea flowed into Gu Changge's mouth. He immediately felt a surge of warmth enveloping his being. Upon introspection, it appeared that his vital energy and physical form were subtly enhancing under the influence of this warmth. Moreover, at this moment of cultivation, the effort seemed to yield bountiful rewards, and his mind was remarkably clear. What a remarkable effect! Could it rival that of the Enlightenment tea? Truly, this celestial spring is extraordinary. Gu Changge glanced at the teapot beside him, infused with the celestial spring water, his eyes shimmering with delight. This celestial spring is immeasurably more valuable than the spiritual spring. Next, his gaze fell upon the Dao condensation divine bottle, a long-necked jade vessel comparable in size to the spirit-gathering bottle, a flicker of anticipation sparking within him. Regrettably, it was inconvenient to release the Dao condensation divine bottle during the day to absorb the sunlight. Otherwise, even though it was night, he would have let it out to absorb the moonlight. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. A night passed in silence. After several days of diligent cultivation, Changge's spiritual power had reached full maturation, bringing him perilously close to the third layer of the Fate Wheel realm. It is worth noting that just days prior, he had only broken through to the second layer of the Fate Wheel realm, a feat that showcased an astonishing speed of advancement among his peers. Brother Changge, Ji Ryu arrived early to knock on the door. Upon opening it, Changge was greeted by the sight of Ji Ryu's enchanting, lively visage, reminiscent of a sprite. "Good morning," Changge greeted her. "Good morning." Ji Ryu approached and linked her arm with his, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "In just 2 days, we shall venture out. Let's go explore now." "Of course. Where would you like to go?" "I inquired with the innkeeper this morning, and he mentioned that the nearby stone gambling venue is quite entertaining, with the potential to unearth ancient treasures, exquisite spiritual stones, or even celestial stones. The odds you speak of are probably negligible." Changge chuckled in response, but a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. No wonder the fortunes would lead to Yi Chun at the stone gambling venue in Yunlong City 3 days hence. They too would be returning to the Changsheng Ji family in 3 days. "Let us go take a look." "All right, let us go. Oh, and don't forget to call on Qingxiu as well." "Okay, I shall fetch Sister Qingxiu right away. Brother Changge, please wait for me downstairs." With that, Ji Ryu dashed off to summon Qingxiu. Changge stood by the door, awaiting her return. On the first day at the stone gambling venue, Ji Ryu was filled with enthusiasm. However, with Changge by her side, she restrained herself from making any impulsive decisions, merely observing with curiosity. Their striking appearances also drew the attention of some onlookers. As the second day dawned, Ji Ryu could no longer contain herself. "Gambling stones, it's a tenfold loss." Changge looked at her with amusement. "I have a feeling you will incur losses." "I'm not worried. I have plenty of spiritual stones," Ji Ryu replied. "Brother Changge, do you want to join?" "Not at all." Changge shook his head. For the past 2 days, he had been scouring the stone gambling venue for the flawed stones indicated by Ji Ryu's recent fortunes, but to no avail. He sensed that their fortunes would likely return on the third day. On the second day, Ji Ryu suffered significant losses, amounting to over 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Finally, the much-anticipated third day arrived. "This time, I am certain I will produce something extraordinary," Ji Ryu has been murmuring about all day. However, when the three of them stepped into the stone gambling pavilion on the third day, an unexpected figure appeared before Qingxiu and Ji Ryu. It was Yi Chun, who they had encountered at the Spirit Spring Sanctuary. Upon seeing Ji Ryu in this place once again, Yi Chun's eyes flickered with surprise. Qingxiu, standing beside Ji Ryu, also caught his attention. As for Changge, Yi Chun had no intention of focusing on him. Yet the latter's exceptional demeanor and noble aura made it impossible for him to ignore. "What a coincidence to meet the three of you." Yi Chun took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "You are the ones I encountered at the Spirit Spring Sanctuary," Ji Ryu exclaimed in astonishment. "You are here to gamble on stones as well?" "Indeed, I have a slight understanding of it," Yi Chun nodded modestly. At that moment, the owner of the stone gambling pavilion approached with a smile. He had noticed the distinguished presence of Changge and his companions over the past couple of days. Recognizing Yi Chun, who was engaging in conversation with them, he was instantly intrigued and sought to make small talk. "My brother Yi Chun is not merely slightly knowledgeable. He possesses the inheritance of the source technique. His expertise in stone gambling is extraordinary." The owner, Wang Qingxia, beamed as he established rapport with Yi Chun. He then introduced himself to Changge and the others, saying, "Esteemed guests, I am Wang Qing, the proprietor of the stone gambling pavilion. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Is he truly that remarkable?" Ji Ryu gazed at Yi Chun in renewed surprise. Changge, understanding the implications, realized why Yi Chun was able to unearth the yin-yang spiritual jade. It was due to his mastery of the source technique. The source technique is akin to a geomancer from another realm, endowed with various mysterious powers, of which stone gambling is merely one facet. Yi Chun, noticing Ji Ruyu's attention, endeavored to present his finest self. Yet, despite his efforts, his ordinary visage remained unremarkable. Even without any overt action, Gu Changge effortlessly commanded the attention of all present once the conversation ceased. Ji Ruyu's gaze shifted to Gu Changge. After kneeling for 2 consecutive days, she pondered whether she should seek assistance from a practitioner of the source technique. Upon hearing the introduction from the pavilion owner, Yi Chun confidently remarked, "Esteemed guests, Wang Qing has overpraised me. My understanding of the source technique is quite basic, but I would be bold enough to offer you some suggestions. May I dare to select a few source stones for you?" With that, Yi Chun's gaze turned towards Ji Ruyu. He was aware that within the stone gambling pavilion lay a yin-yang spiritual jade, and with his knowledge of the source technique, he was certain he could locate it. He planned to find an excuse to present this source stone to Ji Ruyu, convinced that she would express her gratitude. However, just as Yi Chun finished speaking, Gu Changge, who had been silently observing, suddenly chuckled, "No need to trouble Brother Yi. I'm also versed in the source technique." Upon finishing his sentence, Gu Changge produced a jade slip imbued with the essence of the source technique from his storage ring and, with a resounding clap, struck it against Ji Ruyu's forehead. Ugh! The sudden jolt of pain caused Ji Ruyu to pout in surprise, clutching her head and looking at Gu Changge in confusion. Here lies the inheritance of the source art. One cannot continually rely on others in the future. If you're fond of this, why not practice a little? The inheritance of the source art. He. Splendid. Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled as she swiftly accepted it. Gu Changge, meanwhile, smiled as he observed Ji Ryu take it, eagerly anticipating the rewards from the system. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target Ji Ryu a royal-level source art inheritance. You have received a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations! You have obtained the imperial-level source art inheritance, the celestial manuscript. As the system's notification resonated, a torrent of information surged into Gu Changge's mind. The techniques and divine abilities rewarded by the system could be comprehended in an instant, though actual cultivation would require practice. The source art, however, operates differently. Once the intricacies of the source art are grasped, one can wield it immediately. Thus, Gu Changge is able to directly utilize the various capabilities within the celestial manuscript, unimpeded save for the limitations of his cultivation level. In essence, within the span of a mere moment, Gu Changge has ascended to the stature of one who comprehends the source art at the imperial level. Chapter 43. Do you even dare to compete with me? In addition, Gu Changge has inherited a remarkable divine ability from the source heaven scripture, the source heaven perception. This allows him to sense the grand trends of the world and see through source stones. When combined with his dual pupils, it becomes nothing short of perfection, utterly flawless. Beside him, Yi Chun furrowed his brows upon hearing Gu Changge's words. Your Highness can also wield source techniques? In his previous life, he had never heard of Gu Changge possessing any such skills, having only dabbled in them occasionally. Gu Changge replied nonchalantly. Wang Qing, who was attending nearby, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. It appeared that the relationship between Yi Chun and Gu Changge was not as friendly as he had imagined. Instead, Yi Chun was attempting to ingratiate himself, while Gu Changge outright rejected him. Moreover, Gu Changge's demeanor towards Yi Chun was indifferent. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Yi Chun and Gu Changge were hardly familiar with each other. In truth, Wang Qing was somewhat correct. Gu Changge was not merely unfamiliar with Yi Chun. They were essentially strangers. Your Highness, the source technique I inherited is a king-level source technique, and you only learned it occasionally. Yi Chun gently reminded him, simultaneously showcasing his own abilities. Is king-level source technique truly impressive? Gu Changge cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chun. Wang Qing, listening nearby, broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, it was impressive. The inheritance of a king-level source technique, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among first-rate powers and the everlasting families. The one that Brother Changge gave me is also a king-level source technique? It doesn't seem particularly rare. I have several at home. At this moment, Ji Ruyu suddenly interjected, her tone causing Wang Qing to sweat even more. A person casually possessing king-level source techniques. Their background was truly formidable. Wait, could these three be the young prodigies from the Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family who had appeared at the Spirit Spring Blessed Land a few days ago? Goodness! Gu Qingxiu, listening from the side, could hardly contain her amusement, having already noted the darkening expression on Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen felt a surge of anger within. How dare they flaunt their prestigious lineage? Indeed, the two young ladies hailed from extraordinary backgrounds, and a king-level source technique could likely stir up chaos within the central heavenly domain. Yi Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his ire. Yet possessing the resources of inheritance without mastery is another matter entirely. Since your highness is so confident, why don't we have a competition? Compete with you? Gu Changge glanced at Yi Chen with a hint of indifference flashing through his dark pupils. Unfortunately, Yi Chen failed to notice it. Very well, Yi Chen nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Changge. As a reborn individual, he had already perfected the king-level source technique in his previous life. Gu Changge was merely a young talent from an everlasting family. He had no reason to fear a contest of source techniques. However, in the next moment, Gu Changge's words nearly provoked Yi Chen into a violent outburst. Were you to deserve a competition with me? Gu Changge spoke calmly, as if discussing something entirely mundane. Wang Qing felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, Yi Chen and the three were far from the amicable relationship he had envisioned. Should the stone gambling house be implicated, it would spell disaster. Yi Chen glared fiercely at Gu Changge, his chest heaving with agitation. An aura of the fate wheel erupting around him, momentarily capturing the attention of Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu. Witnessing Yi Chen daring to unleash his aura against her, a glimmer of light flickered in Gu Changge's piercing eyes. In an instant, a voice resonated in Yi Chen's ears like a thunderous roar. How dare a mere ordinary cultivator of the fate wheel exude such presence? A booming sound reverberated in Yi Chen's mind, causing his spirit to tremble and a mouthful of blood to spurt forth. A single phrase had left him wounded. Startled, Yi Chen staggered back 2 steps, clutching his chest. Gu Changge regarded him with calm detachment. His face fluctuated between shades of blue and red, under Gu Changge's icy gaze. He gradually lowered his head and clasped his fists in apology, stating, "I was presumptuous. I implore your highness to show leniency." Recognizing his own standing was crucial. Gu Changge cast a glance at the bowed Yi Chen, contemplating that had he not retained some utility, he would have slain Yi Chen moments ago. A mere favored child of fortune, even with secret treasures, dared not prance before him. He was extending a measure of grace, allowing Yi Chen to demonstrate his worth, perhaps prolonging his existence a little longer. Should he dare to overstep, Gu Changge would not hesitate to extinguish him. Nearby, Wang Qing, witnessing Yi Chen's audacity in provoking Gu Changge, nearly lost his composure. Had Gu Changge not been present, he would have berated Yi Chen on the spot, urging him to vacate the stone gambling house. He had previously admired Yi Chen only for his exceptional techniques, but now he had offended the scion of the Changsheng clan. Was he courting death? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wang Qing seized the moment after Gu Changge's reprimand of Yi Chen to approach her respectfully, bowing low. "Your Highness, esteemed ladies, Yi Chen is a guest of our stone gambling house. I sincerely apologize for his offense. Today, we would like to offer each of you 3 source stones as a gesture of goodwill from our establishment." Gu Changge, upon hearing this, glanced at the bowing Wang Qing, amusement flickering in her heart. However, she saw no reason to decline the offered benefits. Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu looked towards Gu Changge, having come to regard her as their leader. Gu Changge nodded to the 2 women. "Then we thank the proprietor for this generosity." Ji Ruyu blinked with delight, exclaiming, "There is no need for formality." Wang Qing quickly waved his hands in response. Gu Changge addressed Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu, saying, "Come, let us select some unsealed source stones." Thus, Gu Changge led Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu into the stone gambling house. The trio's striking appearance and demeanor immediately drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who regarded them with awe and curiosity, having grown accustomed to such gazes. Changge and her companions paid them little mind. Since we can choose three, Brother Changge, how shall we select them? Ryu inquired, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she surveyed the neatly arranged, unopened massive source stones. Qingxiu gazed curiously at Changge, Brother Changge. Do you truly possess the art of source manipulation? Of course, Changge replied without hesitation, activating his source heaven divine sense. An enigmatic wave of energy immediately radiated from him, causing the surrounding scenery to dim, replaced by a series of neatly arranged source stones, some of which emitted a golden glow intermittently. The intensity of this golden light varied as Changge activated his source heaven divine sense. Every aspect of the gambling stones within the entire gambling stone chamber was absorbed into his perception, and his eyes seemed to shimmer with flecks of golden light. Simultaneously, a mysterious aura emanated from him, rendering him even more ethereal, regal, and enigmatic. Yichen also sensed this aura in an instant, taken aback by the presence of the energy of source manipulation. Chapter 44. The Source Stone. Unremarkable? From the aura of the source technique, it was evident that it far surpassed Yi Chen's comprehension. The level of this source technique was at least above the saint level. Impossible it cannot be. Cultivating source techniques is exceedingly arduous. Even in his previous 2 lifetimes, Yi Chen took an immense amount of time to achieve success. How could Changge possibly master a saint-level source technique at such a tender age? He found it hard to believe. Even if the Changsheng family possessed profound heritage, it was inconceivable for them to accomplish such an unimaginable feat. As Yi Chen was engulfed in shock and unable to regain his composure, Wang Qing, standing nearby, stared at him with an indifferent expression. Shopkeeper Wang, what kind of look is that? Yi Chen frowned at Wang Qing. If it weren't for Wang Qing's enthusiastic invitation, he would not have joined the gambling stone house, despite the generous conditions offered. Now, the coveted 10,000-year spiritual spring I was gifted by Changge to Ryu, leaving him without resources. Beyond that, was he to cling to someone else's coattails? It seemed Ryu had no means at her disposal. No, that wasn't entirely true. He could still obtain the yin-yang spiritual jade, which he would certainly acquire with his king-level source technique. However, approaching Ryu might prove more troublesome than anticipated. Yet before he could act, Wang Qing's icy gaze weighed heavily upon Yi Chen's heart. Brother Yi Chen, you were overly impulsive just now. I believed you were conversing with those 3 as friends, having come to support you. To my surprise, you dared to defy that prince and even went so far as to provoke him. Wang Qing stated coldly, his tone brimming with disdain. Ha! A sycophant. Yi Chen inwardly mocked Wang Qing, though he recognized this as the norm. In the vast realms of myriad beings, which cultivator was not self-serving. Those who lacked ambition would hardly progress, perhaps not even leaving behind bones. What then did Wang Qing mean? Our previous discussions regarding cooperation may need to be rescinded. Wang Qing remarked casually. Of course, for these few days, your compensation for overseeing my gambling stone house will be settled. After that, you will have no further ties with my establishment. Are you certain? Yi Chen's expression turned dark. Absolutely, Wang Qing replied nonchalantly, observing Yi Chen's gloomy countenance. Do you know who those 3 are? Of course, they're members of the Changsheng family. You wish to terminate our cooperation over a mere disagreement? Yi Chen retorted coldly. Wang Qing scoffed dismissively. They are merely the Changsheng family. How could I have missed that you were such an arrogant person? The Changsheng family is one of the pinnacle forces in the Dao domain. If they wish to eliminate you, they need not lift a finger. Many would see your death as a badge of honor. You should temper your arrogance. I know you have your strengths, but in the face of the Changsheng family, your advantages are akin to that of an ant. That is all I wish to convey. Please vacate the gambling stone house. Very well. Yi Chen was genuinely angered. I did not expect shopkeeper Wang to be just another sycophant. I, Yi Chen, possess a king-level source technique and shall find allies wherever I go. The gambling stone house should take care of itself. With that, Yi Chen stormed away in indignation. Humiliated to such an extent, Yi Chen felt no desire for the yin-yang spirit jade. He simply wished to flee this place of disgrace. The memory of this humiliation was etched in his heart, and he vowed to return the affront to Gu Changge and the stone gambling pavilion tenfold in the future. Oomph! Wang Qing scoffed derisively. Indeed, possessing a king-level source technique is remarkable, but you're not the only one who wields such power. Once the news of your offense against the Changsheng family spreads, who would dare to shelter you, Yi Chun? After Yi Chun vanished, Wang Qing turned his attention to Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu, and Ji Ruyu. He hurried over to attend to them. Your Highness, esteemed ladies, which source stone captures your interest? Would you like me to make some recommendations? Although I am not well-versed in source techniques, I am aware of which stones possess greater quality. Gu Changge observed everything that had transpired with Wang Qing. And Gu Qingqiu was also watching closely, feeling quite pleased with Wang Qing's actions. Gu Changge was correct. Yi Chun was indeed insignificant. How dare a mere ant invite her brother Changge to a contest? Ji Ruyu had already rushed to a pile of source stones, her gaze fixated on the more expensive ones. While the most costly stones might not always be the finest, they undoubtedly had the most appealing appearances. For instance, stones adorned with divine patterns that faintly emitted spiritual light, or those revealing glimpses of high-quality spirit stones, all commanded premium prices. Which one should I choose? The pricier, the better, right? Ji Ruyu murmured to herself. Wang Qing's lips curled slightly. However, to curry favor with these three distinguished figures, sacrificing a bit was a small price to pay. At that moment, Gu Changge came to Wang Qing's rescue. While more expensive stones are indeed desirable, not all costly ones are of good quality. The one in front of you, the third on the left, the first on the second row above, and the fourth on the third row are worth considering. Really? Ji Ruyu glanced at the three recommended source stones, finding their appearances rather ordinary compared to others that radiated spiritual light, making them seem insignificant. Yet, since Gu Changge claimed to understand source techniques, she decided to take them. No payment required. How delightful. It was now Gu Qingqiu's turn. Gu Changge looked at her with a smile and said, to the west, the fourth stone in the first row, the sixth stone, and the 10th stone in the third row. Before long, Gu Qingqiu collected the source stones that Gu Changge had chosen for her. Finally, it was Gu Changge's turn. Under the peculiar gazes of Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingqiu, he retrieved a pockmarked source stone, no larger than a palm, from the far corner of the rightmost row before returning. Wang Qing, witnessing this scene, felt immense gratitude, considering Gu Changge to be a truly benevolent person, as he had not forced him to incur significant losses. However, Wang Qing still respectfully addressed Gu Changge. Your Highness, would you like to select two more of better quality? One is sufficient, Gu Changge replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, a smile tugging at his lips. Once these source stones are opened, I wonder if you will still wish for me to select two more for you. The extraordinary presence of Gu Changge and her companions had already drawn the attention of others, and Wang Qing, the proprietor of the stone gambling pavilion, was personally attending to them. In truth, some had already recognized Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu, and Ji Ruyu. Although hailing from the illustrious Changsheng family, it seems rather capricious for them to select the source stones in such a haphazard manner. Others can acquire them for free and choose at will. Even purchasing the entire stone gambling house would likely be a trivial endeavor for them. Members of the Changsheng family are all paragons of excellence, exceptional individuals who stand out among the masses. Observing their countenance, demeanor, and grace, one might almost conclude that they belong to a different species altogether. The disparity is striking. As the crowd murmured among themselves, many felt that Gu Changge's choice of source stone was utterly arbitrary, likely yielding nothing of value, merely a heap of refuse. At last, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Gu Changge, along with Gu Qingqiu and Ji Ruyu, prepared to unveil the 7 source stones they had selected. Chapter 45. Treasures Within. Seizing the yin-yang spirit jade, open mine first. Please, mine first. Ji Ruyu raised her delicate hand, a playful smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Gu Changge. Let us begin with hers. Gu Changge nodded in agreement. Very well, my lord, the stone master replied, inhaling deeply as he wielded his spiritual power to manipulate the stone opening tools upon Ji Ruyu's first piece of jade. Swish! With a flash of silver light, the jade was cleaved in two. The interior revealed nothing more than ordinary rock, devoid of any spiritual stones or hidden treasures. Witnessing this, the onlookers stifled their laughter. It was evident that the stone had been carelessly chosen, and nothing of value could possibly be extracted. Beside them, Wang Qing felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. He secretly hoped for something of worth to be revealed. Otherwise, if Gu Changge and the others were displeased, the blame might fall upon the stone gambling house. A dire predicament indeed. Continue with the cutting. Gu Changge's voice rang out. The stone master nodded. Just because the first cut yielded no treasure did not preclude the possibility that one lay hidden in one of the remaining two pieces. He resumed his work. Ji Ryu's anticipation remained unshaken. Until the final moment, no one could ascertain what secrets the stones held within. Swish! 2 more flashes of silver light appeared. When the second light emerged, a blinding white radiance suddenly erupted from the second half of the stone, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Treasure has been revealed. As the onlookers exclaimed in excitement, the dazzling white light transformed, giving way to wisps of ethereal smoke that wafted from the stone, creating a truly mystical spectacle. What an extraordinary phenomenon! Is that cloud jade? A knowledgeable cultivator suddenly exclaimed. The stone master proceeded with his task. Moments later, a piece of jade, resembling a small cloud in appearance, tumbled from the stone. On the table, this jade radiated a soft, precious glow. Indeed, it is cloud jade. This remarkable material is one of the primary components used in crafting flying artifacts. This piece, palm-sized, is worth no less than 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Cloud jade, a rare treasure of nature, occasionally materializing when infused with abundant spiritual energy. Ji Ryu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the first piece of stone would yield such a valuable find, worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. We struck gold, Brother Changge, and it's worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. My heavens! Ji Ryu covered her mouth in delight. After 2 or 3 days of losses, they had finally turned a profit, reclaiming all prior expenses. Seeing her excitement, Gu Changge could not help but smile. We are just beginning. Greater surprises await. Gu Qingxiu, observing the scene, felt her beautiful eyes shimmer with curiosity. Gu Changge, what transformation have you undergone? Not only has your character changed remarkably, but your knowledge has deepened, and your mastery of source techniques is astonishing. As the first piece of stone yielded treasure, those who had previously dismissed Gu Changge's selection felt a swift sting of embarrassment. Their faces turned awkward as they exchanged glances. But soon their expressions were replaced by a more profound curiosity, fixated on the spiritual stones Gu Changge had chosen. Something has been revealed. Excellent, excellent. Wang Qing wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Flowing cloud stone is a precious and rare treasure, yet occasionally it is unearthed at the gambling stone workshop, which serves to better promote the establishment and bolster its business. However, the following scene left Wang Qing and those present in a state of shock. The second stone, once struck, emitted a brilliant scarlet light, accompanied by waves of heat that swept through the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. When it was revealed, it turned out to be a red pearl. This gem, perfect for forging fire element weaponry, was undoubtedly worth at least several tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Next came the third stone. Unsurprisingly, it too was something remarkable. Earth bamboo, an excellent material for crafting wood element weaponry. All 3 stones had yielded impressive results. At this moment, the patrons of the gambling stone workshop could no longer remain seated. They gazed in utter disbelief at Gu Changge. After all, these stones had been selected by Gu Changge for Ji Ryu. Wow! Ji Ryu exclaimed, holding the 3 treasures in her hands, her voice brimming with excitement as she looked at Gu Changge in admiration. Brother Changge, we struck it rich. Wang Qing, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? All 3 stones yielded results. He glanced nervously at the remaining 4 stones chosen by Gu Changge, anxious that they too might reveal treasures. If that were the case, it might mean that all the divine materials from the gambling stone workshop had been selected by Gu Changge. While this might bring initial benefits, once the customers who came to purchase stones found nothing, it would deal a devastating blow to the workshop Replacing all the stones would be a tremendous loss. Gu Changge nodded in acknowledgement. The stone master was equally astonished, staring blankly at the three divine items in Ji Ruyu's hands. In my years of stone cutting, even renowned source masters do not guarantee a yield from every stone. This young gentleman is simply extraordinary. The stone master exclaimed in awe to Gu Changge. Indeed, let us continue. Gu Changge gestured for the stone master to proceed. Meanwhile, Wang Qing was on the verge of tears, wishing he could retract his earlier words, or at least have one stone, so he wouldn't feel so miserable. Gu Qingxiu stepped forward and said, "Let us open my 3 stones." She was curious about what treasures Gu Changge had selected for her. As time passed, 3 more stones were unveiled. 3 beams of spiritual light shot skyward from the gambling stone workshop, once again capturing the attention of all cultivators in Yunlong City. After all, that was a total of 6 beams of spiritual light. Who could this prominent figure be, opening stones at the gambling stone workshop? Outside, a crowd had gathered in droves. The treasures obtained by Gu Qingxiu were no less impressive than Ji Ruyu's. The combined yield from the 2 women's 6 stones had already amounted to treasures worth 700,000 to 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It is important to note that these were mid-grade spirit stones. Converted, that would be around 7 to 8 million low-grade spirit stones. The hierarchy of spirit stones consists of low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade, with a ratio of 1:10. Wang Qing wore a strained smile, already on the brink of tears. "The last one is mine," Gu Changge declared, looking at the stone he had selected. "I will open it myself." He signaled for the stone-cutting tools to be brought forth. The master stonecutter had long anticipated the extraordinary identity of Gu Changge. Thus he presented a pristine set of tools. "Young master, these have never been used." As he handed the tools to Gu Changge, he offered a gentle reminder. Gu Changge paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your trouble." As he deftly manipulated the stone-cutting tools, a flash of silver light swept across the raw stone he had selected. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of black and white energies erupted, forming concentric waves that radiated outward, while the luminous essence of black and white soared skyward, casting a radiant glow over the entirety of Yunlong City. Amidst the dispersing energies, the entire gambling stone hall and the cultivators of Yunlong City erupted in astonishment. Countless individuals gazed upwards in wonder at the black and white brilliance. Their eyes filled with shock as they hurried towards the gambling stone hall. The treasure had revealed itself. Chapter 46, Extraordinary. Breaking through the 3rd layer of the Wheel of Fate, nightfall enveloped the surroundings as Gu Changge sat cross-legged upon his bed, cradling the yin-yang spirit jade that had manifested earlier in the day. This precious gem, imbued with the pure essence of yin and yang, could be directly absorbed by cultivators, significantly accelerating their cultivation progress and reducing the time required for training, thereby facilitating remarkable advancements on their spiritual journey. Moreover, it nourished the soul of the wearer and, most importantly, had the potential to unlock the yin-yang divine body. Gu Changge reminisced about the moment the yin-yang spirit jade appeared, recalling the faint surge of yin and yang energies emanating from Ji Ruyu, as well as the longing reflected in her gaze. It was evident that Ji Ruyu recognized the jade's significance for her own cultivation. Yet, perhaps out of deference to Gu Changge, who had obtained the gem, she refrained from inquiring about it. Had events transpired as they typically would, Ji Ruyu, upon meeting Yi Chun outside the spirit spring, would have likely developed a bond with him over a few days. Subsequently, should Yi Chun acquire the yin-yang spirit jade through his source techniques, Ji Ruyu would most likely offer something valuable in exchange. After all, as the petite princess of the Changsheng family, she possessed numerous treasures, making any trade feasible, especially since her acquaintance with Yi Chun was not particularly deep, allowing for such transactions. However, should such a trade have been successful, Yi Chun would undoubtedly have left a lasting impression on Ji Ruyu, thanks to the jade. But at this moment, Gu Changge toyed with the yin-yang spirit jade, fully intending to bestow it upon Ji Ruyu, albeit not immediately. Tomorrow would suffice. After all, he had already utilized the chance for return today, and he was curious about what rare materials the jade would yield for him. hoping for a substantial return. In addition, after a day of fermenting news, the whispers of a precious treasure surfacing in Yunlong City spread like a tempest to the surrounding towns. Simultaneously, the events that transpired within the Gambling Stone Pavilion became common knowledge. Upon discovering that Gu Changge had selected 7 pieces of raw stone, each of which yielded valuable results, many were left in awe. Such formidable source techniques were indeed reminiscent of the prowess displayed by some ancient beings. Countless individuals marveled, while those privy to the details recognized that Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Jiryu hail from the illustrious Changsheng family, further amplifying their admiration. Truly, the offspring of the Changsheng family were exceptional, wielding such power at a tender age, the identity of which Changsheng family remained a mystery. Meanwhile, in a different location, Yichen listened to the murmurs surrounding the events at the Gambling Stone Pavilion, his eyes clouded with shadows. Had Gu Changge truly acquired the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade? Just wait, once I seize the opportunities that lie ahead. No matter how extraordinary you may be as a prodigy of the Changsheng family, I shall inevitably catch up and surpass you, watching as you lie beneath my feet. Let us see what expression you are then. In Ji Ryu's chamber, she appeared deeply conflicted, her delicate face buried in her knees as she pondered. The revelation that her brother Changge had indeed uncovered the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade left her in a quandary. Should she directly ask him for it, or would it be inappropriate to barter for it? Did he even lack anything worthy of exchange? It seemed he was not in want of anything. As for Yi Chen's and Ji Ryu's reactions, Gu Changge remained oblivious. At that moment, he stood before the window, the Dao condensing divine bottle on the table absorbing the moonlight. A visible stream of moonlight essence continuously flowed into the mouth of the condensation Dao divine bottle, which radiated a faint glow, appearing remarkably mystical. After a day of accumulation, the 3rd drop of the condensation Dao divine water was on the verge of emergence. Having refined 2 drops of this divine water, Gu Changge's cultivation had approached the 3rd layer of the Fate Wheel realm. With the refinement of the 3rd drop, the 3rd layer of the Fate Wheel would be within reach. Tick-tock, a sound echoed from within the condensation Dao divine bottle. Gu Changge's expression brightened slightly. Had the condensation succeeded? The assistance of the condensation Dao divine bottle had indeed accelerated my cultivation remarkably, augmented further by the essence of the celestial spring, allowing my progress to be akin to a meteoric rise. With a flick of his hand, Gu Changge retrieved the isolation array flag from his storage ring and set it up within the room, preparing to break through to the 3rd layer of the Fate Wheel realm. Gazing at the drop of crystalline, jade-like condensation Dao divine water, seemingly imbued with endless divine radiance, Gu Changge opened his mouth and swallowed it. The moment the divine water entered his body, an immensely gentle and pure torrent of spiritual energy erupted within him. In an instant, the vast spiritual sea beneath his Fate Wheel, measuring 2,999 zhong, surged with colossal waves. As the spiritual energy transformed from the divine water was ground to dust by Gu Changge's 9-pattern Fate Wheel, it morphed into droplets of spiritual liquid, pouring into the spiritual sea below his Fate Wheel. The spiritual sea rippled with waves, radiating brilliant spiritual light. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within Gu Changge. The originally 2,999 zhong spiritual sea expanded once more, and in the blink of an eye, it reached 3,000 zhong. Following that, it surged to 3,100 zhong, then 3,200 zhong, finally stabilizing at 3,300 zhong. Gu Changge's aura surged from the 2nd layer of the Fate Wheel to the 3rd, firmly establishing his newfound power. With this elevation in cultivation, Gu Changge felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as the colossal particles within him multiplied, augmenting his physical strength by a staggering 100 billion, bringing it to 400 billion. Furthermore, his cultivation was stabilized, devoid of any instability that often accompanied breakthroughs. The condensation Dao divine water was indeed formidable, living up to its reputation as a treasure born from a superior celestial artifact. Excitedly sensing the 3,300 zhong spiritual sea within him, Gu Changge reflected on his rapid advancement. In merely half a month since leaving the Changsheng family, he had ascended from the second to the third layer of the Fate Wheel realm, securing his position and acquiring various treasures. Truly, venturing into the world was worthwhile. After thoroughly contemplating the wonders of the third layer of the Fate Wheel realm, Changge began to delve into the understanding of divine abilities. After all, while cultivation was vital, divine abilities were equally crucial, serving as essential techniques in battle. Changge prepared to comprehend the Great Void technique, a method capable of manipulating opponents with ease and ensuring one's escape when necessary. Though he was the scion of the Changsheng clan, one could never predict whether some ancient beings or bitter rivals might lower themselves to confront him when the time came for worldly competition. Changge was unwilling to entrust his life and fortune to others. A night passed in silence. Changge's celestial bones became more solid as he sat cross-legged within the radiance of celestial light, his inner spiritual energy circulating and blood flowing, manifesting wondrous phenomena within his room. In the morning, Changge opened his eyes, his sacred pupils glimmering with an extraordinary aura. Combined with the celestial light and Dao sounds enveloping him, he resembled an otherworldly immortal seated gracefully upon his bed. The system. Check the information. Changge opened his personal profile for a moment, simultaneously rising from his bed. The data had already refreshed. It was time to return the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade to Jiruyu. Character: Changge's strength. Third layer of Fate Wheel physique. Heavy pupil, light of the heavy pupil foresight. Celestial bone, celestial king descending from the ninth heaven. Cultivation techniques. Void Sutra, fifth layer 30. Dragon elephant suppression technique. Giant elephant 60. Source heavenly book, source heavenly perception. Divine abilities, sky cutting finger, minor accomplishment 30. Void great hand seal, minor accomplishment 30. Great void technique, entry 1. Innate great void vitality, entry 2. Sun shooting, entry 1. Bound objects, Guqingxiu, Jiryu chapter 47. A fortuitous encounter. A thousandfold return of the five elements, Dao fruit. The transformation in personal strength is undeniably immense compared to the past. I have acquired two supreme techniques, the divine elephant suppression technique and the source heavenly book, and my divine abilities have similarly evolved. My combat prowess has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. With a staggering force of 400 billion pounds, along with the heavy eye, immortal bone, and the three layers of the Fate Wheel, I can contend even with those who have attained divinity. This steady advancement will enable me to further comprehend my divine abilities to mastery, minor accomplishment, and even great achievement, allowing me to battle at even higher tiers. All of this is attributed to my diligent efforts. As I rose, I stepped out of the room. After handing the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade to Jiruyu, I intended to visit my mother at the Changsheng family. Additionally, I wanted to assess the recent fortunes of Guqingxiu and Jiruyu. As I expected, they had been refreshed and wondered what opportunities awaited them. Upon exiting the door, I encountered Guqingxiu, clad in azure garments. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her beauty was striking. Her youthful visage hinted at an enchanting allure. "Good morning, Brother Changge," Guqingxiu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing me. "Where are you headed?" I instructed the staff to prepare breakfast, intending to wait for you before calling you down. "No need to summon them. Let us call Jiruyu and dine together below," I suggested, proceeding towards the Changsheng residence. I then remembered to ask Guqingxiu, "By the way, do you wish to join me?" Had it been before, Guqingxiu would have likely accompanied me. However, with the spirit-gathering bottle in her possession, she had reached the threshold of the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm and was preparing for a breakthrough. Yet, that was not the primary reason. The crucial factor was the imminent opening of a certain place. To have a chance of survival there, she needed to advance to the ninth layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. "I believe I shall not accompany you, Brother Changge. I must return to the Changsheng family to diligently cultivate and strive to keep pace with you," she replied. Oh, a thought stirred within me as I opened Guqingxiu's personal information to review. Nickname: Guqingxiu. Identity: daughter of the Changsheng family branch. Reincarnated sovereign. Strength: liquid transformation realm. First layer, Rainbow Bridge realm. First layer. Physique: sovereign bone. Cultivation method. Void scripture. Divine abilities. Recent fortune. Smooth sailing. Rapid progress. With the spirit gathering bottles enhancement. She is set to break through to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm in a month and begin condensing her fate wheel. Gu Qingqiu recalls one of the fortuitous opportunities from her past life, the fate wheel engraving method, which she has yet to obtain. She plans to venture to the chaotic rift appearing in the Tianlan sect of the northern domain to collect it. After returning from a grievous injury and successfully breaking through, she will condense a 9-pattern fate wheel with her sovereign bone. Though the fate wheel engraving method has not yet manifested its effects, she has entrusted it to you. The child of destiny, Yi Chun, is aware that the female sovereign Gu Qingqiu possesses the reverse heaven-defying method for fate wheel engraving and must acquire it. He will make his move when Gu Qingqiu heads to the Bronze Immortal Palace to gather the Dao rhythm to nurture her sovereign bone. The first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. This revelation was astonishing. Gu Qingqiu had only been cultivating for a few months, seemingly since I first acquired the title of Brother Changge. Yet, she had already ascended to the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm, defying all expectations. Is this truly the cultivation speed of the reborn female sovereign? In addition, Gu Changge also pays particular attention to Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes. Upon a closer examination, the first paragraph left him astounded. To achieve a breakthrough from the 1st to the 9th level of the Rainbow Bridge realm within a month is indeed preposterous. However, he himself might also reach the 5th level of the Life Wheel realm in a month. The transition from the Rainbow Bridge to the Life Wheel is considerably more challenging. At that point, Gu Qingqiu's breakthrough speed may also slow down. Compared to himself, his own progression is hardly slow. Advancing from the 1st to the 5th level of the Life Wheel in 2 months would be astonishing to any observer. Next, he pondered the Life Wheel enhancement technique. A question mark appeared above Gu Changge's head at this thought. Could such a miraculous technique truly exist? If it did, the Changsheng clan and the undying sacred land would undoubtedly engage in fierce conflict over it, igniting an immortal war. Lastly, upon seeing Gu Qingqiu heading to the Bronze Immortal Palace to collect the Dao rhythm to nurture her sovereign bone, Gu Changge frowned. The crux of the matter lay in the earlier situation. Yi Chun, the child of fortune, whom he had intercepted, had obstructed his acquaintance with Jiruyu and was now setting his sights on Gu Qingqiu. He is already treading a path towards demise. Yet this child of fortune is truly formidable, possessing knowledge akin to Gu Qingqiu's. Could he also be a reborn individual? Moreover, he would enter the Bronze Immortal Palace alongside Gu Qingqiu. The Dao rhythm would be immensely beneficial to him, allowing him to act alongside Gu Qingqiu. No matter how exceptional this child of fortune may be, under the scrutiny of the all-seeing Gu Changge, no action could escape detection. What is the matter? Upon noticing Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu uttered a soft sound of curiosity. It's nothing. Let us go summon Jiruyu. Gu Changge waved his hand and led Gu Qingqiu toward Jiruyu's chamber. Arriving at Jiruyu's door, Gu Changge knocked twice but received no response. Observing this, he directly opened the door and stepped inside. The room was serene and elegantly adorned, with fragrant incense curling in the air. Not far away on the bed, Jiryu was nestled under the covers, her cherubic face radiating happiness as she occasionally pursed her lips, clearly lost in sweet dreams. Gu Qingqiu couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. She felt a tinge of envy for Jiruyu's carefree existence. The more one knows, the harder it becomes to relax. Gu Changge found it amusing as well. He approached Jiruyu's bedside and gently patted her cheek. Time to wake up. No, I still want to eat, Brother Changge. I want roasted meat with plenty of spices. Jiryu rolled over. Seeing this, Gu Qingqiu reached out to touch her face, feeling the softness of her skin. Awakened by the sensation, Jiryu sleepily opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a strikingly handsome young man, his features exquisitely crafted. Brother Changge, Jiryu called out playfully, her voice soft and endearing, evoking a desire to cherish her. Good morning. Time to rise, have breakfast. And then we shall return to the Changsheng Ji family. Huh? So soon? Jiryu instantly became alert, and just as she finished speaking, her eyes darted around. Can we? No. Upon hearing this, Ji Ryu's expression fell. Indeed, Gu Changge produced the yin-yang spirit jade. When this artifact was unveiled yesterday, it seemed as though the dual energies of yin and yang surged around you. This treasure appears to be destined for you, so I shall bestow it upon you. Having said that, Gu Changge tossed the yin-yang spirit jade to Ji Ryu. Caught off guard, she fumbled to catch it, and as she finally beheld the yin-yang spirit jade in her palm, her lips parted in astonishment. The yin-yang spirit jade. After exclaiming, Ji Ryu turned her gaze back to Gu Changge. This, Brother Changge, you wish to give this to me? At that moment, as Ji Ryu inquired of Gu Changge, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding, the host grants the bound target Ji Ryu, yin-yang spirit jade. You have received 1,000-fold return. You have acquired the treasure Dao of harmony, 5 elements Dao fruit. Chapter 48. Ji Ryu falls into crisis again. The Changsheng Ji family, 5 elements Dao fruit, infused with profound 5 elements Dao essence. It can be absorbed by others to enhance their constitution or used to cultivate items that require Dao essence. Gu Changge gazed at the description of the 5 elements Dao fruit, his eyes lighting up. It was indeed an extraordinary treasure, rich with Dao essence, perfectly suitable for nurturing my immortal bones. Now that my immortal bones have begun to take shape alongside my celestial techniques, continuous nurturing will undoubtedly amplify the benefits bestowed upon me by the celestial king as I ascend to the heavens. As Gu Changge spoke, Ji Ryu stood before him, somewhat dazed as she gazed at the yin-yang spirit jade in her hands. Is this really for me? Are you certain, Brother Changge? Such a treasure would be exceedingly precious even within the Changsheng family. Of course, Gu Changge replied, his gaze shifting from the return prompt to Ji Ryu, giving her an affirming nod. Wow, thank you so much, Brother Changge. Ji Ryu exclaimed, her cherubic face lighting up with joy. Without hesitation, she approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Moreover, Gu Changge felt the warmth of Ji Ryu's vast embrace. Observing this, Gu Qingqiu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Gu Changge would entrust the yin-yang spirit jade to Ji Ryu. In her memory, Gu Changge was supposed to be rather selfish. But wait, it seemed that was no longer the case. At some point, Gu Changge had transformed in Gu Qingqiu's perception. His recent actions bore little resemblance to the self-centered Gu Changge of his past life. Gu Qingqiu's heart warmed at the thought of Gu Changge having given her the celestial weapon as well. Indeed, he was no longer the person she once knew. This was a positive change. Perhaps it all began when he chose not to take my supreme bone. As Gu Qingqiu pondered, Gu Changge snapped back to reality only when Ji Ryu released him, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. Ryu, thank you, Brother Changge, she said, her delicate brows arching as she looked at him. I wouldn't do this for anyone else. This is solely to express my gratitude. In her heart, she added, only Brother Changge deserves this. From the moment she laid eyes on him, Ji Ryu felt an undeniable affection, especially given his culinary skills and vast knowledge. Not to mention his gift of the yin-yang spirit jade. The fondness she had nurtured since childhood was gradually blossoming. Gu Changge regarded Ji Ryu with an amused expression. Well, your gratitude is quite something. I would mind more of it. All right, I accept your thanks, he said, gently patting Ji Ryu's small head. Now, let us go downstairs to eat, and then we'll return to the Changsheng Ji family. Ji Ryu cheerfully followed suit. As they descended, Gu Changge took the opportunity to assess Ji Ryu's recent fortunes. Recent fortunes, returning to the Changsheng Ji family, awakens the yin-yang divine body. After a month, the awakening of this divine body will make a name for itself in the Zhongtian realm, thus becoming the object of admiration for countless cultivators. Many flock to the Changsheng Ji family to seek marriage, though hidden dangers lurk beneath the surface. Yichun is aware of Ji Ryu's successful awakening of her divine body, which intensifies his covetousness. In the subsequent half-month, Ji Ryu participates in a family trial in a cave, where she is attacked and captured by a pure-blooded ferocious beast faction, becoming separated from her family's forces and lost with Yichun, who represents another sect, fostering their bond. Observing Ji Ryu's recent fortunes, Gu Changge furrowed his brow. The awakening of the yin-yang divine body has indeed drawn the attention of numerous forces in the Zhongtian realm. It is understandable. The yin-yang divine body is a dual cultivation physique, and once a Dao partner is formed, their cultivation will undoubtedly soar. Moreover, an alliance with the Changsheng family offers multiple benefits. Hence the intrigue from various factions is hardly surprising. Then there is this Yi Chun. If he succeeds, I shall transcend right here. Although my relationship with Ji Ruyu has only recently been acknowledged, she has shown a certain fondness towards me in these past few days. Most importantly, she is my destined partner. First, I coveted Gu Qingxiu, and now it is Ji Ruyu. This Yi Chun, I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. The time during Ji Ruyu's trial in the cave seems opportune, or perhaps during the Bronze Immortal Hall event. As Gu Changge contemplated, the three had already arrived downstairs. After finishing breakfast, Gu Qingxiu bid farewell to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, returning to the Changsheng family, while Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu proceeded back to the Changsheng family. Watching their departing figures, Gu Qingxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled with emotion. He does not desire my supreme bone, nor the spirit-collecting vessel, yet treats me so well. Should I still seek revenge against him? In my previous life, I had already avenged myself. After being reborn, I thought I would have to undergo the same tribulations as before. Thus, I held an innate dislike for Gu Changge. Yet, his actions have greatly surpassed my expectations, making it difficult for me to maintain my initial thoughts. Moreover, a sense of panic began to rise within me. As I spent time with Gu Changge, his care for me became increasingly apparent. After all, in my past life, I was either competing or on the path of competition, constantly embroiled in schemes. When has anyone treated me with such earnestness? Regardless, he is good to me, and I shall respond in kind. The rest shall unfold naturally. Gu Qingxiu calmed her heart and turned to leave. Brother Changge, are you going to visit Aunt Xuanhuan this time? Gu Changge nodded. Mother asked me to visit the Changsheng family whenever I have the chance, and since she is there, I might as well go and have some fun. No wonder. It seems Aunt Xuanhuan has been at the Changsheng family for over a month now. What is she doing? Gu Changge curiously inquired of Ji Ruyu. I don't know. Father and Aunt Xuanhuan haven't mentioned anything to me, but it seems quite mysterious. Ji Ruyu thought for a moment before truthfully responding to Gu Changge. I see. We shall find out once we arrive. Gu Changge suddenly recalled the recent events concerning Ji Ruyu's fortunes and reminded her, by the way, when you refine the yin-yang spirit jade, ensure that your father provides you with protection. All right. Although Ji Ruyu was puzzled by Gu Changge's statement, she obediently nodded in agreement. Gu Changge's mother hails from the Changsheng family, as previously mentioned, and is named Ji Xuanhuan. She possesses the cultivation of the 9th level of ascendance, just a step away from entering the realm of kings, making her a formidable female cultivator. During her travels, she encountered Gu Qing, and their mutual affection blossomed into a beautiful tale, complemented by their compatible backgrounds, which became a celebrated story in the Zhongzhou Dao domain. Ji Hao discreetly provided protection. It was not until Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu arrived at the entrance of the Changsheng family that he reappeared. I have already informed the family head and Miss Xuanhuan. They will be here shortly. Ji Hao remarked with a warm smile, stroking his beard as he regarded Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu. Chapter 49. The Invasion of Malevolence. As soon as Ji Hao's words fell, a cheerful voice echoed. A gentle and graceful young woman emerged from the grand gates of the Changsheng residence. Her beauty was exquisite, and her demeanor was elegant. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to Gu Changge, making her an incredibly lovely matron. This was Ji Xuanhuan, the mother of Gu Changge. Gu Changge inherited the appearance of both Ji Xuanhuan and Gu Qing, and naturally, Ji Xuanhuan was equally captivating. Mother. Upon seeing Ji Xuanhuan, Gu Changge felt a surge of joy and called out affectionately. Awakening his past wisdom, he felt no aversion towards the mother who had appeared before him. After all memories prior to his awakening remained intact, and he was well aware of Ji Xuanhuan's kindness towards him. Ji Xuanhuan took 2 or 3 steps forward, her gaze surveying her son, who resembled an otherworldly immortal, filling her heart with immense pride. Our Changge has grown even more handsome. I heard you shone brilliantly during the adult right trials. You are truly a man now. Not at all. I will always be your son. Gu Changge replied with a chuckle. Beside them, Ji Ryu eagerly approached Ji Xuanhuan, taking hold of her hand. And Xuanhuan, I'm here too. You can't just pay attention to Brother Changge. You're quite something. The moment I turned my back, you dashed out. Thankfully, your Xuanhuan brother sensed your departure and had elder Ji Hao follow you. Otherwise, if the rival forces of the Ji family had found out, you would have been in great danger. I'm sorry, Ji Ryu pouted playfully, sticking out her little tongue. At that moment, a hearty laughter resonated from within the gates. Haha, I heard that Changge returned with Ryu. The last time we met, you were just 10 years old. It has been 6 years. As the voice faded, a tall figure stepped gracefully from the void. Ji Xuanhuan, with a smile in his eyes, was taken aback when he saw Gu Changge, admiration sparkling in his gaze. What a remarkably handsome young man. Moreover, sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from Gu Changge, Ji Xuanhuan was astonished. Has he broken through to the fate wheel? And it seems he is not merely at the first layer, but at least the third. Gu Changge wore a concealed artifact to hide his cultivation level. Thus, Ji Xuanhuan was not entirely certain, yet he could sense the general essence. Yes, Uncle Xuanhuan. Gu Changge nodded. At 16 years old, a third layer of the fate wheel. Tut, even that child Hao Yue cannot compare to you at this age. Ji Xuanhuan exclaimed in admiration. Moreover, Changge, you possess the rare dual pupils. I've heard that you awakened a second talent not long ago. I can already envision the Changsheng Gu family being led by you to the pinnacle of the Zhongzhou Dao domain. Hao Yue, the Ji family's prodigy, Ji Hao Yue, renowned for his divine body, had cultivated to the level of divine insight, manifesting a celestial phenomenon of the rising moon over the sea, rumored to possess formidable power. Although Ji Hao Yue had yet to enter the competitive world, his name had already spread throughout the Zhongzhou Dao domain. However, given the close ties between the Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family, Gu Changge's future rivalry with Ji Hao Yue would not affect the relationship between the two families. In fact, they might even support each other. Yet, that was a matter for another day. Upon hearing these words, Gu Changge humbly replied, Uncle Xuanhuan, you jest. Cousin Hao Yue has already attained the realm of divine enlightenment, while I am still far from such heights. He then added, All right, let us discuss this further inside. There is no need to linger at the entrance. Ji Xuanhuan covered her mouth with a chuckle, urging them to enter the estate for a more in-depth conversation. As they stepped into the residence of Ji Xuanhuan, Gu Changge caught sight of a tall man dressed in a flowing white robe, standing beneath a verdant pine tree with his hands clasped behind his back. His brow was furrowed, and his expression bore a hint of sorrow. Despite this, his demeanor was extraordinary. Merely standing there, he seemed to be the very axis of a universe, drawing the attention of all around him. It was Hao Yue. Ji Xuanhuan called out to Ji Hao Yue. Aunt Xuanhuan. Ji Hao Yue acknowledged her with a nod. His gaze shifted to Ji Xuanhuan, Ji Xuanhuan, and Ji Ryu, where he found Gu Changge to be somewhat familiar. Beneath Gu Changge's ethereal and refined exterior, Ji Hao Yue sensed a semblance of recognition. Could it be that this is my cousin Changge? He mused. Approaching them, he scrutinized Gu Changge from head to toe, asking Cousin Changge, Cousin Hao Yue. Gu Changge replied with a smile and a nod. A smile blossomed on Ji Hao Yue's previously troubled face. Goodness, I almost did not recognize you. 6 years ago, you were not like this. Now, with such an ethereal presence, I shudder to think how many celestial maidens' hearts you will captivate once you step into the world. Isn't that the case for Cousin Hao Yue as well? Gu Changge jested in return. Ji Xuanhuan and Ji Xuanhuan exchanged warm smiles as they observed the banter between the two. Should all go as anticipated, it was likely that Ji Hao Yue would ascend ahead of the Ji family, while Gu Changge would take the helm of the Gu family. Such a friendship boded well for both families. At that moment, Ji Ryu stepped forward, linking her arm with Ji Hao Yue's. Brother Changge would never be swayed by those superficial women. He would seek someone of substance, like myself. Ji Hao Yue shot her a sideways glance, chiding, How dare you say that? You sneaked out despite my forbid dance. If anything were to happen to you, our father would be beside himself with worry. But I have returned now, haven't I? Ji Ryu puffed her cheeks defiantly, feeling that their reaction to her brief absence was rather excessive. Ji Haoyue opened his mouth as if to respond, but ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Earlier, when Gu Changge had spotted Ji Haoyue, he sensed an underlying melancholy in his demeanor, a sentiment echoed by Ji Xuanhuan, whose warm smile did little to mask the flicker of concern in his eyes. Ji Xueidan appeared somewhat drained as well. Observing this, Gu Changge inquired curiously, "Has something occurred?" "From the moment I saw cousin Haoyue, he seemed troubled, and so did Uncle Xuanyuan. Mother appears quite fatigued as well." Upon hearing this, Ji Ryu widened her eyes, directing her gaze toward Ji Haoyue, Ji Xuanyuan, and Ji Xueidan. How could I not notice anything amiss? She thought to herself. Yi Haoyue, Ji Xuanyuan, and Ji Xueidan exchanged glances, surprised by Gu Changge's perceptiveness. He had discerned the unusual atmosphere upon their very first meeting. "What has transpired? How could I not know?" Ji Ryu quickly inquired, "Brother, father, and aunt, why did you keep this from me?" Ji Xuanyuan, at a loss for words, replied, "What purpose would it serve to inform you? You are but a child, blissfully carefree." "Who is a child? I will be partaking in the coming-of-age ceremony next year." "If you please," Ji Ryu retorted, her tone laced with irritation. Ji Xuanyuan chose to ignore her, turning his attention to Gu Changge. "Indeed, a situation has arisen, but it is not of great concern and should be resolved swiftly. We merely need to seek the assistance of the Buddhas from the western regions." "Seeking the Buddhas?" Gu Changge was taken aback. In the realm of the central heavenly Dao, the western regions are a stronghold of Buddhist practitioners, and to seek the Buddhas is no trivial matter. Indeed, while Dao Ling was undergoing training in an ancient cave, she became afflicted by an ancient malevolent force, which complicates matters somewhat. Chapter 50. The Ji family's divine child invites battle. The title of Buddha is reserved for those who have attained the rank of quasi-saint or even saint in their cultivation. This indicates just how troublesome the ancient malevolent energy that Ji Daoling has encountered truly is. Ji Ryu, upon hearing this, was taken aback. "What? My cousin Daoling was not in the ancient cave heaven seeking great fortune and cultivating in seclusion? How could it be that the ancient malevolent energy has entered her body?" However, as soon as she voiced her concern, Ji Ryu realized the truth. Clearly, Ji Xuanyuan and Ji Haoyue had concealed this matter from her. What should have been a great opportunity had been compromised by the covert actions of hostile forces during the acquisition of that fortune, leading to an unexpected incident for Daoling. Ji Xuanyuan spoke solemnly, while Ji Haoyue nodded in agreement. "That is why we advise you not to venture out recently, to avoid any unforeseen mishaps." "Why can't you just be honest with me?" "I promise I wouldn't go out if I knew," Ji Ryu retorted angrily. "All right, I will tell you next time." Ji Haoyue responded with a smile, shaking her head. "I am no longer a child. Father, brother, if you continue to keep secret from me, I will ignore you both." Ji Ryu pouted in frustration. Nearby, Gu Changge understood the situation. "So, mother, you have come to assist cousin Daoling?" he inquired, turning to Ji Xueidan. Ji Daoling appeared to be a relatively lesser talent within the Ji family, slightly inferior to Ji Haoyue. Yet she possessed the exquisite seven-hearted heart and was adept at comprehending miraculous powers as if guided by divine assistance. Moreover, her dealings were remarkably astute. Undoubtedly, she would grow to become a pillar of the Changsheng Ji family and could potentially achieve unparalleled greatness in the outside world, perhaps even breaking through to the status of quasi-saint or saint. It was no wonder Ji Xuanyuan and Ji Haoyue wore such troubled expressions. "Indeed, Changge, your mother cultivates the great purity technique, which exerts a powerful suppressive effect on ancient malevolent energies. My seventh ancestor of the Changsheng Ji family has already journeyed to the western regions to invite the Buddha to emerge from his retreat. He is expected to return in the next couple of days. The Zhongzhou Dao domain is vast and boundless. Even if a saintly being uses a teleportation array to travel back and forth, it would still take approximately a month, especially considering the time required for the Buddha to lend his assistance, which is rather challenging to arrange. However, given the prestige of the Changsheng Ji family, it should suffice to offer some resources and perhaps even gain a favor from others." Ji Xuanyuan turned to Ji Xueidan. "Thank you, Xueidan, for your assistance. Otherwise, Daoling might have already fallen into the path of evil. It has been a month of hardship for you, having to cast spells daily. That's what family does. Ji Xuedan replied, shaking her head. Curious, Gu Changge asked, where's Ji Daoling now? May I go see her? She is in the inner chamber. Currently in a state of unconsciousness, Ji Hongyuan confirmed, and the group proceeded to the room where Ji Daoling lay in temporary slumber. Upon entering, Gu Changge beheld a young girl in white, her delicate brows furrowed as she lay upon the bed. Her complexion was pale, and a hint of malevolent energy seemed to stir upon her features, giving her an eerie appearance. A disturbing aura radiated from her. Yet she was also an exceptionally beautiful maiden. Her gentle and refined features exuded a tranquil essence, unmistakably marking her as a woman of great softness. Sister Daoling. Upon witnessing Ji Daoling's state, Ji Ryu could not help but exclaim. It appeared that Ji Daoling was deeply ensnared by malevolent forces. Gu Changge furrowed his brow. Possessing the source of heavenly scriptures, he discerned at a glance that Ji Daoling's condition was likely rooted in the emperor's corpse. Given this situation, it was probable that within half a month she would succumb to the path of darkness, irrevocably transforming into a wicked entity. Changge, you possess the divine gift. What have you perceived? Ji Hongyuan, taken aback by Gu Changge's words, inquired eagerly. Ji Haoyue, Ji Xuedan, and the astonished Ji Ryu all turned their gaze towards him. Gu Changge shook his head, stating, I have merely glimpsed some clues, yet in truth, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. When he had encountered Ji Daoling, the malevolent aura emanating from her instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. Indeed, it was fear. However, this malevolence likely stemmed from a great terror. What could possibly induce such fear in these dark forces? Was it his innate, or perhaps the immortal bone within his chest? The former seemed improbable, while was undeniably extraordinary. It bore no advantage against malevolence. Thus, there remained but one possibility, the transcendent and mysterious immortal bone beyond this realm. Yet, whether this was true remained to be tested. But how? Ji Hongyuan pressed eagerly. I must experiment. It may yield results. Gu Changge replied. Curiosity sparked in the eyes of Ji Hongyuan, Ji Xuedan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ryu as they looked to him. Gu Changge smiled as he elucidated. I trust you have all heard of my awakening of the second divine anomaly? They nodded in affirmation. In truth, the second divine anomaly I awakened is an immortal bone. I sense that my immortal bone may have the power to subdue this malevolence. Gu Changge stated candidly, for those before him were his blood relatives, and there was little to conceal. Of course, the matter of his brother was his greatest secret, one he could never divulge. What? An immortal bone? Ji Hongyuan was taken aback. Ji Haoyue's pupils constricted sharply, while Ji Xuedan gasped, covering her mouth. Immortal bone. The weight of those two words was enough to convey the horror they entailed. Gu Changge already possessed once it matured, it could suppress all, let alone now with the addition of the immortal bone. The thought of Gu Changge's future achievements was almost unfathomable. Ji Ryu was equally astounded. Brother Changge has awakened an immortal bone as well. My heavens! Indeed, the immortal bone, Gu Changge nodded. Thus I wish to test it. I never anticipated that you would awaken an immortal bone. Ji Hongyuan exclaimed. With just you could rank among the foremost on the true dragon list. Now, with the immortal bone, you must possess the potential of an emperor. Ji Hongyuan gazed at Gu Changge in astonishment. Talent is merely an added value. To achieve success, one cannot rely solely on talent. Gu Changge replied with a gentle shake of his head. Ji Haoyue wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Changge's words. Countless prodigies filled the 3,000 domains, like carp crossing a river, yet only a few would ultimately stand atop all beings. Thus, while talent is undoubtedly significant, the heart that seeks the way is equally essential. Ji Haoyue gazed intently at Gu Changge, saying, Cousin Changge, let's engage in a friendly spar when time permits. As a being of divine lineage, he naturally harbored a competitive spirit towards someone as extraordinary as Gu Changge. Certainly, Gu Changge replied to Ji Haoyue, then turned his attention to Ji Hongyuan. Observing the exchange, Ji Hongyuan expressed his anticipation. Very well, Changge, give it a try. If it proves too challenging, do not exert yourself unduly. The arrival of the Western region Buddha will certainly provide a solution. I understand, Gu Changge responded, casting his gaze upon Ji Daoling, who lay gracefully upon the bed, her beauty breathtaking yet tinged with a sense of delicate vulnerability. He approached her, extending his hand toward her brow, aiming to cover the area of her spiritual center. Chapter 51. Exorcising the evil spirits of Xiangu Town, Ji Daoling found herself enveloped in a shadowy realm, where demonic energy surged unchecked, shrouded in an eerie silence. Yet, amidst the stillness, she could sense a lurking dread, as if some terrifying entity was observing her from the darkness. Where am I? I vividly recall struggling to return to the Changsheng Ji family, only to lose consciousness. In my escape from that cave, did I inadvertently inhale a wisp of the black mist that emerged upon shattering the seal? As Ji Daoling gathered her thoughts, a chilling laughter suddenly resonated from all directions. Who goes there? The moment she heard the laughter, she instinctively scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet, there was no response. The sinister laughter continued to echo ominously. Furrowing her brow, Ji Daoling declared, I am of the Changsheng Ji family. Do you not fear retribution for your actions against me? At the mention of the Changsheng Ji family, the cold laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a tone of disdain and disbelief. A mere descendant of the Changsheng lineage dares to show off before me? Once I consume your soul, this era shall witness my might. With that contemptuous proclamation, piercing howls erupted around her, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of beasts moving in packs. Pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the darkness, fixated on Ji Daoling. In the next moment, one of those fiery gazes stepped forth, revealing a grotesque beast resembling a massive leopard, its jaws dripping with foul saliva. A beast! Ji Daoling's eyes sharpened, and with a swift motion, a long sword manifested in her hand. Despite being confined in this place, she realized that her powers remained intact, granting her the temporary strength to confront the impending peril. Yet, the onslaught of beasts was overwhelming, endless and relentless. In the depths of this dark world, Ji Daoling lost track of time as she fought, gradually succumbing to a numbing fatigue. Unbeknownst to her, tendrils of black mist silently infiltrated her body. The chilling laughter seemed to grow ever more pronounced around her. Amidst the chaos, Ji Daoling glimpsed an imposing silhouette, akin to a demonic deity, materializing within this realm, its eyes seemingly capable of devouring all. Surrender your resistance. Surrender your resistance. Become the flesh of this emperor, and you shall attain invincible power, echoed the sinister voice, drowning her in its seductive allure. As the demonic whispers filled her ears, Ji Daoling's movements began to slow. Just then, a blinding light pierced through the unending darkness. Following this, a figure radiating golden luminescence, exuding an ethereal presence, gradually stepped into her view, extending a hand toward her. Stunned, Ji Daoling froze at the sight. I have come to bring you home, the golden figure spoke gently. Instinctively, she placed her hand into the outstretched palm of the luminous being. In the next instant, a cataclysmic surge of golden light erupted. The golden radiance appears as the essence of purity, dispelling all malevolent beasts and darkness it touches. When this golden light encounters the shadow of a being that resembles a demonic deity hidden in the obscurity, a wretched scream emanates from the remnants of darkness. What is this? How can this be? This is neither Buddhist cultivation nor an imperial-level purification technique. How could it cleanse my power? This aura, I shall remember, amidst the final, reluctant echoes of dark magic. The darkness enveloping Ji Daoling is utterly purified. In the external world, Gu Changge, with his celestial bones, sits serenely. A blurred figure resembling him emanating a divine glow, opens its eyes, seemingly piercing through the fabric of time and space, its gaze alighting upon Ji Daoling's brow. As strands of celestial bone power merge into Ji Daoling's spirit, the corrupted soul and flesh, tainted by malevolence, are swiftly restored by the purifying essence. However, expelling even a fragment of the imperial corpse's evil energy exacts a considerable toll on Gu Changge. The vast spiritual sea, once over 3,000 zhong, is rapidly drying up at a terrifying pace. Under the rapid rotation of the life wheel, the surrounding spiritual energy transforms into a funnel, continuously pouring into Gu Changge's being. This spectacle leaves the four onlookers in stunned silence. To perform such formidable feats, while simultaneously invoking this terrifying spiritual force, is nothing short of miraculous. Should he dedicate himself to cultivation, the resulting phenomena would be unfathomable. Yet, the four are also filled with joy, as Gu Changge persistently purifies the malevolence. The sinister aura enveloping Ji Daoling gradually dissipates, restoring a visible blush to her complexion. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Changge finally breathes a sigh of relief. The purification is complete. The malevolence is extraordinary, likely stemming from a fearsome source. That ancient cave should not be entered again. It must be sealed away. Good. Xuanhuan, witnessing Ji Daoling's return to normalcy, while observing Gu Changge's immense expenditure of energy, hastily retrieves various restorative elixirs. Nearby, Ji Xueidan nods approvingly at her son's efforts, while Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu express their gratitude with joy. Gu Changge smiles and nods, preparing to withdraw his hand when the previously dormant Ji Daoling suddenly grasps him, her touch akin to being enveloped in a cloud of cotton. This unexpected moment leaves Ji Haoyuan and the others momentarily speechless. Gu Changge, too, gazes in surprise at Ji Daoling, recalling the words spoken to awaken her from her impending slumber. Could be due to that very utterance? Ji Daoling slowly opens her eyes. Through her hazy vision, she sees the indistinct figure of Gu Changge, the one who rescued her. Her lips part slightly, her voice tinged with joy and gratitude. She hoarsely whispers, "It's you." "It is I," Gu Changge affirms with a nod. At this moment, Ji Haoyuan and the others, witnessing Ji Daoling's awakening, eagerly approach. "Daoling, you have finally awakened," Ji Haoyuan exclaims with excitement. "Wonderful." Ji Haoyue agrees enthusiastically. Ji Ryu approached Ji Daoling's bedside, leaning over to gaze at her pale visage. "Sister Daoling, thank goodness you are all right. Father and brother said you had been in a coma for over a month." "Over a month in a coma?" Ji Daoling was taken aback and attempted to rise from her bed, only to realize that her spiritual reservoir was depleted, her divine powers languid, and her physical form exceedingly frail, resembling one on the brink of death. Recalling the events from her dreams, or rather, they could not merely be dreams, she discerned that she had indeed been tainted by the malevolent energy that had infiltrated her body from the ancient cave. Fortunately, someone had intervened to rescue her. As Ji Daoling contemplated this, her gaze fell upon Gu Changge. His eyes, resembling those of an immortal, penetrated deep into her soul. They possessed a duality that seemed to encompass boundless sanctity, and within them, Ji Daoling felt as if she beheld a magnificent figure standing tall and resolute. Chapter 52. The Buddha of Restraint. As soon as Ji Daoling made contact with those captivating eyes, her heart raced with an electrifying jolt. When she beheld Gu Changge's exquisite visage, her cheeks flushed crimson as she suddenly realized that she was grasping his hand in full view of the onlookers. Hastily, Ji Daoling withdrew her hand. "I apologize, and thank you for your assistance. May I ask who you are?" she inquired, suppressing her embarrassment and curiosity about Gu Changge's identity. "This is cousin Changge," Ji Ryu explained to Ji Daoling. "He is the son of Aunt Xueidan." "The son of Aunt Xueidan. Gu Changge from the Changsheng Gu family?" Ji Daoling mused, recognizing the name of the renowned figure known for his dual pupils. Even though he lived away from the world, his existence was well known, and Ji Daoling was not surprised. "Indeed," Ji Ryu nodded. "How do you feel now, Daoling?" Ji Haoyuan asked Ji Daoling. "The malevolent energy has been completely purged by cousin Changge," Ji Daoling replied, sensing her internal condition. "I do feel rather weak. By the way, during the ancient cave heaven," just as Ji Daoling was about to speak, Ji Haoyuan interjected, "Let's not discuss that now. Focus on recuperating. As for what transpired in the ancient cave heaven, the Changsheng Ji family will not let it rest lightly. Those who conspired against our unparalleled talent will face retribution." Ji Daoling nodded in agreement. She certainly had no intention of sparing those who had plotted against her. she too harbored a desire for retribution. Rest well, Dowling. We shall address everything else once you have regained your strength. Ji Haoyue concurred from the side. Ji Dowling nodded once more. She was indeed in a fragile state and needed time to recover her cultivation. After everyone departed the room, she watched them leave, her gaze lingering on Gu Changge's retreating figure before she began to cultivate to restore her energy. In the courtyard, Ji Haoyue turned to Gu Changge, about to speak, when suddenly an ancient voice echoed from the void. "Oh, have we guests?" As the voice faded, an ethereal elder appeared, stepping forth from the void, his presence creating ripples in the air, deep and unfathomable. Beside him stood a kindly old monk clad in robes, holding a string of prayer beads. "Ancestor, you have returned," Ji Xuanhuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the elder with an air of celestial grace. "Indeed, I have invited the Buddha of restraint from the land of 10,000 Buddhas. This time, the malevolent energy within Dowling should be entirely eradicated," Ancestor Ji Zhao replied with a smile. "Amiba." The Buddha of restraint recited a mantra, nodding respectfully at Ji Xuanhuan and the others. The assembled individuals exuded an air of nobility, appearing extraordinarily remarkable. Particularly, Ji Haoyue, Ji Ruyu, and Gu Changge stood out like dragons and phoenixes among men, surpassing even the disciples of the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddha of restraint marveled inwardly, acknowledging the illustrious lineage of the Changsheng family, where talents flourished abundantly. However, had this been before, Ji Xuanhuan would have been overjoyed. Now, with Ji Dowling's malevolent energy unexpectedly cleansed by Gu Changge, it seemed the revered Buddha might have made a futile journey. "What is the matter?" Ji Zhao furrowed his brow and inquired. "Has the situation worsened?" "Not at all, 13th ancestor," Ji Xuanhuan replied honestly. "The malevolent aura of Daoling has been unexpectedly purified." Ji Zhao was taken aback. The nearby Jiji Buddha looked astonished as he gazed at Ji Xuanhuan and the others, then furrowed his brow as he directed his attention to the location of Ji Dowling. With a soothing tone, Jiji Buddha remarked, "When I first arrived, I sensed a terrifying malevolence emanating from that room, one that would leave even those below the sage level powerless. How did you all manage to dispel it? It is not that I doubt your abilities, but I fear the malevolence may be concealed. If we do not confirm this, the repercussions could be dire." "Well," Ji Xuanhuan frowned, glancing at Gu Changge. The matter of Gu Changge possessing celestial bones was not something to be shared with outsiders. Observing Ji Hongyuan's hesitation, Gu Changge stepped forward with a smile and said to Jieji Buddha, "It was I who dispelled the malevolence from Daoling. As for the method..." Gu Changge refrained from elaborating further, but instead activated his celestial bones. Sooner or later, the truth about the celestial bones would be revealed. Moreover, with only Jiji Buddha present, who was affiliated with the Western region, and having been invited by Ji Zhao, it would not be detrimental to share a bit of information. Buzz. Ethereal celestial light blossomed from beneath Gu Changge's attire, within which appeared the ethereal figure of a celestial being, both mysterious and extraordinary. Upon witnessing the vision within Gu Changge's chest, Jieji Buddha's pupils constricted sharply, and Ji Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Supreme Bone!" Both Jieji Buddha and Ji Zhao exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with shock. However, there was no overwhelming pressure that subjugated the heavens and all races. Instead, it exuded an otherworldly aura, as though it transcended the mundane, embodying a sense of the sacred that surpassed even the Supreme Bone. Jieji Buddha was puzzled. Ji Zhao beside him felt similarly. "Indeed, it is not the Supreme Bone, but rather the Celestial Bone," Gu Changge replied lightly. "Celestial Bone?" The phrase echoed in the minds of Ji Zhao and Jieji Buddha. They looked at Gu Changge and immediately noticed the distinctive pupils he possessed. "You are Gu Changge." Ji Zhao's voice was filled with surprise. "So, is the son of God from the eternal Gu family," Jiji Buddha said, struggling to maintain his composure. "Could it be that this celestial bone is the second talent that awakened some time ago?" "Indeed," Gu Changge nodded. Both Ji Zhao and Jieji Buddha gasped in astonishment. The remarkable mystery of the dual pupils surpasses even the Supreme Bone. My heavens! Is such a being truly possible in this world? Amiba, Jieji Buddha marveled. If it is indeed the celestial bone, then your ability to purify malevolence is no surprise. It seems I shall not need to expend my belief power this time. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhao also sighed in relief, and then smiled at Jieji Buddha, saying, Jieji Buddha, your assistance to my eternal Gu family will not go unrecognized. As we previously agreed, the Buddha's relic will certainly be provided to you. Amitabha. Jieji Buddha once again chanted a Buddhist incantation. If Ji Zhao wishes for my assistance again in the future, I shall gladly lend my aid to the eternal Gu family once more. The monk Jieji has ascended to the pinnacle of the first tier of sainthood. The Buddha relic mentioned by Ji Zhao is the key to his second breakthrough into the realm of saints, and he is in dire need of it. Otherwise, he would not have persevered in his journey back. Both parties have their respective needs. However, now that the malevolent energy has been unexpectedly dispelled by Gu Changge, it stands to reason that the Buddha relic is no longer necessary for him. Ji Zhao perceives the monk Jieji's need and thus has extended a personal favor. Clearly, the monk's response has greatly pleased Ji Zhao. The monk Jieji is a formidable figure in the realm of saints, a presence that reverberates throughout the world. Exchanging a Buddha relic for a favor from a saint is indeed mutually beneficial. Subsequently, the monk Jieji took a moment to glance at Ji Daoling. Chapter 53. The sound of the abacus. After confirming that there were no issues, Ji Zhao received the Buddha of abiding precepts. After all, it would be impolite to let someone leave immediately without addressing any concerns, especially since the visitor had only just arrived. In the courtyard, the Buddha of abiding precepts gazed at Ji Zhao with admiration. Your Changsheng family possesses the divine king physique, while the Changsheng Gu family is truly extraordinary. Not only do they have but also the celestial bone of Changge, and I have heard there is even a hidden supreme bone. Our Changsheng family has the divine king physique, and with Changge's currently displayed talents, it can be said that he is the foremost among the 3,000 Dao domains. Indeed, yet strength is not solely defined by talent. The Dao heart is equally significant. The Buddha of abiding precepts concurred, introducing another perspective. Ji Zhao smiled and remarked, I sense that Changge possesses a steady Dao heart, quite unlike those who are arrogant and conceited. Indeed, the potential of Changge is boundless, the Buddha of abiding precepts acknowledged enthusiastically. At this moment, Ji Zhao continued, the 10,000 Buddha kingdom is also remarkable, with the reincarnation of arhats and the emergence of naturally born Buddhas. They are hardly inferior to our Changsheng family and Changsheng Gu family. The Buddha of abiding precepts chanted Amitabha. It seems we are on the verge of witnessing another golden era. Indeed, Ji Zhao nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances, a flicker of brilliance passing between them. Was the divine king physique of the Ji family about to compete with the celestial bone? The Buddha of abiding precepts chuckled. Who do you believe will prevail? Ji Zhao inquired of the Buddha of abiding precepts. Alas, even a humble monk cannot say for certain. The divine king physique is unparalleled. In ordinary times, one divine king could suppress an entire era. Yet now, facing Changge, endowed with an celestial bone, the outcome remains uncertain. Upon saying this, Ji Zhao waved his hand. If we speak of the extraordinary, in truth, the Buddha of abiding precepts already believes that Hao Yue is destined to lose, does he not? Amitabha. The Buddha of abiding precepts replied with a smile. In the same realm, it is unlikely anyone could match Changge. Oh, then let us await the outcome. At the martial arts arena of the Master's residence, Xuanhuan set up a restraining formation to safeguard the entire area. His gaze curious as he observed the scene. Beside him, Jiryu glanced between Ji Hao Yue and Gu Changge, uncertain of whom to support. Ji Shui Dan looked at Gu Changge with a sigh. In the blink of an eye, Changge has grown into adulthood, possessing both an celestial bone. It seems the Changsheng Gu family will advance under his leadership. Isn't that a good thing? Ji Hanyuan responded, looking at Ji Hao Yue. Hao Yue is in the same era, but whether that is advantageous or disadvantageous for him remains to be seen. All prodigies have their pride, especially extraordinary ones. Should he feel overshadowed, it may hinder Ji Hao Yue's growth. Xumei Dan rolled her eyes at Ji Hongyuan's remark. They are merely sparring, as long as it is not a life-and-death battle. How could either be easily affected? Haha, you're right. Ye Hongyuan left. Hao Yue and Changge would never engage in a life-and-death struggle. Yiruyu Overdoring rolled her eyes repeatedly. Father, you are raising a banner here. Begone, begone. Jie Hongyuan's expression darkened, urging Jie Ruyu to promptly silence herself. In the martial arts arena, Jie Haoyue gazed intently, his spirit ablaze with combat fervor as he addressed Gu Changge. Cousin Changge, I shall suppress my cultivation to match your third level of the life wheel. Do not hold back. Let us engage in a spar that concludes at the appropriate moment. Very well, Gu Changge nodded, his own eyes reflecting the fire of battle. This would mark the first time since awakening his innate wisdom and enhancing his strength with the aid of his brother, that he would face an extraordinary prodigy of the same rank in a contest. Naturally, Gu Changge felt a sense of anticipation. In that case, I shall not be polite. With a surge of martial intent, Jie Haoyue exuded an aura as if he were the pinnacle of existence. He formed a hand seal, sealing his divine realm cultivation to the third level of the life wheel. In the next moment, deep within his eyes, it seemed as though a divine king resided, awakening with a piercing gaze that unleashed a beam of divine light, entwined with profound mystical patterns, rushing towards Gu Changge with terrifying ripples of energy. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow at this strike. His cousin had no intention of holding back. He unleashed the Jie family's signature divine technique, the Divine King's Eye. The power of this attack could likely inflict severe injury, if not death, even on those at the 6th or 7th level of the life wheel. However, despite its formidable nature, it posed no real threat to Gu Changge, who could withstand the assault merely through the strength of his physical form. With a roar, a terrifying vitality erupted within Gu Changge, reminiscent of an ancient giant elephant bellowing. Nearly 400 billion particles of vitality within him resonated, unleashing unparalleled might. In response to the Divine King's light cast forth by Jie Haoyue, he casually struck out with his hand. Upon sensing the surge of Gu Changge's vital energy, Jie Haoyue was taken aback. This vitality, before he could finish his thought, a thunderous explosion of spiritual energy erupted, crashing against the barriers set by Jie Hongyuan with a deafening roar. As the explosive energy detonated, Jie Haoyue's gaze sharpened. In the next instant, a towering phantom of a divine king, 100 feet tall, stood majestically behind him, casting an imposing presence that transformed the entire martial arena into a realm of grandeur. Immediately sensed by the elders of the Changsheng Jie family, buzzing sounds filled the air as streams of light surged towards the scene, quickly drawing attention to the battle between Jie Haoyue and Gu Changge. Observing this, Jie Hongyuan addressed the elders. Haoyue and Changge are sparring. You need not interfere, but feel free to remain and watch. The elders of the Changsheng Jie family were momentarily taken aback. Changge? Could it be Gu Changge of the Changsheng Gu family? They gasped. What brings Gu Changge to our Changsheng Jie family? In a spar with the son of Haoyue, with his dual pupils and the physique of a divine king. This promises to be a spectacle. Upon realizing Gu Changge's identity, the elders were reluctant to depart and chose to stay and observe. Meanwhile, Jie Ruyu, witnessing Jie Haoyue's seriousness, furrowed her brow anxiously. Brother, this is quite unfair. Although he is suppressing his cultivation, his spiritual energy quality far exceeds that of a true third level of the life wheel, and he is taking this so earnestly. Jie Hongyuan rolled his eyes in response. He had observed Gu Changge's casual strike. If Jie Haoyue did not approach this with utmost seriousness, he might face a disastrous defeat. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan Dan turned her gaze towards Ji Ruyu, her gentle, water-like eyes sparkling with brilliance. Ruyu, in a few days, would you like to accompany your Aunt Xuanhuan Dan and your cousin Changge to visit the Changsheng family? Oh, that sounds splendid. Ji Ruyu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she readily agreed. Meanwhile, Ji Hongyuan, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation and cast a silent glance at Ji Xuanhuan Dan. Sister, your intentions are all too clear to me. In the midst of the scene, Gu Changge burst forth from the explosive surge of spiritual energy. Even when confronted by the towering divine shadow of Ji Haoyu, he refrained from employing any spiritual powers, instead unleashing the sheer strength of his physical form, charging forward like a primal beast, fists raised and aimed directly at Ji Haoyu. Chapter 54. The physical body crushes the divine king body of the same realm. Ji Haoyu felt a shiver run down his spine. Cousin Changge, your physical prowess is truly extraordinary. As he spoke, the towering phantom of the divine king raised a fist, resembling a small mountain, and brought it crashing down towards Gu Changge. Not bad. Gu Changge gazed at the descending fist of the divine king. A subtle smile, curving his lips as his hair danced in the air. He struck out with his own fist, colliding forcefully with the phantom's blow. To the astonishment of the elders surrounding the Ji family, Gu Changge astonishingly withstood Ji Haoyu's divine king phantom purely with the strength of his physical body. Boom! The arena instantly collapsed, forming a massive pit of approximately 100 feet. Had it not been for Ji Hongyuan's prior arrangements of restrictions, the battle would have undoubtedly spilled outwards. In the eyes of the onlookers, the diminutive fist of Gu Changge clashed against the mountain-like fist of Ji Haoyu's divine king phantom, appearing utterly incomparable, yet the sight was nothing short of breathtaking. Gu Changge's youthful form had successfully withstood the onslaught of the divine king phantom's fist. Impressive. Ji Haoyu felt his fighting spirit soar. He hasn't even utilized the sacred eye bone. To confront me head-on, with just his physical strength, is far more terrifying than I had imagined. Natural talent is indeed formidable. Yet, true terror reveals itself only in the throes of combat. Ji Hongyuan, witnessing Gu Changge withstand the divine king phantom of the same realm solely through physical strength, could hardly believe his eyes. It was as if he beheld an unparalleled prodigy rising to dominate the myriad realms and celestial talents. After Ji Haoyu spoke, his gaze sharpened. Cousin Changge, be cautious from here on. Buzz. An enigmatic aura emanated from Ji Haoyu. In the next moment, the divine king phantom stood poised, and with a pointed finger from Ji Haoyu, the towering phantom mirrored the action. Rumbling, the void trembled, appearing to warp under the pressure. A terrifying divine light radiated from the descending finger of the divine king phantom, as if it were about to rend the very fabric of space, wielding the force of the heavens to suppress. Even as Gu Changge faced this technique, he felt the weight of pressure. It was merely pressure, not danger. The elders of the Ji family could not help but exclaim in surprise, realizing that the son of Haoyu had even unleashed the divine king's finger. No matter how extraordinary Gu Changge may be, he must approach the divine king's finger of the son of Haoyu with utmost seriousness. As discussions ensued, Gu Changge's eyes shimmered with boundless mysterious Dao rhythms. Sacred eye, foresight, in his vision of the future, Gu Changge envisioned himself using the divine elephant suppression technique to withstand the divine king's finger. He then saw the ground beneath him shatter, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as he sustained a minor injury from the violent clash. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Changge promptly dismissed the notion of relying solely on his physical strength, for he was confident in his invincibility and would not allow the battle to inflict harm upon him. Since mere physical strength would not suffice, he resolved to employ additional divine abilities, heaven-defying divine abilities. Such skills were not exclusive to Ji Haoyu. The depth of understanding possessed by Cousin Haoyu regarding the divine king techniques meant that the power of this finger could likely obliterate even those at the 9th level of the Fate Wheel realm. Do not underestimate Changge. Suddenly, a faint ripple emerged before Gu Changge, and in the moment the divine king's finger descended, his entire form transformed into a flash of light, vanishing. In an instant, Gu Changge reappeared beside Ji Haoyu. So, Cousin Haoyu, why not take a look at the Void Sutra of the Chang family? Inside him, billions of particles roared. Gu Changge unleashed a punch, akin to an ancient divine mountain pushing forward. Ji Haoyu, already wary of Gu Changge's Void Sutra divine ability, reacted almost instantaneously as Gu Changge appeared at his side and struck. Boom! The void erupted like thunder. Almost at the moment their fists collided, Ji Haoyu was sent flying like a streak of light. Bang! Ji Haoyue crashed violently against the barrier set by Ji Hongyuan, his fist drooping as he stared in astonishment at Gu Changge. The onlooking Ji Hongyuan, Ji Xuedan, and Ji Ruyu, along with the elders of the Ji family, were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated the battle to conclude so abruptly. Wait! The elders felt a chill run down their spines. Just how terrifying was Gu Changge's physical strength? He merely utilized the Great Void technique to traverse space and appeared beside Ji Haoyue, ending the battle with a single punch. He had not even employed any of the various formidable techniques from the Void Sutra, such as the Great Void Palm or the Celestial Finger. Unbelievable. I concede, Cousin Haoyue. Gu Changge approuchait Ji Haoyue, extending his hand to straighten his disheveled clothing with a smile. Cousin Changge, your physical form. I would believe you if you claimed to possess a divine body or a holy physique. Ji Haoyue was at a loss for words. That punch was likely your true physical prowess, at least 300 billion pounds of force. After speaking, Ji Haoyue gazed at Gu Changge with a strange expression. Moreover, even without employing the Great Void technique, relying solely on your physical strength would have sufficed. How could it cause mere blood flow? Gu Changge's response nearly caused Ji Haoyue to spit blood. As a dignified divine king body, to execute the formidable divine king's finger under the same realm, you merely withstood it with your physical strength, claiming it was just a shock of vitality and a bit of bloodshed. This must be quite a blow to your pride, right? Ji Haoyue felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, his mouth tinged with a sour sensation. Brother has been defeated? Ji Ryu was bewildered. Ji Haoyue was the invincible son of the Chang family of this generation, yet he had so swiftly succumbed to Gu Changge's hands. How could this be? Ji Hongyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Ji Xuedan, however, was filled with joy, her beautiful eyes brimming with pride for Gu Changge. Look, this is my son. Invincible. Gu Changge and Ji Xuedan departed from the Chang family of longevity. Standing at the entrance, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ryu watched as the Chang family's warship ascended and disappeared. Their expressions varied. Ultimately, Ji Ryu chose not to accompany Gu Changge and Ji Xuedan to the Chang family, primarily because she wished to stay with Ji Daoling, who had been injured, as her sister had always been the one who cared for her the most throughout their lives. Haoyue, did you truly hold back under the same circumstances? Ji Hong gazed at the departing warship and inquired of Ji Haoyue. Ji Ryu, upon hearing this, immediately turned her attention to Ji Haoyue, her eyes brimming with curiosity and seriousness. Not all, Ji Haoyue replied, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of divine majesty. Cousin Changge is indeed formidable. His physical form may very well surpass that of certain sacred bodies and divine entities. If one were to consider the void divine techniques of the Gu family, combined with his dual pupils, I can hardly fathom who could stand against him once Cousin Changge enters the fray. The foresight of his dual pupils, the instantaneous teleportation of the void scripture, not to mention Gu Changge possesses celestial bones, enhancing his already unparalleled physique. He is, without a doubt, a veritable monstrosity in human form. Chapter 55. The January Fate Wheel, 5th Layer, 500 billion gene of colossal strength. Is that so? Ji Hongyuan nodded thoughtfully. According to Haoyue, Gu Changge's future accomplishments would likely place him among the giants of the era, especially as he is the son of my sister, the future master of our family, quite akin to kinship. Moreover, from the earlier situation, it appeared that Ji Ryu held a fondness for Gu Changge. Reflecting on this, Ji Hongyuan smiled and remarked, Ryu seems to have a great affection for Changge. Let her visit the Changsheng Gu family more often. You should also cultivate a good rapport with Changge. Naturally, I shall foster a bond with my cousin Changge. But father, if you were suggesting Ryu join, could it be that? I have said nothing, Ji Hongyuan replied nonchalantly. Upon witnessing this, Ji Haoyue couldn't help but chuckle. However, if Ji Ryu could endear herself to Gu Changge, he would not mind in the least. After all, Aunt Xuedan is the sister of his father, and he would gladly welcome Gu Changge as a brother-in-law. Good fortune should not be squandered on outsiders. Upon returning to the Changsheng Gu family, Xuanhuan Dan recounted all that had transpired at the Changsheng family to Gu Qing. Initially, there was little of note. But when Gu Qing learned that Gu Changge had withstood the divine power of the divine king through sheer physical might, and later, using the void scripture along with a single fist, had defeated a divine king of the same realm, he burst into laughter, unable to contain his joy. Truly remarkable. He is my son. The future holds great promise. My child possesses the potential of an emperor. Ha ha ha. Gu Changge, however, felt indifferent. After all, it was not a life-or-death struggle, and Ji Haoyue had not exerted his full strength, deliberately restraining himself. Thus, the outcome bore little significance. Following this, a month would pass, during which Gu Qingxiu would journey to the chaos rift that had appeared at the Tianlan sect to acquire the method to enhance the fate wheel. Who knew what he might be able to return once he received it from Gu Qingxiu? One could only say that utilizing another's fortune to benefit someone else is a feat only you, Gu Changge, could accomplish. Based on prior experiences, the returned items would likely be of the same category. Should there be any techniques capable of accelerating the metamorphosis of the 9-pattern fate wheel, it would be even more advantageous. Even if it required a hefty price, it would be worth it. The Heavenly Path fate wheel. Gu Changge's eyes shimmered with depth. He then sought out Gu Qingxiu, and as expected, upon his return, the latter had entered seclusion to cultivate. With the aid of the spirit-gathering bottle, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and naturally, Gu Changge would not lag behind. After all, to Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu was akin to his sister. Allowing his sister to surpass him in cultivation, with the added support of the spirit-gathering bottle, felt unworthy of his role as an elder brother. Yet, it was highly improbable for him to be outstripped, for while Gu Qingxiu possessed the spirit-gathering bottle, Gu Changge had at his disposal the even more formidable condensing Dao divine bottle. In addition, he had access to the eye of the celestial spring and an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Thus, a month later, a resounding boom echoed as Gu Changge stood above the spiritual sea, unleashing the boundless divine brilliance of the 9-pattern fate wheel, which slowly rotated. As the final divine radiance of the condensed Dao divine water shattered, it transformed into spiritual power and trickled into the spiritual sea. In an instant, the spiritual sea, which had already expanded to 5,999 zhang, emitted a tremendous roar once more, swelling outward. It reached a new pinnacle. The fate wheel had ascended to the 6th layer. The spiritual sea now measured 6,000 zhang. In the span of a month, one ascended from the 3rd layer of the fate wheel realm to the 6th layer, a remarkable feat indeed. Should this astonishing speed of cultivation become known to other prodigies, they would likely be rendered speechless, their minds buzzing in disbelief. Prior to reaching the Rainbow Bridge realm, such rapid progression of 3 layers in a single month would not be deemed extraordinary. However, after entering the fate wheel realm, expanding the spiritual sea necessitates an immense accumulation of resources. Moreover, once the spiritual sea reaches its maximum capacity, it requires considerable refinement before further expansion can occur. Failure in this endeavor could result in severe repercussions. Yet, Gu Changge disregarded this principle, his cultivation soaring to astonishing heights. After a month of seclusion, Gu Changge sensed the satisfaction of his 6,000 zhang spiritual sea within. Indeed, he had attained the 6th layer of the fate wheel realm. When the time comes to contend in the world, his cultivation would rival that of the foremost echelon. Figures like Ji Haoyue from the Eternal Life clan and the unparalleled prodigies of the Immortal Saint realm had begun their training a year or two prior. Presently, most of them resided at the Divine Connection realm. Gu Changge's immediate objective was to catch up to the likes of Ji Haoyue within this elite tier, a task that should not prove overly difficult. In addition, Gu Changge clenched his fist, feeling the roar of 500 billion colossal particles within him, his vital essence nearly bursting forth from his formidable physique. 500 billion pounds of strength. Indeed, over the past month, Gu Changge had not only advanced in cultivation, but had also enhanced his physical prowess. After all, while cultivation is vital, possessing a robust physique is equally crucial. Following his encounter with Ji Haoyue, Gu Changge had come to deeply appreciate the significance of a powerful body. He was merely 300 billion particles away from mastering the foundational techniques of the divine elephant suppression, after which he would convert the colossal particles into primordial elephant particles, leading to another formidable enhancement of his strength. Having not seen Gu Qingqiu for a month, it was time to pay her a visit, perhaps even take advantage of some opportunities. Gu Changge exited his chamber and made his way directly to the courtyard where Gu Qingqiu resided. Previously, he had taken up residence in the Divine Sun's manor, while Gu Qingqiu remained at the first sequence manor, as she had entered seclusion prior to his return. "Greetings, Your Highness." Upon arriving at the entrance of Gu Qingqiu's courtyard, the two maidens present brightened at the sight, promptly bowing their heads in respectful greeting. As they lowered themselves, the four white jade-like peaks within the courtyard captivated the gaze. Gu Changge nodded and inquired, "Has Qingqiu emerged from her seclusion?" "Miss Qingqiu has just exited her retreat, but it seems she is tidying up, preparing to head out." "Heading out? I shall seek her directly." Gu Changge smiled knowingly, stepping past the two maidens into the courtyard. Observing Gu Changge's elongated figure stepping into the courtyard, the maidens exchanged glances before casting their eyes downward toward their chests. "Dingxiang, it appears His Highness has little interest in us." What's strange about that? Only a woman of Miss Qingqiu's unparalleled beauty could accompany His Highness. If His Highness deigns to notice us, we should consider ourselves fortunate. In response, the other maiden, Xumei, felt no sense of disappointment. Dingxiang nodded in agreement. Gu Changge stepped further into the courtyard. Upon entering, one's gaze was immediately drawn to Gu Qingqiu, who was seated at a stone table, sipping tea. Surprised by the arrival of Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu set down her cup and exclaimed, "Brother Changge, what brings you here?" After speaking, she rose and offered a respectful bow. "I came to see how your month of seclusion has borne fruit." As Gu Changge approached her, he observed that the young maiden's aura had grown increasingly noble and aloof, her fair countenance now displaying a hint of imposing authority. He sensed that the regal demeanor of the once revered female sovereign was gradually re-emerging. Undoubtedly, Gu Qingqiu stirred within Gu Changge a fervent desire for conquest. She was undeniably captivating, with a serene smile playing on her lips. Gu Qingqiu found herself at a loss in the presence of Gu Changge, unable to adopt the air of supremacy, and instead felt an odd trepidation towards the current version of him. Chapter 56. Arrival at the Tianlan sect. A mere stroke of fortune? I suspect it is more than that. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, having perused the information on Gu Qingqiu prior to his arrival. The Fate Wheel Realm. Indeed, Gu Qingqiu had successfully ascended to the Fate Wheel Realm as she had aspired. The speed of cultivation exhibited by the female supreme is nothing short of astonishing. Gu Qingqiu offered a sweet smile, choosing not to respond to Gu Changge's words. "By the way, having just broken through to the Fate Wheel, you will surely benefit from this elixir." Gu Changge produced several vials of pills, each adorned with the character's pattern origin pill. The pattern origin pill is a 4th-tier elixir, a top-tier variant among 4th-tier pills, reserved exclusively for elite factions and prestigious families to assist in their cultivation. As a divine son, Gu Changge has an unlimited allocation of such elixirs. The pattern origin pill is effective in accelerating cultivation and stabilizing one's realm, particularly beneficial for practitioners who have just ascended to the first layer of the Fate Wheel realm, as well as those progressing to the 2nd and 3rd layers. Observing Gu Changge bestowing resources upon her once more, Gu Qingqiu pursed her lips, reluctantly accepting. "Brother Changge, with you continually providing me resources, I wonder when I shall ever repay your kindness." "I never mentioned repayment." Gu Changge chuckled. "Your success in cultivation is the greatest reward for me." "That cannot be." Gu Qingqiu shook her head. Noticing this, Gu Changge reached out to smooth her hair. "What is their question?" "You are my sister, Gu Changge, and it is only right for a brother to care for his sister." The female supreme seems unable to escape the grasp of Gu Changge this time. From the initial request for her to call him brother to her current lack of resistance, even allowing him to affectionately smooth her hair. This transformation is likely something Gu Qingqiu herself has yet to realize. "All right, since you have just broken through, take the pattern origin pill to consolidate your progress. By the way, I heard you plan to venture out. Where to? I have just concluded my own seclusion, so let us go together. Gu Changge inquired. Gu Qingxiu paused, aware that she intended to venture into the Chaos Rift, a perilous place where caution is paramount, even in her previous life. Bringing Gu Changge along would complicate matters. However, before she could voice her refusal, Gu Changge had already departed. Gu Qingxiu sighed. Very well. After all, Gu Changge's demeanor towards her felt akin to that of a family member. Since he wished to accompany her, why not? Perhaps with Gu Changge's current prowess, they could attain even greater rewards together. Gu Changge left Gu Qingxiu's courtyard, unable to suppress a smile at her indecisive expression. Attempting to leave me behind for an adventure? Absolutely not. Subsequently, Gu Changge noticed that the return notification for the pattern origin pill he had just given to Gu Qingxiu had not been triggered for a month. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target Gu Qingxiu 1 vial of 4th tier pattern origin pill. You have received a 500-fold return. You have obtained 1 vial of 4th tier supreme elixir, Dao Rhythm pill. The Dao Rhythm pill. It must be an exquisite elixir infused with Dao Rhythm. Alas, it is a mere 4th tier variant. Gu Changge's eyes sparkled, only to be followed by a sense of regret. Now that his celestial bones have awakened, it is indeed a time when he requires a copious amount of Dao Rhythm for nurturing. The celestial shadow within his celestial bones is nearing its solidification, and when that time comes, the manifestation of the accompanying celestial techniques will be extraordinarily formidable. He holds a tentative anticipation for this bottle of Dao Rhythm elixir. Upon returning to the Divine Sun's abode, Gu Changge refined a Dao Rhythm elixir and, after experiencing the feedback from his celestial bones, his gaze became fervent. The refinement of this bottle of Dao Rhythm elixir would indeed allow the celestial shadow seated within his bones to solidify. At that moment, he would unleash the celestial king descending to the 9 heavens. The amplification, it seems, would increase several-fold. Suddenly, Gu Changge recalled that when he visited Gu Qingxiu yesterday, he had forgotten to invite her to move to the Divine Sun's abode. Subsequently, he sent someone to inform Gu Qingxiu to relocate and then continued his secluded cultivation. Days passed. Boom! Within the secret chamber of Gu Changge's room, surging celestial light radiated like a tidal wave, continuously expanding from his chest into the void. A cluster of celestial light erupted from his chest, as if a divine entity was being nurtured within. When the celestial light reached its zenith, a figure of ethereal beauty, exceptionally handsome and transcendent, sat cross-legged amidst the celestial glow. Previously, the celestial shadow had been indistinct, but now it was capable of manifesting Gu Changge's features, though the figure remained elusive. However, the mere manifestation of his features was already a significant advancement. Celestial King descending to the 9 heavens. Gu Changge executed the accompanying celestial technique of his celestial bones, and in an instant, a shadow identical to him materialized behind him, dignified and resplendent, enveloped in celestial light, akin to an immortal deity gracing the mortal realm. Boom! As he enacted the celestial king descending to the 9 heavens, Gu Changge felt his spiritual ocean enveloped by celestial light, each thread of spiritual power imbued by mysterious force, enabling a more terrifying strength to erupt. Such enhancement! Gu Changge clenched his fist, exhilaration surging within. Now, at the 5th layer of my life wheel, the empowerment of the celestial king descending to the 9 heavens could unleash a power at least rivaling that of the 9th layer of the life wheel. If supplemented with various methods, even the divine realm could become a battleground. When Gu Changge spoke of the 9th layer of the life wheel or the divine realm, he did not refer to ordinary cultivators, but to unparalleled prodigies like himself. Should he engage in combat with ordinary cultivators, even those at the 9th layer of the divine realm would find themselves challenged by Gu Changge. A prodigy of his caliber transcended the measurements of ordinary cultivators. Having completed his seclusion, a jade talisman soared from his storage ring. The voice of Gu Qingxiu emanated from the talisman. Brother Changge, I am ready to depart for the Tianlan sect. Once you conclude your seclusion, you may come find me. The secret realm of the Tianlan sect opens in 7 days. If you have not emerged by then, I shall proceed on my own. Is it time to set off? Gu Changge calculated the time with his fingers and sighed in relief. He had only been in seclusion for 3 days. And there were still 4 days until the chaotic rift of the Tianlan sect appeared, so there was no need for haste. Rising from the secret chamber, Gu Changge directly sought out Gu Qingxiu. After 3 days apart, Gu Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu Changge again, surveying him from head to toe. Brother Changge seems to have undergone another transformation. I, too, have had some insights, she remarked playfully. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Gu Changge to counter him using his own past words. All right, I shall refrain from teasing you. Are we heading to Tianlan sect? Let's set forth. Gu Changge chuckled as he observed the dazed Gu Qingxiu, gesturing for him to follow. Regaining his composure, Gu Qingxiu hesitantly inquired once more, Brother Changge, do you truly wish to accompany me? That secret realm was once an opportunity one inherited from a branch elder. It remains uncertain and may harbor dangers. Gu Changge turned his profile towards Gu Qingxiu, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe I would shy away from danger? No, not at all. Then why utter such words? Let's proceed. However, we must not draw too much attention. We could inadvertently provoke unforeseen circumstances. We should enlist the company of an elder from our clan, who can then manifest himself to facilitate our communication with Tianlan sect. Agreed. Chapter 57. The Saintess of Tianlan sect. Mu Qinghua in the Central North Domain. The Tianlan sect stands as a premier force, a formidable entity within the region, wielding dominion over vast territories and countless trillions of souls. Today, the sect is graced by the presence of a distinguished guest. Within the Tianlan sect, esteemed elders who typically occupy positions of great authority have gathered, all bowing respectfully before the venerable sect leader, a formidable figure of the kingly realm. This scene, if witnessed by those inside and outside the sect, would surely instill a sense of awe and trepidation. What manner of being could compel a near-dominant power of the domain to bow in submission? To the astonishment of all present, the one before whom they kneel is a youthful boy, strikingly poised and exuding an air of nobility. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim, he resembles a celestial being descended from the heavens, surrounded by ethereal sounds and a radiant aura that sends shivers down the spine. Indeed, is Gu Changge standing before the esteemed leaders of the Tianlan sect. Flanking Gu Changge are Gu Qingxiu and an elder of the Gu family, a powerful figure of the kingly realm. My apologies for any inconvenience during my stay at the Tianlan sect, Gu Changge states to the sect leader. The sect leader hurriedly bows his head, responding with utmost politeness, not at all. It is our great fortune at Tianlan sect to host the divine son of the everlasting Gu family. I kindly request that you keep your visit discreet. I shall depart in a few days. Indeed, indeed. The sect leader eagerly nods, fully aware of the significance of having the divine son before him. In the presence of such a figure, the Tianlan sect is but a minor player. Please arrange a residence for me, Gu Changge remarks, experiencing once more the immense power of his background. No wonder the scions of elite factions, such as sons and daughters of the divine, frequently seek to make their presence known. Very well, Qinghua, please escort the divine son to the Misty Peak, the sect leader instructs. Misty Peak, a breathtakingly picturesque mountain, is a place typically reserved for the sect leader or the esteemed elders, but it is also accessible to the saintess, Mu Qinghua. Upon hearing the command, Mu Qinghua nods and turns her striking face towards Gu Changge. She is remarkably beautiful, with ice-blue heterochromatic eyes that reflect the clarity of the sky, and her hair flowing in the same frosty hue. She emanates an aura of cold elegance, reminiscent of a snow lotus upon an icy peak. A mere glance at such a woman evokes a strong desire for conquest, compelling one to witness her unravel. Gu Changge eyes Mu Qinghua and nods, lead the way. Divine son, please follow me. Mu Qinghua replies, her icy tone tinged with a rigid respect. Evidently, Mu Qinghua was aware of the intentions behind the Tianlan sect's master sending her to accompany Gu Changge to the Piaomiao Peak. And Gu Changge himself was equally cognizant of this. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him, as he was merely present to seize an opportunity. The master of Tianlan sect, along with the esteemed elders, watched Gu Changge depart until their figures faded completely from view, after which they wiped the sweat from their brows. Master, why does the illustrious scion of the Changsheng Gu family come to our Tianlan sect? One elder inquired. The master of Tianlan's sect shot a glare at the questioner. If you ask me, whom should I inquire? I too wish to know. However, upon finishing his statement, the master's gaze turned fervent. Regardless of his purpose for being here, since we have encountered the scion of the Changsheng Gu family, we must seize every opportunity to curry favor with him. You must ensure that our disciples do not offend the esteemed Gu Changge. The elders nodded solemnly, their expressions serious. Subsequently, the master dismissed the elders, his gaze lingering on the direction where Mu Qinghua had taken Gu Changge, murmuring, "Qinghua, the opportunity has been presented to you. Make sure to seize it." Atop Piaomiao Peak, Gu Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the boundless sea of clouds before him, nodding in satisfaction, truly worthy of its name. Piaomiao Peak is indeed a sight to behold. Gu Qingxiu, however, experienced little emotional upheaval. Having once held the title of the supreme being in the emperor realm in his previous life, he had witnessed landscapes far more magnificent than this. Mu Qinghua stood behind Gu Changge, observing the scion of the Changsheng family before her. For Mu Qinghua, the tales of the Changsheng family's scions and goddesses had always been mere legends, only to be encountered when the dragon ranking and true dragon ranking emerged in the central heavenly realm, allowing the extraordinary prodigies of the Changsheng family and the immortal holy lands to walk among mortals. To her astonishment, she found herself in the presence of a true scion of the Changsheng family today. He truly embodied the image she had long envisioned, gentle and refined, exuding an aura of nobility. Furthermore, he possessed an overwhelming presence, with a terrifying aura that seemed to shake the heavens, akin to a walking pure-blood beast. Even without releasing any palpable energy, the sensation he evoked in Mu Qinghua was as if her throat were constricted, rendering her breathless. It was crucial to note that she had already reached adulthood and attained the 9th level of the Fate Wheel realm, just a step away from entering the Divine Connection realm. Yet, she felt as though she stood before an insurmountable mountain in the presence of this scion of the Changsheng Gu family. It was utterly daunting. Suppressing her astonishment, Mu Qinghua bowed and said, "If the esteemed Gu Changge has any commands, please do not hesitate to contact me. I shall ensure your needs are met without delay." She stepped forward, presenting a communication jade pendant. Gu Changge accepted it with a nod. "Very well. Then I shall take my leave," Mu Qinghua replied, lowering her head before turning to depart. Gu Qingxiu quietly observed this exchange, and after Mu Qinghua had left, he turned to Gu Changge and asked with a wink, "Brother Changge, the saintess of Tianlan sect is quite beautiful. Do you have any thoughts on that?" "Thoughts about what?" Gu Changge queried, perplexed as he regarded Gu Qingxiu. Gu Qingxiu smiled faintly. "As long as you speak, enticing the other party to serve you is a trivial matter, is it not?" "I have no interest," Gu Changge replied indifferently. A mere saintess of a sect, if Gu Changge desired. Even the divine daughters of illustrious families or the saintess of the eternal sacred land would ultimately kneel before him. Once he achieved mastery in his cultivation, even celestial beings would bow in deference. What was Mu Qinghua, after all? Upon hearing Gu Changge's response, Gu Qingxiu was not the least bit surprised. The northern region lay in close proximity to the central plains where the Changsheng Gu clan resided. By employing the interdomain grand array, they arrived within 2 days. Thus, there remained merely 2 days until the opening of the chaotic rift. During these 2 days, whispers circulated within the Tianlan sect, as many suspected that a person of great importance had arrived, for the disciples of the law enforcement hall were incessantly patrolling, and any hint of conflict was met with stern rebukes from the elders. Chapter 58. This is truly a slap in the face. Such an occurrence would have been unimaginable in the past. On that day, when the sect leader and the elders gathered, some elders inadvertently revealed a fragment of information that was then speculated upon by those with ulterior motives. At the foot of the mysterious peak, a strikingly handsome man with a rather divine aura stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the peak. He then lowered his head, frowning at the 2 individuals blocking his path. What is the meaning of this? I, the Daozi, wish to ascend the cloud sea for enlightenment. And you dare to obstruct me? Are you seeking death? Daozi, the two replied, we are here under the direct orders of the sect leader to guard the mysterious peak. Without the sect leader's explicit command or the approval of those above on the peak, we cannot allow anyone, not even the Daozi or the Holy Maiden, to pass. Should you wish to ascend the mysterious peak, allow us to inform the esteemed ones first, they continued. Upon hearing this, the Daozi of Tianlan sect was both infuriated and amused. When did the Tianlan sect become someone else's territory? Do you not realize that I, the Daozi, shall soon be the sect leader? He commanded, step aside. I shall go up first. If anything goes awry, I will bear the consequences myself. The Daozi, already disheartened by his inability to break through to the divine communication realm, sought solace in the enchanting scenery of the mysterious peak to sort through his tumultuous emotions. Yet, here he was, thwarted by his own people at the foot of the Sex Mountain. It was utterly absurd. Seething with rage, the Daozi took a step toward the mysterious peak without further thought. The guarding disciples exchanged glances, sensing the potential for trouble. They deemed it imperative to notify the sect leader immediately, hoping it was not too late. As the Daozi advanced, each stride carried him several zhang upward in the blink of an eye. Soon, he reached the summit of the mysterious peak. The view at the pinnacle remained breathtaking, shrouded in mist, with gentle winds caressing the clouds, resembling a celestial paradise. Under normal circumstances, the Daozi would have felt his spirits lifted and his mind at ease. However, his mood was far from pleasant at this moment. In his line of sight, he noticed two figures seated beneath the mysterious pavilion, engaged in lively conversation and sipping tea. These two individuals were esteemed guests of the Tianlan sect, their status so significant that the sect had humbled itself to grant them temporary residence on the mysterious peak. As the Daozi suppressed his mounting fury, he approached the pavilion. The mysterious pavilion, perched atop the peak, served as a resting place for visitors. Recently, Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu had taken refuge there, after reaching the realms of the Rainbow Bridge and the Wheel of Fate. Staying awake for a month was no great feat. A brief respite of 2 days was hardly a concern. I sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space becoming increasingly apparent. It seems likely that a shift will occur in a couple of hours, Gu Changge remarked with a smile towards Gu Qingxiu. Yes, when the time comes. Brother Changge must accompany me, she replied. Of course, Gu Changge acknowledged, fully aware that Gu Qingxiu, as a reborn supreme being, had returned to seize opportunities in this familiar territory. Wandering off on her own could entail dangers, so it was prudent to stay by her side. Just as he nodded in agreement, Gu Qingxiu was about to speak when her delicate brows suddenly furrowed. Gu Changge lifted his gaze slightly, unexpectedly encountering the man approaching from the direction of the misty pavilion. What business could the sect master possibly have? Gu Changge assessed the man as he drew near, calmly inquiring. He had anticipated that the sect master of Tianlan's sect might have matters to convey and had sent a senior disciple to inform him. Upon seeing Gu Changge, the Daozi of Tianlan sect scrutinized him as well, noting the extraordinary and noble aura emanating from him, which was far from common. His brow furrowed even tighter. There should not be anyone as young and distinguished as Gu Changge in the northern region. Could it be that he truly possesses significant lineage? As this thought crossed his mind, the previously boiling anger within the Daozi gradually subsided. As a holy son, he was certainly not one who lacked discernment. Rather, he understood more about the situation. His earlier actions beneath the mountain peak were merely an expression of pent-up frustration. Had Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu been ordinary individuals, he might have indeed taken the opportunity to teach them a lesson. However, given the present circumstances, it was perhaps wiser to refrain, lest he be made to regret it. I am Lin Xingjian, the Daozi of Tianlan sect. May I inquire about your esteemed self? Lin Xingjian greeted Gu Changge with a courteous bow, his expression notably warm. Just a passerby, here for a brief stay, due to some matters, Gu Changge replied with a hint of indifference. So, it is the Daozi of Tianlan sect. Such demeanor is to be expected, Gu Changge mused inwardly. Yet, he soon found himself curious about the purpose of the man's visit. Do you have any particular business? None. Merely curious to see what sort of distinguished guest resides at our Tianlan sect's misty peak, Lin Xingjian smiled. At that moment, Gu Qingqiu also turned her gaze towards Lin Xingjian. She had some recollection of him, for during her journey to Tianlan sect and her entry into the Chaos Rift, she had naturally come across this Daozi. However, she had heard that he had ultimately met a tragic end due to the Holy Maiden of Tianlan sect, with the instigator seemingly being Yi Chun. As the information about Lin Xingjian flickered through Gu Qingqiu's mind, Lin Xingjian also caught sight of her, and in that instant, he was struck by her stunning beauty. He had never anticipated that the woman standing before Gu Changge could possess such exquisite allure. With brows like delicate willows, eyes like twinkling stars, a refined nose, and almond-shaped eyes, her visage was as if sculpted by divine hands. Her entire demeanor exuded an air of dominance that commanded submission from all. A woman of such caliber could easily evoke a desire for conquest, akin to Mu Qinghua. Who is this? Lin Xingjian found himself profoundly intrigued by Gu Qingqiu. Such a lady must be a paragon of beauty, and if he could cultivate a favorable relationship, it might aid him on his path to greatness. My sister. Gu Changge glanced at Lin Xingjian, whose eyes were filled with astonishment, then discreetly communicated to Gu Qingqiu, a beauty can bring calamity. It seems I have captivated the Holy Maiden of Tianlan sect, while you have ensnared the Daozi. Upon hearing Gu Changge's words, Gu Qingqiu could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Ah, so she is your sister. May I ask where you hail from and what brings you to Tianlan sect? If you require assistance, I hold some influence here and would be glad to help. Lin Xingjian spoke, not waiting for Gu Changge or Gu Qingqiu to respond, and seated himself beside them. His handsome visage bore a charming smile, exuding an air of elegance. However, it would have been even more delightful had he not been so fixated on Gu Qingqiu. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tianlan sect had just received a message from the disciples stationed at Piaomiao Peak. Upon hearing that Lin Xingjian, the esteemed disciple of Tianlan sect, was furiously ascending to the summit of Piaomiao Peak, he hastily made his way from the sect master's peak. The Tianlan sect leader, visibly distressed, thought to himself, Xingjian, please refrain from any reckless actions. Do not provoke those two esteemed individuals. Chapter 59. A single finger shatters the Dao heart of the Daozi regardless of the circumstances. Gu Qingqiu's exquisite beauty had already captured Lin Xingjian's heart. If possible, he would not mind inviting her into his abode to savor the presence of such a stunning woman. Furthermore, judging by the demeanor of Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu, it was evident that both possessed extraordinary qualities. Lin Xingjian not only aspired to embrace the beautiful maiden, but also sought to gain the support of the formidable forces behind Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu. However, after Lin Xingjian finished speaking, neither Gu Changge nor Gu Qingqiu uttered a word, leaving the atmosphere palpably cold. Gu Qingqiu maintained a serene expression, showing no inclination to respond to Lin Xingjian's inquiry. Gu Changge, seemingly unfazed, continued sipping his tea, elegantly disregarding him. Upon witnessing the reactions of Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu, Lin Xingjian's previously warm smile faltered slightly. Who was he? He was the Daozi of the Tianlan sect. On the surface, he stood above thousands, elders, disciples, and followers alike. Yet, these two individuals, seemingly out of nowhere, dared to treat him with such blatant disregard. Their indifference from the outset instilled in Lin Xingjian a feeling of being belittled. Suppressing his displeasure, Lin Xingjian thought that since he could not ascertain their identities, he might as well test their capabilities. It would not be difficult to discern their underlying forces. If they were mere charlatans, he would not hesitate to act. Rising from his stone chair, Lin Xingjian cast a cold glance at Gu Changge and declared, Esteemed sir, and this lovely maiden, I, the Daozi, am merely extending my goodwill to assist you. Your attitude is rather unbecoming, is it not? While I'm still in a good mood, I suggest you depart. In response to Lin Xingjian's words, Gu Changge rolled his eyes. He had no intention of entertaining someone so eager to bring embarrassment upon himself. How bold! Lin Xingjian could no longer contain his anger. He glared at Gu Changge and retorted, What if I refuse to leave? Do you truly believe you can force me from my own territory? If that is your wish, then let it be so. With a resigned sigh, Gu Changge set down his teacup and pointed a finger at Lin Xingjian. In an instant, intricate Dao patterns emerged, and a terrifying hand materialized from these patterns, thrusting fiercely towards Lin Xingjian. The gesture seemed capable of severing space and sealing all that it touched. As the heaven-cutting finger was unleashed, the void rippled with shock, radiating divine brilliance. However, upon witnessing Gu Changge's audacity to strike at him, Lin Xingjian could no longer care whether his opponent was of noble lineage. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You dare to strike at me? I am a prodigy of the northern region, and at merely 18, I have achieved the 9th layer of the life wheel, just a step away from transcending. You appear younger than me. How strong could your cultivation possibly be? What do you possess to suppress me? Kneel before me." Lin Xingjian laughed heartily, raising his hand to unleash a powerful strike. Spiritual energy converged, forming a massive hand that crashed down upon Gu Changge's formidable finger. Lin Xingjian was convinced that Gu Changge's cultivation was not formidable. Even if someone from a powerful faction were to break through to the fate wheel at such a young age, they could still be regarded as extraordinary prodigies. However, how could one who had just achieved the fate will possibly stand against a practitioner at the 9th level of the fate wheel? Even if they were a prodigy of a major power, was he, Lin Xingjian, not equally distinguished as the Daozi of the Tianlan sect? With a resounding clash, his hand collided with Gu Changge's. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, uprooting grass and shattering trees. Yet, this turmoil lasted but a moment. After their attacks met, Lin Xingjian's expression abruptly changed. He witnessed Gu Changge effortlessly shatter his offensive, propelled towards him with overwhelming might. What? Lin Xingjian could only exclaim before being violently struck by Gu Changge. With a thunderous sound, Lin Xingjian's protective treasure manifested as a spherical energy shield enveloping him. Although it preserved his life, the recoil was insurmountable. In that instant, Lin Xingjian coughed up blood, his figure hurtling like a shooting star, crashing into a nearby boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered, burying Lin Xingjian completely. The ethereal peak regained its tranquility as Gu Changge observed Lin Xingjian, whom he had just sent flying, shaking his head with a smile before returning his gaze to his teacup, taking another sip. 9th level of the fate wheel? A Daozi of first-rate power. He must possess extraordinary abilities, a paragon to be revered compared to ordinary individuals. Yet, before him stood someone so insignificant. Gu Changge, endowed with an unparalleled physique and celestial scriptures, could unleash a staggering force of 40 billion pounds with ease. Not to mention his own cultivation at the 6th level of the fate wheel, accompanied by remarkable powers. What could Lin Xingjian possibly compare to? He did not even dare to strike back. Gu Qingxiu, witnessing the scene, exhibited no surprise, for it was entirely natural for Gu Changge to defeat Lin Xingjian. Boom! Debris flew as Lin Xingjian, covered in dust and disheveled, staggered to his feet amidst the rubble. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gu Changge, exclaiming in shock, "This is impossible. You even shattered my protective treasure. How could you possess such strength? Who exactly are you?" Gu Changge, upon hearing this, glanced at the disheveled Lin Xingjian and, with a casual demeanor, replied, "You might inquire with your sect master." Lin Xingjian was momentarily stunned, following Gu Changge's gaze to see a figure he recognized all too well, the sect master of Tianlan's sect, alongside the sacred maiden Mu Qinghua, who had also arrived. The sect master's expression darkened as he approached Gu Changge with a bow, then took 2 or 3 steps to stand before Lin Xingjian. Sect master Lin Xingjian attempted to speak, but with a resounding slap, he felt a sharp pain in his cheek, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. Once he regained his composure, he stared at the sect master in disbelief. "Sect master, how dare you strike at a distinguished guest of Tianlan's sect? Did no one warn you? Why did you force your way onto the ethereal peak? It seems you no longer wish to hold your position. Xumei, follow me to meet the Supreme Elder. I shall strip you of your position as the disciple of our sect," declared the agitated leader of the Tianlan sect. Lin Xingjian felt his head spin at these words. How could this be? He had acted only in self-defense and had endured a severe humiliation without even having the chance to retaliate. Yet now, he was to be dismissed from his role as disciple. Gu Changge glanced at the visibly furious leader of the Tianlan sect and found amusement in his words. Surely, he would not casually dismiss a disciple he had nurtured for so long. This was merely a means to save face and provide an exit for himself. Sect leader, kindly escort him away and handle the matter as you see fit, Gu Changge suggested with a smile. That would be for the best. Let us not trouble the esteemed eyes of the son of Changge any further. The leader of the Tianlan sect nodded in acknowledgement, then swept his sleeve, enveloping Lin Xinjian in a flash of light as they soared into the sky, leaving behind the words, Qinghua, do take good care of my affairs and convey my apologies to the son of Changge. I shall personally discipline this unworthy disciple. Chapter 60. The Chaotic Rift Opens. At this moment, Mu Qinghua's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Changge within the ethereal pavilion, her heart trembling. Is this the terrifying prowess of the scion from the Changsheng lineage? Their Daozi of the Tianlan sect, at the 9th level of the Wheel of Fate, was merely a step away from entering the realm of divinity, yet he could not even exchange a single move with his opponent and was sent flying instead. Even considering that Lin Xinjian had not exerted his full strength, how much weaker could one be? Quite the contrary, Lin Xinjian acted with casual ease. Did Gu Changge not possess the same prowess? The sensation of effortlessly suppressing a prodigy from a major power with but a mere finger was truly beyond belief, evoking a deep sense of reverence and admiration. Mu Qinghua felt her heart racing, recalling the instructions given by the sect master of Tianlan before her departure. With graceful steps, she approached the ethereal pavilion and slightly bowed to Gu Changge in apology. I apologize, revered scion of Changsheng, for my sect's Daozi inadvertently disturbing your enjoyment. It is of no consequence, merely a trifle, Gu Changge replied, having initially paid little mind to the incident, and with the other party showing him sufficient respect. He had no reason to hold a grudge. He was not the type to seek retribution for every slight. Mu Qinghua, however, did not take his words at face value and maintained her posture to explain. The Daozi of Xinjian forcefully ascended the mysterious peak. We had stationed disciples below to guard the mountain and prevent others from straying, yet he disregarded our warnings. The sect master and I rushed here the first opportunity. I have already stated that it is of no matter. Gu Changge chuckled. I do not regard him. Mu Qinghua was momentarily taken aback by his words, then bowed her head deeply once more. Such demeanor, such tone. In a world where strength reigned supreme, it was truly difficult to remain composed, especially with Gu Changge's formidable background and unparalleled grace. Mu Qinghua could not deny that she was unable to guarantee she harbored no thoughts of admiration for such an extraordinarily exceptional man. Scion, allow me to brew tea for you. As a gesture of apology from the Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua said softly, her gaze lowered in submission. Beside her, Gu Qingxiu raised an eyebrow. Gu Changge, intrigued, remarked, since you wish to, then proceed as you like. Thank you, Scion Changge. Meanwhile, the sect master of Tianlan brought Lin Xinjian into the grand hall of the sect, only to subsequently send him flying across the room, landing on the ground. Rising from the floor, Lin Xinjian wore an expression of disbelief. Sect master, has our Tianlan sect fallen to such a degree, bowing in submission to other powers? I just heard you refer to that individual as a scion. Which family's scion is he? I, Lin Xinjian, shall undoubtedly seek retribution for today's humiliation. Lin Xinjian's chest heaved violently, his voice brimming with unrestrained fury. The sect master of Tianlan could not help but erupt in anger. Do you not grasp the situation? Do you not realize that I brought you here to grant you a chance at survival? Do you not understand what it signifies that the Scion Changge can suppress you with a mere finger? As the sect master spoke, he exuded an immense aura of authority. And upon hearing these words, Lin Xinjian instantly felt as if a torrent of fire had been doused with icy water, leaving him stunned in place. How could he not comprehend what it meant when Gu Changge suppressed him with a mere finger? Deep within, he dared not believe it. After all, he was the Daozi of the Tianlan sect, a paragon among his peers. Yet before his opponent, he could not even withstand a single finger. How could he possibly accept this? The sect leader of Tianlan, observing Lin Xingzhan's silence, spoke coldly. It has come to my attention that you have been in seclusion for a month without breaking through to the divine sense stage, leading to pent-up frustration within you. Therefore, this matter shall not be held against you. Go to the tranquil heart pool and meditate for 3 months. You may be released upon achieving your breakthrough. I understand. Lin Xingzhan stood in place for a long moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Soon, this news reached Changge. At that moment, Mu Qinghua stood respectfully by Changge's side, offering tea. She was slender and graceful. As she lowered her gaze and leaned forward, her curves were accentuated, and the silk gown she wore occasionally wafted a delicate fragrance past Changge. If the disciples of Tianlan sect were to witness their dream goddess so obediently serving tea to another, one could only imagine the shattering of their resolve. After sipping a warm cup of tea, Changge smiled. The sect leader of Tianlan seems to be making a mountain out of a molehill. I truly do not mind. The sect leader is wise. Even if you, young Master Changge, are unfazed, the appropriate punishment shall not be overlooked. This time, Daozi Xingzhan's position has been preserved, likely because the sect leader has recognized your lack of intent to pursue the matter. Mu Qinghua gently remarked, her voice like a clear spring, devoid of her earlier aloof demeanor. Gu Qingqiu observed Mu Qinghua attending to Changge and felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. No matter how she looked at it, something felt amiss, as if she did not wish for anyone to draw near to Changge. This feeling left Gu Qingqiu somewhat unsettled. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from a certain location within Tianlan sect, akin to an explosion in the depths of the void. This tremendous sound startled the entire sect. Numerous elders and accomplished disciples soared into the sky, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed towards a particular point in the void. Above the Tianlan sect, a colossal spatial rift appeared, slowly opening like a fearsome beast poised to devour, as if it intended to swallow the entire sect whole. Activate the protective mountain formation. The sect leader of Tianlan, equally astonished by the sudden emergence of the spatial rift, promptly commanded the elders and disciples within the sect. A spatial rift. Only those of the Holy Monarch realm can harness such means. Even a quasi-saint can only utilize it for short-distance displacement. The appearance of such a terrifying spatial rift signifies either great peril or immense opportunity. The sect leader's thoughts turned to Changge and Qingqiu, and a realization struck him. Could it be that the young master of the Chang family and that woman have come here for this very reason? The sect leader was indeed correct. Boom! A formidable aura of the monarch realm enveloped the area, and the elder from the royal lineage, brought forth by Changge, made a stunning appearance. Xuanhuan gazed down upon the multitude of people within the Tianlan sect and declared, "This spatial rift is of my own design. As the scion of the esteemed Gu family, I kindly request that your sect refrain from interference. Once the scion emerges, we shall take our leave." Her voice resonated throughout the Tianlan sect, momentarily leaving countless disciples in stunned silence, before erupting into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. At that moment, the disciples of the Tianlan sect finally comprehended the identity of the distinguished guest who had visited them days prior. The illustrious Gu family of Changsheng from Central Continent? The scion? Could it truly be the scion of the Changsheng Gu family gracing our Tianlan sect? How intriguing. No wonder the sect had sought to keep this information under wraps. Had it been disclosed, our Tianlan sect would surely have been besieged by other factions eager to gain entry. My heavens, the scion of the Changsheng Gu family? Had I known, I would have stealthily ventured to Piamiao Peak, even if I were not favored by the scion. Merely catching a glimpse of the esteemed heir of the Changsheng family would have been enough to boast about. Chapter 61. The Chaotic Void Beast. The river without roots. The disciples of Tianlan sect gasped in astonishment. Within the confines of the sect master and the elders exhibited expressions of surprise and understanding upon hearing the news. The sect master addressed the esteemed elder of the Gu family. "Rest assured, elder, we shall not interfere with the son of destiny. That is most agreeable, The elder from the Gu family replied with a smile and a nod. On the ethereal peak, it was time to embark. Gu Changge rose, turning to Gu Qingqiu beside him. She nodded in affirmation. Mu Qinghua gazed at the terrifying rift in the sky, realizing that Gu Changge had come specifically for this spatial fracture. Son of Changge, please be cautious, she implored softly, an inexplicable urge compelling her to speak as he prepared to enter the ominous chasm that seemed to devour all. Gu Changge turned in surprise to glance at Mu Qinghua, then nodded in appreciation. Thank you for your concern, holy maiden. With that, Gu Changge shifted his attention back to Gu Qingqiu and stepped forth, soaring into the air, with Gu Qingqiu following closely behind. In truth, Gu Qingqiu had been somewhat perplexed, despite not having disclosed her recent breakthrough to the Fate Wheel just days prior. Gu Changge had unprompted gifted her a pattern essence pill and declared her a newly ascended practitioner. How could he have known? Yet, without a word exchanged, the matter remained unspoken between them. Two streaks of light ascended into the heavens. The disciples of Tianlan's sect, witnessing the brilliance emanating from the direction of the ethereal peak, strained their eyes to catch a glimpse. However, the light flickered and vanished before they could discern the figures within, leaving many with a sense of regret. The elder of the Gu family, summoned by Gu Changge, observed the pair enter the spatial rift without a trace of concern, instead settling into a meditative posture to prevent others from following. Once Gu Changge ventured into the rift, even if peril awaited, there was no need for his intervention. For lurking in the shadows was a protector of terrifying might, one that could make the 3,000 domains tremble in fear. As they traversed the pitch-black rift, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, and soon their vision returned, feeling as though they were standing upon solid ground. The silence was unnerving, as if even the sound of their own blood coursing through their veins and the rhythm of their heartbeats could be heard distinctly. Yet, curiously, in this void of nothingness, one would expect a complete absence of light. However, the ground beneath them emitted a faint glow, appearing both extraordinary and enigmatic, signaling that this place was anything but ordinary. Is this a shattered continent? Gu Changge inquired as he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, Gu Qingqiu confirmed with a nod. This land is said to have originated from the upper realms, though I cannot attest to its authenticity. Brother Changge, stay close to me. Dangers lurk here, and chaotic void beasts may appear. The cultivation of those at the Fate Wheel level is not particularly formidable in this realm. Gu Qingqiu cautioned Gu Changge, just to be safe. Fear not. This is the place of opportunity that you are familiar with. You possess greater knowledge, so lead me in the pursuit of treasures. Gu Changge replied with a smile. Gu Qingqiu's heart brimmed with anticipation. Because she spoke no falsehood, this continent indeed harbors the chaotic phantoms, terrifying creatures adorned with chaotic patterns, possessing formidable physical strength, yet devoid of sight. In her previous life, when she unexpectedly arrived at this place and encountered a chaotic phantom, even after the rebirth and enhancement of her supreme bone, she found the challenge exceedingly arduous. Let us proceed in this direction. Gu Qingqiu chose the path she had previously taken to discover the method for enhancing her fate wheel. Very well. The two then set forth. The continent, radiating a faint luminescence, appeared vast yet utterly devoid of life. In the darkness, the terrain of this land was marked by towering mountains and jagged rocks, evoking an indescribable sense of eeriness. It seemed as though these mountains were monstrous entities lying in slumber, merging seamlessly with the earth. As Gu Qingqiu led the way, she recalled the words of the elder who had informed her of this opportunity. Continue in this direction, and you shall encounter a lifeless willow tree. Beside it lies a rootless river. Construct a wooden vessel from the willow's trunk, and you may cross this river to reach the opposite shore. Where dilapidated structures await, your fortune lies there. However, the journey is fraught with peril, as many chaotic phantoms lurk along the way. Gu Qingqiu recounted everything she had experienced during her prior visit to Gu Changge. How detailed, Gu Changge remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Gu Qingqiu, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, averted her gaze. Well, that elder must have visited this place as well, which is why he knew so much. Then let us hasten. Indeed, We may soon encounter chaotic phantoms ahead, so let us be cautious, Brother Changge. Very well. The two drew close, their arms nearly brushing against one another with each movement. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such matters. Indeed, they had scarcely taken a few breaths when a terrifying aura suddenly surged from the mountains beside them. In the next moment, a colossal creature, resembling a small mountain and measuring several dozen feet, leapt from the void before Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. A pitch-black beast, its body adorned with eerie white patterns, with limbs as slender as withered branches and devoid of eyes, roared menacingly at them. The horrific roar reverberated in waves, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Is this the chaotic phantom? Gu Changge gazed in astonishment at the creature before him. Through his spiritual perception, he clearly sensed that this chaotic phantom contained no energy within, yet its bizarre physique was immensely powerful, as the patterns upon its body seemed to resonate with the surrounding inky void, drawing forth formidable strength. This chaotic phantom possessed a physical prowess of at least the 5th level of the Fate Wheel. Indeed, it is a chaotic phantom. Gu Qingxiu recalled her previous encounter with this familiar creature, her fists clenching tightly. It must possess the strength of the 5th level of the Fate Wheel. Allow me to handle this. Let us swiftly seize the opportunity you desire. With that, Gu Changge took a bold step forward. In the chaotic void of the 5-layered howling wheel, Gu Changge approached, his presence akin to that of a withered branch. Abruptly, his claw-like appendage transformed into a streak of silver, launching an assault towards Gu Changge. The claws were immense, spanning several zhang, descending like a colossal blade. However, in the face of this chaotic beast's onslaught, Gu Changge remained unfazed, merely pressing down with a single finger. A hum resonated through the void as profound patterns manifested. Subsequently, a terrifyingly massive digit, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression, descended towards the towering, chaotic beast before him. The beast seemed to sense the imminent threat. At the very moment Gu Changge extended his finger, its claws altered their trajectory, aiming towards the colossal digit in the sky. Yet, as the claws collided with the ethereal finger, a resounding crack echoed through the void. In the next instant, boom! The gigantic digit descended with a thunderous roar, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Chapter 62, The Everlasting Lai Family. Lai Tianyang, a chaotic phantom beast at the 5th level of the Fate Wheel, instantly transformed into a puddle of snow and mud. Let us proceed. With a mere gesture, Gu Changge subdued this chaotic beast, addressing Gu Qingxiu beside him. Gu Qingxiu gazed at the suppressed phantom in the chaotic void, her heart trembling slightly, yet she managed to suppress any overt expression of astonishment, nodding in acknowledgement. The chaotic beast within this rift could rival pure-blooded ferocious beasts in the outside world. However, before Gu Changge, they were utterly powerless. The same could be said for the Daozi of Tianlan sect. Now, Gu Qingxiu perceived Gu Changge as exponentially more powerful than the Gu Changge she had known before her rebirth. His demeanor, character, and combat prowess were on an entirely different level, making it difficult to believe. Gu Qingxiu often found herself wanting to ask Gu Changge if he was truly the same Gu Changge she once knew. As they journeyed onward, Gu Qingxiu initially anticipated a grueling battle. Yet, whether facing chaotic beasts at the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or even 9th levels of the Fate Wheel, they could withstand at most a second strike from Gu Changge before being utterly defeated. Utilizing his foundational skills, Gu Changge had not even needed to employ the Great Void Technique or the Great Void Palm from the Void Sutra, yet they had already arrived at the Witherless River, standing before the lifeless willow tree that Gu Qingxiu had mentioned. It doesn't seem all that difficult, Gu Changge remarked, contemplating the chaotic beasts they had encountered along the way. Gu Qingxiu replied softly, "It's not that it's easy, but rather that Brother Changge is simply too formidable." Upon hearing Gu Qingxiu's meek tone, Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle internally. Was this truly the same aloof and regal Supreme Clan sister he had known? The contrast between her appearance and her timid voice was quite delightful. This was precisely the effect he had desired. Well, what should we do next? Gu Changge inquired about Gu Qingxiu's thoughts. Cut down the willow, and we can cross the river. All right. As Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu prepare to fell the willow tree for their crossing, a vast, dark rift in the outside world drew the attention of many powerful beings. Despite Tianlan's sect's efforts to contain it, how could such a spatial tear appear above Tianlan's sect? Surely, they would not allow a void rift to manifest above their own domain. If one were to be inadvertently drawn into the void, the disciples within the sect would likely meet their demise. Look, it seems that someone is seated before the void rift. Are they guarding it? A voice emerged from a transcendent being, possibly from a wandering cultivator or a minor sect. Observing the elder of the everlasting light family stationed at the rift in the sky. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanating from the 9th level of the ascendant realm descended from the heavens. Following this, a colossal warship emerged from the clouds, its figure dominating the sky. With the foremost presence radiating the aura of the 9th level of the ascendant realm, the immense vessel obscured the sun, prompting the remaining wandering cultivators and minor sect cultivators to hastily distance themselves from the warship. At the pinnacle of the battlefield, a banner fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the bold characters Jiutian, exuding an air of grandeur. The arrival of the Jiutian sect was indeed anticipated, given its proximity to the Tianlan sect. Jiutian sect, standing alongside the Tianlan sect, it is one of the premier forces in the northern domain, historically at odds with the Tianlan sect. Upon receiving news of the spatial rift appearing above the Tianlan sect, they promptly gathered their forces and set sail. After all, it could be an unparalleled opportunity. Haha, the Tianlan sect has a rift of fortuitous opportunities above. I wonder if the esteemed friends of the Tianlan sect would dare to venture within. The leader of the Jiutian sect proclaimed, releasing his aura towards the Tianlan sect, which had activated its protective mountain formation. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the leader of the Tianlan sect furrowed his brows, then turned his gaze towards the figure seated before the spatial rift, his expression shifting from concern to a relaxed demeanor, accompanied by a hint of a cunning smile. The Tianlan sect leader did not respond immediately to the Jiutian sect leader, but approached the elder brought by Gu Changge. Esteemed elder, the Jiutian sect has always been in conflict with our Tianlan sect. Their presence here is likely driven by a desire to covet the potential opportunities within the spatial rift. I fear my attempts at persuasion may prove counterproductive. It may require your esteemed voice. Not a problem. Elder Gu Hui waved his hand, rising from his meditative state to gaze down at the colossal warship before him. He fixed his steely eyes on the Jiutian sect leader and declared, I am Gu Hui, elder of the Changsheng family. Jiutian sect, begone. As he uttered the final word, a surge of spiritual power enveloped his voice, transforming it into a terrifying sonic wave that spread for thousands of miles. In the aftermath of Elder Gu's proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the area as everyone processed his words. The Changsheng family? Is it the Changsheng family from the Central Plains? A family of immortals has graced the Tianlan sect with their presence? Have they latched onto a powerful ally due to that spatial rift above? Could it harbor extraordinary opportunities? A tempest of thoughts surged within many minds, each speculating various possibilities. Yet no one dared to question the truth of Elder Gu's words. After all, the name of the Changsheng family is not one to be trifled with. In the annals of history, numerous individuals and factions have sought to exploit the name of the Changsheng family or the immortal sacred grounds for their own gain, only to meet with disastrous ends, death, or the disintegration of their forces overnight. These are lessons learned in blood. The Changsheng family and the likes of the immortal sacred grounds are top-tier powers that must not be disrespected. Otherwise, retribution is inevitable, and from henceforth, no one would dare to invoke the names of immortality or the Changsheng family capriciously. Upon hearing Elder Gu's words aboard the warship, the smile that had adorned the Jiutian sect leader's face instantly froze, replaced by a pallor of shock. The presence of a member of the Changsheng family here was unexpected. Damn, the Jiutian sect leader thought, but suddenly recalled something, casting a glance towards the cabin, a glimmer of anticipation appearing in his eyes. The Tianlan sect had esteemed guests from the Changsheng family. Could it be that the Jiutian sect lacked such a presence? Although it was an unexpected visit, this individual was also from the Changsheng family. The Changsheng family? In the realm of the north, The esteemed Gu family from Changsheng ought to remain in Zhongzhou. What brings you here? Before the leader of the Juqian sect could utter a word, a youthful voice resonated powerfully from the deck of the Juqian sect's warship. This voice instantly captivated the attention of all present. In the next moment, a tall figure gracefully ascended from the ship, stepping into the sky. This striking figure possessed an exceptional aura, with handsome features and flowing crimson hair that danced in the wind, exuding a sense of wild abandon. A fiery divine pattern manifested at his brow, marking him as extraordinary. "Who are you?" inquired the elder Gu Hui, furrowing his brow as he regarded the figure before him. "I am Lai Tianyang from the Changsheng Lai family in the north," Lai Tianyang replied nonchalantly, facing the formidable fifth-level ruler Gu Hui without a hint of trepidation. Chapter 63. The fiery Tianyang seeks to spar. The true dragon buried in the river in the central continent. The illustrious families of longevity and the sacred lands of immortality stand tall. Yet this does not imply that all esteemed families and sacred realms are concentrated within the central continent. Indeed, some families of longevity and sacred lands remain dispersed across the four corners of the world due to various reasons. Among them, the Lai family is one of the two prominent longevity families in the northern domain. The northern domain is renowned for its abundance of source stones, and the ancestors of the Lai family have established deep roots here. It turns out that someone from the Lai family has arrived. Upon hearing this, the elder Gu Hui's expression softened, though he still stroked his beard and calmly stated, "Our Gu family has a prodigy who has been waiting for opportunities here and has already entered to explore." I kindly asked the young master of the Lai family not to disturb him. The onlookers were astounded, unable to believe that after the appearance of the longevity Gu family, another young master from a longevity family had arrived. Moreover, the elder Gu Hui, a figure of considerable standing, was present to safeguard the prodigy, suggesting that this young talent must hold a significant position within the Gu family. How intriguing! Might they witness the clash of prodigies before the dragon ranking and true dragon ranking are revealed? Your Gu family's prodigy? Who might that be? The spirited Lai Tianyang inquired. His interest piqued as he countered the elder Gu Hui's statement. "I am unable to divulge such information, but I can assure you, young Master Tianyang, that his status is elevated beyond your reach for inquiry," replied the elder Gu Hui, a hint of a smile gracing his features, as if to imply that Lai Tianyang lacked the qualifications to know. "Oh," Lai Tianyang chuckled, "had you not said that, I might have turned a blind eye to your visit to my northern domain. However, since you have mentioned it, I'm all the more curious about the identity of the Gu family's prodigy who has entered the fissure. According to the rules of the central heavenly Dao domain regarding peer sparring, I kindly request that you do not impede the duel, Elder Gu Hui." Upon hearing this, Elder Gu Hui cast a glance at Lai Tianyang, nodded slightly, and replied nonchalantly, "I hope you do not come to regret your decision." "Regret? Huh." Lai Tianyang laughed heartily. Within the central heavenly Dao domain, no prodigies had yet emerged to compete. He, Lai Tianyang, was nonetheless one of the renowned prodigies of the northern domain. In times past, those who gained fame before entering the world were typically ranked among the top 80 on the True Dragon ranking. He, too, was destined to be one of the unparalleled prodigies to grace the True Dragon ranking in due course. As Lai Tianyang pondered over those who had not yet entered the world, yet gained notoriety, he dismissed thoughts of the weakest prodigies who lacked followers upon their emergence. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Gu Changge remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Harnessing his spiritual power, he raised his hand to grasp a freshly felled willow tree, which he then cast into the rootless river. Splash! Water splashed as the willow floated upon the surface of the rootless river, appearing remarkably stable. With a diameter of merely half a zhong, it was expected that when submerged, at least a third would remain above water. However, this section of willow astonishingly floated upon the water-esque surface without sinking, a marvel indeed. Yet, in a fantastical world where beings could soar through the skies and pluck the sun and moon from their courses, witnessing a piece of wood floating on water without any assistance from spiritual power was hardly surprising. "Let us go," Gu Changge called out as he leaped onto the willow, addressing Gu Qingxiu on the opposite bank. "All right." Gu Qingxiu nodded and similarly leapt onto the willow wood. yet she seemed unprepared for the slight instability as it floated on the water. Under the gentle sway, Gu Qingqiu's body wobbled slightly. Observing this, Gu Changge reached out to steady her pale arm. "Thank you, Brother Changge," she murmured, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush from the unexpected contact. "It's nothing. Let us proceed to the opposite bank." Once Gu Qingqiu regained her balance, Gu Changge released her. With a flick of his spiritual energy, the willow would glided smoothly toward the other side. Gu Changge stood at the front, surveying the rootless river before him. The river spanned approximately 30 zhang in width, a rather diminutive size in the realm of fantasy. However, what astonished Gu Changge was that, despite possessing the innate divine heavy pupil, he could perceive only an abyssal darkness when gazing into the rootless river. The water itself was a deep, foreboding black. "This river likely harbors profound secrets," Gu Changge murmured. "Indeed, it conceals great mysteries," Gu Qingqiu affirmed, examining the rootless river and relaying what the elder who bestowed her fortuity had said. "The rootless river is without roots or reeds, encompassing all realms. Thus, it is not surprising to see anything upon its waters." In truth, after her past life ascended to the emperor realm, Gu Qingqiu had yearned to explore this very river. Alas, since acquiring the defiant patterning technique, the spatial rifts had ceased to manifest. In her previous life, while evading relentless pursuers, she had been compelled to enter this spatial rift, her cultivation too meager to discern anything clearly. Even with the perspective of an emperor now, she could only perceive that the rootless river was extraordinary. Upon hearing Gu Qingqiu's words, Gu Changge cast her a sidelong glance, amusement flickering in his heart. "You might be the elder you speak of." Of course, Gu Changge would never voice this thought aloud. However, Gu Qingqiu's assertion piqued his curiosity. Activating his heavy pupil, chaos unfurled in his eyes, with yin and yang energies birthing forth. In an instant, the profound truths of heaven and earth, as well as the mysteries of creation, unfolded before him. Peering into the depths of the rootless river, a blinding light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar. The overwhelming might caused Gu Changge to flinch, instinctively shutting his eyes and lifting his gaze toward the pitch-black sky. Gu Qingqiu had just noticed Gu Changge activating his heavy pupil to probe deeper and hurriedly attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Fortunately, Gu Changge remained unharmed. "Brother Changge, are you all right?" Gu Qingqiu inquired with concern. Gu Changge shook his head. Concealing his heavy pupil, he turned to the tranquil, rootless river and, without looking back, asked Gu Qingqiu, "Do you know what I beheld? What did you see?" In all honesty, Gu Qingqiu was exceedingly curious. "A dragon, although I glimpsed only a fragment. It was undoubtedly the legendary true dragon," Gu Changge asserted with certainty, his heart reverberating with shock. It was said that before the 3,000 realms were separated, it was an era of celestial beings soaring, true dragons riding the clouds, and phoenixes soaring high. Yet since then, only the descendants of true dragons had emerged, with no true dragon appearing in the world. Gu Changge never anticipated that he would witness a true dragon within this rootless river. A true dragon, Gu Qingqiu echoed, astonished, realizing that this river was indeed the resting place of a true dragon. Initially, Gu Changge believed that Gu Qingqiu was also aware of the situation, but upon witnessing her reaction, a sense of unease gripped him. To his astonishment, it seemed that even this female sovereign was oblivious to the truth. This realization was utterly alarming. He swiftly gathered his belongings and prepared to depart hastily, quickening his pace as an ominous feeling enveloped the area. Gu Changge immediately accelerated the speed of the willow-wood carriage. "All right," Gu Qingqiu nodded. The terrifying secrets surrounding the true dragon were far beyond the comprehension of their current modest capabilities. It was prudent to take their leave post-haste. Indeed, ignorance of the truth spared them from peril. Fortunately, the river of no roots posed no further disturbances, allowing Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu to safely reach the opposite shore. The willow wood would still be needed, and after disembarking, Gu Changge collected the willow wood, instructing Gu Qingqiu to lead the way. In contrast to their previous path, the river of no roots now resembled a protective moat. Chapter 64. The method of enhancing patterns is acquired. the return of the heavenly mandate transformation technique now. They beheld the desolate remnants of structures, a pervasive sense of decay and ruin permeating the air. Is this truly the final destination? Changge surveyed his surroundings with a hint of caution, a necessary wariness stemming from his previous encounter with the rootless river. Let's proceed this way, Brother Changge, Xingqiu suggested, nodding as if familiar with the area, scanning the vicinity before selecting a path forward. Changge feigned indifference, trailing closely beside Xingqiu. Perhaps due to the protective influence of the rootless river, they encountered no peril upon reaching the opposite shore. As they advanced, a solitary, towering mountain soon came into view, its imposing and treacherous stature making a striking impression. Amidst the surrounding devastation, this lone peak stood apart, exuding an extraordinary presence. The darkness enveloping the area, coupled with the dim sky, allowed the mountain to radiate a faint halo, hinting at the possibility of hidden treasures within. At the mountain's base, a 3-meter-tall stone monument suddenly captured Changge's attention. Approaching the stone, he observed it was marred by numerous cracks, with a broken sword tip embedded within. The fissures were evidently a result of this sword tip's intrusion. It likely bore the name of the mountain, which once encapsulated a fearsome Taoist essence, inscribed in characters that had been erased by the sword's sharpness. With Xingqiu's discerning eye, she immediately recognized the monument's significance. Changge raised an eyebrow, contemplating that the stone seemed devoid of merit, for the Taoist essence had been obliterated. What could be its worth now? Yet, gazing at the sword tip, he recalled tales where protagonists unearthed extraordinary treasures from locations deemed barren by others. The very ability of this sword tip to obliterate inscriptions steeped in Taoist essence was itself a testament to its formidable nature. With this thought, Changge extended his finger to touch the edge of the sword tip embedded in the monument. The moment he made contact, a faint sting coursed through him, igniting a sense of joy rather than alarm. Indeed, a treasure exists, with his corporeal form tempered by the divine elephant's subduing prison technique. He possessed the strength of 400 billion, rendering his physical defenses unparalleled at his level. While he was merely at the mandate will stage, this sword tip could potentially breach his defenses, signifying its lethal sharpness, a true weapon for one of the mandate wheel realm. Changge extracted the sword tip, discovering it still gleamed with a bright silver luster, despite the unknown duration this continent had floated in the void. Its ability to retain such brilliance spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. It appeared that this sword tip was indeed a treasure. Changge grasped the sword tip, examining it with keen interest. Xingqiu observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, she had encountered this sword tip, but had dismissed it in favor of ascending the mountain. Now it was evident that this broken sword tip was truly remarkable. Even with her current insight, she could not discern its material, leaving her utterly astonished. Indeed, fortune favors only those destined to seize it. Although Changge had obtained the treasure, Xingqiu remained unperturbed and congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Changge, for being the first to acquire the treasure. Let's proceed and seek the true opportunities." Along their journey, Changge and Xingqiu encountered no further anomalies until they stood atop the peak, gazing upon the ancient temple still shrouded in protective formations. Changge's interest was rekindled. Is the Fate Wheel enhancement technique that Brother Tongzi mentioned derived from here? Upon arriving in this land, one could sense the weight of the ages. It was undoubtedly ancient. Yet after countless years, this temple remains safeguarded by formations. Truly extraordinary. How intriguing. I wonder what formidable power once resided here, capable of wielding such a miraculous technique for altering destiny. This is merely a dust barrier, not a protective array. We can enter directly, Xingqiu remarked to Changge. Very well. Changge nodded, and the two entered the ancient temple. Inside, the temple was silent as the ages had left it untouched and pristine, appearing as if newly constructed. Everything was visible at a glance. Most strikingly, at the forefront of the central altar lay a scroll, ancient and imbued with the scent of incense. The altar held not only the scroll, but also several ceremonial vessels, though their contents had long since vanished, likely lost to time. Yet, any discerning eye could recognize it as a treasure. Gu Qingxiu gazed at the scroll on the altar, a fleeting daze flickering in her eyes. This object remained here, but this time she was not alone, nor was she fleeing for her life. Instead, the atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of any peril, and the harrowing experiences of battling the chaotic beast seemed a distant memory. Noticing Gu Qingxiu in a trance, Gu Changge approached the altar, retrieved the scroll, and tossed it to her, saying, "Isn't this treasure what we came for? Take it." Gu Qingxiu instinctively caught it. However, upon realizing she held the Fate Wheel enhancement technique, she shook her head and said, "This time, Brother Changge, it is more fitting for you to take this opportunity. Aren't you curious about what this scroll records?" "Not curious," Gu Changge replied, stepping back to her side and affectionately ruffling her hair with a grin. "As long as you find it useful, that's enough." Gu Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback. Her heart raced uncontrollably, stirred by emotion she had never experienced before, leaving the proud female supreme at a loss. After Gu Changge handed the Fate Wheel enhancement technique back to Gu Qingxiu, the anticipated return prompt finally arrived. Ding! Host has gifted the bound target Gu Qingxiu Fate Wheel enhancement technique. You have triggered a 1,000-fold return critical hit. You have acquired Heavenly Destiny Transformation Technique. Heavenly Destiny Transformation Technique. One life, one destiny. The Wheel of Heavenly Fate. Where destiny resides, even without becoming an emperor, one is still an emperor. As Gu Changge beheld the return information before him, a tremor coursed through his heart. The Heavenly Destiny Wheel. Could this be the true name of the legendary Wheel of Heavenly Destiny? The items returned by the system are, in essence, treasures of unparalleled caliber. Ones that even the esteemed Changsheng clan cannot possess. This journey with Gu Qingxiu to acquire the Divine Fate Wheel's enhancement method has proven to be fortuitously timely. The Divine Fate Wheel. The 9-pattern Fate Wheel is already deemed invincible across the realms. One can only imagine the extraordinary nature of the Divine Fate Wheel. Would you like to claim a reward? The system's prompt jolted Gu Changge back to reality, and he thought to himself, "I shall refrain from claiming it for now." Sensing an air of peculiarity in this place, Gu Changge decided to wait until he exited before seizing the method for the Divine Fate Wheel. The description of the Divine Fate Wheel indicates its exceedingly formidable nature. Ascending its wheel is likely to be no simple feat, however. This poses no concern, as establishing a truly invincible foundation is expected to be fraught with challenges. Chapter 65. The Contest of Prodigies? No, you are not a prodigy. Ultimately, Gu Qingxiu presented the Wheel of Life enhancing technique to Gu Changge for inspection. Gu Changge feigned interest as he glanced over the technique before returning it to Gu Qingxiu. The reason for this was quite evident. It would serve no purpose. To elaborate, the Wheel of Life enhancing technique is limited to enhancing wheels of life with 9 patterns or fewer, and each enhancement demands the rarest treasures of heaven and earth. Even a family of longevity would struggle to gather the resources required for a single enhancement. In simpler terms, this technique seems tailor-made for the favored children of destiny. For those who are not such children could never hope to procure the necessary materials. Gu Changge's conjecture held no flaws. In her previous life, Gu Qingxiu's supreme bone was excavated, leading to insufficient foundation, resulting in her Wheel of Life being merely of 8 patterns. This technique would have aided her in forming a 9-pattern Wheel of Life. However, in this life, Gu Qingxiu had outgrown its necessity, for her Wheel of Life already boasted 9 patterns. She only sought to show the technique to Gu Changge to ascertain its potential utility for him. Yet it was glaringly apparent it bore no relevance. Moreover, Gu Qingxiu felt a tinge of regret at the thought of such a divine technique falling into the hands of another. At the exit of the chaotic rift, with both of them unable to utilize the technique, Gu Changge suggested, "Let us surrender this to the family. It may enhance your standing among them." Gu Qingxiu, about to decline and suggest Gu Changge submitted instead, was cut short by his resolute declaration. "It is settled then." With that, he stepped forth from the chaotic rift. Seeing this, Gu Qingxiu bit her cherry lips in frustration, stamping her foot lightly before following in Gu Changge's footsteps. Unbeknownst to her, She had unwittingly displayed a somewhat petulant demeanor before him. Outside, as Lai Tianyong boldly proclaimed his intent to spar with the prodigies of the Longevity Gu family, word spread swiftly, drawing the attention of surrounding factions and numerous powerful rogue cultivators. After all, the prodigies had yet to enter the world, and everyone was still in quiet cultivation, awaiting the emergence of the True Dragon and Flood Dragon rankings. The announcement of a sparring match involving a prodigy from the Longevity family piqued their curiosity. It is well known that the Longevity family stands high above, shrouded in mystery, and the prodigies they cultivate are beyond the imagination of ordinary practitioners. Such a contest of prodigies, how could they resist attending? A front-row seat to the unfolding drama. Buzz. A subtle ripple in space instantaneously captured the attention of the entire assembly. A tall figure clad in a black robe adorned with golden edges stepped gracefully through the rift. His obsidian hair, tied neatly at the waist, shimmered with brilliance. His flawless skin radiated an ethereal light, exuding an aura of nobility and otherworldliness. Upon his emergence, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth centered around him, captivated by his presence. Following closely, a woman emerged. Her stunningly youthful visage hinted at an emerging beauty that could captivate nations. Her pure aura resembled a flower poised to bloom, akin to a blue lotus rising unsullied from the mire, utterly mesmerizing. The two individuals, akin to celestial beings, each radiate brilliance when apart, but together they evoke an awe that is truly remarkable. The prodigies of the illustrious Changsheng family have made their entrance. Behold, the enchanting beauty and poise of Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu captivated all who beheld them, eliciting gasps of wonder from the crowd. As Gu Changge emerged from the spatial rift, he sensed an unusual intensity in the atmosphere. The fervent gazes of those around him were perplexing. Below, Lai Tianyong's eyes burned with intensity upon seeing Gu Changge, a slight smirk gracing his lips as a fierce determination filled his gaze. At that moment, he realized he had likely placed his bet wisely. The first prodigy to emerge from the Changsheng Gu family, with such demeanor and beauty, was undoubtedly a paragon of excellence, far from being a mere triviality to be easily subdued. Such a presence would surely create a stir. When his gaze fell upon Gu Qingqiu, Lai Tianyong was momentarily struck by her beauty, yet he quickly dismissed any further thoughts. A woman's beauty is often fleeting, and with time, one can find many such captivating figures. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that Lai Tianyong's resolve was commendable. He merely pondered whether he could withstand the impending challenge without succumbing to despair at the hands of Gu Changge. Son of Changge, Elder Gu Hui greeted Gu Changge with respect. What transpired? Gu Changge inquired curiously, with Gu Qingqiu casting a look of intrigue beside him. Elder Gu Hui gestured towards the distant warship of the Jiutian sect, indicating Lai Tianyong, son, the Lai family of the North Domain challenges you to a duel. The Lai family of the North Domain? Gu Changge followed Elder Gu Hui's gaze. Lai Tianyong, noticing Gu Changge's attention, stepped forward with an elegant stride, proclaiming, "You are the illustrious prodigy of the Changsheng Gu family who has come to the North Domain?" Gu Changge scrutinized Lai Tianyong with a hint of interest and asked, "And who might you be in relation to Lai Xuanhuan?" "Oh, you know my brother? How intriguing. It seems you hold a notable position within the Changsheng Gu family." Lai Tianyong responded, somewhat astonished by the mention of his brother's name. "Lai Xuanhuan is my brother. He is the son of our family." "So, he is the younger brother," Gu Changge acknowledged with a nod. His awareness of Lai Xuanhuan stemmed from the tales of his exceptional prowess, known as the Divine Sun physique, which had once conjured a celestial phenomenon during his ascension in the Wheel of Fate, casting the sky as a second sun. Yet, Gu Changge remained oblivious to Lai Xuanhuan's true capabilities in the realm of competition. "And who are you?" Lai Xuanhuan inquired of Gu Changge. "If you manage to defeat me, I shall reveal that to you," Gu Changge replied with a smile. "Very well. Your demeanor suggests you are indeed one of the most formidable prodigies of the Changsheng Gu family. Let us engage in this contest to elevate my name and fortify my resolve." Upon hearing this, Lai Tianyong burst into a hearty laughter, but in the next moment, a terrifying and searing aura emanated from his being. Without the presence of flames, the dreadful heat already scorched the void, causing it to hiss ominously. A competition of prodigies? Gu Changge assessed Lai Tianyang with a discerning gaze, only to shake his head in response. Observing this, Lai Tianyang's smile faltered. What does your head shake signify? However, Gu Changge then slowly uttered words that twisted his expression into one of rage. No, you do not qualify as a prodigy. Arrogance. Great Sun Palm. Lai Tianyang thundered. His face flushed with fury as he unleashed his wrath. Though he may not rival his brother, Lai Xianyang, he was undeniably one of the foremost talents nurtured by the Changsheng Lai family, a name well known throughout the northern region. Never had he endured such humiliation, especially when Gu Changge dared to declare him unworthy of the title. Chapter 66. The Reversal and Suppression. The true dragon of the Changsheng Gu family, the observing cultivators were taken aback upon witnessing this scene, their gazes fixated in astonishment. It had commenced. What words could the prodigy of the Gu family have uttered to incite such fury in Lai Tianyang? The Great Sun Palm, the signature divine art of the Lai family in the northern region. This individual must indeed be Lai Tianyang. It is rumored that Lai Tianyang's brother, Lai Xianyang, is the divine son of the Lai family, possessing the great sun divine body that scorches the heavens and boils the seas, manifesting a celestial phenomenon that spans 1,000 miles upon breaking through to the fate wheel stage. Truly formidable. This Lai Tianyang is no less impressive. Judging by the aura he exudes, even an ordinary cultivator at the divine realm would find themselves on the brink of peril against his strike. As Lai Tianyang unleashed his attack, a terrifying crimson radiance enveloped him. A fiery red pattern materialized above his head, and soon after, a colossal hand of flames, stretching over 10 zhong, emerged from the pattern, reaching towards Gu Changge below. Sizzle. The might of the Great Sun Palm was horrifying, as the tranquil void reacted as if a red-hot iron were cast into frigid waters, emitting a continuous, sizzling sound. Lai Tianyang had already attained the 9th layer of the Fate Wheel realm and was on the verge of breaking into the divine realm. Were it not for his aim to cultivate the best possible divine phenomenon, he would likely have already entered the divine realm. In terms of genuine combat prowess, Lai Tianyang arguably surpassed Lin Xingzhan, the Dao child of Tianlan sect. Any ordinary divine realm cultivator would be utterly insignificant before him. Regrettably, he was currently pitted against Gu Changge, a commendable move. Gu Changge lifted his gaze at the approaching Great Sun Palm and took a single step forward. In the next instant, boom, the Great Sun Palm crashed down upon the very spot where Gu Changge had stood moments before, erupting into a cataclysmic inferno that illuminated the sky like a second sun. However, Lai Tianyang did not rejoice, for gasps of astonishment echoed around him. Traversing the void. Could it be the Great Void Technique of the Changsheng Gu family? Indeed, the Great Void Technique of the Changsheng Gu family is terrifying. Even I in the path of enlightenment cannot discern how he moved. Gu Changge had already positioned himself at Lai Tianyang's flank, a divine radiance erupting from his grasp. You have made your move. Now let us witness my assault. This Lai Tianyang possesses considerable strength, being a mere step away from breaking through to the divine realm, thus could be regarded as half a step into the divine realm. Gu Changge grasped with one hand, summoning a colossal hand of 100 zhong, radiating a terrifying spatial fluctuation akin to a mountain descending upon Lai Tianyang. The void great hand seal. Lai Tianyang's countenance shifted as he beheld the divine art wielded by Gu Changge. In an instant, he summoned the void great hand seal, foregoing the need for hand seals. This could only be the work of one proficient in the art. Despite Gu Changge's youthful appearance, he had mastered the void great hand seal to such an extent, emanating an aura equivalent to at least the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel realm. All these factors coalesced. Lai Tianyang quickly realized that Gu Changge was undoubtedly a seed of prominence within the Changsheng Gu family. Yet, just as he began to contemplate Gu Changge's remarkable identity, his expression shifted drastically. For the void great hand seal unleashed by Gu Changge had instantaneously traversed a violet spatial wormhole, and the purple handprint now loomed before him. This is dire. Lai Tianyang's face turned ashen. There was no time left to impede it. The Changsheng family has risen to become one of the pinnacle immortal forces in Zhongzhou, largely due to the terrifying void scriptures. The combination of the Great Void Hand Seal and the Grand Void Technique allows them to defeat foes of higher ranks with the same ease as one consumes food and drink. Complemented by their divine bodies and treasured artifacts, it effortlessly elevates their kin to the ranks of the celestial prodigies. With a resounding boom, Lai Tianyong was decisively suppressed by the Great Void Hand Seal, plummeting into the ground. Before the eyes of the onlookers, a violet streak of light descended, crashing into the earth with a thunderous roar. As the violet Great Void Hand Seal gradually dissipated, it left behind a colossal handprint pit measuring 100 feet deep. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Lai Tianyong, the younger brother of the divine son Lai Xianyang, once renowned as a quasi-prodigy in the northern region, found himself subdued by a mere hand seal from the celestial prodigy of the Changsheng family. Many shifted their gazes from the ground to the calm figure of Gu Changge hovering in midair. Who was this person? Appearing to be scarcely 18, he effortlessly suppressed Lai Tianyong, who is at the 9th level of the life wheel realm, just a step away from entering the divine connection realm. Even ordinary beings at the divine connection realm would falter before him. The Changsheng family possesses a true dragon. Even if this individual does not become a divine son in the future, he is likely to ascend to the ranks of the Changsheng aristocracy. The surrounding cultivators murmured in awe. Beside them, the elder Gu Hui observed the scene with a satisfied nod, casting a disdainful smile at Lai Tianyong below. I had warned him not to regret it. At this moment, one could only wonder if Lai Tianyong felt any remorse. The divine son is not someone of his lowly stature to provoke. High above the Tianlan sect, the sect leader watched Gu Changge effortlessly suppress his fellow young prodigy Lai Tianyong, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Truly a monstrous talent. It seems the Changsheng family's divine son has only just come of age, yet possesses such formidable combat prowess. Terrifying. Atop the misty peak, Mu Qinghua stood upon a bolt of lightning, her snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. A hint of admiration and reverence graced her flawless countenance. Is this the elegance of the Changsheng family's divine son? One cannot help but be captivated. While the Tianlan sect may be notable in the northern region, it would scarcely rank among the titans of the central heavenly domain. As the saintess of the Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua knew that when the true dragon ranking and the flood dragon ranking are unveiled, she too must enter the fray. For a woman of her beauty, it is wise to seek a reliable follower to accompany her. Choosing the right companion not only paves the way for greater ease on her path, but also provides protection. After all, the competition will not solely consist of human prodigies. Ferocious beasts and other races will also make their moves. However, at present, I fear I do not even possess the qualifications to follow the divine son Changge. I must become stronger before entering the fray. I must break through to the divine connection realm and awaken my divine body, so that I may seek out the divine son Changge and aspire to walk in his shadow. A resolute determination shone in Mu Qinhua's eyes. Through these recent interactions, she has come to understand that Gu Changge is undoubtedly her greatest opportunity in this lifetime. To miss such a peerless prodigy would surely lead to immense regret. The matter concluded. After a day of recuperation at the Tianlan sect, we shall return home. Gu Changge gazed down at the disheveled Lai Tianyong, who was suppressed in the soil, before finally averting his eyes to call out to Gu Hui and Gu Qingxiu. Over a month had passed. Ji Ryu was likely awakening her yin-yang divine body by now. It remained uncertain whether she had heeded his initial counsel to conceal the extraordinary manifestations from the clan's powerful members. Furthermore, upon awakening her yin-yang divine body, Ji Ryu would be participating in the family's cave heaven trials, and that Yichun was still lurking with intent. As for the reason behind resting for a day at the Tianlan sect, it was naturally because Gu Changge wished to claim the reward for the destiny transformation method. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the northern region. It was reported that a prodigy from the Changsheng family of the central continent had taken residence within the Tianlan sect, and that Lai Tianyong of the Changsheng Lai family had challenged this prodigy. only to be swiftly suppressed and defeated. The dissemination of this news sent ripples of astonishment through countless individuals. Lai Tianyang had already made a name for himself in the northern region, even before the prodigies had emerged, undoubtedly possessing formidable abilities. Moreover, as a scion of a prestigious Changsheng family, even the most ordinary among them could rival some of the first-rate sea talents. Yet despite all this, he was unexpectedly subdued. It seemed that the Changsheng Gu family harbored a true dragon in this generation. Chapter 67. The precious transformation of the Dao wheel, Gu Changge, smoothly imparted the life wheel enhancement technique to Gu Qingqiu, returning the even more extraordinary heavenly fate transformation method to him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had been facing a series of misfortunes ever since his setback in the Spirit Spring Blessed Land. Whatever he endeavored, it seemed as though he encountered a mysterious resistance, rendering his efforts futile. Either events transpired prematurely or opportunities he was aware of were seized by others ahead of him. Particularly after offending Gu Changge in Yunlong City, the news was disseminated by the proprietor of the Gambling Stone Pavilion, leading to a chilling atmosphere where no one dared to associate with Yi Chen. He found himself without a place to call home and, in despair, was compelled to seek refuge in another city. This outcome filled Yi Chen with a sense of indignation and frustration. The Changsheng clan. There would come a day when even the Changsheng clan would have to tremble at his feet. He would remember Gu Changge. Tian'an City. After leaving Yunlong City, Yi Chen arrived at this new city, conveniently located near the Ji family of Changsheng. His primary objective was to join a sect that would grant him access to an opportunity within the Ji family's cave realm. Moreover, he vividly recalled that Jiryu would also participate in this opportunity, and she would face an attack from hostile forces within the Ji family, resulting in her temporary disconnection from the Changsheng Ji family. Yi Chen sought to seize this chance to strengthen his bond with Jiryu. This time, success was imperative. Upon joining the Xuanhuan sect, he aimed to elevate his status to the inner sect within half a month to secure a spot for the cave realm opportunity. Thereafter, he could smoothly accompany the Ji family. Surely, Gu Changge would not make an appearance this time. As long as he was absent, success was within reach. Yi Chen exhaled, harboring a grudge against Gu Changge for his experiences in Yunlong City. With his gaze sharpened, Yi Chen proceeded towards the Xuanhuan sect. Just as he set out, the once clear heavens suddenly dimmed, and in the next moment, the celestial phenomena of the yin and yang stood in tandem across the sky, illuminating a vast expanse of tens of thousands of miles. Witnessing this spectacle, countless eyes widened in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. However, this phenomenon lasted only a few seconds before being obscured by a terrifying aura of Dao. What is this phenomenon? My heavens! The yin and yang are standing in the void. Could it be that an unparalleled treasure is about to emerge? No one could ascertain the truth, as the phenomenon vanished in mere seconds, leaving no trace to investigate. It was undoubtedly a sign of a transcendent treasure's arrival. As the crowd murmured, Yi Chen, who had observed the scene, was momentarily stunned, only to be overcome with ecstatic realization. Could it be that Jiryu's yin-yang divine body has awakened? The yin-yang divine body. Yi Chen licked his lips. This was a dual cultivation divine body. Each instance of dual cultivation would significantly enhance both parties' cultivation, establishing a solid foundation devoid of any superficiality. If I could cultivate with Jiryu, Yi Chen's breath quickened. With Jiryu's yin-yang divine body, combined with the resources of the Changsheng Ji family for cultivation, he dared not imagine how swiftly his strength would soar. Initially, Yi Chen merely sought to acquire the fortuitous opportunities presented by the Ji family's cave. However, with Jiryu awakening her yin-yang divine body, he was acutely aware that she would undoubtedly participate. This opportunity has become even more coveted than before. Yet, Jiryu has summoned the formidable protectors of her family. Otherwise, the extraordinary phenomenon would not merely manifest within a radius of 10,000 miles. It would have reverberated throughout the heavenly Dao domain, akin to the awakening of Gu Changge's celestial bone. At that juncture, various factions would have conducted their inquiries and discerned the truth. It goes without saying that the ensuing troubles would mirror the recent fortunes of Jiryu, as observed by Gu Changge. Fortunately, this situation has been alleviated. Although it has incited a considerable stir, the Changsheng family can deftly obscure the news, allowing it to dissipate quietly. The Changsheng family. The Yin-Yang divine body. Ji Zhao gazed intently at the small courtyard where Ji Ruyu resided. Was that piece of Yin-Yang spirit jade gifted by Changge? He inquired. Ji Xuanhuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is what Ruyu has conveyed. Ji Zhao stroked his beard and chuckled. Changge has generously bestowed the Yin-Yang spirit jade upon Ruyu. It appears he holds her in high regard. Now that Ruyu has awakened her Yin-Yang divine body, coupled with Changge's prodigious talents, I believe the Changsheng family can continue our alliance with the Changsheng family. Ji Xuanhuan wholeheartedly concurred. I had the same thought. It is wise to keep our resources within the family. With Changge's extraordinary celestial bone and now another unparalleled talent, they are destined to ascend within the heavenly Dao domain and even reach the pinnacle of the 3,000 Dao domains. We must seize the moment to cultivate this relationship. Ruyu is an ideal candidate. Previously, without her divine body awakened, she could not propose terms, but now that she has awakened her Yin-Yang divine body, it alone will attract countless admirers. Ji Zhao nodded slightly. In that case, please reach out to Xuanhuan from the Changsheng family. After all, Changge's mother remains a gem of our Changsheng family. Ha! Ji Xuanhuan erupted in hearty laughter, and Ji Zhao joined him in joyous mirth. Meanwhile, Changge remained oblivious to the external upheavals. At this moment, his consciousness was immersed within his sea of awareness, comprehending the heavenly fate transformation will technique. Almost instantaneously upon engaging with this technique, a thunderous sound of Tao resonated in his ears, as if innumerable profound truths of heaven and earth were inscribed within his soul. Had it not been for the system's bestowed divine abilities, allowing him to grasp the techniques instantaneously with his current cultivation level, it would have taken an arduous amount of time and effort to comprehend such a transcendent method. However, that was no longer necessary. As Changge touched upon the profound essence of the heavenly fate transformation wheel technique, countless golden tadpole characters began to rise and fall within his sea of awareness, drawing ever closer to his conscious soul, merging seamlessly within him. Uncertain how much time had passed, when Changge finally reopened his eyes, they shimmered with countless golden characters, and his dual pupils radiated a faint, ethereal glow. He had finally completed his comprehension. To my astonishment, the destiny transformation wheel is indeed terrifying. In order for the 9 patterns to forge the destiny wheel, it requires the 5 element treasures, supplemented by the dual energies of yin and yang, to evolve the wheel of fate into a brand new Taoist grinding wheel of cosmic destiny. The 5 element treasures. Speaking of which, when I previously bestowed the yin-yang spirit jade upon Ji Ruyu, the system returned to me the fruits of the 5 elements. Fortunately, I did not utilize it. Otherwise, gathering the 5 element treasures would likely consume a considerable amount of time. As for the dual energies of yin and yang, based on the current trajectory of fortune, my sister Ruyu should be on the verge of awakening her yin-yang divine body. Surely, there is no treasure of yin and yang energies that can compare to those born from the emergence of the yin-yang divine body. How reassuring. Changge smiled softly, as events unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated, everything flowing with such natural ease. Chapter 68. The saintess's heart is tied to the Son of Heaven. You're all my wings. Having acquired the destiny of the wheel of transformation, while others find the quest for the 5 elements treasures exceedingly arduous, he has fortuitously obtained the 5 elements Tao fruit in advance, and notably, has not yet utilized it. The dual energies of yin and yang surround him, as those nearby embody the essence of the yin-yang divine body. Now he must seek Ji Ruyu. He is on the verge of consolidating the wheel of heavenly mandate. However, he currently resides in the northern domain and must first return to the Changsheng clan to inform Qing of the events that transpired in the northern domain, primarily to preclude any unforeseen circumstances in the future. After all, he has publicly humiliated the Changsheng clan this time around. He effortlessly subdued a prodigy from the Changsheng clan. Although Lai Tianyang may not be regarded as a prodigy in Gu Changge's eyes. He is undeniably perceived as such by the people of the northern domain. Rising to his feet, Gu Changge stepped out of the secluded chamber prepared by the Tianlan sect. Upon his emergence, he was greeted by the waiting Gu Qingqiu, the elder Gu Hui, the sect leader of Tianlan and the saintess of Tianlan, Mu Qinghua. Congratulations, son of God Changge, on your significant advancement in strength. The sect leader of Tianlan beamed a radiant smile upon seeing Gu Changge and congratulated him. Typically, a retreat implies an endeavor to comprehend divine techniques. Thus, it signifies a gain and a further enhancement of power. Gu Changge had just concluded a battle with Lai Tianyang and retreated to Tianlan's sect, undoubtedly seizing an opportunity from that encounter. Although the sect leader perceived the clash between Gu Changge and Lai Tianyang as hardly a battle, prodigies are not measured by conventional standards. Ultimately, congratulations were in order. Mu Qinghua also gazed at Gu Changge, her beautiful eyes blinking as she slightly lowered her gaze. Congratulations, son of God Changge. There's no need for excessive formality. Gu Changge smiled, then addressed the sect leader. I apologize for the prolonged stay at Tianlan sect. Now that matters are resolved, we are prepared to return to the Changsheng Gu clan. In the future, the sect leader is welcome to visit our clan. Certainly, certainly. The sect leader's face brightened at his words, responding eagerly. He understood that he had caught Gu Changge's attention, having metaphorically grasped a strand of the Changsheng Gu clan's influence. Moreover, during Gu Changge's stay at Tianlan sect, both he and the sect had undoubtedly reaped considerable benefits. Gu Changge's arrival was a boon for them. Aside from Lin Xingzhan's reckless challenge, which resulted in his defeat, there was nothing amiss. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded. Meanwhile, Mu Qinghua felt a tinge of sadness upon hearing that Gu Changge would be departing Tianlan sect to return to the Changsheng Gu clan. Her bright eyes dimmed slightly, yet she could express nothing, uncertain of her standing. After bidding farewell to the sect leader, Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu ascended the carriage, driven by elder Gu Hui towards the interdomain teleportation array. Before the gates of Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua stood gracefully, her beauty transcending the mundane, akin to a rare celestial lotus. Her long, snow-white hair fluttered gently in the wind, and her flowing white dress added to her ethereal charm, making her appear as though she were not of this world. This enchanting sight drew the attention of countless male disciples from Tianlan sect, reviving their spirits. Unbeknownst to them, their dream goddess had already departed alongside a man. As the master of the Tianlan sect watched the carriage vanish, he withdrew his gaze and beheld the expression on Mu Qinghua's face. He sighed and remarked, Qinghua, to have the opportunity to interact with such an extraordinary talent as the divine son of Changge is a stroke of immense fortune in 3 lifetimes. Now, receiving an invitation from the Changsheng Gu family to visit is already a remarkable achievement. It will be wise to refrain from harboring unrealistic notions. I understand, Mu Qinghua replied softly. I see you comprehend, yet you seem unwilling to awaken. Turning away, Mu Qinghua said to the master of Tianlan sect, I shall now return to my cultivation, sect master. Once I achieve a breakthrough in the Tongshan realm, I intend to venture into the sacred grounds of our sect to awaken my divine body. When I awaken my divine body, she chose not to elaborate further, but the master of Tianlan's sect likely grasped her intent. Foolish child, the master sighed deeply, reflecting on how, in just a few days of interaction with Gu Changge, their sect's holy maiden had been captivated. Initially, he had encouraged Mu Qinghua to engage with Gu Changge, hoping for a different outcome. Upon returning to the Changsheng Gu family, Gu Changge sought out Gu Qing to discuss matters pertaining to the Tianlan sect. When informed of Gu Changge's effortless suppression of Lai Tianyang, Gu Qing nodded with a smile. No matter, our Changsheng family does not quibble over such trifles, and you have committed no injustice. It was merely the young scion of the Lai family seeking trouble. By the way, what have you been up to in the Changsheng Gu family? After just a month of your return, they have already contacted your mother, urging her to bring you around more often. Moreover, that child Ryu has awakened her yin-yang divine body, which is related to you, isn't it? You truly cannot hide anything from your father. Gu Changge smiled slightly. I gifted my cousin Ryu a yin-yang spirit jade, which coincidentally aligns with her constitution. Ah, the yin-yang spirit jade. Now that is an unparalleled treasure. Gu Qing exclaimed, then scrutinized Gu Changge from head to toe. Noticing his father's gaze, Gu Changge inquired, "What is it, father?" "Nothing much. I was merely reflecting on how, without realizing it, you have grown so much. You carry yourself with poise, exuding an extraordinary presence. With your looks, charm, and unparalleled talent, it seems your romantic prospects could flourish into a veritable grove of peach blossoms." Gu Changge's lips twitched before he shook his head. "My aspirations lie with Changsheng, matters of the heart. Father, I believe it is best to let things unfold naturally. Indeed, letting nature take its course is wise." Gu Qing chuckled. "So what are your thoughts on the child Ryu? She has now awakened her yin-yang divine body. If you are unaware of the benefits of this extraordinary physique, allow me to enlighten you. This time, the Changsheng Ji family took the initiative to contact your mother and encouraged you to frequently visit them. It seems they have taken a liking to you. After all, one would not allow such precious resources to flow to outsiders. If you possess..." At this moment, Gu Changge began to listen as Gu Qing, resembling a nagging old mother, elaborated on the myriad advantages of the yin-yang divine body, showering praises that were nothing short of extravagant. Gu Changge soon comprehended the situation. It appeared that Gu Qing and Ji Xuanhuan were intent on bringing him and Ji Ryu together. Indeed, Ji Ryu's yin-yang divine body is incredibly alluring. However, he truly had no such intentions. In this lifetime, he was devoted to the pursuit of longevity. Yet, wait a moment. It seems that indulging in romance might not be an impediment after all. Now, with the binding of the return system, Gu Qingxiu is a reborn female supreme. Her beauty and grace are beyond comparison. The second is Ji Ryu, the daughter of a long-lived family, possessing a dual cultivation of yin and yang. And her beauty is also unparalleled. It appears that since the binding with the return system commenced, he would inevitably become entangled with them. You all are my wings. Are you not? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Changge couldn't help but laugh softly to himself before shaking his head. Allowing things to unfold naturally is the way to go. If he were to truly pursue someone, he would not hesitate. Moreover, since the binding began, it seems he has already unconsciously regarded them as his destined partners. Chapter 69. The Ancient Yin-Yang Sect. The Yin-Yang Cave Heaven on the second day. Before an exquisitely crafted palanquin, Gu Changge and Ji Xuanhuan bid farewell to Gu Qing and Gu Qingxiu. Ji Xuanhuan winked at Gu Qing, smilingly assuring him, "Rest assured, this time it will likely just be a casual chat, with no other matters at hand. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return." Though Gu Qing voiced his agreement, the subtle glances exchanged between the two did not escape Gu Changge's notice. He turned his attention to Gu Qingxiu, saying, "Upon my return, should you encounter any opportunities, let's act together. Every time I explore treasures with Sister Qingxiu, we have always made remarkable gains." "All right." Gu Qingxiu, momentarily taken aback, nodded in response. Indeed, their previous encounters with Gu Changge had yielded unexpected rewards. She found herself feeling inexplicably close to him, yet hesitant to draw too near, likely still haunted by the events of her past life. "I shall take my leave now." With a wave, Gu Changge ascended the palanquin. Observing this, Ji Xuanhuan turned to Gu Qing and remarked, "Whether this will bear fruit depends on Changge himself. As parents, we must respect his wishes, for fruit that is forced cannot be sweet." "Indeed, we shall do our utmost." Gu Qing nodded, gazing after Gu Changge's figure. Should Changge and Ryu truly succeed, it would elevate the relationship between the Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family to new heights. With the presence of the divine body Ji Haoyue on the Ji family's side, such a union would significantly bolster Changge's aspirations in this life. In terms of aptitude, Gu Changge now surpassed even the top-tier prodigy Ji Haoyue among the 3,000 realms, leading to even greater expectations from the Changsheng Gu family. It was anticipated that Gu Changge's future achievements would at least reach that of a quasi-emperor, and indeed, a formidable one at that. He was undoubtedly the most promising contender for the title of emperor in this era. "Off I go. If any issues arise, I will contact you." "Understood." In the Changsheng Ji family, Ji Ruyu stood alongside Ji Haoyue in a picturesque courtyard. They gazed towards the sky, each lost in their own thoughts. Ruyu, with your awakening of the yin-yang divine body, our family's divine king scripture may no longer be suitable for you. Isn't there an ancient yin-yang sect cave within our clan? It is said that the inheritance there has yet to be claimed. This should be fitting for you. Ji Haoyue said with a smile. The ancient yin-yang sect, in antiquity, was a renowned and formidable longevity force, yet for reasons unknown, it shattered overnight, scattering its legacy. Some legends speak of its ambition to covet the secrets of immortality, resulting in a forbidden reckoning. Others suggest it incurred the wrath of celestial beings, leading to its annihilation. In any case, the ancient yin-yang sect was a terrifying force capable of touching upon the secrets of immortality, and its legacy was undoubtedly extraordinary. The Changsheng family held dominion over one of its ancient cave heavens. If Changge were here, she would undoubtedly confirm that this is indeed the family cave realm that Ji Ruyu has been foreseeing she would participate in, the ancient yin-yang sect. Yiruyu murmured to herself. The name alone suggests it is a legacy traversing both the realms of yin and yang, and given that it was recommended by Ji Haoyue, its prestige is evident. She had also heard of this name before, hence she did not decline the invitation. Will the yin-yang cave realm open? Ji Ruyu inquired with curiosity. It should be in a few days. However, the yin-yang cave realm was initially discovered and reported by several factions affiliated with our Changsheng family. So those factions will also have quotas. We can go together then, Ji Haoyue explained. This cave realm restricts practitioners above the divine connection realm. So the Lifewill realm is just right. As Ji Haoyue spoke, she shifted the conversation, asking Ji Ruyu, by the way, Ruyu, what are your thoughts on cousin Changge? Huh? Ji Ruyu blinked innocently, unsure why Ji Haoyue suddenly posed such a question. Recently, since emerging from her seclusion, she had heard many praises about Changge from Ji Xuanhuan, Ji Zhaolao, and several close clan elders. They often remarked that if someone from the Changsheng family could become a Dao partner with Changge, it would be a tremendous boon for both the woman and the family. If it were someone else, they might have quickly grasped the implications of these words. However, Ji Ruyu, a youthful yet mature beauty, remained oblivious. What do I think of Brother Changge? Ji Ruyu pondered, her cherry lips pursed slightly, her bright eyes seemingly reflecting the ethereal image of Changge. She recalled their first encounter, the impression he left on her, and how he gifted her the yin-yang spirit jade. From beginning to end, Changge had shown genuine concern for her awakening of the divine body. Suddenly, Ji Ruyu seemed to grasp something, her fair face flushing as she shyly remarked, Brother Changge is wonderful. I doubt there's anyone as good as him in the 3,000 Dao domains. Ji Haoyue was taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter. Good. He felt that as long as there were no issues on Changge's side, what he and his father envisioned would likely come to fruition. In Ji Haoyue's eyes, Changge was undoubtedly the perfect match for Ji Ruyu. During their last encounter, Ji Haoyue had deeply realized the extent of Changge's formidable potential. At that moment, Changge's voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Haoyue, Ruyu? Huh? Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu turned in unison to the direction of Changge. Upon seeing him, Ji Haoyue exclaimed with delight, We were just discussing you, Changge. I didn't expect you to appear so suddenly. Discussing me? Changge approached Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu, responding with curiosity. Indeed, Ji Haoyue nodded. I was asking Ruyu what she thinks of you. She feels you are quite remarkable. Speaking of which, what do you think of Ruyu? Upon hearing these words, Ji Ruyu inexplicably felt a wave of tension wash over her. With her large, expressive eyes, she discreetly glanced at Changge, her delicate hands nervously fidgeting with her dress. What did she think of Ruyu? Quite well indeed. Quite well? Well, ha. Ji Haoyue, elated by the response, stepped forward to pat Changge on the shoulder. However, upon making contact, the palpable vitality emanating from beneath Changge's attire, resembling that of a pure-blooded beast cub, caused Ji Haoyue's previously joyful expression to tighten slightly. Releasing her grip, she took 2 steps back to scrutinize Changge from head to toe. Goodness, Changge, it has only been a little over a month since we last met. Yet you seem transformed, your vitality. Truly astounding. Upon closer inspection, Ji Haoyue discerned that Gu Changge's cultivation had reached an extraordinarily profound level. She suspected he had traversed a considerable distance on the path of the life wheel. Most notably, the vitality of his physical form had intensified beyond recognition, far surpassing what it had been before. Chapter 70. A confrontation with Ji Haoyue once again. This individual is truly a monster. Upon sensing the astonishing transformation in Gu Changge within such a brief period, Ji Haoyue's fighting spirit surged rapidly. During their last encounter, he had suppressed his own cultivation. Initially believing their battle to be evenly matched, he was caught off guard by Gu Changge's formidable physical prowess, resulting in an instantaneous defeat. Yet defeat is defeat. Ji Haoyue would not dwell on it. However, he bore an indomitable spirit within. Now, upon seeing Gu Changge again, whose power had escalated to an unimaginable level, the smoldering embers of his previous dissatisfaction were reignited. His fighting spirit ablaze, Ji Haoyue looked at Gu Changge with fervent intensity and declared, "Changge, it has been a month and a half since our last duel. Our previous encounter was too hasty, and I did not have the chance to fully engage. Shall we spar once more? Are you certain, Cousin Haoyue?" Gu Changge responded with keen interest as he scrutinized him. The last time Ji Haoyue had suppressed his energy, it had instilled in him a sense of imminent threat. However, now that Ji Haoyue stood before him, that feeling had dissipated, leaving only a faint sense of menace. "Of course, let us proceed to the training grounds," Ji Haoyue said, casually placing one hand behind his back as he strode towards the arena. "Sire," Ji Riyue exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Gu Changge chuckled. "It is fine. Since Cousin Haoyue wishes to spar, I shall accompany him in this endeavor." With that, Gu Changge beckoned Ji Riyue to follow Ji Haoyue's lead. Ji Haoyue, perhaps intentionally, moved at a swift pace, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. Gu Changge, witnessing this, could only shake his head in bemusement. It was rather blatant, after all. Nevertheless, he decided to let things unfold naturally. "Riyue, has your yin-yang divine body awakened?" Gu Changge inquired, turning his gaze towards Ji Riyue beside him. In comparison to their initial encounter, Ji Riyue now radiated an ethereal beauty, her skin as flawless as jade, her features even more striking than before. She embodied a lively spirit, enhanced with an enchanting grace, resembling a fairy. Her complexion was pristine, her youthful visage exuding an aura of purity, particularly accentuated by her curvaceous figure, a veritable embodiment of temptation. Indeed, Ji Riyue nodded, her expression filled with gratitude as she addressed Gu Changge. "I owe much to you, Brother Changge, for providing me with the yin-yang spirit jade and foreseeing the awakening of my divine body, allowing my family to arrange for our ancestor as protection. Otherwise, I would be in quite a predicament now." "Everything seems to be progressing smoothly," Gu Changge remarked. "Your successful awakening of the yin-yang divine body will serve me well." Ji Riyue gazed at him in surprise, suddenly contemplating the implications of the yin-yang divine body. Her initially astonished countenance flushed crimson, and she shyly raised her hands, saying, Brother Changge, I'm truly delighted that I can be of use to you. But isn't this a bit too soon?" "No, I don't mean too soon. Just I feel that such matters should be allowed to develop naturally. This feels rather too direct." Gu Changge rolled his eyes. He is no child. How could he not understand that this is a misunderstanding regarding Ji Riyue? "You are overthinking it. When I mentioned that you were beneficial to me, I was referring to the awakening of your yin-yang divine body, which has birthed the formidable yin-yang energy within you that is advantageous to me. I have acquired a transcendent technique that necessitates the circulation of the yin and yang energies." "Huh? So that's how it is." Yiruyu stameret. And upon realizing this, she nearly wished to bury herself in embarrassment. "Oh dear, what absurd thoughts have I entertained? In any case, after I finish discussing with Cousin Haoyue, I would appreciate your assistance." No problem." After Gu Changge had a conversation with Ji Riyue, they arrived at the training ground. It was the same arena where they had clashed previously. However, it had since been restored to its original state, apparently reinforced with protective formations that enveloped the surrounding structures. Upon seeing Gu Changge approach with a still slightly blushing Ji Ruyu, Ji Haoyue's smile grew even more radiant. Gu Changge stepped onto the training ground. "Cousin Changge, may I inquire about your current cultivation level?" Ji Haoyue asked. "I am suppressing my cultivation to match yours, just as before." "Sixth layer of the Fate Wheel." Gu Changge casually replied. "What? Sixth layer of the Fate Wheel? Last time, I recall you being at the third layer, right?" "Yes. I made some progress in the past month and a half." "Goodness, you have just come of age, and you are 2 years my junior. Yet at 16, you have reached the sixth layer of the Fate Wheel? Such talent!" Ji Haoyue exclaimed, losing the initial awe he had felt upon first meeting Gu Changge. In his presence, Ji Haoyue felt utterly inadequate, both in appearance and talent. He never imagined he would experience the sensation of being completely outclassed by another. It is worth noting that he was hailed as the most exceptional prodigy of the Ji family in millennia, possessing an awakened, divine, king physique from birth. He had cultivated at an astonishing pace, garnering admiration from the family elders for his comprehension of techniques. Now, 2 years later, he had broken into the spirit-communicating realm at a youthful age, awakening the divine, king manifestation. Such talent would be considered top-tier, even among the 3,000 Dao domains. Yet, in comparison to Gu Changge, he felt like a mere novice. The latter had already reached the sixth layer of the Fate Wheel, and at this rate of advancement, he would likely attain the spirit-communicating realm within a year. A 17-year-old in the spirit-communicating realm? Incredible. Moreover, the strength of Gu Changge's physical body was akin to that of a pure-blood beast cub, if not even more formidable. Yet, the most significant aspect of his prowess lay in his ancient, sacred dual pupils, which had now awakened a second innate talent, the celestial bone. With such extraordinary accumulations, Ji Haoyue found himself at a loss for words to describe the entity before him. It was an unfathomable monster. Gu Changge observed Ji Haoyue lost in thought and kindly reminded him, "Cousin Haoyue, I believe it would be unnecessary for you to restrain your cultivation. Let us engage in this duel, as it is merely a friendly spar. If we do not give our all, the exchange would lose its essence." Upon hearing these words, Ji Haoyue regained his composure and immediately shook his head. "That is not acceptable. A spar must be fair and just. Since you, Changge, are at the sixth level of the Fate Wheel, I shall also suppress my cultivation to the sixth level." With that, Ji Haoyue's aura was promptly restrained to match the sixth level of the Fate Wheel. Seeing his insistence, Gu Changge acquiesced, though he pondered how much strength he ought to exert. The last time he had inadvertently bested Ji Haoyue in just a few moves. Now, he felt it necessary to consider the other's dignity, for the Gu and Ji families shared a deeply rooted alliance. Chapter 71. The Rising Moon Over the Sea. Ji Haoyue suppressed his cultivation to the sixth layer of the life wheel and then turned to Gu Changge, stating earnestly, "Changge, let us spar under equal circumstances. Do not hold back, otherwise it will not be enjoyable." "All right," Gu Changge replied, not holding back. "I fear I might inadvertently knock you out with a single punch." Since his elder cousin had expressed such intent, he decided to take the matter a touch more seriously. In terms of cultivation level, Gu Changge dared assert that he was second to none. "Come on." Upon hearing Gu Changge's response, Ji Haoyue instantly focused, signaling Gu Changge to make his move. Without hesitation, Gu Changge stepped forward. Great void technique. In a flash, it was as if he had teleported, and Gu Changge appeared before Ji Haoyue in an instant. His right fist clenched, and nearly half of his internal particles, transformed into colossal elephants, roared with overwhelming force, converging upon that singular blow as if aiming to shatter the very void. Ji Haoyue could hardly fathom that Gu Changge's great void technique had reached such a remarkable level at this tender age, executed without the need for hand seals or incantations, allowing him to traverse the void instantaneously. Ji Haoyue's heart raced in alarm, leaving him with just enough time to release his spiritual energy and cross his arms defensively before him. Then, with a thunderous roar, a wave of terrifying energy erupted in the training ground. In the next moment, a figure akin to a cannonball was launched from the arena, crashing violently into a nearby structure. Bang! The formation appeared. Ji Haoyue slid down from the formation, kneeling on one knee, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Gazing at his quivering hands, he looked up in disbelief at Gu Changge, who stood on the training ground, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Changge, your great void technique. This level must be at least minor mastery. Indeed, I recently achieved minor mastery in my void technique, Gu Changge replied thoughtfully, looking at Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue was utterly flabbergasted. And your physical prowess has multiplied several times since just a month and a half ago. And it seems even more than that. Changge, what on earth is your training regimen? Ji Haoyue rose from the ground. Undeniably, their recent spar had already determined the victor. As the esteemed scion of the Ji family, endowed with the divine king physique, he found himself without even a glimmer of resistance against Gu Changge in their confrontation. Though Gu Changge's use of the Great Void technique had caught him off guard, the power he sensed from that punch made it clear to Ji Haoyue that even if he activated his divine king physique and engaged Gu Changge earnestly, he would still be at a disadvantage, let alone the fact that this was merely the essence of the void scripture and his physical strength. Gu Changge still possessed his heavy pupil and celestial bone, which he had yet to utilize. In a true battle at full strength, Ji Haoyue realized that he, as a prodigy of this caliber, would likely be unable to withstand even 10 exchanges against Gu Changge. Gasp! After their brief encounter, Ji Haoyue pondered Gu Changge's strength and felt a shiver run down his spine. Just continue with your normal cultivation, Gu Changge contemplated, recognizing that he had indeed been training normally, albeit with an abundance of fortuitous encounters, each one more extraordinary than the last. And thus, the sparring with Ji Haoyue continued. Gu Changge came to realize that his strength was now sufficient to contend directly with the extraordinary talents of his generation, such as Ji Haoyue, who were 1 or 2 years ahead of him. Should he reach the same realm, he would be invincible in the world. Even though there might be some prodigies surpassing Ji Haoyue, they would only be marginally stronger, at most 0, 5 or 2 times stronger than Ji Haoyue. However, in the same realm, he could very well equate to 10 or even 20 Ji Haoyus. After all, by that time, his fate wheel would surely have transformed into the wheel of heavenly Dao. The miraculous manifestations of the divine connection realm were undeniably formidable. I find your notion of normal cultivation quite peculiar, Ji Haoyue remarked, although he felt an immense sense of joy and satisfaction as he gazed at Gu Changge. Finding him increasingly agreeable, the idea of having Gu Changge as a brother-in-law seemed entirely plausible. Let's go again. I should have heeded your advice earlier and engaged you with all my might, Ji Haoyue declared as he leaped back onto the martial arts stage. The sealed spiritual energy within him began to circulate once again, and the powerful aura of the divine connection realm enveloped the entire arena in an instant. With the unsealing of his cultivation, Ji Haoyue radiated an aura akin to a divine being, exuding an overwhelming presence. As his dark hair flowed like a cascade, he appeared as if a true king of the world stood before them. At that moment, Gu Changge also felt the palpable sense of threat emanating from Ji Haoyue. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he nodded earnestly. I too will give my all. Cousin Haoyue, do not hold back. We all possess life-saving trump cards, and we can certainly stop short of fatal consequences. In that case, I shall not hold back. Ji Haoyue's face tightened as he felt the pressure of having been bested by Gu Changge multiple times, particularly now, as he prepared to confront Gu Changge with the powers of the divine connection realm against his 6th layer of the fate wheel. He felt it was imperative to secure a victory. A terrifying phenomenon enveloped the entire martial arts arena. In an instant, the arena was shrouded by a grand oceanic spectacle, with shimmering waves and towering mountains surrounding it. Most fearsome of all, as a dreadful sound of surging tides echoed, a luminous moon, hundreds of feet in diameter, slowly ascended from the ocean's surface, looming behind Ji Haoyue. Divine connection realm, phenomenon of the divine king. The rising moon over the sea. Standing before this radiant moon, Ji Haoyue resembled an immortal deity, emanating immense pressure. Below the stage, Ji Ryu observed the scene and could not help but express her concern. Brother Haoyue, you are being rather shameless. Engaging in a contest against Brother Changge with the powers of the divine connection realm is one thing, but to employ a phenomenon as well. Ahem. The once ethereal Ji Haoyue coughed awkwardly, inadvertently breaking his dignified demeanor. I truly do not wish to resort to this, Ryu, he admitted helplessly. Changge is simply too formidable. If I do not give my all, he cannot fully enjoy this duel either. Regardless, it's just underhanded play. Go, brother Changge, Ji Ryu declared, initially torn about whom to cheer for, but now her choice was clear. Indeed, Gu Changge smiled at Ji Ryu before turning his serious gaze towards Ji Haoyue, who was now enveloped in the divine phenomenon of the rising moon over the sea. At that moment, Gu Changge felt an overwhelming force of nature surrounding him, each movement imbued with an extraordinary sense of pressure. Ji Haoyue stood in the void, gazing down at Gu Changge and cautioned, Cousin Changge, be careful. As soon as the words left his lips, the bright moon behind him trembled slightly, unleashing waves of silvery light that surged forth, manifesting an invisible force of lethal intent aimed directly at Gu Changge. Observing this, Gu Changge swiftly activated the Grand Void technique, evading the moon's deadly assault and positioning himself opposite Ji Haoyue. The divine body of the god king conjured a celestial phenomenon, the bright moon rising over the sea, renowned across 3,000 realms. I have long been curious. Cousin Haoyue, I shall not hold back any longer. With that, Gu Changge's eyes widened ever so slightly, and in an instant, intricate and profound patterns emerged within his pupils, as if the pinnacle of mystery were unfolding within. Chapter 72. I have decided on this son-in-law. After a brief moment, a resounding light erupted from the depths of his gaze. This divine radiance pierced through the void, coalescing into two formidable weapons imbued with terrifying lethality. Aimed directly at Ji Haoyue. The moon turned 9 times, and the chaos of the universe unfolded. Ji Haoyue gazed at Gu Changge, the intricate patterns of Dao manifesting in his eyes, his expression shifting to one of solemnity as he proclaimed with a booming voice that resonated through the ether. The colossal moon behind him began to rotate in awe-inspiring fashion. With a thunderous roar, 2 beams of moonlight shot forth from the great moon, colliding instantaneously with Gu Changge's piercing gaze. The martial arena reverberated with a deafening explosion, akin to a cataclysmic detonation reverberating through the abyss. In that fleeting moment, spiritual energy surged, creating ripples that spread outward, accompanied by shards of divine weaponry formed from moonlight and divine radiance cascading down. Indeed, the divine king physique shattered my piercing gaze with a mere turn. Gu Changge seemed to have entirely forgotten that Ji Haoyue was a being of the divine connection realm, a full level above him. His future sight had already glimpsed the preceding scene. He appeared to stand on an unassailable foundation, striking towards a vulnerable point in Ji Haoyue's defenses with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, even the most formidable phenomena harbor weaknesses. My piercing gaze possesses the unparalleled ability to penetrate illusions, revealing vulnerabilities and glimpsing into the future. The Void Hand Seal, terrifying patterns of Dao manifested beside Ji Haoyue, and a colossal purple hand emerged from the symbols, crashing down upon Ji Haoyue with tremendous force. As he beheld the oppressive purple hand, which seemed to blot out the heavens, a light chuckle escaped Ji Haoyue's lips. The immense moon behind him surged with light, swiftly coalescing into a silvery barrier before him. The purple hand collided with the silvery shield, producing a thunderous roar as the overwhelming force battered the barrier. Yet not a single crack appeared, steadfastly repelling the purple hand. No matter how exceptional the talent, without formidable cultivation to support it, all is but an illusion. The moon's second transformation. As Gu Changge and Ji Haoyue engaged in their fierce confrontation, it resembled a philosophical discourse. Amidst their light-hearted banter, terrifying divine abilities manifested, launching towards one another in relentless assault. The martial arena had, by this juncture, been reduced to a mere wasteland amidst their full exertion of power. Surrounding structures, even with protective formations, had succumbed to destruction in numerous places. At this moment, Ji Haoyue had already executed the 6th transformation of the moon's 9 turns. while Gu Changge had unleashed all his capabilities save for his celestial bones. He had drawn upon his physical strength, his piercing gaze, and the powers of the void. Thus far, neither side had emerged victorious. Ji Haoyue was utterly astonished, as tangible silvery light emanated from the great moon behind him, casting an ethereal glow upon him, resembling an immortal being, while the moon behind him appeared as if it were the true full moon gracing the heavens. Changge, how many trump cards do you still possess? Ji Haoyue inquired, both amused and exasperated. He had already reached the 6th transformation of the moon. Surpassing this threshold would unleash powers beyond his easy control. Only in life-and-death battles would one resort to the might of transformations beyond the 6th. It is nearly time, almost nearly time. Ji Haoyue was on the brink of losing his breath. He had already revealed all of his trump cards and was now relying solely on his remaining strength for the final showdown. However, judging by Gu Changge's tone, it seemed he had other hidden resources. Upon careful reflection, Ji Haoyue suddenly realized that Gu Changge had not utilized his celestial bone in battle at all. He had solely relied on the Void Sutra and his formidable physique, coupled with the power of his. Contemplating this, Ji Haoyue couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. It was better to concede now. Continuing the fight would likely lead to an outcome he couldn't bear. The extraordinary phenomena behind Ji Haoyue slowly dissipated, and he abandoned any thoughts of testing Gu Changge further. There was simply no alternative. The cost of such an endeavor was far too great. If he were to injure his Dao heart before even entering the world, it would spell self-destruction for his future. How could that be? If the battle continued, it was certain that his cousin Haoyue would emerge victorious. Gu Changge shook his head, his own aura also gradually fading. The two descended from skies. Meanwhile, Ji Ryu approached Gu Changge, her beautiful eyes playfully glancing at Ji Haoyue. Brother Changge, there's no need to spare my brother's feelings. After all, a transcendental realm battling a fate wheel realm already holds a significant advantage. Now that the scales are balanced, one could argue that Brother Changge has already won. There's no other interpretation. Ji Haoyue rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge playfully flicked Ji Ryu's smooth forehead. He is your brother. Why are you siding with me? Who told him to be so shameless first? Ji Ryu covered her forehead and stuck out her little tongue at the eye-rolling Ji Haoyue. You still dare to say anything? Noting that Ji Ryu was not giving him any face, Ji Haoyue shot her an irritated glance and then waved his hand. All right, I'll gain a lot from this spar with Changge. I need to consolidate my gains. Perhaps I can break through to the 2nd level of the Transcendental Realm. You entertain Changge for me. Leave it to me, Ji Ryu replied, patting her chest, causing a ripple that was both startling and impressive. Observing this, Gu Changge cast a sidelong glance and silently withdrew his gaze. A gentleman observes without comment. Next, Ji Ryu would host Gu Changge, while unbeknownst to the three, Ji Zhao, Ji Xuanhuan, and Ji Shuidan stood in the void, gazing down at the unfolding scene. It wasn't until Gu Changge and Ji Haoyue concluded their duel that the three reluctantly averted their eyes. Ji Zhao sighed. The 6th level of the Fate Wheel Realm is truly comparable to Haoyue's Transcendental Realm. The Changsheng Gu family is likely to produce an invincible prodigy. Sister Shuidan, you have truly given birth to a genius for the Changsheng Gu family. Ji Xuanhuan remarked with a hint of envy. Ji Shuidan, with her gentle and exquisite face, was quite pleased. Hearing Ji Hongyuan's teasing, she chuckled and replied, Isn't Changge also a member of the Ji family? At this remark, Ji Hongyuan's expression instantly softened. Indeed, bringing Gu Changge to the Changsheng Ji family this time is all about fostering relationships. Ji Hongyuan's demeanor turned serious as he declared, Well then, with Sister Shuidan's words, I am firmly convinced of Changge. At this moment, Ji Ryu led Gu Changge back to the small courtyard where they had previously been. Long song, I have just awakened my divine body, yet the primordial forces of yin and yang within me are quite challenging to harness. If you seek to obtain these dual powers, I fear it may present some difficulties. At this point, Ji Ryu spoke somewhat hesitantly. What difficulties? Gu Changge frowned upon hearing this and added, If it poses any danger to you, there's no need to rush. We can discuss it once you have completely mastered your divine body. The danger is not that I will be harmed. The forces of yin and yang inherently counterbalance and nurture one another, and a little time will suffice to restore the primordial essence. The primary issue lies in the extraction process, Jiruyu said, her cheeks flushed. The supreme forces of yin and yang, when manifested, dissolve into chaotic nothingness. To extract them, there are two methods. One is through dual cultivation, and the other is to transfer them through the mouth. Chapter 73. The Wheel of Destiny. Upon hearing the words of Jiruyu, Changge was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that Jiruyu possessed a yin-yang divine body and had activated it with the yin-yang spirit jade he had given her. Logically, extracting the yin and yang energies should have been a straightforward affair. However, the final step took him utterly by surprise, as it unfolded in such an unexpected manner. Coughing lightly, Changge mused, so that's how it is. He prepared to continue speaking, but found himself at a loss for words. As for dual cultivation, that was certainly out of the question. How could he possibly broach such a topic? Just as he grappled with his dilemma, a gentle fragrance wafted through the air, and, turning to face the source, he discovered Jiruyu had approached him without him noticing. The young maiden's fair and flawless complexion was radiant, her alluring curves becoming even more pronounced as she drew nearer, making her undeniable beauty all the more apparent. "Brother Changge, this is my choice. I'm truly happy to assist you," Jiruyu said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. With that, she reached out to wrap her arms around Changge's neck, pressing her delicate lips toward him. In an instant, Jiruyu shyly darted away, leaving Changge alone in the courtyard. As he became aware of the black and white energies floating within his dantian, he recalled the earlier scene and felt his cheeks redden. He had never experienced such a proactive gesture from a woman before. How embarrassing. If such an opportunity arose again, he would certainly take the initiative. Soon, the fleeting thoughts of indulgence dissipated, replaced by the need to focus on the matters at hand. Having successfully acquired the yin and yang energies, along with the precious treasures of the 5 elements, Changge flipped his hand, revealing a shimmering white jade fruit radiating a spectrum of colors. The potent power of the 5 elements emanated from the fruit, and just a whiff of its fragrant aroma could transport one to a state of bliss. It was unmistakably a treasure. This was indeed the 5 elements Dao fruit returned by the system when he had previously gifted Jiruyu the yin-yang spirit jade. Initially, Changge had intended to use it to nurture his celestial bones, but had refrained due to concerns over the lengthy refinement process. Now it was proving invaluable. Thus, everything was indeed a matter of fate. With all the conditions for the Wheel of Destiny now fulfilled, there was no time to waste. Changge retracted the 5 elements Dao fruit and turned to walk toward a side room in the small courtyard. He also took out a communication spirit jade to inform Xumei Dan and Xuanhuan that he would be entering seclusion for a period. Entering the room, he set up protective barriers and seated himself cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. Once his spiritual energy stabilized and his mental clarity reached fruition, he began to visualize the method of the Wheel of Destiny in his mind. All things in heaven and earth, the creative wheel of fate. All living beings possess a wheel of destiny. Some are born with it, while others attain it through cultivation. The method of transforming destiny into a wheel is derived from my insights on the primordial chaos of creation. As Changge perused the comprehensive text on the method of transforming destiny into a wheel, he felt a surge of astonishment upon reading certain passages. He could not fathom where the system had acquired such techniques. The very concepts of observing and manifesting the primordial chaos were included. With these thoughts in mind, Changge continued to revise, ensuring that he thoroughly comprehended the heavenly mandate transformation will technique. He turned his focus inward to his dantian. The essence of the heavenly mandate transformation wheel technique lies in the gathering of precious insights and the dual energies of yin and yang. Subsequently, these treasures are absorbed into the dantian, with the mandate wheel as the core and the 5 elemental treasures as support. The yin and yang energies evolve to create chaos and open the heavens, thus cultivating a mysterious force known as the azure chi of creation to aid in his ascension. The azure chi of creation. Just hearing the name sent Change's heart racing. The sheer fact that the azure chi of creation could be manifested through this technique was nothing short of extraordinary. It was no wonder that such a prodigy capable of producing the heavenly mandate wheel could arise only once in an era. This azure chi of creation likely held significance far beyond mere nourishment for the mandate wheel's ascension. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. Changge suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing within his dual pupils. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elemental fruits materialized before him. He opened his mouth and swallowed them whole. In an instant, the 5 elemental fruits vanished into Changge's mouth, directly entering his dantian. Once the fruits entered, they resonated with the yin and yang energies surrounding the 9-pattern mandate wheel, causing waves to ripple through the entire sea of his dantian. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves reverberated through the secluded chamber. Simultaneously, as he began to employ the heavenly mandate transformation wheel technique, the room seemed to plunge into an ocean of Dao sounds, the deafening murmurs echoing continuously, only to be completely isolated by the formation. Heavenly mandate transformation wheel. Spin. Changge silently commanded within, aware that the moment to condense the heavenly mandate wheel had arrived. As he propelled his soul power, the 9-pattern mandate wheel suspended above the sea of his spirit began to turn slowly. In that moment of rotation, waves of dizziness and sharp pain surged through him. Yet, Changge remained unperturbed, knowing that the condensation of the mandate wheel was no simple feat. It was a process fraught with peril. Moreover, the mandate wheel is the foundation of human existence. The sensations accompanying its rotation were hardly surprising to him. Undeterred, he persevered in the rotation of the mandate wheel. Once it transformed into the Taiji diagram, the yin and yang energies would be able to enter the mandate wheel, thereby opening the gateway to chaos and flooding the entire sea of his spirit with chaotic energies. At that moment, the 5 elemental treasures would spring into action, evolving into the myriad forms of existence: wind, fire, water, earth, and so forth. Buzzing, the 9-pattern mandate will spun increasingly faster, causing Changge's soul to twist in pain. Nevertheless, he grit his teeth and endured. Finally, after nearly a quarter of an hour of relentless rotation, the mandate wheel floating above the sea of his spirit transformed into the yin and yang Taiji diagram. Yin and yang energies go. On the bed, Changge produced a drop of the essence of Dao and swallowed it. In the next moment, his consciousness plunged back into the sea of his spirit to further evolve the mandate wheel. Within the sea of his spirit, the black and white yin and yang energies, enveloped by Changge's soul power, forcefully collided with the corresponding colored yin and yang eyes of the Taiji diagram created by the mandate wheel. Boom! A resounding roar echoed within Changge's body. The once rapidly rotating wheel of fate, depicted in the Taiji diagram, inexplicably came to a halt under the infusion of yin and yang energies, no longer resembling its previous hazy state. A sharp crack echoed suddenly from the Taiji diagram. Changge's expression shifted. He initially feared an unforeseen mishap, but soon he exhaled in relief. From the Taiji diagram, the yin and yang eyes, infused with the dual energies, flickered incessantly, emanating both white and black light. In the next moment, the S-shaped line at the center of the diagram abruptly unfurled. A rich, chaotic aura surged forth, akin to a gushing spiritual spring, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Standing above the sea of spirits, Changge's soul was immersed in this chaotic essence, his entire being seemingly reveling in an exquisitely refreshing breeze, while his soul power surged at a terrifying velocity. Chapter 74. The Thunder Tribulation Shocks the G family. In addition, Changge's spiritual sea was undergoing an unimaginable transformation, bathed in the chaotic essence. Boom! In the outside world, the small courtyard where Changge resided suddenly reverberated with thunder from the heavens. Dense, ominous clouds began to gather, expanding gradually to 10, 100, and then several hundred feet. This sudden commotion attracted the attention of numerous elders and descendants of the G family, who gazed up at the ominously converging clouds, their faces reflecting astonishment. Is this the thunder tribulation? An elder of the Ji family exclaimed in disbelief. Thunder tribulations do not manifest casually. They arise only when a supreme treasure gains sentience, or when an ancestor is on the verge of breaking through to the saint realm in pursuit of the emperor realm. However, I have not heard of any ancestor facing imminent demise who is prepared to fight with their life on the line. Another elder of the Ji family added, that direction seems to be the courtyard frequently visited by the Son of the Moon and Miss Ruyu. Could it be that the Son of the Moon has achieved a monumental breakthrough, thus attracting the thunder tribulation? As the elders discussed among themselves, a few began to feel a thrill of excitement as they believed they had discerned the truth, proclaiming that the Ji family would continue to flourish. Above the courtyard where Gu Changge resided, Ji Zhao, Ji Xuanhuan, Ji Shuidan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ruyu had all gathered. The thunder tribulation. Ji Zhao's eyes flickered as he gazed at the gathering clouds, his tone tinged with astonishment. Changge just finished battling with Haoyue. What fortune has he attained to summon the thunder tribulation? Ji Xuanhuan inhaled sharply, casting a surprised glance at Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue shook her head, staring at the thunder clouds above with confusion. I do not know. We merely engaged in a friendly spar. And do not tell me you were not watching at that time. Father. Although Ji Haoyue was unable to perceive Ji Xuanhuan and the others during that moment, she was aware they must have been observing. Upon hearing this, Ji Xuanhuan and the others exchanged glances. Ji Shuidan, with concern etched on her face, looked down at the courtyard and said, What is Changge doing? He has even drawn out the thunder tribulation. He mentioned he was in seclusion, yet this is startling. Beside her, Ji Ruyu recalled the events that transpired with Gu Changge before his seclusion, her cheeks flushing, and she felt an inexplicable shyness when looking at Ji Shuidan. However, seeing Ji Shuidan so worried for Gu Changge, Ji Ruyu stepped forward to offer a reminder. While Changge was in seclusion, he indeed sought me to acquire a strand of yin and yang essence. Its utilization signifies a great opportunity, so I believe we need not fret. As Ji Ruyu spoke, she immediately captured the attention of Ji Zhao, Ji Xuanhuan, Ji Shuidan, and Ji Haoyue. Changge sought you for yin and yang essence? Ji Zhao, the elder, confirmed with a question. Yes, indeed. Ji Ruyu nodded. Ji Zhao's gaze intensified as he stroked his white beard thoughtfully. Those who can utilize yin and yang essence are typically either refining a supreme treasure or cultivating a transcendent technique. The essence holds profound spiritual resonance. When infused into a supreme treasure, it is likely to give birth to sentience, which could very well generate the thunder tribulation. It is also possible that through cultivating a transcendent technique, Changge is undergoing a remarkable transformation, thus invoking the trial of the thunder tribulation. The venerable ancestor Ji Zhao, with his extensive knowledge and experience, deduced numerous truths through the interplay of yin and yang energies. Ji Xuanhuan, standing by, found this reasoning quite compelling. Upon hearing this, Ji Shuidan felt a slight sense of relief, with the venerable ancestor's words carrying a probability of truth exceeding 70 or 80%. It seemed that this thunder tribulation posed a significant opportunity for Gu Changge. The prospect of practicing an extraordinary technique or refining a treasured artifact was undeniably enticing. Having already achieved such formidable strength, should he successfully cultivate another extraordinary skill or refine a treasure that required the balance of yin and yang energies? One could only speculate how remarkable Gu Changge would become when the True Dragon rankings and the Flood Dragon rankings were unveiled. Haoyue exhaled, a profound urgency enveloping his heart. He had initially resolved not to vie with Gu Changge, yet witnessing his rapid progress involuntarily spurred Ji Haoyue's own determination to advance. As he contemplated returning to consolidate the gains from their recent encounter, lest he be swiftly surpassed by Gu Changge, a sudden flurry of luminous streaks descended upon them. As the radiance dissipated, several elders from the Ji family emerged before Ji Zhao and the others, having greeted the venerable ancestor and the family head. The elders bowed respectfully to Ji Zhao and Ji Xuanhuan, then turned to Ji Shuidan and Ji Ruyu, offering their greetings. What brings you here? Ji Xuanhuan inquired, puzzled by the elders' presence. The foremost among them, a formidable figure of the third tier of the king realm, stepped forward and addressed the family head. We noticed the thunder tribulation and wished to witness its unfolding. It must be that the son of Haoyue. However, upon noticing Ji Haoyue standing slightly behind Ji Hongyuan, he was taken aback. Why is the son of Haoyue here? Ji Haoyue responded with curiosity, Elder Ji Dao. If I'm not here, where else would I be? This elder, Ji Dao, was one of the most accomplished among the family elders. A master of the blade whose transcendent skills and swordsmanship, coupled with divine techniques, had marked him as a prodigy in the celestial domain of Gaia. The other accompanying elders were equally bewildered. Was this thunder tribulation not summoned by the son of Haoyue? If not, then by whom? Indeed, if it were not the son of Haoyue, who else in the Ji family possessed such power? The elders resumed their discussions, their gazes converging on Ji Hongyuan. In response, Ji Hongyuan, with a hint of resignation, stated, I had hoped that Haoyue would incite the thunder tribulation to facilitate his breakthrough. However, it is unfortunate that this time it was not Haoyue, but rather the esteemed guest of our Changsheng Ji family, the son of Changsheng, Changge. What? It is truly the son of Changge? The elders gasped in astonishment. Enough, the thunder tribulation is about to commence. Let us quieten down and observe closely. This tribulation is a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. The moment the thunder descends is the most opportune time for enlightenment. Should one gain insight, it may save decades of effort and pave the way for further advancement. Ji Zhao emphasized, highlighting the significance of witnessing the thunder tribulation. The thunderous tribulation not only tests the unparalleled prodigies, but also presents a significant opportunity for those who observe it. Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Ji clan, including Ji Dao, instantly adopted solemn expressions and turned their gaze towards the courtyard below. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder erupted above Changge's head. Within the confines of a small courtyard, Changge's spiritual sea had transformed into a miniature chaos realm, suffused with dense chaotic energy throughout his dantian. The first step and the second step had been successfully accomplished. Now, the next phase was to initiate the chaotic creation of heaven and summon the purple aura of Genesis, the 5 elemental Dao fruits. Changge's voice resonated within his dantian like the sacred utterances of a deity. As he uttered his incantation, the 5 elemental Dao fruits were instantly crushed by the overwhelming chaotic energy, morphing into 5 streams of colorful essence. Creation of heaven. Observing this, Changge's eyes narrowed in focus as he activated the heavenly mandate transformation technique, employing the creation method to cleave the chaos within his dantian. Boom! It was akin to a thunderclap detonating within Changge's dantian. In that instant, the chaos was reopened, the heavens cleared, and the earth darkened, with the pure energy ascending and the turbid energy descending. Accompanied by the clarity of chaos, a vast and magnificent wheel of fate, adorned with mysterious Dao patterns, materialized before Changge, evoking an overwhelming sense of disparity, akin to standing before a celestial body. In awe, Changge gazed at the wheel of fate before him. Is this the wheel of heavenly destiny? Chapter 75, Yichen. Inner disciple of the Xumei sect, when the wheel of destiny appeared before Changge, an overwhelming aura of destruction suddenly locked onto him. He had no time to scrutinize the wheel of destiny. His consciousness withdrew from his dantian, and the next moment he opened his eyes, gazing upwards at the sky. A surge of enlightenment washed over him. Changge immediately understood the situation. Heavenly tribulation. Changge had not anticipated that the condensation of the wheel of destiny would provoke the heavenly tribulation. It was said that such tribulations were omens heralding the emergence of a prodigy or a treasured relic. Have I ascended to the realm of prodigies as well? Changge found this amusing. Whether he was considered a prodigy or not was irrelevant to him. With his innate talent complemented by his current foundation, he was already endowed with invincibility. With a single step, Changge soared from his chamber into the void. Upon his emergence, Ji Xuanhuan, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Zhao, and Ji Haoyue all fixed their gazes upon him. Could it be that he has successfully cultivated the forbidden technique? Ji Zhao stared intently at Gu Changge, his eyes ablaze with intensity. It must be so. There is no sight of a treasured relic. Xuanhuan nodded in agreement. Boom! As Gu Changge revealed himself, the thunder clouds above seemed to have found their target, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars, with terrifying bolts of lightning flickering ominously within the dark clouds. The wheel of destiny within Gu Changge radiated an aura of immortality and sanctity. It had grown from its previous size, now hovering majestically above his spiritual sea. The wheel nearly enveloped the entire spiritual sea, and the spiritual energy, once a clear, luminous white, had transformed into a pale golden hue, exuding an extraordinary quality. The wheel spun, adorned with intricate and arcane patterns, manifesting the very laws of heaven and earth. Boom! The thunderclouds quivered. In the next moment, the clouds coalesced into a spiral formation, and a thick, silvery bolt of lightning descended like a colossal pillar, aiming directly at Gu Changge below. Upon witnessing this, Gu Changge raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch. The immense elephant particles within him roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. Boom! As his fist collided with the lightning, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy rippled outward. Ji Zhao and Xuanhuan, observing Gu Changge's display of physical prowess, found nothing surprising, for they had witnessed his battle with Ji Haoyue prior. However, the elders of the Ji family were oblivious to this. As they beheld Gu Changge resisting the lightning with his physical might, Ji Dao and the other elders collectively gasped in astonishment. Hiss! Such a presence emanating from the Wheel of Destiny. That punch's strength could likely injure even a typical deity, to withstand the heavenly tribulation with mere physical prowess. The qualifications of the son of Changge are indeed extraordinary. To provoke a heavenly tribulation undoubtedly marks him as an unparalleled prodigy. The emergence of the son of Changge into the world will surely astound countless souls. Indeed, even before stepping into the world, such a display is hard to fathom. One can only imagine the splendor that will accompany the son of Changge when the true dragon ranking is revealed. The elders of the Ji family gazed at Gu Changge, then turned their attention to Ji Haoyue. They speculated quietly among themselves, pondering what the outcome would be should Gu Changge and their own prodigy face each other. It would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor under equal circumstances. However, they remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the previous exchange. Otherwise, such notions would not have crossed their minds. The thunderous tribulation grew increasingly ferocious. A series of silver lightning bolts, imbued with a terrifying aura of destruction, relentlessly assailed Gu Changge, akin to tearing through the very fabric of the void. Initially, Gu Changge managed to withstand the assault with his physical form. Yet, as the might of the thunder intensified, he was compelled to invoke the divine powers of the Void Sutra. It was at this juncture that Ji Dao and the other elders of the Ji family gained a renewed understanding of Gu Changge's capabilities. At such a tender age, barely having reached adulthood, Gu Changge was perilously close to mastering the Great Void technique and the Void Palm, exhibiting an extraordinary level of control that could only be described as otherworldly. At last, upon shattering a purplish bolt of lightning with a single palm strike, the storm clouds above dissipated entirely. Simultaneously, as he crushed the final bolt of lightning, the wheel of destiny within Gu Changge seemed to undergo a profound transformation, with the intricate patterns upon it taking on an ancient quality, as if one were witnessing the very laws of the universe unfold before their eyes. Moreover, the function of the Wheel of Destiny manifested vividly in Gu Changge's mind. Now fully formed, it resembled the reincarnation eye and the celestial bone, serving as the foundation of Gu Changge's innate potential. In comparison to the reincarnation eye and the supreme bone, it was equally formidable, devouring the essence, golden spiritual energy, enhanced comprehension. Astonishingly, this Wheel of Destiny had bestowed upon him an enhancement equivalent to nearly 3 innate gifts. Coupled with his reincarnation eye and celestial bone, Gu Changge felt an overwhelming sense of dread regarding his own burgeoning power. Truly, the Wheel of Destiny was a legendary achievement, attainable by only one in an entire lifetime. Elated within, Gu Changge noticed that although Ji Zhao and the others were eager to inquire about his current state after witnessing him weather the tribulation, they refrained from approaching as he was still in the midst of recuperation. Meanwhile, as Gu Changge's foundation and strength advanced further, Yi Chun, as anticipated, displayed a fraction of his prowess, successfully becoming an inner disciple of the Xuanhuan sect. Now, he merely needed to excel in the upcoming competition to secure a place in the Yinyang cave, thereby achieving half of his grand design. Have you heard? It seems that the Changsheng family will also send their prodigy to accompany us to the Yinyang cave. Indeed, the elders have emphasized the necessity of cooperating with that Ji family prodigy to obtain the treasures of the cave. I wonder whether the Changsheng family will send a male or female prodigy. If it happens to be a female, then perhaps I could charm her with my looks. Junior brother, perhaps you should first take a moment to reflect on your own appearance. If she is indeed a woman, the ladies of the Changsheng family are undoubtedly of unparalleled beauty. Listening to the discussions of his fellow disciples in the training grounds, Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile. It was utterly laughable that these unremarkable cultivators, lacking in any exceptional talent, dared to covet Ji Ruyu. The true victor of the Xuanhuan sect would undeniably be me, Yi Chun. Upon securing a spot, I shall journey alongside Ji Ruyu to the Yinyang cave, and together we shall wander aimlessly for 10 days to half a month. Although Gu Changge has left a mark upon my heart, my past experiences and adventure assure me that I can certainly win her over. The resources of the Changsheng family are indeed enticing. I yearn to obtain them swiftly to enhance my cultivation. Next, Yi Chun faces off against Ma Xiao, a disciple from the Water Moon sect at the Fate Wheel realm, leaps onto the combat stage and calls out to the disciples below with a hearty laugh. Which one of you is Yi Chun? Come forth, let us settle this quickly. Yi Chun is in trouble. Indeed, he has drawn Ma Xiao, a genius ranked 10th in our Water Moon sect's inner court. The disciples gathered below the stage murmur among themselves. In response, a devilish smile graces Yi Chen's face. A genius? He relishes the challenge of battling a genius. Chapter 76. The brother is the protagonist. At this moment, Gu Changge remains unaware that Yi Chun is experiencing the classic narrative of a hidden genius who unexpectedly rises to prominence. He is currently condensing the Wheel of Destiny, transcending the tribulations of thunder, and feeling a profound joy as he comprehends the significance of the Wheel of Destiny. With its assistance, it is likely that his cultivation will escalate at an exponential rate. Moreover, due to the unique properties of the Wheel of Destiny, he can absorb spiritual energy and convert it into golden spiritual energy, which is several times more potent than the spiritual energy Gu Changge previously possessed. In simple terms, this equates to a significant enhancement in combat prowess. Had it not been for the Wheel of Destiny, Gu Changge would have needed to rely on his celestial bone to defeat the formidable Ji Haoyue. Now, he can achieve victory using merely his dual pupil divine ability and the Void Sutra. The elevation in his physical capabilities is truly astounding. It is essential to note that Gu Changge is currently only at the 6th level of the Wheel of Destiny, while Ji Haoyue has already manifested divine phenomena in the divine transformation realm and remains an exceptional prodigy. Changge, are you all right? Ji Shui Dan inquired with concern as she rushed over upon seeing Gu Changge reopen his eyes. He is her most cherished son, a piece of her heart. I am well. Thank you, mother, for your protective guidance, Gu Changge replied with a smile. Ji Zhao and Ji Xuanhuan approached, their gazes filled with admiration and regret as they appraised Gu Changge. Their admiration stemmed from his extraordinary talents, surpassing even Ji Haoyue. However, the regret loomed because Gu Changge was not of their Ji family's true bloodline. What extraordinary technique have you cultivated to invoke a thunder tribulation? Ji Haoyue inquired curiously. A heritage that fundamentally enhances one's foundation, Gu Changge replied with a smile. It can augment the essence of the wheel, strengthening it further. While he spoke vaguely, he understood that even among those close to him, such a trump card should not be divulged lightly. After all, who knows if a terrifying being might one day traverse back in time after achieving unimaginable power. Although Gu Changge felt this scenario was improbable, it was better to err on the side of caution. enhancing the essence of the wheel. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhao and Ji Xuanhuan were taken aback. The wheel represents innate talent, and many are predetermined by their nature. Only the longevity clans can hope to improve its quality, and even then, it comes at a tremendous cost. For individuals like Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu, their wheels could almost be described as 9 patterns, having reached their limits. Gu Changge did not need to ponder. He too must possess a wheel of 9 patterns. Yet the mere fact that it could continue to strengthen was indeed remarkable. Ji Zhao, Ji Xuanhuan, and even Ji Haoyue gazed at Gu Changge with intrigue, contemplating the possibilities if he were to share this knowledge. Gu Changge, fully aware of their thoughts, chuckled and said, "This technique can only be cultivated by one person per generation. Sharing it would be futile, and you would not comprehend it. Such knowledge cannot be imparted lightly. All of this is mere pretense. Not a word is true." Upon hearing this, Ji Zhao, Ji Xuanhuan, and the others instantly displayed expressions of disappointment. This extraordinary technique indeed possesses numerous limitations, and it is evident that they have encountered one of the most vexatious among them. However, it is precisely these challenges that underscore the terrifying nature of this inheritance. Following a brief conversation with Ji Zhao, Ji Xuanhuan, and Gu Changge, Ji Xueidan departed. As she left, she winked at Su Zhe, subtly indicating, "We are aware of your endeavor to obtain the yin-yang dual energies from your sister, so you must express your gratitude to her. By the way, your sister is about to venture into the yin-yang cave to acquire the inheritance. It would be wise for you to accompany her as a gesture of gratitude." Without allowing Gu Changge a chance to retort, Ji Xueidan slipped away. Meanwhile, Ji Ruyu cast an expectant glance towards Gu Changge. Observing her, Gu Changge couldn't help but smile. In truth, even if Ji Xueidan had not mentioned it, he would have accompanied Ji Ruyu regardless. After all, whether it was for Yi Chun or to rescue Ji Ruyu, he would be by her side. Furthermore, the yin-yang cave was intrinsically linked to the ancient hegemony of the yin-yang sect, and Gu Changge believed that if he were to obtain this inheritance and later return it to Ji Ruyu, it might lead to the complete development of her yin-yang divine body, which would undoubtedly benefit him as well. However, attempting to exploit the loophole left by the system seemed implausible, as the system had already clarified that one could not continue to accumulate rewards by returning items obtained through system rewards. "Very well. I shall accompany you to the yin-yang cave. Ryu, it is a perfect opportunity for me to clear my mind after my recent breakthrough," Gu Changge remarked, gently stroking Ji Ruyu's silky hair. "Wonderful. The yin-yang cave will open in approximately 3 days. We shall go together," Ji Ruyu exclaimed, then shifted her gaze towards Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue had initially intended to join them, but upon witnessing Gu Changge's remarkable advancement after their spar, she suddenly lost all desire to venture out. "With Changge accompanying you, I feel at ease. I shall not intrude upon your time together. I must retreat to focus on my cultivation," Ji Haoyue stated with a serious expression, waving her hand as if to dismiss any lingering clouds. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Gu Changge experimented with the enhancements bestowed by the golden spiritual energy and, as anticipated, discovered that its potency had increased at least 3-fold compared to before. He also tested the devouring function of the heavenly Dao Fate Wheel, which resulted in the formation of a spiritual energy funnel spanning over 10,000 meters. This commotion instantly aroused the attention of the Changsheng Ji family. Even Ji Xuanhuan mistakenly believed that a sage ancestor was about to break through, only to be left in a state of bewildered amusement upon realizing the source of the disturbance was Gu Changge, who was now regarded with a mixture of awe and astonishment. Moreover, the tranquility of Xumei West sect was shattered. The primary cause was the emergence of an exceptionally formidable genius within the inner sect. From a moment this individual began competing for a spot in the yin-yang cave, it was as if fate favored him, propelling him from the 10th rank on the inner sect leaderboard to the very pinnacle. This extraordinary rise even attracted the attention of the sect leader, who personally took Yi Chun as a disciple. It could be said that in the eyes of the Xumei West sect disciples, Yi Chun had become a living legend, having rapidly transcended the ranks and reached the apex of their aspirations in such a short span of time. Yichun found himself in a predicament. Initially, he had revealed too much of himself, yet he felt compelled to ascend to a higher echelon within the Xuanhuan sect to draw nearer to Jiruyu. Otherwise, the prospect of proximity was utterly unattainable, let alone the possibility of journeying together. Should he merely occupy a nominal position like others, he would likely only catch a fleeting glimpse at the outset, thereafter remaining in the shadows, separated by distance. Yichun, I had not anticipated your understanding to be so profoundly exceptional, having already mastered even the king-level source techniques. Remarkable indeed. The mere prowess of your source techniques is sufficient to elevate the Xuanhuan sect to new heights. You have also made initial strides in the Xuanhuan Heart Sutra. From this point forth, it is simply a matter of diligent cultivation. In the future, you may very well find yourself on the esteemed dragon list, leaving the world in awe. Should you continue to excel, the position of the Xuanhuan sect's heir might very well be yours to claim. Chapter 78, Yichen. Do not approach upon hearing those words. Yichen chuckled. The master of Xuanhuan believed that he had elicited a response from Yichun, which only broadened the smile on his face. Little did he know that Yichen's laughter was one of disdain. How could the mere position of a minor sect master in Xuanhuan compare to the son-in-law of the Changsheng family? Not to mention, Yichen's aspirations were far loftier than merely ascending the Jiaolong rankings. He aimed for the true dragon rankings, and to claim the top position at that. As long as he adhered to his plan and seized the opportunity of the seer, even that Gu Changge would be no match for him, regardless of how extraordinary he might be. As for the others, they were of no concern whatsoever. The Xuanhuan master truly harbored delusions if he thought Yichun would lower himself to the Xuanhuan sect. Thus, the time passed in quiet anticipation until the fourth day arrived. Today marked the opening of the Xuanhuan cave heaven. Gu Changge and Jiruyu journeyed together to the Xuanhuan cave heaven, while the Xuanhuan sect and other factions prepared their disciples for the assembly at the designated gathering point. At the congregation point, disciples led by the Xuanhuan sect engaged in fervent discussions, their gazes occasionally drifting curiously towards the sky. The Yin-Yang cave heaven was finally set to open, and there was much speculation about whether the offspring of the Changsheng family would be male or female. It was said they belonged to the direct lineage of the Changsheng family, possessing immeasurable worth, if they could capture the attention of such individuals. Their future in the sect would surely be bright and prosperous. What a fanciful dream. How could the direct descendants of the Changsheng family regard us mere mortals? While some were lost in reverie, others remained grounded in reality. Regardless, all present eagerly awaited the arrival of the Changsheng family. A full quarter of an hour elapsed. As time passed, none of the leading elders or disciples from any sect exhibited any signs of agitation. Rather, it felt entirely expected. Suddenly, it was as if the clouds in the sky were parted by colossal force. Among the clouds, a magnificent ancient ship unfurled its daunting sails, descending slowly amidst the astonished gazes of those from the Xuanhuan sect and other factions. The warship of the Changsheng family. What caliber of direct lineage warranted such a display? One must understand that warships were only deployed when the Changsheng family was in dire need of battle. The onlookers collectively gasped, their faces etched with astonishment. Meanwhile, those in the upper echelons of the sects, privy to the circumstances, wore expressions of excitement as they gazed expectantly at the warship's position. At long last, would they behold the fabled goddess of the Changsheng family? Yichun felt a surge of excitement as well, as he beheld the descending vessel. Thoughts of Jiruyu's youthful, alluring beauty, reminiscent of a pure blue lotus, ignited a fervor within him, especially knowing that her yin-yang divine body had awakened. He could hardly contain his eagerness to win her over. With a rush of wind, the warship finally steadied in midair. A formidable, akin to that of a resurrected true dragon, emanated from the ship, pressing heavily upon the hearts of the gathered disciples as if they bore the weight of a mountain. Have they all arrived? A commanding voice echoed through the void as a towering phantom materialized before a gathering of formidable forces. Leading the assembly was none other than the venerable elder of the Zhongzhou Dao clan. It is indeed Elder Zhongzhou Dao. We are all present. The master of Xuanhuan respectfully bowed to the apparition, adopting a notably humble demeanor. "Very well. Then you may board the ship." Jidao's tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Understood." The disciples of Xuanhuan and the various sects responded in unison, promptly turning to call their apprentices. "Hurry! Swiftly embark upon the Ji family warship. We are preparing to set sail for the Yinyang cave heaven." Upon hearing their elders' summons, the disciples momentarily paused, their hearts racing with excitement. Could it be that they would also board the warship for this journey? They had anticipated trailing behind the vessel. Soon, rays of light surged into the Ji family warship. Upon landing, their attention was immediately captivated by the presence of two celestial beings. At the forefront stood a youthful figure, tall and stately, exuding an extraordinary and noble aura, with striking features that radiated charm. Clad in black adorned with golden trim, his long hair was tied with a golden ribbon, and his eyes shimmered with a divine brilliance, embodying a perfect stance with his arms crossed behind him. Beside him stood a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, her youthful visage complemented by a generous figure, her lively and spirited demeanor reminiscent of an ethereal sprite. The assembly of disciples was momentarily taken aback by their beauty. "So enchanting," one disciple from Xuanhuan murmured breathlessly, gazing at Ji Ruyu. "And that person is incredibly handsome." Several female disciples gazed starry-eyed at Gu Changge. Yi Chun, accompanying the master of Xuanhuan onto the warship, beamed with delight upon first laying eyes on Ji Ruyu. However, when he noticed Gu Changge standing beside her, his expression darkened, clouded with disbelief. "Gu Changge." Yi Chun uttered the name in a barely audible whisper, as if the words were forced through a crack in the wall, cold as the wind. In disbelief, he stared at Gu Changge, who stood next to Ji Ruyu. This was inconceivable. Why was Gu Changge here? Was he not supposed to be at the Changsheng family? As Yi Chun remained fixated on Gu Changge, the latter, too, became aware of his gaze. Gu Changge made no overt gestures, merely casting a meaningful glance at Yi Chun, which sent a jolt through Yi Chun's astonished heart, prompting him to lower his gaze. Yi Chun's heart raced. Since encountering Gu Changge, he had felt an overwhelming sense of defeat, as if nothing he did went right. The prospect of this journey to the Yinyang cave heaven was now overshadowed by the presence of Gu Changge. Dread filled him. Should he fail again this time, he would resolve to eliminate this adversary at any cost, even if it required a heavy toll. The power of the dual pupils mattered not. He was merely an unrefined prodigy. All that was necessary was to secure that item. Once detonated, anyone below the realm of kings would perish. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, he had already drawn Yi Chun's ire, which had turned into a deadly intent. Yet even if Gu Changge were aware, he would likely scoff at the thought. A mere loose cultivator. Can one truly compare oneself to the illustrious sibling, endowed with dual pupils and the ethereal aura of celestial lineage? The leader of the Xuanhuan sect, upon observing some of his disciples stirring restlessly, hastily cautioned, "Do not dare to disturb or offend those two. They hail from the esteemed Changsheng family. The lady is none other than Ji Hongyuan's daughter, Ji Ruyu. As for the individual accompanying her, though his identity remains uncertain, his demeanor suggests he is likely Ji Haoyue, the scion of the Ji family. Do not court your own demise." A similar scenario unfolded within other sects as well. The scrutiny directed towards Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu intensified, with the eyes of many aflame with intrigue, even though their noble bearing was apparent at first glance. The confirmation from a sect leader only heightened the allure. Chapter 78, The Assassination. Why are there multiple Gu Changge? As a multitude of thoughts swirled in the minds of the crowd, Ji Ruyu found herself unsettled by the fervent gazes surrounding her. In a fleeting moment, a familiar glance caught her attention, leading her to discover Yi Chun. "Ah, Brother Changge, look, that seems to be the person we encountered before at the Spirit Spring Blessed Land." Ji Ruyu gestured for Gu Changge to observe Yi Chun. Gu Changge had already noticed him and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it is he." How could he possibly be here? "It appears that he is affiliated with the disciples of the Water Moon sect," Ji Ruyu pondered, recalling the events that transpired in Yunlong City. Yi Chun was evidently no virtuous character, having provoked Gu Changge and casting him a dubious look. Ji Ryu felt a nagging suspicion that Yi Chun harbored ulterior motives toward her. Moreover, what was this incessant feeling of unease? Who could say? Ignoring it would be best. Gu Changge merely cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chun before retracting his gaze, fully aware of the latter's intentions. He simply wished to dismiss him with a single thought, an utter waste of time. As time progressed, Gu Changge and Ji Ryu traversed the path alongside disciples from various sections. However, numerous peculiar occurrences transpired along the way. The disciples from different sects frequently engaged in sparring, eager to showcase their prowess, while some female disciples deliberately drew near, striving to display their charms in hopes of captivating Gu Changge's attention. Regrettably, both Ji Ryu and Gu Changge remained blissfully oblivious to these advances. The two shared laughter and camaraderie, evoking envy from the female disciples toward Ji Ryu and from the male disciples toward Gu Changge. Meanwhile, Yi Chun seethed with frustration, especially during the sparring sessions, where he did not hesitate to offend several top talents from various sects, defeating them one by one, albeit sustaining minor injuries. His aim was to draw Ji Ryu's gaze, and although he garnered some notoriety and attention, Ji Ryu did not even spare him a glance. What a futile endeavor. Yi Chun's heart darkened. So, only Gu Changge occupies your thoughts, does he? What do I lack compared to him, aside from an illustrious background? A wave of discontent surged within Yi Chun. Yet, he soon found solace, a cold smile gracing his lips. Very well. Soon, the enemies of the Changsheng family should make their move. As this thought crossed Yi Chun's mind, the next moment, a cacophony erupted. Several terrifying beams of formation light surged forth from the vicinity of the Ji family's warship, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the sky darkened, and an overwhelming force of nature enveloped the surroundings. Furthermore, the very fabric of space became remarkably stable, rendering many commonly used treasures for evasion and survival ineffective. This is bad. Ji Dao sat at the apex of the warship, and as these beams ascended into the sky, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of blade intent flickering within as he let out a low growl. In an instant, the elder of the Ji Dao clan surged from the highest tier of the warship into the firmament, his terrifying blade intent intertwined with the might of a sovereign, sweeping across the heavens and earth. The air resonated with the incessant cries of blades, poised to slice through the sky and cleave the earth in the next heartbeat. Ji Dao cast a glance at the formation, and his heart sank. The formation was profoundly intricate, so much so that even he, a master of the kingly realm, could not discern its secrets. It also possessed the ability to confine the void, suggesting that their adversaries had come prepared. Who could it be? The elder of the Ji Dao clan, vigilant, surveyed his surroundings and proclaimed loudly, "I am the Ji Dao of the Changsheng family. Do you dare to strike against my clan? Are you not fearful of the consequences that will follow?" As he spoke boldly, he discreetly transmitted a message to Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. "Young Master Changge, Miss Ryu, shortly I will create a rift in this formation. When that occurs, you must escape immediately. The rest will have to face their fate." Upon hearing this, Ji Ryu looked at the elder with concern. "Elder Ji Dao." Gu Changge, however, nodded in acknowledgement, then cast his gaze upon the formation. Despite not knowing its name, with his mastery over the source heavenly book, he could easily discern its weaknesses. He prepared to unleash the source heavenly divine sense and the repeating I to dismantle the formation. It was not a difficult task. Yet, Gu Changge hesitated to reveal his abilities too soon, for he wished to observe the identity of the assailants targeting the Changsheng family, an opportunity to bait a fish, so to speak. Meanwhile, the other sect leaders, elders, and disciples were thrown into disarray. They could scarcely believe that someone would dare to assault the Changsheng family. How could this be possible? Yi Chun felt a surge of delight within and stealthily moved closer to Ji Ryu and Gu Changge. He planned to seize the opportunity to escape with Ji Ryu through a breach in the formation, and then, if pursued, everything would unfold naturally. Alas, his plans were complicated by the presence of Gu Changge. Cursed be his luck. Just as the elder's voice faded, three formidable presences of the kingly realm emerged around them, cloaked in divine light that obscured their features. Yet, Their auras were undeniably on par with that of the Elder Jidao, indicating they were top-tier powerhouses among the kingly realm, comparable to the head of the Changsheng family or the masters of the undying sacred land. "Huh, we are here to slay your kind," one of them declared. "Indeed, once we deal with you, old fool, the goddess of your Ji family, with the yin-yang divine body, will become a prize for our young master. Kill." The terrifying momentum shattered the surrounding void, causing the spiritual energy to wail in despair. The Elder Jidao's expression darkened at their words, a dreadful killing intent rising from within him. "You seek death, daring to covet my family's goddess." With a thunderous roar, a magnificent blade intent surged forth, momentarily disrupting the formation's operation. In an instant, a dazzling beam of sword light cleaved through the void, striking a corner of the formation not far from Changge and Jiruyu. The earth trembled and the heavens fractured. The formation was forcibly breached by the Elder Jidao's overwhelming swordsmanship. At that moment, he shouted to Changge and Jiruyu, "Hurry, flee." The three kingly realm assassins targeting the Changsheng family exchanged sinister smiles at this spectacle. Want to escape? Not a chance. Just as they prepare to strike, the Elder Jidao swiftly unleashed three blade lights, which sliced through the void, resonating with a thunderous hum. Truly, the Elder Jidao was a prodigy of his generation. With a single stroke, even the three individuals whose cultivation levels appeared comparable to that of Jidao at the Realm of Kings found their hairs standing on end, compelled to abandon their attempts to confront Changge and Jiruyu. "Let's depart." Changge urged Jiruyu beside him. Nodding in agreement, Jiruyu swiftly took flight alongside him towards a corner of the grand formation that Jidao had shattered. Yi Chun, perceiving the situation, promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, the master of Xuanhuan and others closely monitored the unfolding events. Upon witnessing Jidao breach a corner of the formation, they erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Quickly, everyone, hasten to escape this array." Changge, Jiruyu, and Yi Chun successfully liberated themselves from the constraints of the formation. However, for the late-arriving master of Xuanhuan and the others, fortune was not in their favor. In that fleeting moment, some among the three kings who had engaged Jidao were now free to turn their attention towards them. Chapter 79. The Pure-Blood Offspring of Yazi. With a thunderous roar, a surge of terrifying spiritual energy erupted, and in an instant, an enormous hand, spanning 100 feet, descended upon a group of disciples and elders from various sects who were attempting to follow Changge and Jiruyu in their escape from the Great Formation. In the next moment, a resounding explosion reverberated, reminiscent of something bursting in the void, accompanied by a cacophony of cries of agony. Sensing the commotion behind them, Changge and Jiruyu quickened their pace, while Yi Chun, who was trailing behind, accelerated even further. Changge and Jiruyu had already exited the formation when the powerful king-level practitioner who made the attack frowned and remarked, "Jiruyu and her companion have escaped, along with a disciple from a minor sect." "No matter." Another king-level expert, having been repelled after clashing with Jidao, interjected, "The young master is outside. Those few cannot possibly escape." Jidao, having overpowered the last king-level opponent he faced, was enraged upon overhearing the conversation between the two king-level practitioners. "What manner of power are you, daring to assault the divine maiden of the Changsheng Ji family? You seek death." "Umph." The two conversing king-level experts snorted in disdain, then exchanged mocking smiles. "Let us see if you can get past us first. It has long been said that Jidao of the Changsheng Ji family is a legendary sword cultivator who suppressed the world a millennium ago. Let us witness whether you possess such prowess." Damn you all! Within the Great Formation, a cataclysmic battle unfolded. The horrific fluctuations threatened to destabilize the very foundation of the formation itself. Meanwhile, various factions within the formation suffered the most grievous fates. Sect masters, elders, and disciples fell in droves, wailing in despair. In the face of the overwhelming might of supreme beings, they were like mere ants, their lives utterly beyond their control. Cultivations such as life wheel, divine communication, enlightenment, and ascension might denote strength in the outside world. Yet, to the king-level practitioners, especially those from the Changsheng family and the undying sacred land. They were akin to insects, easily extinguished with a mere wave of the hand. Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu had successfully fled the Great Formation. In truth, there was no need for such haste. Should Gu Changge encounter life-threatening danger, the protector behind him could effortlessly annihilate all adversaries. However, the protector was not a trump card, merely a precaution. If every matter required the protector's intervention, even a most terrifying prodigy would struggle to grow. Ultimately, even a deeply advanced cultivation would amount to nothing more than a decorative vase. Brother Changge, the person we spoke of earlier, has been following us all along. Ji Ruyu indicated toward the back, staying close to Gu Changge. Indeed, I have noticed. Gu Changge nodded in acknowledgement, then came to a halt, prompting Ji Ruyu to do the same. Yi Chun, having already perceived that he was being followed as they exited the Great Formation, could not possibly remain undetected by the two. Therefore, upon witnessing Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu pause, he stepped forward with a smile, greeting them. Young Master Changge, Fairy Ruyu, we meet again. Your keen perception is commendable. You have followed us out of the Great Formation, Gu Changge remarked, his expression enigmatic as he regarded Yi Chun. There was a peculiar sense within Gu Changge that Yi Chun had been aware of everything all along. How to articulate this feeling? Gu Qingxiu shared a similar sentiment. Thus, Gu Changge was beginning to grasp the true nature of Yi Chun, the son of destiny. Yet, confirmation was still necessary. If it were indeed the case, he must learn to leverage this reincarnated individual wisely, for unlike Gu Qingxiu, who was bound to him and of the same lineage, Yi Chun was a son of fortune, an individual seemingly at odds with him. Such a potential asset, Gu Changge certainly intended to extract every ounce of value before ultimately eliminating him. To dispose of him so casually would be a grave waste. Moreover, if Yi Chun were truly a reincarnator, he would undoubtedly possess astonishing treasures, his ultimate trump card, imbued with unfathomable powers. Should the time come to strike decisively, meticulous preparation would be essential to ensure that Yi Chun had nowhere to escape, leaving him to meet his end in solitude. Yi Chun felt a chill as Gu Changge's gaze scrutinized him, as if all his secrets were laid bare. He sensed this was no mere illusion. Gu Changge was likely employing his heavy pupil technique for observation. Suppressing his unease, he forced a smile, stating, I was already aware of the extraordinary nature of the son of Changge and the celestial maiden Ruyu. Naturally, in the face of peril, my best chance for survival lay in following you. Now that you have emerged, should we not part ways? Without a hint of deference, Gu Changge issued an order for Yi Chun to leave. At this, Yi Chun's smile faltered. Beside him, Ji Ruyu remained impassive, supporting all of Gu Changge's decisions, especially the expulsion of Yi Chun, who reeked of ulterior motives, a choice she deemed utterly correct. Yi Chun's mind raced, without Ji Ruyu by his side. How would he navigate this situation? Cursed be the unexpected complication of Gu Changge's presence. Finally, he devised a response, a hint of trepidation crossing his features. Son of Changge, we are both fugitives now. Those who attacked us earlier were clearly targeting the celestial maiden Ru. They may have set their sights on you as well. Keeping me around could provide you with additional strength. Perhaps I could assist you in facing them. Apologies, but that will not be necessary, Gu Changge retorted, shaking his head as he scrutinized Yi Chun with narrowed eyes. Moreover, the individuals capable of benefiting from your assistance are likely not my adversaries. Yi Chun felt a sting from Gu Changge's words. Was he truly so contemptible? What the Changsheng clan? Did they inherently stand above others? He was a reincarnator, armed with the rebirth stone, a treasure of immense value. Just give him time. Yi Chun's breath quickened, his eyes nearly bloodshot with intensity. He resolved to confront Gu Changge, and if some of his trump cards were revealed in the process, so be it. He needed an outlet for his pent-up frustration. However, just as he prepared to act, a light, teasing voice interjected from the side, accompanied by an aura of dominance. Oh, the elder remarked that the divine maiden of the Ji family had escaped, and he had assumed that you had long since fled. To his surprise, you have not only remained but are here engaged in conversation. Truly, you are like flowers in a greenhouse, utterly oblivious to the sense of impending danger. Accompanying this teasing voice was the emergence of a tall figure. He bore a pair of black horns atop his head, his eyes a deep crimson, exuding a palpable aura of tyrannical malevolence, resembling a dragon man with red eyes. The offspring of Yi Xian stepped forward, speaking as his gaze fixated intently on Ji Ruyu, his eyes brimming with avarice. Chapter 80. The unbelievable crushing of Yi Xian. Under the piercing gaze of Yi Xian, Ji Ruyu felt an overwhelming discomfort, ultimately retreating behind Changge, revealing a pair of disdainful eyes fixed upon him. Yi Chun, upon witnessing Yi Xian's emergence, experienced a tumult of emotions, elation intertwined with anger. The joy stemmed from Yi Xian's arrival. As in his previous life, Ji Ruyu should have been fleeing at this moment. The anger, however, arose from the presence of Changge, whose formidable aura seemed to rival that of Yi Xian. Moreover, the way Yi Xian gazed at Ji Ruyu was immensely displeasing to him, for Ji Ruyu held a special place in Yi Qian's heart as his chosen ally. "Are you the young master that the assailants spoke of?" Changge inquired, arching an eyebrow as she appraised Yi Xian. "Indeed, and who might you be? What is your connection to Ji Ruyu?" Yi Xian responded, diverting his gaze from Ji Ruyu to Changge, his brow slightly raised in curiosity. The poise exuded by Changge suggested that she, like Ji Ruyu, was an extraordinary individual, perhaps even a prodigy of the Ji family. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian questioned, "Could you be Ji Haoyu?" "Not at all." Changge shook her head, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "I am Changge." Changge, Yi Xian echoed, the name striking a chord of familiarity within him. A moment later, his eyes lit up, a formidable battle intent radiating from him as he exclaimed, "You are the fabled dual-eyed prodigy of the Gu family, the divine scion." Gu Fangyi. Changge nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing her confirmation, the malevolent smirk on Yi Xian's face deepened. "Excellent, excellent. I have long heard of the ancient might of the dual-eyed beings, yet I have never had the chance to witness it firsthand. To think that not only can I capture the divine maiden of the Ji family, the bearer of the yin-yang divine body, but I may also vanquish a dual-eyed prodigy. Haha, once this news spreads, my name shall echo across the myriad clans." Observing the ostentatious bravado of Yi Xian, Changge felt a subtle twitch at the corner of her mouth. Such confidence was remarkable. However, she was also intrigued by Yi Xian. In Ji Ruyu's recent fortunes, it seemed he had mentioned that Yi Xian's clan was a lineage of pure-blooded ferocious beasts, a force shrouded in mystery. "And who are you exactly?" Changge countered, directing her question back to Yi Xian. Rather than revealing his name outright, Yi Xian remained cautious despite his bluster. After all, Changge was the scion of the Changsheng clan, and he could not dismiss the possibility that she possessed some extraordinary treasures for self-preservation. Should she relay this information back to her clan, it would spell disaster for his own. With a cold sneer, Yi Xian replied, "I shall disclose my identity when you are on the verge of death." Boom! With that declaration, a terrifying aura emanated from his being, enveloping the surroundings. Yi Xian unleashed his full combat prowess without reservation. This act, beyond serving as retribution against the Changsheng Ji family, was primarily aimed at abducting Ji Ruyu, who had recently awakened as the yin-yang divine body. With such a powerful ally in dual cultivation, his cultivation would surely soar to unprecedented heights. However, this course of action would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Changsheng Ji family, necessitating an absolute extermination of all who stood in his way. Apart from Ji Ruyu, everyone else must perish. Though Changge is the divine scion of the Gu family, death renders him no longer scion. A tempest of blood surged forth, enveloping all in its vicinity like a cataclysmic tsunami. Changge, Ji Ruyu, and Yi Chun found themselves adrift on this blood-soaked sea, akin to a solitary boat poised to be submerged by the crimson waves. The thunderous roar of the ocean resounded mightily. In the next moment, one beheld Yi Xian standing atop a blood sea towering dozens of feet high, surrounded by mountains of corpses. The palpable aura of death rendered the very air nearly stagnant. "Kill!" Yi Xian unleashed his spectacle, conjuring a massive bloodied hand from the sea of corpses, directing it towards Changge with a sweeping gesture. Ji Ruyu, witnessing this scene, moved to join Changge in battle. However, Gu Changge restrained Ji Ruyu behind him, stepping forward with his back to her and smiling. You need not intervene. This fellow pales in comparison to your cousin Hao Yue. A deafening roar reverberated through the atmosphere. In the next instant, Gu Changge unleashed a devastating punch. The terrifying might of his physical form surged forth, with blood and energy erupting into the air. At that moment, Gu Changge transformed into an ancient behemoth, delivering a blow that shattered the bloodied hand Yuxian had conjured. Upon witnessing this, Yuxian's blood-red eyes widened in disbelief, his once proud expression freezing in shock. What? He bellowed in incredulity. He was exerting his full strength. How could Gu Changge so easily nullify his attack? It was unfathomable. He was the unparalleled prodigy of the Ye clan, a pure-blood scion, and yet his strike had been effortlessly thwarted by Gu Changge. In the past, even a ninth-layer loose cultivator of the human realm would have coughed blood and been sent flying by this move. Impressive power, Gu Changge remarked, gazing at Yuxian, who stood amidst the blood sea. You need not disclose your origins. Your actions reveal you to be of the Ye clan, do they not? They say that the Ye clan never forgets a grievance. It appears this reputation is well-deserved, especially considering your audacious attempt to abduct the divine maiden of the Ji family. Yuxian, recovering from his shock, glared at Gu Changge with a darkened expression. Are you not a wielder of the? How do you possess such formidable physical strength? Who said that a wielder of the cannot cultivate their physical form? Gu Changge retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Yuxian, his eyes revealing the. In the next moment, an ethereal light radiated from him, his voice resonating powerfully. Like a divine presence, he stepped forward, traversing the blood sea to confront Yuxian. However, since you claim I cannot retain you, I shall ensure you cannot escape. With murderous intent ignited, Gu Changge resolved to hold nothing back. In truth, he had never intended to allow his opponent to depart alive. An alien prodigy, your death is of little consequence. He laughed heartily. Your physical might indeed surpasses my expectations. But do you believe that mere physical prowess, coupled with the, is sufficient to keep me here? Yuxian continued to attempt to taunt Gu Changge. However, Gu Changge offered him no opportunity. The Great Void technique was unleashed. In an instant, Gu Changge had already arrived beside Yuxian. The sudden appearance of Gu Changge startled Yuxian, prompting him to retreat immediately. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a hand gripping his neck. No, it was indeed being grasped. A large purple hand firmly clutched his throat. Why do you find this impossible? Who has instilled such audacity in you? Gu Changge's dual pupils resembled the tranquil depths of an ancient sea, unfathomable and still, causing Yuxian's hair to stand on end. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Yuxian regained his composure and bellowed, Gu Changge, how dare you insult me? Release me. Chapter 81. Suppressing Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan struck at the violet hand, gripping his neck. With a resounding bang, a transparent wave of energy dispersed, revealing the immense power it contained. In an instant, the violet hand shattered into countless fragments. Seizing this opportunity, Xuanhuan leaped away, creating distance between himself and Gu Changge. Gu Changge refrained from pressing the attack, instead standing with his hands behind his back, gazing coolly at the retreating Xuanhuan. Behind them, Ji Ryu observed Gu Changge's imposing demeanor, her large eyes filled with admiration. Doyiruyu. Xuanhuan was no less formidable than her brother Ji Hao Yue. However, when confronted by Gu Changge, he was swiftly subdued. In terms of speed, presence, and authority, Xuanhuan was utterly defeated. How magnificent, Ji Ryu thought joyfully, while Yi Chen's expression darkened. Watching Gu Changge bask in the spotlight and Ji Ryu's delight, Yi Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why flaunt your prowess? If you have the capability to defeat him, why not simply eliminate him? With such skill, you must not fear retribution from the Yazi clan. Yi Chen yearned for Gu Changge to dispose of Xuanhuan, for such an act would surely provoke the Yazi clan to seek vengeance against the Changsheng, Ji, and Gu families, thus establishing formidable foes. An enemy's enemy is indeed a good friend. However, as Yi Chen observed Gu Changge confronting Xuanhuan, he noted that Ji Ryu was alone, and it struck him that this was the perfect moment for him to act. With a newfound glimmer in his eyes, He turned to Ji Ruyu and conveyed telepathically. Fairy Ruyu, the son of Changge, is currently engaged in battle, and there may be other foes lurking nearby. I possess a natural sensitivity to danger and can sense hidden threats in our surroundings. If you were to encounter peril, it might distract the son of Changge. Would it not be prudent to inform him that we should retreat first, and he can follow afterward? Ji Ruyu, engrossed in watching Gu Changge face his adversary, frowned at the sound of his voice and turned her gaze towards Yichun. With the implications of his words, she added him to her mental blacklist. Her brother Changge was fighting to protect her from a formidable enemy, and this man suggested she abandon him to flee first? How treacherous! He was a coward, and she would not regard him as an equal. This man was indeed repulsive. Ji Ruyu scoffed inwardly, ignoring Yichun's telepathic message and continuing to watch Gu Changge intently. Yichun, upon noticing Ji Ruyu's glance, felt a surge of hope. If Ji Ruyu joined him. Yet, before he could further indulge in this thought, Ji Ruyu's gaze returned to the battle, and he sensed, perhaps mistakenly, a hint of murderous intent in her eyes, as if he were already a ghost. Fairy Ruyu? Did you hear me? Yichun suppressed his unsettling feelings and continued to inquire. Alas, the ethereal essence of sound was repelled as it approached Ji Ruyu. Upon witnessing this scene, Yichun's countenance turned ashen. Damn it! Did this woman not claim to be Navi? Why, when faced with such a clear advantage, did she not choose it? She even dismissed my spiritual transmission with disdain. Infuriating. As Yichun attempted to communicate with Ji Ruyu, Gu Changge, who had achieved an unparalleled mastery of the natural spiritual energies, subtly raised the corner of his mouth and cast a fleeting glance at Yichun before retracting his gaze. Opposite Gu Changge, Yixian felt a surge of indignation as he recalled the moment he faltered under Gu Changge's oppressive presence. A fire of rage ignited within him. Truly, the innate dual pupils and the coveted void techniques of the Gu family were formidable indeed. How unexpectedly had he discerned my vulnerabilities and stood before me in humiliation. This grievance shall be avenged. Yixian realized that the recent incident had cast a shadow upon his heart, potentially giving rise to inner demons. Thus, he resolved to exact his revenge immediately to dispel this gloom. A year or two his senior, possessing some talent, and having breached the threshold of the divine wheel, did he truly believe himself invincible among the younger generation across the vast realms? Revenge? That depends on whether you possess the capability. With his dual pupils manifesting, Gu Changge radiated an intense aura of void energy. In a mere gesture, a colossal purple handprint emerged from the void, reaching toward Yixian with intent to seize. As Yixian beheld the descending handprint, he roared, summoning a barrier of blood sea above him. The handprint struck the barrier, unleashing a cacophony of tumultuous waves and a terrifying surge of crimson energy that rippled outward. Possessing some talent, you dare to proclaim such? I see your cultivation is merely at the 6th level of the life wheel. What can you possibly contest with me at the divine realm? Blood sea incarnation. Boom! Yixian deflected Gu Changge's descending handprint, forming a profound seal with his hands. As terrifying Dao patterns spread across the blood sea, a towering crimson giant, 100 feet tall, materialized behind him. Yixian unleashed his innate divine ability, shaping his blood form with an awe-inspiring might. Boom! The 100-foot blood giant stomped down, instantly collapsing the ground beneath it. With a clenched fist, it struck out, exerting an oppressive force that was nearly suffocating. In the face of such a terrifying assault, Gu Changge merely raised his gaze slightly and, with a single step, appeared directly before Yixian. Get away! Yixian, seeing Gu Changge approach with effortless grace, was not surprised. He unleashed a blood fist, channeling the power of the blood sea, aiming to push Gu Changge back into the range of the giant's onslaught. Huh! With a scoff, Gu Changge lifted his fist, and amidst the roar of titanic particles, he struck. Bang! The overwhelming blood energy instantly enveloped both Gu Changge and Yixian in a shroud of chaos. It was at this moment that the blood-red giant, condensed from the essence of Xuanhuan, transformed into torrents of crimson that surged towards Gu Changge and Xuanhuan. enveloping them in a space reminiscent of being ensconced in blood. Elder Brother Changge, Ji Ruyu exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Yi Chun, on the other hand, was filled with elation. Excellent. Proceed to eliminate Gu Changge within that domain. He urged. Xuanhuan, in your past life, you were ranked among the top 30 on the True Dragon list, specifically the 29th True Dragon Prodigy. Although Gu Changge is 5th, he is yet to fully mature. You can undoubtedly vanquish this foe. However, before Ji Riyu's voice could fade, and before Yi Chun could fully entertain this thought, a resounding explosion erupted from the sea of blood. In the next instant, a figure plummeted from the sanguine depths, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ji Ryu felt a tightness in her chest at this sight, but her expression turned to one of shock as she recognized the fallen individual, none other than Xuanhuan himself. Chapter 82. The protector of the Yazi clan, upon witnessing the descent of Xuanhuan from the heavens, Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. No way. The outcome was determined so swiftly, and he was struck down by another. Xuanhuan, how could you be so inept? What transpired up there moments ago? Lying on the ground, Xuanhuan spat a mouthful of blood. His crimson eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Gu Changge, incredulous as he stammered, "You. How is this possible? What did you do just now?" Xuanhuan's words left Yi Chun utterly astonished. Even the primary party involved did not comprehend how Gu Changge had managed to defeat him. Was this a joke? Ji Ryu, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Observing Xuanhuan's astonished expression directed towards the sky, she cast her beautiful eyes upward and found Gu Changge still serene and graceful, like a celestial being amidst the mundane world. She breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Gu Changge was unharmed, that was all that mattered. Having witnessed Gu Changge ensnared within Xuanhuan's snowball earlier, she had nearly lost her composure and rushed to his aid. Reflecting on her earlier panic, Ji Ryu felt an urge to knock her own head, pondering why she became so impulsive at the sight of Gu Changge in danger when he usually remained calm and composed. Gu Changge stood unwavering in the void, gazing down at the stunned Xuanhuan. He took a step forward. Whoosh! The peculiar characteristics of the Great Void technique were executed flawlessly by Gu Changge. In an instant, he stood before Xuanhuan, observing the latter's weakened and disheveled state. A faint smile graced Gu Changge's lips as he remarked, "If you wish to know, you may inquire below with those I have defeated." As he spoke, he pointed, and a terrifying purple radiance flickered at his fingertip. Xuanhuan's pupils constricted sharply at this sight. Shrouded in an aura of death, fear washed over him as he realized Gu Changge's intent to kill. "You Gu Changge, let us speak civilly," Xuanhuan hastily pleaded. Yet, Gu Changge's finger did not waver. As it drew nearer, Xuanhuan's demeanor shifted from sheer terror to a feigned bravado. "You cannot do this. I am a pure blood of the Yazi clan, a descendant of a noble beast. Do you comprehend the respect we command among the foreign races? If you slay me, you would incur the wrath of my clan, just as the Changsheng family has. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Yazi?" As Xuanhuan spoke, Gu Changge's finger halted a mere centimeter from his brow. Sensing the murderous intent hovering just before him, Xuanhuan swallowed hard, a glimmer of hope illuminating his face. "Yes, rest assured, I shall not oppose you again after this battle. According to my principles, I am bound to kill you. However, since your protector has appeared, I shall reluctantly spare you this time. Might I request a favor from you, esteemed elder?" Gu Changge's words left Xuanhuan momentarily speechless. Ji Ryu and Yi Chun were equally taken aback. However, Yi Chun quickly redirected his gaze to Gu Changge's side. Indeed, there stood an elderly man with a head of white hair, yet his visage retained the countenance of youth. He had appeared beside Gu Changge unbeknownst to them, and having once achieved the status of a sage, he was highly attuned to the aura of such beings. With a single glance, he recognized it instantly. Standing beside Gu Changge was a quasi-saint, not a true saint. Yet, in this moment, a quasi-saint was indeed a figure of reverence, for they were still in the nascent stages of their development. The true saints belonged to the eternal families, the ancestors of longevity, and so did the quasi-saints. The fact that Yuxian had a quasi-saint to protect him was a testament to his status as one of the top talents. having once ranked 29th on the True Dragon list. However, following this battle, it was likely that his Dao heart would be damaged, limiting his potential. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen turned his gaze towards Gu Changge. If Yixian had a quasi-saint to safeguard him, what about Gu Changge? Who was his protector? Was it also a quasi-saint, or perhaps a true saint, or even a quasi-emperor? The mere contemplation of this filled Yi Chen with envy. Despite his disdain for the powerful factions and the prodigies of the eternal families and the undying sacred land, he could not deny that a robust background was truly enviable. They were born into privilege, not having to struggle for resources with everything provided for them, allowing them to focus solely on their cultivation. They had the protection of supreme beings once they entered the world, free from the peril of life-threatening dangers. How could one not be envious? Ji Ryu also noticed the quasi-saint of the Yi clan standing beside Gu Changge. Yi looked at Gu Changge, her eyes filled with deep admiration and envy. The human race often produces unparalleled talents and extraordinary prodigies. Now, the son of Changge is among them. Ordinary prodigies would likely be no match for him. Although the human race is inherently weak, their potential for growth instills fear even in the ferocious beasts of myriad tribes. You flatter me, senior. With the conclusion of the battle, Yixian had lost. Yu, the quasi-saint, cast a disappointed glance at the slumped Yixian beside Gu Changge, shaking her head in dismay. Even before entering the world, his brilliance had already been dimmed. His future accomplishments were likely to be limited. Nevertheless, even so, Yixian's innate talent still warranted cultivation, albeit not at the highest levels. Senior, I fear I cannot let him depart so easily. Gu Changge remained assertive in the face of the quasi-saint. Yu frowned. Does the son of Changge have more to say? Yu's expression darkened. He was a figure of quasi-saintly stature, and praising Gu Changge was already a significant concession. He had personally appeared to safeguard his kin. Was that not sufficient? Your clan plotted to abduct the divine maiden Ji Ryu and intended to take lethal action against me. Now, he has been defeated by my hand. Senior speaks of taking him away as if it were simple. Would others not think that the Gu family and the Ji family fear your clan? Upon hearing this, Yu's face flushed with anger, yet he had to concede that Gu Changge's reasoning was sound. What conditions do you propose? Speak freely. Yu could only relent, for he did not believe that Gu Changge lacked protection. With his quasi-saint perception, he had already sensed a threatening aura surrounding him. Let him swear an oath to the heavens that he will bow and yield when he sees me in the future, and that he shall not make further moves against the divine maiden of the Ji family. Yi clan shall no longer take action against the Ji family of longevity. Gu Changge spoke with calmness, yet the content of his words was explosive. Yi Chen, standing nearby, wore an expression of astonishment. For a pure-blooded prodigy of the Yi clan to bow and yield to him? How audacious! The clan of the Yazi is inherently murderous, with an unwavering resolve for vengeance and an unbridled arrogance. It seems that Gu Changge is destined to face reckoning at the hands of this semi-saint protector. Ji Ryu, too, was taken aback, yet her heart swelled with emotion. This act was not solely for her own protection, but also a means to aid the Changsheng Ji family. Yu scoffed, Son of Changge, do you truly believe your proposed terms to be feasible? In the realm of the 3,000 Dao domains, who is unaware that our Yazi clan never yields to others? If we find something displeasing, we can always resort to conflict. The reason we do not submit is that we have yet to encounter anyone formidable enough to instill fear in us. Do you dare to defy this? Gu Changge then cast a scornful glance at Xuanhuan. Upon receiving the contemptuous gaze from Gu Changge, Xuanhuan felt a surge of blood rush to his head. However, the words that followed from Gu Changge froze the fervor coursing through his mind. If you refuse to submit, I shall slay you on the spot, and even your semi-saint protector will be of no assistance. Chapter 83. Who said they would spare Yixian? Yixian fell silent, unable to utter a word. Beside him, Yu, the quasi-saint, suddenly darkened in expression. This Gu Changge dared to threaten his protectee in his presence. Was that not an outrageous act? Gu Changge Yu, just as Yu was about to speak, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped him. It was terrifying, akin to the wrath of the heavens. It felt as though an ancient mountain was pressing down upon him. Even with his quasi-saint cultivation, faced with this aura, Yu felt like he was gazing up at the heavens, beholding a figure that was almost impossible to fathom. There were only two possibilities in such a situation. One was a saint above the quasi-saint level, and the other was a quasi-emperor. Regardless of which, both were beings he could never hope to contend with. Originally, this endeavor was already unjustifiable, lacking righteousness. Even if he were to be killed, he could only succumb to impotent fury. Cold sweat beaded on Yu's forehead, his heart twisted in agony. Damn it! How could I encounter someone like Gu Changge? What am I? Gu Changge regarded Yu with a detached gaze. Meanwhile, Yuxian seethed with anger but was at a loss for how to express it. As there was an unseen presence, he greatly feared watching him in the shadows. At the same time, Yu could only hope that Yuxian would have some semblance of shame and yield slightly, allowing him to unleash his fury and then make a hasty retreat. Yet, before this thought could settle, Gu Changge's next action left him wide-eyed. It seems you are quite defiant. If so, do not blame me. You are meant to be killed. Gu Changge waved his hand, and an ethereal giant hand seized Yuxian's head. No! Just as Yuxian attempted to speak, his head exploded. This sudden turn of events left Yu in shock, while Yi Chun and Jiruyu beside him were equally astonished. They had not anticipated Gu Changge would strike so abruptly. In truth, Gu Changge had never entertained the notion of sparing him. What a joke! Having already made such a lethal move, would he allow the other party to simply swear an oath and then depart? His previous actions were merely to let this quasi-saint protector lower his guard. After all, with Gu Changge's cultivation, it was no easy feat to slay someone under the gaze of a quasi-saint. Despite Gu Changge's extraordinary talent, he was still merely at the 6th level of the Fate Wheel realm. Excellent, well done. Ha ha! The Changsheng family. Gu Changge is destined to be targeted by the Yi clan. Yi Chun was overjoyed at this scene, especially as he looked toward Yu, the quasi-saint protector, hoping that in his fury, he would slay Gu Changge on the spot, leaving him without a burial place. Yu was momentarily stunned, but the next instant, a torrent of rage surged within him. You seek death. Boom! The terrifying quasi-saint aura surged forth, like a true dragon awakening, causing the void to tremble and the heavens to dim. Even Gu Changge, Jiruyu, and Yi Chun felt as if an ancient divine mountain had descended upon them, rendering them breathless. Just as Yu was about to strike in his fury, his body suddenly stiffened, his complexion paling, and the quasi-saint aura around him dissipated entirely. The diminutive clan of the Yazi, when did they dare to strike against me? The scion of the Changsheng family? A faint voice reverberated through the heavens. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Yu's forehead as he gazed in terror towards the sky. Is it wrong for me to be enraged after Gu Changge has slain my pure-blooded Yazi prodigy? Indeed, it is wrong. The 3,000 realms have privately agreed that the younger generation shall contend amongst themselves, while we, the elders, shall not interfere. Moreover, it was your Yazi clan that initiated the ambush. What harm is there in slaying a pure-blooded Yazi cub of your clan? Not only shall I take his life, but I shall also sever an arm from your very being. A chilling voice echoed across the heavens. Yu, in a state of panic and fury, retorted, "How dare you? Do you wish to incite war between the Yazi clan and the Changsheng family? Ha! If you possess the courage, then let your Yazi clan come forth." The voice sneered, and in the next moment, before Yu could react, half of his body suddenly exploded. Boom! Xuanhuan let out a ghastly scream, his visage ashen. Beside him, Yi Chun observed this scene with a twitching mouth. Indeed, the Changsheng family was not comprised of benevolent beings. Is this what you call severing an arm? You nearly obliterated half of his body. Very well. If you dare utter another word, you shall remain here. The indifferent voice seemed to anticipate Yu's temperament, silencing him instantly with a voice brimming with murderous intent. Yu fell silent, stepping into the void, disappearing from sight. In a mere thought, half of a quasi-saint had been obliterated, and Yi Chun understood the formidable cultivation of Gu Changge as protector. It must be above the 5th level of saintly power. Even at the pinnacle of his past life, he had not reached such a level. To think that Gu Changge had a high-tier saint as his guardian was truly enviable. These top-tier factions evoked both admiration and resentment. After Yu's departure, Gu Changge turned his gaze to the heavens, offering a slight bow, and smiled. I did not expect Ancestor Gu Yang to safeguard me. I am profoundly grateful for your protection. Ha, Changge, if I do not protect my Changsheng Gu family, shall I extend my protection to outsiders instead? Ancestor Gu Yang laughed heartily, stepping forth from the void. Unlike the previously imposing aura of Xuanhuan, Ancestor Gu Yang had returned to simplicity, appearing as a mere mortal. A saint is but a mortal, so said the once supreme beings. Yet, only those who have truly traversed the realm of saints understand the profundity of this statement. Changge, however, remained unaware of it. Greetings, Ancestor Gu Yang. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Zhongzhou approached Gu Changge and respectfully bowed to Ancestor Gu Yang. For our first meeting, I present you with a small gift. I hope you do not find it lacking. Ancestor Gu Yang regarded Zhongzhou as if she were the future bride of the Changsheng Gu family, producing a jade pendant adorned with yin-yang spirit fish swimming gracefully. This jade pendant, a trinket I discovered during my travels, is perfectly suited for you. It can autonomously convert spiritual energy into yin-yang energy, thereby accelerating your refining speed. It can store the essence of yin and yang, allowing you to engage in combat for a more prolonged duration. Additionally, it possesses the ability to soothe the spirit and protect the body. Here you go. Grand Ancestor Gu Yang presented the yin-yang fish amulet to Zhongzhou. Upon seeing this, Zhongzhou turned to Gu Changge, who nodded and smiled, saying, "Since the ancestor has gifted it to you, you should accept it." Very well. Zhongzhou nodded and, with a profound bow to Grand Ancestor Gu Yang, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Ancestor." Upon receiving the yin-yang fish amulet, Zhongzhou instantly felt a deep connection and was exceedingly satisfied. After bestowing the gift upon Zhongzhou, Grand Ancestor Gu Yang redirected his gaze to Gu Changge, his eyes narrowing slightly as he smiled and said, "I had thought you would let that Xie go. I am surprised by your sudden decisiveness. If I had spared Xie, the ancestor would undoubtedly have been disappointed." Gu Changge replied with a faint smile. Chapter 84. The Unabashed Yi Chun. The protagonist's template of humiliation upon hearing this. Gu Yang nodded affirmatively. Naturally, the Changsheng Gu family has never shied away from challenges, nor do we fear any force. If you were to let that pure-blooded brat go this time, I would indeed question my judgment of you. However, your final move took me by surprise. Surely, you must have acted that way to ensure absolute certainty, feigning benevolence towards the opponent, did you not? Gu Yang spoke with an air of unwavering conviction. Indeed, Gu Yang's deductions were not misplaced. After all, the prowess of a quasi-saint was far beyond what Changsheng could currently aspire to. I was acutely aware that I had protectors behind me. Should the adversary strike, the ancestors would not remain indifferent. A sudden strike from me would leave their guardians unprepared, much like how our ancestor was caught off guard. Gu Changsheng's words elicited hearty laughter from Gu Yang. Remarkable talent, unflappable in handling matters. Moreover, you exhibit grace and harmony amongst your kin. You are undoubtedly the finest candidate to steer the Changsheng Gu family. Indeed, my judgment has not faltered. It is not solely due to your exceptional gifts that you have been designated as the scion of the Changsheng Gu family. There have been evaluations all along. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your youthful endeavors any longer. You should make your way to the yin-yang cave heaven without delay. Gu Yang chuckled, then turned to survey the formation behind him. Within the formation, the atmosphere was charged as the outside quasi-saint energies roared. Zhongzhou Dao and his companions had ceased their hostilities, instead focusing on the unfolding events. Upon the appearance of the protector of EU, Zhongzhou Dao's expression shifted, and he prepared to summon an ancestor with a jade talisman. However, when Gu Yang revealed his aura and locked onto EU, Zhongzhou Dao's apprehension dissipated. At that moment, Gu Yang's gaze seemed to pierce through the formation, landing squarely on the three king-level experts of the Yi clan surrounding Zhongzhou Dao. A chill swept over the trio, as if the specter of death had marked them. They gasped in horror and immediately transformed into streaks of light, attempting to escape. Alas, it was futile. Gu Yang merely allowed an arcane pattern to flicker in his eyes, and the three figures erupted violently, without even a chance to utter a sound. Witnessing Gu Yang effortlessly eliminate the three king-level experts, Gu Changsheng's eyes gleamed with astonishment. The might of a saint truly was formidable. I fervently wished to attain such a realm soon. Having dealt with the three king-level experts, Gu Yang's figure melded into the void and vanished. It was only then that Zhongzhou Dao approached. I must extend my gratitude to the divine son, Changsheng, he expressed with sincerity. Not at all. The credit belongs to our ancestors, Gu Changsheng replied, shaking his head. Yidao Mataveld. I never imagined the divine son Changsheng would possess a saintly protector. It is truly awe-inspiring. Even Zhongzhou Dao paused, the sentence hanging in the air. Yahoo, Ipsilon, Yu, and other extraordinary prodigies were merely quasi-saint protectors themselves. After all, among the myriad Changsheng clans, there were indeed many quasi-saints within the eternal sacred grounds. Yet the subsequent saints numbered scarcely a third of that. Each one was a testament to the family's profound heritage. A sage has been dispatched to safeguard the path for 24 hours, a rarity among the 3,000 realms throughout history. Only those exceptional youths, such as the young emperor or unparalleled prodigies, can command the personal protection of a sage. Gu Changge undoubtedly belongs to this esteemed category. The Changsheng Gu family has invested heavily in Gu Changge. He chuckled softly, acknowledging the family's decision, which had taken him by surprise. The conversation reached its conclusion here. The recent battle had inflicted severe losses on the various sects accompanying the Changsheng Ji family. The master of Xuanhuan was nearly caught in the fray, almost departing from this world on the spot. Zhongzhou Dao gathered the disciples from the major sects, stating, "This misfortune is yours to bear. Once our journey to the Yingyang cave heaven concludes, the Changsheng Ji family will endeavor to provide you with ample compensation, elixirs, divine weapons, and the transmission of techniques will all be at your disposal. You need not accompany us further. You may leave at your discretion." The master of Xuanhuan and the others nodded in agreement. Receiving compensation would be ideal, and they would not have to exert themselves further, although they had suffered considerable losses. Compared to the compensation from the Changsheng family, the loss of a few individuals was entirely bearable. Those affected by the battle could only lament their misfortune. However, while the leaders, elders, and disciples of the various sects rejoiced, Yi Chun was far from pleased. Was this the end of his journey? What had happened to the imagined scenario of traveling alongside the goddess, igniting sparks of connection? What about the chance to showcase his masculinity and broaden his horizons? All of that had vanished. It was all Gu Changge's fault. Yi Chun felt numb, his initial anger and embarrassment transforming into resentment. He clearly recognized that Gu Changge was like a nightmare to him. Wherever Gu Changge appeared, misfortune would surely follow. Yet, despite this realization, Yi Chun could only endure, for provoking Gu Changge might lead to dire consequences. Changge, like a celestial fairy, I possess the divine ability to uncover treasures, which can assist you both in finding the legacy within the Yingyang cave heaven more swiftly. Yi Chun boldly recommended himself. He shamelessly transitioned from initially coaxing Ji Ruyu to flee with him to now awkwardly promoting himself. This prompted Gu Changge to regard Yi Chun with newfound respect. Goodness, you truly have no sense of shame, he thought. Meanwhile, the master of Xuanhuan, upon hearing Yi Chun promote himself in front of Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, was filled with astonishment. It seemed that this disciple he had taken in along the way was indeed remarkable. No need, Gu Changge glanced at Yi Chun and replied coolly. Yi Chun was taken aback by the decisiveness of Gu Changge's refusal. How could this be? Refusing so assertively to avoid letting someone covet his woman was the only logical course. Ruyu. Yi Chun turned to Ji Ruyu, his eyes brimming with hope, wishing she would agree. I will heed my brother Changge's words. Ji Ruyu replied with a fleeting glance at Yi Chun, her tone indifferent. Yi Chun was suddenly anxious. Could it be that there was not a single opportunity left? I truly possess an extraordinary treasure-seeking technique. I can. The master of Xuanhuan sect, who initially felt pleased by Yi Chun's introduction, soon became displeased upon witnessing Yi Chun's shameless persistence in clinging to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu. His countenance darkened. How outrageous! The esteemed individuals had explicitly declined, yet he shamelessly offended them, assuming they possessed no temper. The existence of these two formidable figures meant that should either become angered, it would be effortless for a quasi-saint to obliterate their Xuanhuan sect. Yi Chun remained oblivious to the increasingly grim expressions of the Xuanhuan sect master and disciples. Just as he intended to showcase his techniques, the elders and disciples from other sects could no longer suppress their disdain. Where on earth did this country bumpkin come from? Daring to offend two esteemed individuals? Is he out his mind? Quickly, which disciple does he belong to? Drag him away before he brings embarrassment upon us. The remaining 4 sects and 2 factions cannot afford such disgrace. Chapter 85. I shall kill you, Gu Changge. Upon hearing the commotion around him, the master of Xuanhuan's expression darkened further. However, considering Yi Chen's exceptional talent, which rivaled that of disciples from prominent sects, and his mastery of source techniques, he decided to intervene. Rebellious disciple, since this young master and Miss Ji do not wish to take you along, why do you not retreat with grace? Come back. The master of Xuanhuan approached Yi Chun and reprimanded him angrily, then turned to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, his expression instantly transforming into a smile. My apologies, esteemed guests. My rebellious disciple may have been overly eager to prove himself, resulting in this lapse in judgment. Gu Changge cast a glance at Yi Chun and smiled lightly. It is of no consequence. I harbor no concern for him. Indeed, how could a person of your stature concern himself with an ordinary individual? The master of Xuanhuan nodded repeatedly. This display nearly incited Yi Chun to erupt with fury. How dare this old fool make decisions on his behalf? Yet, recalling that his cultivation was still inferior to that of the master of Xuanhuan, and feeling the hostile gazes of those around him, he ultimately chose to swallow his anger. Yi Chun lowered his head and fell silent. Please take him back then, Gu Changge said nonchalantly. Very well, we shall not disturb you any further. The master of Xuanhuan nodded and promptly grasped Yi Chun's shoulder. Why are you not coming with me? Yi Chun bowed his head in acquiescence. Ji Dao refrained from intervening. He had encountered many individuals seeking to ingratiate themselves with the powerful and saw no reason to become involved. If the situation grew unsatisfactory, he could simply eliminate Yi Chun later. With the master of Xuanhuan escorting Yi Chun away, he chose to grant the latter some leeway, as Xuanhuan sect remained steadfastly loyal to the Changsheng family. Each sect returned to their respective domains with their disciples. Although there were casualties this time, the compensation from the Changsheng family was quite favorable. After all, assisting in the Yinyang cave would already be a reward in itself, and any opportunities obtained thereafter would depend solely on one's own efforts, along with the need to aid Ji Ruyu in acquiring the Yinyang cave's inheritance. In comparison, the benefits were abundantly clear. Gu Changge's gaze drifted towards the departing Xuanhuan sect, his eyes flickering with intent. He was already contemplating the notion of eliminating Yi Chun. By applying sufficient pressure on Yi Chun, he could force him to exhaust every known opportunity, which he could then seize for himself. What a delight that would be! Even if he could not kill him, he would not allow Yi Chun to frolic so freely before him. Brother Changge, that Yi Chun, I feel we should maintain our distance from him, Ji Ruyu remarked, her eyes also fixed on the retreating Xuanhuan sect. I have a sense that he harbors ulterior motives. I overheard his message to you during the battle. It seems he has set his sights on you. Gu Changge withdrew his gaze and looked at Ji Ruyu, gently ruffling her hair. After all, Ruyu, you are exceptionally beautiful, and being a yin-yang divine body and a goddess of the Changsheng family, it is hardly surprising that Yi Chun would take an interest in you. I would never be fond of such a person. Ji Ruyu's cheeks flushed at the words, and she shyly glanced at Gu Changge, saying if I were to seek someone, it would be someone like Brother Changge. A soft chuckle escaped Gu Changge's lips. Meanwhile, Ji Dao, witnessing this scene, turned his gaze away, deliberately ignoring it. However, Gu Changge took the initiative to approach Ji Dao, saying, Senior Ji Dao, I may need your assistance in concealing our presence alongside Ruyu. What is the matter? Ji Dao inquired, puzzled. To conceal our presence and follow the Yi Chun? Did he not claim to possess an extraordinary treasure-hunting technique? How could Xuanhuan sect have such a legacy? This individual likely harbors significant secrets. Guchang's tone was calm. Yet he added, more importantly, I sensed a murderous intent directed at me from that man. Just now, with the Ji family's affiliated forces present, it wouldn't have been prudent to act. Now, should we resolve this matter, no one would suspect the Ji family. Zhongzhou Dao, taken aback by this revelation, retorted with a mix of rage and amusement. Such audacity! A mere disciple of Xumei sect dares to cast his eyes upon the esteemed Changge? Not only that, he has designs on Miss Ryu as well. His crimes are unforgivable. Very well, I shall escort young Master Changge and Miss Ryu for a while, and then we shall proceed to the Yin-Yang cave. The token to access the cave is in my possession, so a delay is of no consequence. A radiant beam shot into the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Yi Chun departed with the sect leader of Xumei and other disciples, a fiery rage surged within him, almost consuming him entirely. Unfortunately, the sect leader continued to lecture him. You must learn to be patient if you wish to make an impression. Those distinguished individuals, the young master and Miss Ryu, are not easily swayed. Understand that once we attract their attention, we shall ascend to great heights. There will be future opportunities. Let this one pass. I understand, master. Yi Chun feigned calmness as he nodded, but internally, he was filled with disdain. How could a mere insect, one who had yet to reach the realm of kings, dare to lecture him? The experiences I have encountered across 3 lifetimes far surpass any treasures you have ever known, and yet you presume to instruct me. Just remember, focus on solidifying your foundation. The time for the great families of longevity and the paragons of the immortal sacred lands to contend for supremacy is drawing near. The sect leader advised, I understand. Master, I wish to find a place to vent my frustrations for a while. Rest assured, I will return after I have released my pent-up emotions, Yi Chun requested. Vent if you must. Go ahead, Shuiyue's sect leader acquiesced with a nod, permitting Yi Chun to leave. As he departed, some bystanders mistakenly believed that Yi Chun had angered the sect leader and was thus expelled from the sect. They began to mock him derisively. He doesn't even realize who he is, daring to curry favor with those 2 nobles. Indeed, he thinks a bit of talent makes him extraordinary, but compared to them, he is merely a firefly against the moon. Good riddance. May he never return. Yi Chun, upon hearing the faint echoes of mockery surrounding him, meticulously etched the identities of these individuals into his memory. One day, when he returns with the divine maiden of the longevity clan or the saintess of the undying sacred land, he shall relish the expressions on their faces. However, the derision only served to stoke the flames of his fury even further. In a secluded area, Yi Chun unleashed a barrage of formidable attacks, causing the earth to fracture and forests to ignite, displaying power rivaling that of an ordinary deity.